Through the fire of Naruto, I become an unparalleled genius endowed with the ice shield and Sharingan. Yet, my aspirations do not lie in saving the Uchiha clan. Rather, I yearn to win the heart of Tsunade. In a sea of a million ninjas, on the very first day of the first grade at school, I find myself sprawled over my desk, gazing at Tsunade, who occupies the podium, swearing silently that I shall one day marry her. As I indulge in my daydreams, Tsunade suddenly rises to speak. I am Tsunade, and my dream is to one day become Hokage, like my grandfather, to safeguard our village. Her words carry profound significance, and the students present begin to murmur and exchange glances. So, does that mean the Hokage is your? One inquisitive student cannot contain his curiosity. Without hesitation, Tsunade affirms, "Indeed, the first Hokage is my ancestor." Upon hearing this declaration, the classroom erupts in astonishment. The first Hokage, the legendary ninja who quelled chaos, holds an esteemed position in Konoha. When Tsunade returns to her seat, she is greeted with a reception akin to that of a princess. Her dream is truly inspiring. We should all learn from her, the students chant. After several rounds of introductions, it is finally my turn to step onto the stage. My name is Uchiha Aokiji, and my dream is quite simple: to live a life akin to that of a plant. Plants require no exertion, basking in the sun, and can thrive for centuries. Such an unadorned and tranquil existence is what I truly long for. A profound silence envelopes the room, until in an instant, it erupts into uproarious laughter. Isn't this just a declaration of apathy? While the students ardently support Tsunade's aspirations, they are equally fascinated by my nonchalant ideal. At that moment, the teacher harbors doubts, questioning whether my Uchiha surname is genuine. Typically, Uchiha children, though often difficult to fit in, possess great ambition. How could one so uniquely peculiar emerge to express such blatant indifference? I quietly return to my seat. What I just articulated was not mere folly. It was a prelude to my forthcoming disinterest. Though one may appear carefree within the confines of school, the world outside is embroiled in conflict. I would not wish to be conscripted into battle due to my exceptional abilities, becoming mere sustenance for the greater power. Moreover, the Uchiha clan is often perceived as aggressive. By opting for apathy, I aim to cultivate an image of harmlessness, reducing others' wariness, paving the way for a future bid for Hokage. Desiring to become Hokage does not stem from lofty ideals. It is a necessity. Once the war concludes, the upper echelons will dispose of their pawns. Being born an Uchiha, I would undoubtedly be collateral damaged. To avert such a fate, the most prudent course would be to have an Uchiha ascend to the Hokage position, as I cannot rely on other family members. At this moment, I am a potential candidate, endowed with 2 bloodline sacrifices. Awakening the chakra of a bloodline sacrifice will lead to rapid growth, and under intense emotional stimuli, the chakra may even surge uncontrollably. A typical case being the childhood of the original narrative's character, Haku. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of your mother at the hands of your father, a surge of uncontrollable power erupted within you. When you regained your senses, the entire house lay shattered, pierced by colossal icicles, with all present perishing in that instant. Furthermore, as a member of the Uchiha clan, your chakra is inherently more potent than that of an ordinary individual. In the original narrative, Kakashi was astonished to discover that a mere 12-year-old Sasuke possessed the chakra necessary to perform the great fireball technique, though he had actually mastered it by the age of 6. But with your dual potential, it is reasonable to estimate that, without awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, your chakra could easily reach the caliber of a Jinchuriki. In the grand tapestry of the world, your chakra is undeniably exceptional. The term Tataxi 6 is often jested as a unit of measurement, yet such a quantity of chakra is indeed considerable. It merely appears diminished when contrasted with the extraordinary abilities of those around you or your adversaries. The variance in the inheritance of bloodlines and their sacrificial rites exists on a probabilistic scale, and possessing 2 bloodline sacrifices simultaneously is exceedingly rare. Aside from the realms of technology and ruthlessness, the only other instance that comes to mind is the enigmatic figure fond of fishnet stockings. It is likely that the birth of dual bloodline sacrifices is an exceedingly rare phenomenon. Otherwise, their scarcity would be inexplicable. Shortly after your introduction, another classmate approached to introduce himself. You scrutinized the boy clad in a kimono, whose delicate features were striking. He identified himself as Orochimaru, presumably the scientist from the original tale. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he possesses the dual potential of the Sharingan and the bloodline limit, with the Ice Shield ability. From a young age, he was burdened with the hopes of his family, however. A tragic incident shattered those expectations. Following the news of his grandmother's passing, he experienced a profound shock that triggered the awakening of his eyes. This newfound power was kept concealed from his family, as he deliberately chose to hide the fact that he had activated the Sharingan at the tender age of 50 feet that would, indeed, classify him as a prodigy. Once you confirmed that no one had stealthily infiltrated your home, you resolved to embark on your training regimen. Your fatigue in the morning was not merely for the sake of maintaining an appearance, rather, it was a genuine state of exhaustion. Your daily routine diverged significantly from that of ordinary individuals, sleeping during the day and training throughout the night. The knowledge attainable at the Ninja Academy was limited, so you seized every opportunity to rest during the day, pausing your training when fatigue set in. You would then peruse the training notes left by your grandmother, and once your stamina was replenished, you would resume your practice, repeating this cycle. After a grueling night of training, you found yourself breathless and utterly fatigued. Exhaustion overwhelmed you, yet you pressed on for a final session before refreshing yourself with a shower and heading to school. With your thumb raised and your left hand overlapping, the gesture formed an emblem reminiscent of a hoodie. As you close your eyes and focus your mind, a gentle flow of chakra emanated from your being. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation enveloped your chest, cool and soothing. Following this sensation, you slowly opened your eyes to behold the ice forming in your palm. An overwhelming surge of excitement illuminated your gaze as you awakened the ice shield. Your mind felt as though it had uncovered a precious treasure. For now, you possessed the rare ability of dual bloodline limits, illuminating your future with an almost blinding brilliance. Though the performance of the ice shield appears rather unremarkable, the potency of ninjutsu is contingent upon the practitioner, but a master among novices can triumph over an ordinary individual. The original wood release of the first Hokage cannot be compared to the wood release of the Great River. The former can conjure an entire forest from a barren desert, while the latter can, at best, construct mere houses. The water release of Kisame is not akin to that of an average person. It is distinctly exceptional. The efficacy of ninjutsu is undeniably dictated by the amount of chakra invested. Possessing the dual bloodline sacrifice of Aokiji chakra significantly surpasses that of an ordinary person. If developed adequately, the strength of Aokiji would ensure that the ice shield under his control would not perform poorly. However, achieving the exaggerated prowess akin to that of the Pirate King may prove somewhat challenging. Without the chakra level of a tailed beast, such aspirations are futile. You possess a reasonable awareness of your own capabilities. Your potential in chakra is commendable, yet reaching the level of a tailed beast in the future seems rather improbable. Through conventional means, if you wish to become stronger, there are essentially two pathways: life and technology. The first is quite straightforward. One could simply sacrifice their true self to awaken the Meijiki Sharingan. The inherent essence of the Sharingan belongs to chakra, which is composed of yin and yang. The yin aspect pertains to mental strength. In theory, awakening the Meijiki could lead to a substantial increase in one's chakra, potentially reaching the level of a tailed beast. However, you are unlikely to choose this route. Thus, you are left with but one viable path: the pursuit of technology, which is the primary force of production. In the later stages of the series, if you diligently practice without the aid of technology, you may find yourself falling short. Only technological advancement can keep pace with those who possess extraordinary abilities. Nonetheless, it is imperative that you focus on honing your foundational skills for the time being. Set aside the training of the Sharingan and concentrate on mastering the ice shield. With this in mind, I began to cultivate my abilities. After a modest breakfast and a brief respite, I glanced at the clock and realized it was already 10 o'clock. Arriving late was inevitable, and I had resolved to establish a charismatic persona at school. The thought of being late did not weigh heavily on my mind. As expected, upon entering the classroom, the lesson was in session, and my classmates regarded the teacher with curious glances. With a stern expression, the teacher inquired, "Do you know what time it is?" I was instructed to stand outside as punishment. "Very well, thank you, teacher," I replied, bowing deeply. As I exited, I thoughtfully closed the door behind me. Standing in the corridor, I suddenly recalled a rather vexing matter. Having awakened the ice shield is indeed commendable. It is a rare bloodline limit in this world. Yet, Precisely because of its rarity, learning the Ice Shield does not afford the multitude of reference cases available for the 5 elemental releases. The only source that can be traced back is the Yuki clan in the Land of Water. However, one cannot simply venture from Konoha as a Uchiha without peril. It would be prudent to seek an alternative path. I must devise a way to properly develop the Ice Shield, that I could utilize the Sharingan to copy the skills of those skilled in Ice Shield ninjutsu and thereby enhance my own techniques. However, it is rather time-consuming, whereas the swiftness of copying homework. They say I resemble the copying ninja Kakashi, but this would certainly expose my Sharingan, which feels quite troublesome. I must adopt a different approach. In the Land of Blood, there appears to be a technique for creating ice shields utilizing the natural environment. While it may not be the official method, I could take inspiration from it. Even though I lack celestial bodies, I believe in the power of virtue to influence others, trusting that the ninjas there will comprehend my thoughts. Upon reflection, I also conceived another strategy. Could I not draw upon Gar's sand? The structure of ice blocks inherently prevents them from being manipulated as freely as Gar's sand. Nonetheless, I can pivot my thinking and harness blood instead. The principle behind Gar's jutsu involves infusing chakra into the sand and manipulating it. I could adapt this to infuse chakra into snow, which should yield a similar effect. To emulate Gaara, he first stores blood in a gourd and utilizes it during battle, achieving a defensive capability akin to Gaara's absolute defense. That, of course, the practical execution is far more complex than merely infusing chakra. This is merely a conceptual starting point. The journey ahead is long, and I must continue to explore and refine my approach. Contemplating all this, I find myself brimming with enthusiasm, eager to return and practice. I feel so invigorated that sleep seems unnecessary. Suddenly, a rustling sound from behind interrupts my thoughts, akin to the sound of a paper sliding door. Sensing impending trouble, I mechanically turn my head, only to find a middle-aged man gazing at me with the discerning eyes of a poet, evidently deceived. "Hello, teacher," I greet, only to be met with a torrent of scolding from him. After enduring a reprimand, I return my seat, dazed and muddled through the class. When lunchtime arrives, students begin to unveil the meticulously prepared bento boxes from their parents' vegetarian combinations, balanced nutrition. As for me, a lazy individual, I deem such a luxurious meal unnecessary and decide to simply buy a few loaves of bread from the convenience store. Upon entering the store, I find a long queue ahead of me. Suddenly, I feel someone standing in front of me, and upon opening my eyes, I am met with a boy sporting a hedgehog-like hairstyle and white hair. "I am Jiraiya." He introduces himself, quite at ease. "You must be Aoi, right? What do you want?" "I don't quite understand. Why would Jiraiya seek me out?" As one of the 3 who would assist me, he is someone I intend to ally with in the future, and I've been contemplating how to approach them. I did not expect him to come to me. Jiraiya scans the surroundings, ensuring no one is nearby, then leans in conspiratorially that "I know what you are doing at night," he asserts confidently. My eyes widen in disbelief. Could it be that Jiraiya is aware of my secret training sessions? How could that be possible? Who would be lurking around at such an hour to monitor me? It's absurd. My plan is to feign incompetence in front of others, thereby crafting an image of a wastrel, all while waiting for an opportune moment to awaken my ice shield and repel enemies in order to save my comrades. Through this, I will realize the importance of my allies, strive for improvement, inherit the will of fire, and ultimately become a legendary Hokage wayward son returning, worth more than gold. How suitable it is to fabricate a textbook for promotional purposes. Why that time? Even if I reveal my Sharingan abilities, the die will have been cast, and I would wield considerable power. However, once it becomes known that I have been clandestinely training at night, my plans would undoubtedly be thwarted, especially considering the loquacious nature of Jiraiya. With a hint of guilt, I inquired, "What do you know?" Jiraiya smirked. "Have you been secretly reading adult literature at night?" I refused to admit it, but he continued teasingly, "Why else would you appear so dazed and sluggish all day long?" In no time, rumors about Kiyoshi's late-night escapades began to circulate throughout the class, and months later, we finally arrived at the practical combat class. Uchiha Kiyoshi and his partner were called to the front, standing opposed to each other, each forming a contrasting seal. Tsunade, eager to engage, proclaimed, "I will defeat you, just as my grandfather triumphed over your ancestors." I found myself at a loss for words. What audacity to proclaim such fierce words right from the start. Who, I wondered, truly belonged to the Uchiha clan here. The teacher announced the beginning of the match, and as the sound faded, Tsunade launched the first attack, aiming to strike preemptively. Faced with her fierce onslaught, I set aside my usual laziness and focused intently. I narrowly evaded, feeling the raw power of her punch as it sliced through the air. Surely, she wouldn't attempt to crush my skull, would she? With her initial strike missing, a second wave of attacks quickly followed. I dared not confront her heat-in and could only resort to frantic evasions, which became increasingly disadvantageous. Tsunade, perceptive as ever, seized the opportunity, stepping forward to deliver a sidekick that struck my chest, sending me flying at that moment. I surrendered, no longer willing to cling to the ground. Tsunade, you truly are formidable, I admitted as I struggled to my feet, clutching my chest in pain. I had lost. The days spent napping at school passed swiftly, and soon it was the weekend, a splendid day for fishing. That I ventured to a lakeside in the hills, where the sunlight danced upon the shimmering surface of the water. I retrieved my fishing rod and cast it into the lake, closing my eyes and allowing fate to take its course. Whether I caught fish was of little consequence. What mattered was the cultivation of my spirit. The foundation of mastering sage techniques lies in tranquility. Although I had no formal means to learn these skills, it would not hinder my efforts to adapt and seek out the experience beforehand. As I closed my eyes and focused, the world around me seemed to sharpen, my senses heightened to the slightest rustle of leaves that I called out, my voice echoing in the serene surroundings, when suddenly, a girl emerged from behind a tree. To my astonishment, it was Tsunade, revealing an unexpected penchant for spying. With a serious expression, she approached directly. "Did you let me win last time?" How she had discerned my hidden intentions left me speechless. Tsunade, realizing her suspicions were confirmed, clenched her teeth in anger. "You dare to insult me? I can hardly wait to engage in another match with you. Let us converse amicably, do not act recklessly." In her fury, Tsunade is entirely unyielding to counsel. Without hesitation, she delivers a formidable blow. Contrary to her outward appearance of losing control, her intent is to elicit my true strength. I have a premonition that this punch, should she deliberately allow herself to be struck as she did in school, might very well incapacitate her. I dare not extend my body forward. Instead, I entwine my hand around her arms, turning my back to her, performing an over-the-shoulder throw, casting her away. Before her lies a lake, and the outcome is painfully evident. With a splashing sound, Tsunade plunges into the water, emerging as a drenched figure. She crawls out, soaked through, droplets trickling from her hair, appearing as if she has just risen from the depths of a well, a ghostly visage reminiscent of Sadako. This time, Tsunade is truly enraged, her roar akin to that of a lion, nearly deafening me. I empathize with her current sentiments, yet I implore her to be mindful of her appearance, gesturing towards her dripping garments. Due to the warm weather, naturally, her attire is rather light. A sharp cry pierces the air, startling the birds from the treetops, sending them soaring into the azure sky. Accompanied by two crisp sounds, my face is marked by two stinging red imprints. When a woman becomes irate, she behaves like a petulant child. Tsunade is no exception. "What are you dilly-dallying for? Hurry and start a fire to dry my clothes." I mutter complaints while attempting to create a spark. "Clearly, it was you who instigated this." Tsunade, growing impatient as I fumble, exclaims, "Surely you're not from the Uchiha clan." Her eyes widen in disbelief. The Uchiha are renowned for their fire techniques and Sharingan, are they not? Our perplexed expression, whoever claimed that being Uchiha guarantees mastery of fire techniques? Honestly, Tsunade, how simplistic. After bidding farewell, we parted ways. I returned home to resume my training. In the year 19 of Konoha, the graduation season arrives once more. Amidst the chaos of war, the front lines tighten, and the school has extended the graduation timeline. Those who desire may remain at the Ninja Academy for an additional year to graduate, under the guidance of a special jonin. Within the Hokage office located in the heart of Konoha, a man with white hair and a solemn expression sits at his desk. He is none other than the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. "Sarutobi, I am relieving you of your current duties." The one addressed as Sarutobi is a middle-built man with a somewhat dull appearance. His true name is Hiruzen Sarutobi. The moniker Monkey is affectionately bestowed upon him by the second, due to the connotation associated with his surname. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen assumes he has faltered in some regard. "Is it my performance that is lacking, sensei?" "No." Tobirama replies, "I have a far more significant task for you." It is rare for Tobirama to muster a smile. "Go and serve as a guiding jonin." Hiruzen is somewhat perplexed. The role of a guiding jonin differs from that of an ordinary jonin, primarily tasked with cultivating the next generation of Konoha's ninjas to become capable warriors. Although this task is of utmost importance, at this moment, Yuan Fei Rizhands feels that the work at hand holds even greater significance. Yet, since it is the teacher's command, he refrains from questioning further, assuming the teacher has his own considerations. Suppressing the doubts within, he respectfully accepts the information regarding the disciples that has been handed to him. Upon reviewing the 3 pieces of disciple information, Yuan Fei Rizhands is momentarily lost in thought. This year's chief, Orochimaru, stands out in every aspect, being merely 6 years old, yet already possessing abilities comparable to those of Jiraiya. His strengths and weaknesses are quite evident, though not particularly clever. He possesses unparalleled physical prowess and an immense reserve of chakra. Tsunade, a genius whose academic performance ranks just below Orochimaru's, has been designated for special mention, undoubtedly due to her remarkable ninja talents. However, what truly astonishes Sarutobi Raisen is the identity of one individual. Tsunade's full name is Senju Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who is also the elder brother of the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The implications of placing such a uniquely positioned individual into the team he leads are profound. Yuan Fei Rizhands feels a surge of excitement, and his breath quickens. At the age of 24, he is no longer the impetuous youth he once was. With maturity comes a broader perspective. Is Hiruzen planning to cultivate him as a successor? The torch of knowledge shall be passed on, and the seeds of Konoha are entrusted to him. In a few years, Hiruzen will reach 50, though he remains in his prime. Yuan Fei Rizhands understands that this state cannot be sustained indefinitely. Born in the Warring States period and having fought through countless battles, his body has accumulated numerous ailments over the years, and with age, these latent issues could erupt at any moment. As he contemplates visiting his deceased elder brother, he recalls Hiruzen's meticulousness from a young age. Preparing for unexpected events is essential, especially given the uniqueness of this year's graduates. Beyond Tsunade's distinguished lineage, the exceptional talents of these 3 individuals will be hard to surpass in the coming years. Thus, he has designated them as potential successors to the Hokage, allowing them to forge a master-student bond with Sarutobi. With proper guidance, these 3 will become the most capable assistants to Sarutobi. Filled with enthusiasm, Sarutobi Raisen declares, "Teacher Hiruzen, I shall not disappoint your expectations." Hiruzen rises, placing a reassuring hand on Sarutobi Raisen's shoulder, when a series of knocks sound from outside the door. "Come in," he calls. A handsome young man with black hair enters Jibwa, who, like Sarutobi Raisen, is one of Hiruzen's favorite students. "Teacher, here is the information you requested last time," Jibwa states, placing the documents on the desk. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Hiruzen nods in acknowledgement of his work. Watching as Jibwa exits, the sigh escapes him as he reflects on Zibbo's remarkable background. Born into a prestigious family, gifted with extraordinary talent, and possessing a handsome appearance coupled with an elegant demeanor. Most notably, he has a vision that transcends his lineage, with a love for the village that surpasses familial ties. It is challenging to find a man more exceptional than him. Were it not for the Uchiha surname and the eyes he possesses, I must admit that Shizune is, in the eyes of Fuyaki, the most suitable candidate to succeed the Hokage. In the past, when my elder brother was alive, there was indeed a possibility of considering Uchiha Shizune as a candidate for the Hokage succession. However, with my brother's passing, the absence of absolute power to suppress the Uchiha clan, along with the recent incident led by Uchiha Sakana that nearly incited unrest, it has become impossible to include the Uchiha in the line of succession for Hokage. In the classroom, I offered my sincere congratulations to my 3 classmates who graduated at the tender age of 6. Congratulations. At such a young age, you can contribute to the construction of Konoha. I genuinely envied them. However, those words sounded rather harsh. Tsunade frowned and remarked, "With your abilities, you could have graduated early as well." The composed Aokiji shook his head. "You know, I no longer wish to be a ninja. I'll linger in school for a few more years, and then pursue a business to support myself." Tsunade, filled with frustration, stormed off, exasperated by his apparent laziness despite such remarkable talent. Not long after Tsunade left, Jiraiya and Orochimaru followed suit to another classroom for their guidance. As the Jonin observed the students departing one by one, I too found no reason to remain. After all, I still had classes to attend. Today's lessons were relatively few, and after an early dismissal, I chose not to return home directly. Instead, I wandered aimlessly, driven by a certain purpose. Fortune smiled upon me as I stumbled upon an adult training 3 children at a training ground. These three children were Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Among them, Jiraiya was particularly unfortunate, bound to a post. Tsunade jingled a bell and teased, "Jiraiya, you still have 100 years to go before you can beat me. Indeed, you remain the last in line." Jiraiya, unable to endure the mockery, faltered as he watched the two exchange barbs and asked their teacher. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head in resignation. "Have they always been like this?" Orochimaru concurred. "It seems so." Hiruzen sighed, observing Jiraiya's disheartened demeanor. Although he possessed considerable strength, his intellect appeared lacking, indicating a need for specialized guidance. "It's getting late. Orochimaru, Tsunade, you may head back now," Hiruzen instructed, intending to provide his disciple with some specific counsel. Tsunade, wearing a triumphant smile, waved goodbye. Just as she turned, she spotted a familiar figure. "What brings you here?" Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. "Could it be that, deep down, you still wish to be a ninja?" "Don't misunderstand me, I'm just wandering around for some amusement," I replied, pulling out my portable pillow from my bag and comfortably reclining on the ground, propping my elbow on the pillow. "Don't mind me, continue with your training." My gaze shifted to the adult, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Konoha living area was not extensive, and through careful observation, I had come to recognize his identity. Just as I was lost in thought, I suddenly felt my vision D-I-M-T was indeed Tsunade, standing before him. "You seem to possess an extraordinary fondness for slumber. Very well, I shall permit you to sleep for eternity." Tsunade clenched her fist and charged forward. "You must be frightened enough to snatch up your pillow and flee." Observing the playful antics of the two, Yuan Firijan chuckled, remarking that he is your classmate, appearing to be quite an intriguing little rascal. Jijun is indeed a rather fascinating individual if he were to devote his time to training instead of napping. Perhaps the position of this generation's champion would not belong to me. Upon hearing this, Yuan Firijan was taken aback. To have talent surpassing that of Orochimaru, what does that imply? Though his acquaintance with Orochimaru has been brief, the evident talent of Orochimaru left a profound impression on Sarutobi Hiruzen. While there may be an element of flattery in his words, to receive such commendation from Orochimaru surely indicates remarkable potential. Reflecting on Tsunade's earlier conversation, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but inquire. Did Tsunade mention that he seems reluctant to become a ninja? Indeed, Jijun harbors no interest in the path of a ninja. The thought of not being able to fight alongside his friends in the future weighs heavily on him. Although Orochimaru understands, deep within, he feels. Indeed, Aokiji has little interest in the life of a ninja. He aspires to become a common man. The thought of not being able to fight alongside his friends in the future brings a sense of regret to Orochimaru, despite his understanding. What exactly does it mean to be a common man? Yuan Firijan is somewhat perplexed, as this term is unfamiliar to him. To explain it in Aokiji's words, it signifies living a good life, with a loving wife and children, enjoying the warmth of home. Yuan Firijan nods in agreement, remarking on the simplicity of such a dream. It is indeed rare for someone so young to possess such clarity of thought. However, understanding does not equate to agreement. In times of peace, such aspirations might be acceptable, but in this era of turmoil, the situation is different. The prosperity of the village is intimately tied to all present. A strong village fosters strong citizens, while a weak village results in weakness among its people. Individual interests must always be subordinated to the welfare of the village. Narrow-minded thoughts of the common folk cannot be tolerated. If Aokiji were of mediocre talent, it would be inconsequential whether he remained or departed. However, given that he possesses a talent that even Orochimaru acknowledges as remarkable, with proper guidance, he could potentially become a pivotal figure capable of influencing the course of battles in the future. Observing Aokiji, who was playfully engaging with Tsunade, Yuan Firijan, entrusted with significant responsibilities by Tobirama, gazes thoughtfully into the distance. For the long-term benefit of the village, he ought to pay attention to Aokiji and guide him onto the right path. After all, he is not merely a jonin of Konoha, but also the designated successor to the Hokage by Tobirama, destined to become the third Hokage. While they enjoy the protection afforded by the previous generation, this generation must also shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding the next. Yet, the day will inevitably come when they too will grow old, at which point the next generation will bear this burden. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall endure eternally. Chapter 12. The Art of Spirit Summoning. However, before proceeding, Sarutobi Hiruzen must first guide his disciple onto the righteous path. Contemplating this, he gazed at his pupil and let out a resigned sigh. Honestly, how is it that you, as a ninja, have fallen into such blatant traps time and again? It is rather unbecoming. Jiraiya, attempting to retort, found himself at a loss for words, unable to conjure a reasonable explanation due to his less than brilliant intellect. During the process of snatching the bell, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that Jiraiya's impatience was leading him astray. Indeed, haste makes waste. It seemed imperative to provide him with a long-term goal. With this understanding, he began to tailor his approach. What you lack is a sense of purpose. What? Jiraiya responded, bewildered. Precisely, said Sarutobi Hiruzen, crossing his arms and closing his eyes in contemplation. After a moment, a brilliant idea struck him. Ah, there is indeed a method for this. As the saying goes, interest is the best teacher. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, utterly confused by his teacher's musings. Do not panic, just observe closely. Explaining it would be too cumbersome, and considering Jiraiya's intellect, it would likely take him some time to grasp the concept. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to demonstrate practically. He extended his right hand, bit his fingertip, and with a gentle stroke across his palm, slowly raised both hands. Then, with a flurry of swift movements, he formed a series of seals, ultimately culminating in the rat seal. With a decisive motion, he brought one hand down and pressed it against the ground. Ninja art, spirit summoning. As mysterious patterns spread from his palm, a loud bang echoed, and a thick cloud of white smoke erupted. When it dissipated, a humanoid creature emerged, robust and striking. With a long snout, a mane of white fur, and golden eyes, resembling a monkey. Clad in a standard ninja outfit, complete with leg bindings and a forehead protector. It presented itself as a true ninja. This was the Monkey King, a spirit contracted by the Sarutobi family for generations, known for its indestructible physique. Not only was it a formidable ally in battle, but it could also transform into an unbreakable staff, earning the title of the strongest summoning beast. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Incredible! Sarutobi Hiruzen explained, this is the art of spirit summoning. A space-time ninjutsu that allows one to summon various creatures through a blood pact when needed. Upon hearing such an impressive description, Jiraiya eagerly expressed his desire to establish a contract as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. That is not feasible. Jiraiya's brow furrowed in disappointment. Just as every individual's fate is unique, so too are the creatures with whom one can form contracts, destined to be different. Then who can I contract with? Before entering into a contract, you must first accumulate more chakra and learn the method of forming seals. Jiraiya, finding this process tedious, complained, more training, huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen admonished. Hey, the answer lies within the training itself. I understand now, Jiraiya replied. Observing his earnest contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, interest serves as the finest teacher. And it is likely that Jiraiya would direct more of his attention towards his training, aspiring to become an exceptional ninja. Oh, the summoning technique is truly splendid. I must master it, for it will surely aid me in charming the ladies with ease. Furthermore, I intend to use it to quell Tsunade's arrogance, as she often looks down upon me. With this mindset, Jiraiya embarked on relentless training, eagerly anticipating the day he would acquire the summoning technique. One day, sensing that the moment was ripe, Jiraiya invited 3 companions, including Aokiji, to witness his grand display. In front of everyone, he imitated Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand seals, and then struck the ground with one hand, proclaiming, summoning technique. At the sound of this name, the 3 present were taken aback. The summoning technique, classified as a C-rank skill, is a jutsu that can only be learned by those of CH9 rank. How had Jiraiya mastered it? However, with great hope comes profound disappointment. Jiraiya's booming voice echoed, yet beneath his palm, there was no response whatsoever. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Aokiji. Huh? How peculiar. Why is there no summoned beast? Jiraiya scratched his head in confusion, as it was clear that his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had summoned a creature with such ease. He had anticipated summoning something significant. Tsunade shot him a glance and posed a crucial question. You haven't signed a contract, have you? Contract? Tsunade facepalmed, realizing her folly in harboring expectations. Did he think that summoning beasts simply appeared out of thin air? The foremost and most critical step before employing the summoning technique is to sign a contract with the summoned beast. Foolishness. Jiraiya, embarrassed, retorted, enough. Of course I know that. I was merely practicing beforehand and testing you all. Tsunade scoffed. Then train properly. I'm leaving now. Following her departure was Orochimaru, leaving Aokiji alone to meet Jiraiya's gaze. Jiraiya recognized that his earlier defense was flimsy and decided to drop the pretense. What's wrong? Are you not leaving? Planning to stay and mock me? Aokiji shook his head, his tone sincere. I believe in you. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was profoundly moved and grasped Aokiji's hands excitedly. You are truly a good person. Aokiji smiled. So, how will you repay me? Jiraiya hesitated. What do you want me to do? Aokiji stated directly. Teach me the summoning technique. Jiraiya was taken aback. Aren't you uninterested in ninjas? Why the sudden desire to learn ninjutsu? This technique is an exception. An exception? Quite simply. Someone as lazy as I am desperately needs a reliable aid to carry out tasks. Jiraiya. Employing a summoning beast for one's own endeavors is indeed an undertaking befitting of Aokiji. What is the matter? Are you reluctant? It is certainly feasible, but Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of hesitation. This was not due to any clandestine knowledge, but rather because he himself was uncertain of how to impart such skills. Could it be that? Aokiji, with a look of skepticism, remarked, Are you truly incapable of the summoning technique? Why pretend to be someone you are not? Who said I couldn't? Mastering the summoning art is arduous, demanding considerable effort. Do not hold it against me if I fail to achieve it. Regardless, if I do not succeed, I shall blame your lack of aptitude and absolve myself of any fault. Jiraiya, determined to maintain his pride, steeled himself for the task. Aokiji, with a clenched fist, vowed, I understand. For the sake of a more leisurely future, I must master the summoning technique. The intention of learning ninjutsu merely to indulge in idleness left even Jiraiya speechless. You truly are astonishingly lazy. You are hardly any better. Your pursuit of ninjutsu is solely to attract women, is it not? Well, knowing it is one thing, but voicing it is quite another. It makes me feel embarrassed. All right. Enough with the charade. Do you think I do not know you? Quickly teach me the summoning technique. I am eager to learn. So I can command the summoning beast as my servant. I understand. No need to rush. Jiraiya reminisced about the essential points that Hiruzen Sarutobi had emphasized while teaching him the summoning technique, including the hand seals, and endeavored to impart all of it to his companion. Aokiji was earnest in his studies, and with the agility of his current physique, he swiftly committed the fundamental operations of the summoning technique to memory, preparing to delve into thorough practice when alone. After acquiring the basics, Aokiji expressed his gratitude, intending to treat Jiraiya to a meal next time. Upon hearing that Aokiji would treat him again, Jiraiya's mouth watered. Well then, it's settled. I desire that spicy fish head dish. I still vividly recall the last time I had it. No problem. That night, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, and the night was tranquil. While everyone else slumbered, the night owl Aokiji was invigorated and commenced his training. After performing over 1,000 push-ups in one go, Aokiji took a brief respite to sip some water. Recently, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya had all enhanced their abilities remarkably since graduating from the academy, and Aokiji felt an increasing sense of pressure to conceal his strength. Aokiji practiced in solitude during the late hours. The benefits of this approach were evident, as no one would notice his training. However, the drawbacks were equally apparent. The limitations of his surroundings hindered the full execution of many techniques. When everyone was still engrossed in their studies, it was manageable. Yet, as Tsunade and the others graduated and received more systematic training under expert guidance, Aokiji's cautious approach of self-improvement at home would soon create a widening gap in their abilities. To prevent this disparity from growing, Aokiji surmised that he needed to seek a secluded location for his training to enhance his progress. However, this approach is not without its challenges. While it may be manageable once or twice, the concern arises with Aokiji training daily for the next few years, ensuring no one witnesses his cultivation and inadvertently reveals his strength. At the tender age of 16, Aokiji is reluctant to attract unwanted attention that could lead to his conscription into battle. In a moment of frustration, he finds himself at a loss for what to do. Ding dong. Upon verification, you have completed a year in the world of Naruto. The system is now activated, granting you a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Please check your rewards. After indulging in a brief fantasy, Aokiji shook his head, dismissing such thoughts and resolved to continue his training step by step. He recalled having acquired a summoning technique from Jiraiya that morning, a method deemed relatively safe for practice at home. With this thought in mind, Aokiji closed his eyes and meticulously reviewed the hand seals and precautions associated with the summoning technique in his mind. Once his thoughts were organized, he began with the hand seals for the summoning technique, practicing several times without chakra before attempting the technique in earnest. before officially trying the summoning technique. Aokiji felt as though there was something crucial he had forgotten. After pondering for a moment without recalling it, he decided to let it go. Although Jiraiya's earlier use of the summoning technique appeared somewhat exaggerated, Aokiji did acknowledge the wisdom in the saying that frequent practice is never a mistake when learning ninjutsu. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep. Aokiji swiftly performed the hand seals, mimicking the process with precision, and pressed one hand to the ground. With a resounding bang, a plume of white smoke erupted beneath him, enveloping him completely. This indicated Aokiji's successful first attempt at the summoning technique. Achieving success on his inaugural attempt was indeed promising, showcasing Aokiji's remarkable talent. However, the reality was, as he gazed upon the silver-clad world that unfolded before him, Aokiji found himself bewildered, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? A sudden gust of biting wind swept through, causing Aokiji to unexpectedly sneeze. Achu. Chapter 13. The Art of Fireball. Where am I? How did I end up here? Am I dreaming? It doesn't seem like it. Moreover, wasn't he at nighttime when I was here? Why has it suddenly turned to day? Aokiji pondered for a moment, recalling that he had been practicing the summoning technique just before arriving in this strange place. How on earth did he come to this cursed location? Suddenly, a thought struck him. In the original story, Jiraiya had used the summoning technique and was then transported to Mount Myaboku, leading to his fortuitous encounter. Jiraiya had never mentioned this to him, so he momentarily overlooked the details from the original text and fell into this predicament. Aokiji did not blame Jiraiya for withholding such crucial information, as even Jiraiya himself was unaware. Now, Aokiji suspected that his situation was somewhat akin to Jiraiya's. He had no idea whether he could learn sage techniques here, but it certainly was not Mount Myaboku. In his recollection, that place was serene and picturesque. Unlike this wretched locale, which was plagued by ice and cold that could freeze one to death. As for why it was daytime, Aokiji speculated that this place was thousands of miles away from Konoha, and due to the time difference, while it was night in Konoha, it was daytime here. Akin to the time discrepancies he had experienced in his past life. Perhaps due to the awakening of his ice-release bloodline, he possessed a certain resistance to the cold. However, in this icy realm, he knew that merely sneezing would not suffice to escape his plight. Gazing at the vast expanse of whiteness, Aokiji felt a throbbing headache. How am I supposed to return? The original narrative did not explicitly detail how Jiraiya ultimately made his way back to Konoha. At present, figuring out how to return was Aokiji's most pressing concern. He took a deep breath. Remain calm. Stay collected. One must not panic in the face of adversity. Calm my foot. I'm on the verge of freezing to death here. Since he arrived through the summoning technique, it stands to reason that there should be some form of summoning beast present in this area. He no longer aspired to acquire sage techniques. He would be content if he could safely return to Konoha. The correct approach would be to locate a local summoning beast capable of human speech to inquire about his current whereabouts, and then determine how to return based on the information received. Aokiji exhaled a cloud of white vapor, feeling dejected. This place was so vast. How was he to find a summoning beast? Should he shout to attract one? That could prove disastrous. Who knew what kind of monster that might summon? While summoning beasts could converse and were generally reasonable, there were also those who were less amiable, known for devouring humans without a trace. If he were to attract a creature like the Great Serpent, he would be utterly powerless to fight or flee, sealing his doom. Yet, if he were to search for a talking summoning beast slowly, it would be akin to a headless fly, with no end in sight. He had to prepare for the worst. What if he could not leave this place in the short term? Thus, the foremost issue became one of survival. Fortunately, the knowledge gleaned from wilderness survival programs in a previous life was not in vain. At this moment, it is essential to locate a high vantage point and ascertain one's position. Aokiji gazes into the distance, preparing to seek a suitable climbing spot to gain a panoramic view of the geographical surroundings. Understanding this, he adopts a scientifically refined running posture, propelling himself towards the icy peak. Directly climbing would be a waste of energy. Instead, he channels his chakra into his feet, causing a blue aura to emanate from the soles. This allows him to effectively adhere to surfaces, moving with the grace of a swallow, effortlessly skimming over the water's surface if necessary. This technique is neither particularly difficult nor does it require an excessive amount of chakra. Yet it proves to be exceedingly practical. However, the Ninja Academy, in its cunningness, neglected to impart this skill, leaving one to wonder about the reason behind such oversight. Herein lies the advantage of being a time traveler. Aokiji has been aware of this technique since childhood and has naturally sought to master it, understanding its basic principles through his own exploration. At a peak with an angle approaching 90 degrees, Aokiji employs this method, moving as if on level ground. Swift as the wind, and ascends to the summit. From this vantage point, he can clearly survey the surrounding area. Focusing his chakra, his pupils shift from dark to red, with a ripple pattern appearing near his irises. The Sharingan possesses numerous abilities, one of which enhances perception, allowing Aokiji to gain a comprehensive view of his current location. However, what he sees is startling. Aokiji grimly discovers that the area is vastly larger than he had anticipated. As far as the eye can see, the landscape comprises several islands, each separated by expansive stretches of water, with nothing but the ocean in sight. This realization brings him considerable frustration, prompting him to massage his temples. The idea of departing on foot seems utterly implausible. At this moment, his spirits are as frigid as the glaciers surrounding him. Must he resign himself to living here for eternity? Such thoughts fill him with sorrow. While Aokiji contemplates his future, a sudden movement catches his eye amidst the snow-covered landscape. In nature, both predators and prey evolve to blend seamlessly with their surroundings, developing fur that camouflages them. The white mass he observes is likely some creature in motion. Although it harmonizes beautifully with its environment, it cannot escape the scrutiny of Aokiji's Sharingan. Without further deliberation, he decides to stealthily follow the creature. If it possesses the ability to speak, he will quietly observe its demeanor. If it appears gentle, he will inquire about the locale. Conversely, if it exudes a ferocious nature and boasts a formidable size, he will maintain a safe distance. Should it lack speech and seem weak, Aokiji will regrettably resort to hunting it for sustenance, utilizing its hide for warmth. In addition to his innate resistance to cold, Aokiji also envelopes his limbs and body in chakra to fend off the chill, though this does consume his chakra reserves. Animal flesh and blood provide the essential vigor for the body, while fur offers warmth, both of which are resources desperately sought by Shinji at this moment. To avoid arousing suspicion, Shinji deliberately slows his pace, cautiously approaching, taking advantage of the ice pillars for cover, and stealing a glance at the creature before him. On all fours, its body is as white as snow, with sharp teeth and a formidable visage reminiscent of a bear. An Arctic bear? In light of the icy expanse surrounding him, this term springs to mind. At this moment, the Arctic bear, utilizing its fur that seamlessly blends with the environment, stealthily approaches another creature, one whose skin appears dim and smooth. With a head somewhat akin to that of a leopard and a lower half resembling a fish's tail, it is evidently a seal, plump and undeniably adorable. This charming seal basks in the sun, blissfully unaware of the impending threat. To avoid detection, the Arctic bear advances with caution, its gaze fixed intently on its prey. When it is within a mere 100 meters, the bear suddenly accelerates. Despite its massive size, its explosive power is terrifying. By the time the seal realizes the danger, the Arctic bear has already pounced, its gaping maw ready to strike. Although the sea lies nearby, offering a potential escape with a slight shift, it is evidently too late. The bear's sharp teeth pierce the seal's soft body with ease, blood spurting forth as it meets its untimely end. Just as the Arctic bear prepares to indulge in a hearty feast, it suddenly senses something amiss and lifts its head, spotting a diminutive figure before it. Having lived a substantial part of its life, the Arctic bear swears it has never encountered such a bipedal creature. It appears frail, easily swattable with a single blow. The bear's instincts quickly label this intruder. Hello, Shinji greets, hoping for a response, only to be met with a display of sharp teeth. Grr. Shinji thinks, this is not the reaction I desired. Wait, I'm not your enemy. My name is Shinji, and I would like to inquire, where exactly am I? The bear-esque growl seems to dismiss him, either out of disdain or an inability to comprehend human speech. Judging by the circumstances, it is likely the latter. With a roar, the Arctic bear lunges directly at Shinji. Eyes wide, Shinji's gaze ignites with a crimson hue. Thus, there is no need for further dialogue. Anger surges within him, and he swiftly forms hand seals, eager to test a ninjutsu he had previously learned but never had the opportunity to employ. The sequence, snake, horse, monkey, pig, horse, tiger, is executed with fluid grace. As the final seal is completed, Shinji takes a deep breath, chest swelling slightly. Fire style, great fireball technique. Chapter 14. The fox spirit. A colossal fireball erupted from its maw, enveloped in searing flames, racing forth with tremendous velocity. Wherever it traveled, the icy ground swiftly melted away, revealing a barren surface beneath. Long before the fireball drew near, the polar bear sensed its intense heat, prompting a hasty retreat in sheer fright, should it linger too long. It might find itself reduced to mere bare paws. As the polar bear fled, Aokiji did not rush to pursue. It is wise not to chase a desperate foe, lest unexpected complications arise. The seals on the ground provided ample sustenance for him for quite some time. Previously, he had been chided by Tsunade for being an Uchiha who could not perform fire techniques. In response, Aokiji diligently perused his grandmother's training notes, seeking a fundamental fire technique to master. Thus, he chose the fire release, great fireball technique. This was one of the most common ninjutsu among the Uchiha. Any Uchiha worth their salt could execute a commendable great fireball technique. The essence of the technique involves swiftly forming hand seals and then refining the chakra within, allowing it to linger near the throat before releasing it in a single breath. Although it appeared deceptively simple, the execution proved to be quite straightforward. Following the instructions in the notes, Aokiji diligently practiced the hand seals until he was able to perform the technique with ease, nearly setting his home ablaze in the process. While this accomplishment can be attributed to his diligent efforts, the decisive factor was undoubtedly his innate talent. In this world, Aokiji's greatest boon was the possession of a body endowed with remarkable abilities. Compared to the ordinary natives of this realm, he enjoyed a slight informational advantage. But the true advantage lay in the very essence of his being, serving as his greatest asset in navigating this existence. Had he been reincarnated in a body of average capabilities, many of his subsequent endeavors would have remained unattainable. In his previous life, the concept of nobility and power was universally acknowledged, yet in this new existence, it transformed into a rhetorical question. Do those of noble blood possess true courage? Bloodlines wield considerable significance in this realm. The offspring of clans possessing Kekkei Genkai are undeniably superior to those born of common ninja lineage. While this may not be immediately apparent in youth, as one matures and awakens the latent power of their bloodline, ordinary ninja struggle to keep pace, often reduced to mere spectators. Take, for instance, the execution of ninjutsu. It is far from a mere matter of mastering hand seals and possessing adequate chakra. The underlying principles are intricate and cannot be succinctly articulated. However, one immutable truth prevails: the physical form. There exist variances in bodily structure among individuals, and these differences influence the flow of chakra during the execution of ninjutsu. The more intricate and advanced the technique, the more elusive and challenging it becomes. This disparity explains why the difficulty of learning ninjutsu varies among individuals. What may be classified as an A-level challenge for one person might be deemed a B or even lower for another. The reason Itachi Uchiha could learn the great fireball technique in a single glance lies in this very principle. The formation of hand seals for ninjutsu serves to regulate this process, but such regulation offers only limited assistance. Through the Sharingan, one can glimpse the flow of chakra, facilitating imitation of simpler techniques. However, for the talented ninjas, such matters are trivial. They simply clap their hands and proceed without delay. Adjusting is a waste of time. Wouldn't you agree, Hashirama Senju? A robust physique not only aids in the execution of ninjutsu, but also provides unparalleled advantages in its study. Developing ninjutsu is akin to extinguishing a fire. To do so, one requires a hose and a faucet. The faucet represents chakra, while the hose symbolizes the correct method. For an ordinary person, there may be 1,000 hoses available, yet each one alone fails to reach the fire source. One must find a hose that matches the faucet in size to connect effectively. In contrast, gifted ninjas face perhaps a mere 100 hoses. But these hoses are long and thick, allowing them to quickly identify and utilize the correct one. This discrepancy in trial and error costs creates a substantial time gap. Otherwise, how could Tobirama develop such an array of peculiar yet potent ninjutsu? Is it solely due to intelligence? Not entirely. If we consider intelligence, the Nara clan possesses top-tier intellect. Yet they have not produced similarly impressive ninjutsu, instead relying on established techniques like the shadow jutsu. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Aoi possesses innate fire-style chakra, complemented by his awakened ice release, which is a bloodline limit formed by the combination of wind and water. Consequently, he now commands 3 elemental chakra types, placing him at a higher starting point than the average J-nin. Gathering his thoughts, Aoi cast a fireball jutsu upon the carcass of a deceased seal. In the frigid environment, where flammable materials were scarce, he could only maintain the fireball to facilitate a barbecue. Before long, the seal's body was charred and tender, appearing thoroughly cooked. It is said that seal meat is rich in protein, a delicacy Aoi had never tasted in his past life. Today, he would savor it thoroughly. He tore off a piece of the succulent, crispy skin and took a bite. Surprisingly, the flavor was quite exquisite, reminiscent of a fine dining experience from his previous life. Just as he was relishing his meal, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of something white. Aoi squinted slightly, his gaze penetrating, and mused to himself, "All right, I'm full now. It's time to continue my journey." As he stretched lazily and rose to his feet, he departed. At that moment, a creature that had been lurking in the shadows cautiously poked its head out. Its snow-white fur gleamed, adorned with 2 fluffy ears, and its elongated face boasted eyes that sparkled like precious gems. It was a white fox. Once it confirmed that the surroundings were clear, it licked its lips and stealthily approached the roasted seal. This behavior was typical. It would trail behind ferocious carnivores, waiting for an opportune moment to scavenge leftovers once the predators had departed. Initially, it had intended to follow a bear, but after the bear was driven away, its target naturally shifted to the biped, hoping to find scraps as it usually did. It seems that the delectable roasted meat has inspired an unexpected outburst from the white fox, who exclaimed, "Wow, this meat is truly exquisite. I must indulge before the others arrive and I lose my chance." So absorbed was she in her feast that she failed to notice a figure silently approaching from behind until it was too late. The person effortlessly lifted her with a single hand. Gazing at the seemingly innocuous young boy before her, the white fox felt a surge of panic. Wasn't this the very biped that had sent the mighty bear fleeing with a fireball? "Ah, please don't eat me. My flesh is hardly appetizing," she cried, her face paling in fright. Yet fortune smiled upon the blue pheasant, who was fortunate enough to capture a spirit beast capable of human speech. This was an opportunity not to be squandered. "Fear not, I have no interest in fox meat. I wish to ask you a few questions, and in return, I shall release you and even offer you some of the seal meat at my feet. How does that sound?" "Really?" The white fox blinked, her bright eyes sparkling with interest. "As long as you don't consume it all, I would even consider being your wife." The blue pheasant glanced at her, his gaze falling upon her lack of weaponry and her endearing voice, leading him to tentatively conclude that she was, indeed, a female. However, he was not yet desperate enough to indulge in such whims. With a chuckle, he replied, "You flatter yourself. Let us see how you fare after your transformation." "Transformation?" The white fox tilted her head, puzzled. The blue pheasant, now serious, stated, "Enough of the jesting. I will ask you questions, and to demonstrate my sincerity, I shall set you down." He released the white fox, who nodded eagerly, ready to respond. However, in an unexpected twist, the blue pheasant found himself intrigued by the tactile sensation of the fox's fur, unable to resist stroking it. This was far more pleasurable than any interaction he had experienced with cats or dogs. The white fox, surprisingly unperturbed, seemed to revel in the attention, her eyes narrowing in delight. After all, grooming her own fur was a tedious task, often requiring her tongue. Now, she had a willing aid. And who could resist such a stroke of fortune? Yet, she was puzzled by his strange behavior. "Why are you touching me like this?" she inquired with her petite claws scratching her head. "Oh, this?" the blue pheasant replied. "It signifies affection. It is an expression of my trust in you." His reasoning was sound. After all, was it not common for people to pet cats and dogs? Why should the same not apply to a fox? One should not assume bias simply because she was a female. Otherwise, she could accuse him of gender and species discrimination. The white fox understood now that this was indeed a gesture of closeness. "Ah, I see. Then feel free to continue." It was true that some animals exhibited their fondness by licking each other's fur, so she added, "But don't limit your affection to just my back. Why not explore other areas, such as my belly?" "Where exactly is that?" he asked, somewhat taken aback. That area is rather deep, and I sometimes find it difficult to reach with my paws," the white fox explained with a hint of distress. "Moreover, if we are to express closeness, wouldn't it be more effective to lick each other instead?" Having spoken, the white fox extended her delicate, rosy tongue to gently caress the fingertips of the blue pheasant, seeking to establish a closer bond, hoping that this fiery creature could provide sustenance and protection, liberating her from the pangs of hunger and the trials of adversities. In that moment, her gaze towards the blue pheasant transformed. He represented a long-term source of sustenance. As she felt the soft warmth transmitted through his fingers, the blue pheasant, with eyes closed, shook his head to clear his vision. Perhaps the solitude had dulled his senses, leading to illusions. Even a female fox appeared strikingly enchanting. He ceased his affectionate gestures towards her, wary that prolonged contact might further cloud his perception. Oh, why have you stopped? She inquired. I believe this is sufficient. Space is form, and form is emptiness. I am no tyrant, he mused inwardly. Very well then. The white fox lowered her head, a flicker of disappointment flickering in her eyes. I am called Blue Pheasant, he introduced himself. What is your name? The white fox, with a humble demeanor, replied. I am known as the fox spirit. Blue Pheasant. Chapter 15. Ocean monsters. What's wrong with my name? No, nothing at all. Your name is indeed quite unique. Aokiji felt inclined to make a jest, but reconsidered, deciding it prudent to show respect. In this world, animals plus names equal human surnames and given names. For instance, names like Toad Wantai and Toadkiji are commonplace. Thus, a fox calling itself Fox Spirit is perfectly acceptable. It adheres to the conventions. Albeit the character for spirit is used with remarkable finesse. Upon receiving the compliment, the Fox Spirit's eyes sparkled with delight, and her tail wagged enthusiastically, reflecting her joy. Everyone appreciates kind words, especially a female fox. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Fox Spirit, I inquire of you, what is this place? The Aurora Ice Domain. The Aurora Ice Domain? Aokiji was taken aback. Although he had never encountered such a name, it sounded quite grand. The world is vast, and perhaps this location harbors beings akin to the immortals of Miamu Mountain. The Fox Spirit gestured animatedly. At night, vibrant colors occasionally illuminate the sky. It is truly beautiful. Aokiji nodded, deducing that the description resembled the auroras of his previous life, which appear in cold, high-latitude regions quite similar to this environment. Aokiji continued. Do you know how one might leave this place? To his surprise, the Fox Spirit exclaimed, Are you not a creature of this realm? Aokiji sighed, Of course. I am a human and do not belong here. The Fox Spirit's eyes widened in realization. So you are human. No wonder I have never seen a creature like you before. Aokiji keenly seized upon a crucial detail, eagerly asking, Has a human ever arrived here before? Indeed. But that was a long time ago. I probably wasn't even born then. Otherwise, I would surely recognize you, wouldn't I? Aokiji, with hopeful anticipation, inquired, Have you ever heard of beings akin to immortals in this place? Immortals? The Fox Spirit tilted her head in confusion, as that term was foreign to her. This little fox appeared adorably naive, so Aokiji endeavored to explain in the simplest terms to avoid perplexing her straightforward mind. They are essentially beings of great power. Beings of great power? The Fox Spirit pondered deeply. Yes, beings of great power, Aokiji reiterated, urging her to consider carefully. After a moment of contemplation, the Fox Spirit responded, If one were to speak of the mightiest being here, it would undoubtedly be the Snow Monarch. The Snow Monarch? Aokiji gasped. The name alone suggested formidable strength. Curiously, he asked, What does it look like? Though the Fox Spirit struggled for words, Aokiji deciphered from her fragmented descriptions that the Snow Monarch resembled an ice phoenix, akin to those from myth. In the mythological framework of previous incarnations, the phoenix undoubtedly ranks among the ancient divine beasts, far surpassing creatures such as frogs, toads, and serpents. It embodies a celestial essence, indeed. To categorize the phoenix by mere levels would be a profound insult. A dimensional distinction would be far more appropriate. How might I behold it? Shinji exclaimed with fervor, believing that locating the Snow Sovereign would provide a means of escape from this place. The vixen shook her head, replying, You cannot see it. Puzzled, Shinji inquired, Why not? The Snow Sovereign typically resides in the Ice Island, rarely venturing out. In my entire life, I have only had the fortune to see it once. Shinji reasoned. Then I shall simply travel to the Ice Island and beseech it in person. Being an immortal, it should possess a temperament befitting its stature and not concern itself with a mere pawn like me. The vixen shook her head once more. The Ice Island is not on this island, it lies upon another. The only route to that island is fraught with a colossal, black and white marine creature. At this juncture, her countenance turned pale. Even a being as large as Brother Bear would be mere morsel for such a creature. Goodness, how perilous! Shinji exclaimed, his resolve wavering. His fiery ball technique could easily intimidate ordinary bears, but confronting a beast capable of swallowing one whole was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Moreover, this creature thrived in the ocean, possessing an undeniable advantage. Curse it, is this where my journey ends? Shinji bit his lip, reluctant to accept defeat. What might that black and white creature resemble? Though the prospect seemed dim, Shinji felt compelled to gather information, hoping for a glimmer of hope. The Snow Sovereign represented his sole chance of return and potentially a pathway to celestial cultivation. In the realm of danger and opportunity, one must take risks. Who knows? Perhaps a bicycle could transform into a luxury vehicle. The vixen, taken aback by his determination, exclaimed, "Are you truly considering this? How will I know without trying?" He countered, "Alas, why do you refuse to heed my warnings? I must tell you, such creatures are not only immensely powerful but possess a dreadful penchant for tormenting their prey. Most beings captured by them do not die from bites but rather succumb to torture during play." This was not mere hyperbole from the vixen, but rather a testament to her first-hand experience. Shinji furrowed his brow. "They?" The vixen confirmed, "Indeed, they. These monsters often hunt in packs, which is why I implore you not to go." A twitch crossed Shinji's lips. What manner of beast was this? Not only were they individually formidable and delighting in the torment of their prey, but they also favored collaborative hunting. What sort of monstrosity was this? And was there truly no escape? It was no wonder the vixen was alarmed at the mere mention of this creature, urging him vehemently to stay away. To dissuade Shinji from pursuing a path to certain doom and to secure her own position, the vixen intended to allow him to witness the creature firsthand. For mere words could scarcely convey the impact of reality. Surely not, she mused. At this moment, Aokiji was already contemplating retreat. According to the description provided by the kitsune, this monstrous creature of the sea was deemed insurmountable, and he realized that he would not be able to reach the icy isle to encounter the Ice Phoenix anytime soon. Returning to Konoha was not an option for now, and he had even prepared himself for a prolonged stay in this unfamiliar place. Fortunately, there was a little fox accompanying him to alleviate his troubles. Why must I endure such misfortune? Aokiji sighed deeply, recalling how a summoning technique had nearly cost him his life. It's all right. This creature sometimes comes ashore, and when it does, we shall keep our distance. However, upon hearing this, Aokiji felt even more apprehensive. It actually comes ashore? What kind of invincible marine beast is this, showing no mercy to other lives? Surely it cannot be a manifestation of Cthulhu. As a sea creature, it should possess inherent vulnerabilities, he thought, feeling exasperated. Thankfully, the kitsune continued, explaining that the monster only ventured onto land by riding the waves, pouncing into the shallows to catch its prey before retreating back into the depths with the help of its tail. This revelation eased Aokiji's trepidation. I knew it. How could such a bug-like creature exist in this world? Nevertheless, he remained profoundly astonished. The ability to transition from water to land indicated a remarkable level of intelligence in this being. With the looming threat diminished, Aokiji felt his curiosity about the creature intensifying, and he found himself eagerly anticipating an encounter. Akuso. Wait a moment, I need to finish this meat first, he said, noticing the kitsune gazing at him pitifully, indicating her hunger was not yet satisfied. How troublesome you are, kitsune, he remarked, displaying his impatience as his interest grew. The kitsune, displaying her human-like nature, squatted in the snow, cradling her belly. What can I do? I'm hungry. All right. Hurry up, Aokiji urged, having no choice but to prompt her. Okay. The kitsune chimed, her spirits lifted at the prospect of having Aokiji to safeguard her as she indulged without restraint, soon ending up with a round belly, as plump as two foxes. Is that enough? Wait a moment, I need to digest. I've eaten too much, she said, curling up, feeling satisfied and drowsy. Aokiji, unable to bear the sight, picked her up and cradled her in his arms, realizing that this portly fox was rather heavy. How troublesome. Just guide me, and I'll manage on my own. All right. The kitsune narrowed her eyes, cutely yawning as she shifted closer into his embrace. Perhaps having grown accustomed to him, she began to take liberties, pushing her luck. Under the kitsune's guidance, Aokiji leapt and bounded, encountering various peculiar creatures along the way, but only sparing them a fleeting glance before finally arriving at the shoreline. There, a group of seals basked lazily in the sun. These seals were several times larger than the ones Aokiji had previously eaten, suggesting they belonged to the same family yet were of a different species. Is this the place? Aokiji inquired. The fox spirit let out a sound of acknowledgement. And then, one simply had to wait, as luck would have it. One might witness the spectacle of that group of monsters hunting. The air was slightly chilly, prompting the green pheasant to draw closer to the fox spirit. Not for any other intention but merely for warmth, its fur was quite cozy. Thus, he waited, unaware of how much time had elapsed, when suddenly the sea level surged, accompanied by a colossal, dark fish fin emerging from the depths. A creature, its body entirely black with white spots around its eyes, broke through the waves, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp, serrated teeth, a sight most terrifying. The seals basking in the sun were taken aback, hastily retreating towards the shore. However, it was too late. The monster lunged, clamping its jaws around a seal and, with a swift upward motion, hurled it into the air. Just as the seal was about to plummet back into the sea, an enormous fish tail swiped through the water, delivering a powerful blow that sent the unfortunate creature spinning. Its bones shattered. Yet, the horror did not cease there. Another beast emerged, using its tail to swat the seal away just as it was teetering on the brink of the ocean. This behavior, akin to that of a shrike treating its prey like a ping-pong ball, was indeed chilling. The green pheasant watched in astonishment. These creatures, apart from their immense size, were a striking resemblance to the oceanic overlords of a past life, and their penchant for tormenting their prey could only be likened to that of the orca, known also as the killer whale, a name both resounding and fearsome. P.S. Apologies for the previous chapter. I was caught speeding and overturned, resulting in a ban. Chapter 16. Mounts. I have mentioned the terrifying nature of such creatures. As the fox spirit spoke, Qingji could sense her body trembling slightly. If one were to imagine the seal that was currently flailing, Qingji could somewhat empathize with her trepidation. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and mustered his courage to slowly approach the orca in the shallow waters. At that moment, as the fox spirit was being embraced, Qingji moved closer, and she too instinctively drew nearer, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "I wish to attempt communication," Qingji declared, wagering that these orcas might possess the ability to speak human language. Furthermore, he speculated whether the orcas here shared the same behavioral patterns as those from his previous life. "Are you insane? Don't drag me into your demise." The fox spirit leapt from Qingji's embrace, unwilling to be devoured by an orca at such a tender age. "Don't go. You'll perish." It wasn't that she held any particular affection for this human. Rather, if he were to perish, where would she find such a promising source of sustenance? Qingji offered her a reassuring smile, revealing that the fox spirit was indeed somewhat concerned for his well-being. He cautiously called out to the orcas engaged in playful antics in the shallow waters, hoping to capture their attention. Upon hearing his voice, the frolicking orcas paused their play, abandoning their toys and food to gaze in the direction of the sound, where an innocuous biped stood before them. Curiously, a young orca asked, "Mom, what is that two-legged creature?" "Chubby, that is a human child. Can we eat it?" "That is not a creature we can consume. It is an intelligent being." "Just like us," the orca mother replied with a smile. "It has been a long time since we encountered a human. Let us go greet it." With that, she led several of her young ones over. Truth be told, when the massive orca approached him, Qingji nearly lost his composure, feeling a surge of fear and a desire to flee. Fortunately, the orcas exhibited no malice, swimming towards him at a gentle pace, devoid of predatory intent. Hello." Qingji greeted politely, hopeful for a reciprocated response. "Hello, human child," came the reply. Qingji sighed in relief. This was a sentient creature capable of human speech, and it appeared to possess a pleasant demeanor. The orcas in the wild are often known for their ferocity for some inexplicable reason. They tend to exhibit an inexplicable friendliness towards humans, occasionally even extending assistance. Orcas are notoriously selective eaters, often preying on sharks and other whales, favoring their livers. This has led some to assert that orcas maintain a strictly regulated diet, deeming human flesh as lacking nutritional value. However, it is worth noting that orcas sometimes consume lesser avian species, and in terms of nutritional value, human flesh is likely superior to that of such birds. The prevailing view is that orcas possess a high level of intelligence and are drawn to humans of similar intellect, which explains their reluctance to initiate attacks and, when necessary, their willingness to offer aid. Based on the aforementioned premise, Aokiji mustered the courage to engage in conversation with the orca, fortuitously emerging victorious from the gamble. "I am called Aokiji. Due to my summoning abilities, I inadvertently arrived in this realm. May I inquire as to how I might depart from here?" In that brief statement, Aokiji revealed his name, origin, and intention, while deliberately withholding his surname. As a prominent clan among the shinobi, the Uchiha were bound to have made enemies, and it was conceivable that the previous master of the summoning beast had fallen victim to the Uchiha clan. To recklessly disclose his identity could invite retribution. The orca mother was taken aback by Aokiji's arrival through summoning. "Regrettably, I am unable to answer that question." Aokiji bowed his head, displaying his dejection. But the subsequent words of the orca mother rekindled his hope. "However, the Snow Empress may have a solution. You could seek her out. I can guide you." "Is that true?" Aokiji's eyes brightened with excitement. "Then climb onto my back, and I shall take you there." The orca mother's eagerness seemed almost surreal. Having never ridden a horse in his past life, The prospect of riding an orca in this one exhilarated Aokiji, who responded with fervent agreement. Do not go. They are deceiving you. If you venture into the sea, your fate is sealed, warned a fox spirit that had been lurking at a distance, cautioning Aokiji against being tricked. Aokiji was taken aback. Just as the fox spirit had indicated, if these orcas were malicious, luring him into the depths of the ocean, he would truly become prey. The orca, seemingly offended by the notion of being misunderstood, emitted a spray of water from its back and remarked, "If you do not believe us, then so be it." The fox spirit whispered conspiratorially, "Have you forgotten how they treat seals in the ocean?" The orca mother's tone was gentle. "Little fox, if your fear stems from that, you have misjudged us. We would never act thus towards humans, or more accurately, towards beings capable of communication. Therefore, we extend our friendship to those who share our language." "Deceivers," the fox spirit retorted, shaking her head, convinced of her own shrewdness. The orca mother then turned to Aokiji with a smile. "When it comes to matters of sustenance, humans ought to possess greater authority, would they not?" Aokiji nodded in reluctant agreement. Humans, in their consumption of food, naturally disregard the feelings of animals, as communication between the two is non-existent. Imagine if one day the pigs they regularly consumed could suddenly speak. Would they still find it easy to feast upon them? It would likely be a challenging prospect. The orca's friendliness towards him stemmed from their shared language. "I believe you." Aokiji resolved to take a chance. He was such a small creature that he hardly posed a threat to the orca. He felt assured that there was little reason for the orca to deceive him. Upon witnessing the perceptiveness of the young bluefin whale, the stout tiger whale felt a surge of fondness towards him. "You, human, possess quite a sense of reason. Unlike that fox. In light of this, why not take a seat upon my back?" Although this young tiger whale was merely a child, his species' innate gifts endowed him with a considerable size, measuring around 6 to 7 meters in length, rendering him quite capable of carrying a 6-year-old bluefin with ease. "Is that permissible?" he boasted with confidence. "Do not be deceived by my appearance. My speed is quite remarkable. In that case, I shall graciously accept your offer," replied the bluefin, who was merely being polite. His true desire lay in riding his mother, who appeared significantly larger. While the present young whale could certainly accommodate him, it was evident that riding the larger whale would be far more comfortable. However, given the eagerness of this smaller creature, he felt it impolite to decline, lest he appear ungrateful. Having reached an agreement with the whale, they prepared to depart when unexpectedly, the whale's mother inquired about the fox. "Would you care to join us?" She could discern that the small fox was not allied with the human. It was merely a chance encounter. The fox shook her head. Intrigued as she was by the mysteries of the ice island, her instinct for survival prevailed. The whale's mother chuckled. "Are you not curious as to why you differ from other foxes?" "How do you know?" The fox pondered. From the moment of her birth, she had recognized her dissimilarity from her siblings, manifesting as a tendency to speak kindly, unlike the typical fox. This peculiarity often led to her being ostracized by her kin. The whale's mother teased, "You will understand when you arrive." "Will you go?" After a moment of deliberation, the fox ultimately resolved to venture forth and discover the truth. She leapt onto the whale, curling up into a ball, resembling a cozy fox fur hat, and sweetly offered, "Given how cold it is, shall I serve as your hat?" The bluefin mused silently, recognizing the fox's evident fear of death, despite her grandiloquent demeanor. He chose not to expose her, granting her a measure of dignity, and truthfully found her fur quite warm. Following this, the bluefin mounted the back of the tiger whale, embarking towards the ice island, sailing smoothly and majestically upon the waves. The tiger whale, though appearing rotund, displayed remarkable speed, which was somewhat hampered by the presence of a rider. Otherwise, he would surely swim even faster. "How do you find my speed?" the whale inquired. The bluefin quickly praised him. "I once believed that sharks were the fiercest creatures of the sea, but I see now that there are indeed beings more formidable than sharks." "Humph, sharks are hardly noteworthy. They are merely our sustenance," the whale replied with disdain. "To vanquish a shark is no grand feat. At times, we capture creatures many times our size. That is true prowess." "You are indeed brave," remarked the bluefin. Amidst a flurry of flattery, the young orca found itself in a daze. Somewhat lost in the moment, its tender age made it easily swayed. "What is your name?" "You can call me Fat Tiger," it replied. "And you?" "I am Deshiong. Or rather, I am Aokiji." With this exchange, the human and the orca became formally acquainted. Observing the orca's vigorous demeanor, Aokiji's mind began to whirl with possibilities. Dismissing any thoughts of impossibility, spirit beasts could indeed be contracted by multiple individuals, and Aokiji intended to secure several. each representing different environments, one for the ocean, one for the land, and one for the sky. He could not fathom why characters in the original work opted for a singular contract or limited themselves to one species. An opportunity now presented itself, and Aokiji was determined not to let it slip away. After all the prior compliments, it was time for the crux of the matter. Orca, would you like to become my spirit beast? Spirit beast? The orca echoed. Yes. If you become my spirit beast, I can take you to see the outside world, which is far more fascinating than this icy realm. Aokiji gestured animatedly, attempting to persuade the orca, yet despite his eloquent words and dazzling rhetoric, Orca remained uninterested. The concept of a spirit beast was clear to him. It merely entailed being a subordinate. However, the fox spirit perched atop his head grew increasingly intrigued, leaping down, her tail swaying, gazing up at Aokiji with sparkling eyes. In that case, if you don't mind, I would like to be your spirit beast. You? Aokiji glanced at her, noting her diminutive stature, which seemed only suitable for wearing a hat or being adorable. I'm afraid I find that quite objectionable. Like any rejected suitor. The fox spirit inquired about the reasons for his disdain. Aokiji replied, you simply cannot compare. With a dismissive flick of his hand, he continued, go over there and cool off. Do not disturb my conversation with Fat Tiger. What use would I have for such a tiny spirit beast? You wouldn't even suffice as a mount. It's merely about being a mount, right? I could manage that too. Aokiji was left utterly perplexed by such audacious claims. Chapter 17. The Ice Phoenix. The Azure Pheasant cast a glance at her, feeling compelled to remark, no, you truly cannot. The enchanting fox, refusing to concede, hesitated for a moment before shyly scratching her head. But speaking of mounts, what exactly is that? The Azure Pheasant, slightly embarrassed, explained, a mount is essentially a creature meant for riding. Thus its foremost requirement is size, much like the orca beneath our feet. Given your diminutive stature, it is rather amusing to suggest you could serve as my steed. In fact, it seems I would be more suited to carry you. Her statement held a kernel of truth. Throughout their journey, the fox had been lounging upon her, to the point where the Azure Pheasant nearly felt like the mount. The fox comprehended, realizing that her earlier naivete stemmed not from stupidity, but from a lack of exposure. I see. Then just wait for me to grow up. And I shall be your companion, day or night. How about it? Allow me to become your spiritual beast. The fox displayed utmost flattery, seeking to align herself with the Azure Pheasant, a potential source of continued support. Day or night is acceptable. Such words seemed rather seductive. Coupled with her soft and beguiling voice, which carried an alluring undertone, her casual remarks began to sound intentional. The Azure Pheasant, despite recognizing the fox's foolish charm, found her allure somewhat perplexing. Wiping his eyes, he reassured himself of his clarity. It was inconceivable to develop any interest in a fox, regardless of her attempts at endearment. Remaining as unyielding as a monk, he remained unaffected by her whims. The orca's speed was remarkable, swiftly transporting them to the ice island. Upon entering, they beheld a collection of ice sculptures resembling penguins, seagulls, and more, each intricately carved with astonishing lifelike detail, truly a marvel of craftsmanship. The Azure Pheasant could not help but marvel, exclaiming, indeed, this is a place befitting a great being, exuding grandeur. These are not mere sculptures, the orca matriarch suddenly interjected. They are beings that failed in their cultivation of celestial arts. Celestial arts? The Azure Pheasant inquired, astonished. Is it not the case that failure in celestial cultivation results in transformation into stone? The orca matriarch regarded him with mild surprise, having only intended a casual explanation. She had not anticipated that this young human would possess such insight, and her gaze deepened with significance. The side effects of cultivating celestial arts vary greatly among different methods. However, such profound matters are likely beyond your usual grasp, especially for one so young. I once perused some texts in my clan's library, hence my familiarity. The Azure Pheasant admitted, realizing he had inadvertently overstepped. Rather than feigning cleverness, he opted for candor, hoping to elicit a more lenient response. Clan? The Azure Pheasant continued. My family belongs to the Uchiha. The Uchiha, indeed, is a formidable lineage, the orca matriarch mused. Is your Uchiha clan truly that powerful? The fox inquired. Her curiosity piqued regarding the Azure Pheasant's heritage. Yes, the Uchiha is considered one of the most powerful clans on this continent. This continent? The Azure Pheasant grasped the key term. He had examined the world map of the Naruto universe, and it appeared rather diminutive. The journey from Konohagakure to Tsunade took merely 3 days on foot, which seemed utterly absurd, one might as well assume he had traveled by airplane. The territories of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind combined nearly occupied 30% of the visible map, illustrating just how limited the Naruto universe truly is. Mama Orca reminisced. Indeed, my former master spent decades traversing the seas to finally arrive at your realm. This suggested that the Aurora Ice Prison was not situated on their continent. Precisely, confirmed Aokiji, who privately marveled at the notion that his region might be an isolated island, reminiscent of a small nation from a past life, possibly inhabited by another group of people across the vast ocean. It was fitting to describe the wars in Naruto with the term village autumn warring states, referring to the conflicts among the 5 prominent villages led by Konohagakure. However, such matters were not Aokiji's immediate concern. He needed to first comprehend his own territory. Before long, they reached their destination. Aokiji disembarked and soon spotted a plump, waddling creature that resembled a bird yet was not quite one. Aokiji discerned it was likely a penguin. Upon seeing it, Mama Orca briefly relayed the context of their visit. Through their conversation, Aokiji learned that this penguin was named Mani and seemed to hold a certain status in this locale. Children of humanity, come with me, it beckoned. Aokiji nodded in understanding and followed behind Mani into an icy cavern. After an indeterminate passage of time, they emerged not from a cave, but rather into an open space at its center. At last, Aokiji beheld the long-anticipated Snow Queen. On a colossal ice platform stood an enormous creature that resembled a bird, devoid of feathers, with a deep blue, crystalline body akin to a grand ice sculpture. Beside it was an elderly woman, her face lined with wrinkles, her hair white as frost. Though aged and diminished, her fox-like eyes hinted at a beauty she must have possessed in her youth. Humans? Upon sighting a fellow being, Aokiji barely had time to feel joy before he was captivated by the 2 furry ears atop her head and the tail trailing behind her. At that moment, the elderly woman noticed Aokiji's presence, her expression transforming into one of delight as if she had discovered a fascinating new toy. She approached him with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Oh my, where did this little handsome fellow come from? Let me have a good look, perhaps even a thorough examination." Aokiji was momentarily taken aback, his mouth twitching at her words. How could this old woman be so inappropriate, shattering his image of the kindly elderly? Ma'am, please maintain some decorum," he implored, extending his hand to prevent any further intimate gestures. Setting aside the reality of the situation, Aokiji held no prejudice against boldness. But he certainly preferred to avoid the antics of this antiquated figure. "You truly exude a sense of indifference. Pray tell, do you possess any semblance of self-awareness?" "Why would I be aloof?" Aokiji stifled the urge to express his grievances. "You audacious vixen, must you flaunt your allure indiscriminately, even sparing not a child?" Aokiji restrained himself due to the presence of guests, yet the nearby penguin would not hold back, boldly confronting the situation. As a result, the penguin's stature in Aokiji's eyes instantly elevated, showcasing itself as a beacon of positivity. Through their mutual banter, Aokiji learned that the fox was named Baosi. However, what did this penguin just utter? "You flirtatious fox." Aokiji gazed at the elderly woman before him, astonished. Can a spirit beast truly cultivate into a human form? Yet upon reflection, it seems plausible. He recalled that several maidens in the dragon's cave appeared to possess human forms, which provided clarity to his thoughts. Aokiji inadvertently cast a glance at the enchanting fox on the ground. Upon sensing his gaze, the fox tilted its head in confusion. The Snow Sovereign's eyes shifted to Aokiji's rear, sending a chill down his spine, not out of fear, but from an undeniable coldness. Aokiji silently marveled. Indeed, the ice phoenix radiated an aura of chilling elegance with every movement, a mere glimpse of its formidable command over the surrounding natural energies. It is a rarity to see a human child in such a place. The Snow Sovereign's voice, tinged with femininity, was soft, contrasting her frigid abilities, bestowing an impression of approachability. Much like myself, Aokiji shamelessly indulged in self-aggrandizement. The esteemed leader had spoken, and the previously bickering subordinates promptly silenced themselves, recognizing the gravity of the moment. Note: the Aurora Ice Realm will not be extensively featured, as it was not present in the original narrative. It serves merely as a fitting training ground for the protagonist. Without the guidance of a mentor, the protagonist would find it challenging to keep pace with the legendary 3 ninjas, given their exceptional talents. Chapter 18, Without Money. Do you still wish to learn the arts of immortality? Konoha's Aoi knelt on one knee, his demeanor humble and respectful. "I am Uchiha Aoi. Having carelessly employed the summoning technique to arrive here, may I inquire how I might return, your Majesty of Snow?" The name Uchiha carried a certain weight, and upon hearing it, the Snow Monarch's crystalline eyes revealed a glimmer of interest. You possess the bloodline limit of ice release, do you not? Indeed. My father wields the Sharingan, while my mother possesses the ice release bloodline limit. The Snow Monarch discerned the power within him at a glance, and Aoi was not overly surprised. It would indeed be strange for a being of such caliber to overlook it. Moreover, in a certain sense, his ice release shared an intrinsic similarity with its own abilities. The previous exchange prompted Aoi to ponder. Could it be that my accidental arrival here due to the summoning technique is somehow related to my ice release bloodline limit? That merely increases the likelihood, the Snow Monarch remarked with a hint of nostalgia. The Aurora Ice Realm does not exist in this continent. For an ordinary person to arrive here, one would typically require a method akin to yours. Employing the summoning technique without a signed contract is exceedingly perilous. Aside from Aoi's unique case, there are instances where one unwittingly summons creatures that turn against the conjurer, posing a threat to their very existence. Historically, there have been tales of those who, lacking a contract, summon beasts only to meet their demise at their hands. With the wisdom gained from such experiences, practitioners of the summoning technique are always advised to exercise caution, resulting in few dare to use it without a contract. Only those forgetful of such instructions might resort to such reckless actions. Noticing the Snow Monarch's unpretentious nature, Aoi scratched his head, his tone lighthearted as he chuckled. So, I suppose I'm rather fortunate. Had I ended up in some bizarre locale, I would have been in dire straits. After this light banter, he returned to the matter at hand, inquiring about his return. The Snow Monarch did not impose any difficulty upon Aoi, directly revealing the method for his return, which was quite straightforward. He simply needed to exhaust his chakra. The essence of the summoning technique is temporal displacement, and the duration of this displacement is sustained by chakra. Is it truly that simple? Aoi was taken aback, having anticipated a more arduous endeavor. Due to the rarity of individuals undertaking such actions, this method had gradually become obscure. Aoi fell silent for a moment. If he were to return this way, it would likely be difficult to come back again. Places conducive to the cultivation of immortal arts are not commonplace, while the three great sage realms also allow for the practice of such arts. Aoi felt that the systems of immortality in those locations would not be as suited to his ice release as this one. He decided to inquire further, curious about the response he might receive, reasoning that it would not cost him anything. If I return, will it be exceedingly difficult to visit this place again? The Snow Sovereign replied, indeed. The arrival to the Aurora Ice Domain through the art of spirit communication is highly serendipitous, a rare opportunity to be encountered but not sought. May I dare to pose a question? Please do, you responded. On my way here, I heard tales of celestial arts. What prerequisites must I fulfill should I wish to learn? It would be wise to refrain from employing any clever tricks with a being of unknown age, lest one leaves a poor impression. Presently, he appeared as a child, and a child should embody the innocence of youth, free from ulterior motives, thus speaking candidly. The Snow Sovereign did not refuse, but instead inquired, what compels you to learn celestial arts? The pursuit of strength, Qing Ji candidly replied. The Snow Sovereign continued to question. And then? To lead a life of ease. The Snow Sovereign had anticipated various responses from Qing Ji, yet she was taken aback by this particular statement, leaving even her somewhat perplexed. What do you mean? Qing Ji clarified. I harbor little interest in combat. I merely wish to live a fulfilling life. The Snow Sovereign, intrigued, asked, if that is the case, why then do you seek power? Only by becoming the strongest can one truly rest easy. To some extent, Qing Ji's reasoning held merit, and the Snow Sovereign found his answer quite amusing, smiling as she said, since you wish to learn, I shall not hinder you. Qing Ji exhaled in relief, his anxious heart finally at ease. When he expressed his intention, he had prepared himself for the worst. At that moment, the penguin Mani instinctively stepped forward, opening its beak and, with a retching sound, expelling a scroll. Upon closer examination, the scroll was densely inscribed with names, those of past contract holders who had entered into agreements with the Aurora Ice Domain many years prior. Qing Ji beamed with delight and, under Mani's guidance, bit his fingertip and resolutely inscribed his name in the designated space, pressing his bloodied fingerprint to seal the contract with the Aurora Ice Domain. Typically, spirit beasts and their contractors enter into one-on-one agreements. However, his contract was rather unique, binding him to the entire Aurora Ice Domain. As long as he possessed the knowledge of the spirit beast's identity and offered the requisite chakra, he could summon the corresponding spirit beast. Of course, this was contingent upon the spirit beast's willingness to respond to the summoner. The spirit beast held the right to accept or decline the summons, and could even relay the summoning command to other spirit beasts, akin to a group chat where one might call out for Spirit Beast A to assist, only for Spirit Beast A to decline and suggest seeking Spirit Beast B, who might readily comply, thus appearing with a decisive flourish. I see, Qingji exclaimed with excitement. So, may I now commence my formal training in celestial arts? Penguin Mani spoke, not so fast. Although you have obtained the Snow Emperor's permission, you must undergo a trial next. Qingji, trembling at the words, asked, a trial? What kind of trial? He was a person who tended to consider worst-case scenarios and instinctively feared that, like in the Dragon Cave, failure could result in dire consequences. With a cheerful smile, Penguin Mani inquired, did you bring any money? Qingji, puzzled, responded, money? What do I need money for? That is the trial, Mani replied. This trial seems rather mundane. How much do you need? In your currency, I would say around 10 million should suffice. 10 million just like that? Why don't you go rob a bank? Qingji thought, as he realized that the rewards for ninjas varied according to the difficulty of the tasks, with S rank being the highest level, yielding millions in earnings. In other words, Qingji estimated he would need to complete at least 10 S rank missions to afford such a sum. The thought of such an amount made him feel as if he would have to sell a kidney to pay. Feeling troubled, Qingji replied, I don't have that much money. Penguin Mani's expression shifted, and he retorted, no money, yet you wish to learn the mystical arts? Can I lend you some? Qingji, feeling wronged, responded, I truly cannot muster that amount right now, but I promise to work and repay it when I grow up. Penguin Mani firmly rejected, no. What if the contractee dies halfway through? Qingji gritted his teeth in frustration. This is hardly a penguin-like approach. What do you need the money for? Watch closely, Mani said, producing a scroll and unfurling it, revealing strange runes. Then, he took a stack of money and placed it above the runes. After completing these actions, he clapped his hands and pressed down with one hand. With a loud bang, white smoke erupted around the scroll, and when the smoke cleared, a table appeared out of thin air. Qingji was left dumbfounded, not by the table itself, but by the exquisite dishes that adorned it. What was that? Money escape? Coach, I want to learn that. Qingji marveled, that's incredible. See, this is my secret technique. As long as I have money, I can exchange it for anything, Penguin Mani explained. Taking a bite of an apple he produced, savoring its crisp and refreshing taste. Indeed, money is a wonderful thing. Qingji nodded in agreement. Money isn't everything, but without it, nothing can be achieved. Penguin Mani contemplated these words and responded, For someone so young, you have quite a profound understanding of things. Very well. Asking you for such a large sum is indeed unfair. How about this? You can owe me for now, and when you have money, you can repay me. Given your understanding of finances, I trust you will find a way to earn it. Overjoyed, Qingji vowed to honor and respect him once he made money. Penguin Mani nodded in satisfaction, pleased to have a promising pupil. From now on, you may call me master. Yes, master. Kazan knelt on one knee, bowing his head in gratitude. With this gesture, could I finally learn the art of immortality? I have paid the tuition and shown my respect to the master. Surely, it is time for me to be taught the secrets of the celestial arts. However, the penguin shook its head, indicating that I was not yet ready. Why is that? Could it be that this creature is toying with me? Suddenly, realization struck Kazan. I comprehend now. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Mastering the celestial arts is fraught with peril, and my foremost task should be to solidify my foundation rather than reach for the stars, correct? The teacher truly exerts great effort on my behalf. The penguin, Mani, was taken aback. Is this so? Oh, not at all. One can practice the celestial arts at any time. The initial payment of 10 million taels was merely the fee for apprenticeship, and any subsequent lessons in the celestial arts will require additional funds. Additional funds? You must be joking. Thus, through this convoluted process, Kazan found himself inexplicably burdened with a mountain of debt, having learned not a single thing, and the worst part was that he dared not utter a word of dissent. Maintaining an attitude of heartfelt gratitude. It seems that the art of earning money has been thoroughly elucidated by Penguin Mani. This is hardly penguin-like at all. Chapter 19. The attentive green peafowl upon returning to Konoha. The sun had already risen, and the burden of debt weighed heavily upon him. The green peafowl grumbled, denouncing the unscrupulous behavior of penguins. Dragging his heavy eyelids, he made his way to school, collapsing into slumber, drooling profusely. His classmates paid little heed to his antics. After all, the title of class sleeper was not bestowed lightly. Hey, wake up. Before he realized how much time had passed, he felt someone nudging him. As he groggily opened his eyes, he discovered it was his deskmate trying to rouse him. "What is the matter? Is it time to go home?" His deskmate, clearly exasperated, replied, "Don't you remember? We have a special guest, a jonin, coming to give a lecture today." Everyone left early. If not for his deskmate's insistence, he would have ignored the situation entirely. "Oh, right." The green peafowl rubbed his eyes, grateful for the reminder. Occasionally, the Ninja Academy would invite esteemed jonin to deliver lectures, akin to renowned figures speaking at prestigious schools in the past, all in an effort to inspire the students. The green peafowl and his deskmate arrived at the designated classroom, where students were already seated, but the teacher had yet to arrive, indicating their timing was fortuitous. Choosing a random seat, he contemplated whether to continue his daydreaming. However, he was soon jolted awake by a classmate. Feeling a surge of alertness, he realized he was unlikely to fall back asleep. After a brief interlude, the lecturer arrived, a woman with a dignified demeanor, her hair tied back in a ponytail. Her name was Peepa Lake, a medical ninja. After a succinct introduction, she unfurled a scroll inscribed with incantations, her hands overlapping and emanating a soft green glow. In no time, a previously lifeless fish sprang to life, earning enthusiastic applause from the students. Yet, when she inquired if anyone was interested in medical ninjutsu, silence enveloped the room. Peepa Lake sighed in resignation and proceeded to explain the role of medical ninjas, while the students below appeared drowsy and disinterested. In this era, even children were aware that a career as a medical ninja offered little promise. Some parents even cautioned their children that if they did not study diligently, they would only be qualified to become a medical ninja, relegated to a supportive role. If medical ninjas were held in higher esteem, they would not face such disdain. However, it would be a mistake to assume that becoming a medical ninja was an easy endeavor. On the contrary, the path was incredibly demanding. Not only did one need precise control over chakra, but they also required extensive specialized knowledge. Both talent and effort were indispensable, and the journey to cultivate a competent medical ninja was protracted. This raises a pertinent question. If one possesses such abilities, why settle for a supportive role? Isn't being an ADC more appealing? Investing a significant amount of time in medical ninjutsu inevitably detracts from other areas. Ninjutsu is vast and varied, with practitioners categorized into different specialties such as taijutsu, genjutsu, sensory ninjas, and more. Among these, medical ninjas are often regarded as the weakest. The disproportionate investment of energy with minimal returns naturally discourages many from pursuing a career as a medical ninja. Yet, paradoxically, medical ninjas are indispensable on the battlefield. In the realm of warfare, swiftness is paramount. The number of ninjas in a great nation is limited, with only a mere few thousand present. Each fallen comrade diminishes their strength. Hence, it becomes crucial to enable injured ninjas to swiftly return to combat after a battle. Conventional physicians are often too slow in their healing. By the time they have tended to the wounded, it may be too late. The efficiency and speed of medical ninjutsu far surpass that of ordinary medical practitioners. While certain ninja clans possess the capability to cultivate specialized medical ninjas for their own families, talented civilian ninjas rarely consider this path. The might of one's fist reigns supreme, and who among the gifted would willingly settle for a supporting role? Unless they possess a profound interest in medical ninjutsu? Yet, is such interest likely? The current environment fosters a desire among the majority of children to engage in combat rather than to linger in the rear providing assistance. Under directives from the upper echelons, Lake Biwa has embarked on an initiative to nurture interest in medical ninjutsu among students from a young age, seeking to identify and cultivate a handful of talented individuals. However, initial observations suggest a general disinterest in pursuing the role of a medical ninja. Just as Lake Biwa was beginning to despair of achieving any success, she noticed that not all students were disinterested. Some of the notable pupils displayed keen engagement, standing in stark contrast to their lethargic peers. Upon posing several questions to a boy, she was astonished to find he answered them all fluently, indicative of both talent and attentive listening. "What is your name?" she inquired. "Uchiha Aokiji," he replied. Lake Biwa was momentarily taken aback. He was a child of the Uchiha clan and had an interest in medical ninjutsu, an exceedingly rare combination. It is well known that the Uchiha clan possesses unparalleled combat prowess. In truth, even as a medical ninja, one could hardly doubt their potential. Possessing the Sharingan could significantly reduce the complexity of surgical procedures. Yet, members of the Uchiha clan are typically enamored with combat, and pursuing medical ninjutsu is often viewed as a diversion from their true calling. Even if one harbors such ambitions, the clan would likely intervene. She silently noted his name. Shortly thereafter, As class concluded and Lake Biwa exited the classroom, her fellow students could no longer contain their curiosity and approached her, bemused. What a sight! You actually stayed awake in class and paid attention. One student jestingly placed a hand on Aoi's forehead to check for a fever, quipping, "No fever, huh?" Aoi brushed the hand away, retorting, "What's wrong with wanting to make an effort occasionally?" "Well, it's not that you can't. But why are you particularly interested in the seemingly unpromising field of medical ninjutsu?" "Of course, it's to impress the ladies," he replied. "To win a girl's heart. One must start from shared interests. After all, it provides common ground for conversation." Tsunade may not yet have embarked on her journey as a medical ninja, but it is certain she will in the future. Aoi aims to prepare himself in advance, ensuring he can engage in deeper discussions about work. Since Tsunade's graduation, their communication has dwindled significantly, and if this continues, they risk becoming two strangers in different worlds. Therefore, Aoi aspires to become a medical ninja, ensuring their paths will intersect, facilitating closer proximity. As Tsunade became a medical ninja, the notion of an Uchiha pursuing such a path inevitably raised suspicions among others. Moreover, Aokiji harbored no certainty about his future as a non-ninja. The Uchiha clan would likely not permit him to abandon his studies, for he hailed from one of the most esteemed clans in the shinobi world. To have a member who could not even graduate from the ninja academy would be a source of shame. Furthermore, others perceived Aokiji's poor performance as a result of laziness. With his innate talent, a bit of diligent study would surely suffice to pass the graduation exams. As long as he did not genuinely wish to forsake the path of a ninja, Aokiji, ever the pragmatist, began to make preparations in advance. Even in the unfortunate event of failing to graduate, he resolved to at least become a medical ninja, biding his time until his growth period was complete. He remarked nonchalantly, "It's nothing much. You all know my personality. I have a profound fear of death and possess little interest in becoming a mere pawn on the battlefield. However, my exceptional talent compels my family to keep me in school. I recently heard from Teacher Biwa that being a medical ninja might not require going to battle, and the survival rate seems quite high, so I am contemplating pursuing that path." At this juncture, Aokiji sighed deeply, hands on his hips, expressing his resignation. His classmates, filled with resentment, longed to retaliate against him, not out of camaraderie, but simply because they could not best him. "Humph, Aokiji, do not presume that talent alone makes one remarkable. Apologies, but talent allows one to act with impunity. Even if I sleep through classes and spend my days in leisure, I still excel academically, surpassing all of you." They would never fathom how hard a classmate, who incessantly spoke of leisure, actually worked at home. Aokiji had come to understand this dynamic throughout his academic journey. "Continue to languish in your mediocrity. One day, we shall certainly surpass you, leaving you scrambling in defeat." As our teacher asserts, while talent is indeed significant, diligence is the most crucial element. Talent merely determines the starting point, but it is effort that ultimately shapes a person's achievements. Aokiji could only sigh, recognizing the naivety of his peers, who were easily swayed by their teachers. In a world like Naruto, the significance of lineage was undeniable. People often say that a mother's status elevates her child. But the truth is that it is the child who benefits from their mother's standing. Being born into a prominent lineage greatly enhances one's prospects. Aokiji did not intend to mock the earnest student, for while hard work is commendable, the harsh realities of life reveal that talent often outweighs effort. In fact, the very act of striving can itself be an exceedingly rare talent. It is a misconception to believe that effort is simple. The reality of hard work is immensely challenging. Even Aokiji sometimes succumbed to distraction, taking breaks under the guise of relaxation. Thus, I encourage you all to strive diligently. Ever since Orochimaru graduated, I have felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. It is akin to standing upon a lofty peak, void of companionship, the chill of winter causing me to tremble. What purpose do I serve in this height? The crowd. Aokiji suddenly put on a facade, contemplating that maintaining the persona of a fallen genius was indeed quite bothersome. He wished he could simply be a slacker. However, should his strength unexpectedly surge one day, it would inevitably raise suspicions about whether he had been concealing his power all along. He was quite the scheming individual. As he made his way to the office, Peepa Lake approached, and upon noticing her arrival, the teacher rose from his seat to greet her. "Peepa Lake, how goes it?" Peepa Lake shook her head. "It seems the students are not particularly interested in medical ninjas." The teacher sighed softly, acknowledging the unfortunate reality of the situation. If it were him, he too would likely be reluctant to pursue a career as a medical ninja. With a smile, Peepa Lake replied, not entirely. As there is one student who takes the class quite seriously, which brings me a bit of solace. The teacher, somewhat taken aback, found it remarkable that a student would show interest in medical ninjutsu and could not help but inquire, "What is his name? I must commend him in class next time." "Uchiha Aokiji." For a fleeting moment, the teacher thought there was something amiss with his hearing. The Aokiji who often dozed off in class and marched to the beat of his own drum was actually paying attention? People Lake, having formed a favorable first impression of Aokiji, continued to speak. Even in a medical course that is generally overlooked, he listens attentively. "I believe he must be the most diligent student in your class." What else with that expression? The teacher waved his hands outward, his face displaying a peculiar look. "From what I know of Aokiji, he is someone who hardly pays attention in class and spends his days sleeping." People Lake appeared somewhat incredulous. "No way." Seeing is believing, he replied, "If you doubt me, you may observe from outside the window during the next class, and you will see for yourself." Chapter 20, Medical Ninja? Merely seeking survival in the expansive clearing, Sarutobi Hiruzen was diligently training his 3 disciples. Wind release, great breakthrough. Orochimaru clapped his hands, and in an instant, a tempest arose, howling fiercely. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face radiated unmistakable admiration. It was astonishing that a C-rank ninjutsu could be mastered after just one demonstration. The talent was evident, and even more remarkable was that he hailed from a commoner background, signifying his independence from any established faction. Among the 3 disciples, he held a special regard for one in particular. Sarutobi Hiruzen's obvious favoritism stirred a sense of dissatisfaction in Jiraiya, who silently vowed to master the summoning technique, determined to earn the admiration of his peers. At that moment, a woman approached them, and upon noticing her presence, Jiraiya elbowed Sarutobi Hiruzen in a teasing manner, saying, "Teacher Sarutobi, your girlfriend has arrived." Sarutobi Hiruzen, realizing that the newcomer was Tsunade, flushed crimson, resembling a monkey's backside. "What nonsense are you spouting? She is merely a colleague," he retorted. Jiraiya chuckled mischievously. "Just a colleague? Then what were you doing at the couple's hotel last night? Playing chutes and ladders?" Sarutobi Hiruzen blushed deeper, thinking, "Damn it, how does this brat know everything?" He feigned a cough to regain his composure, stating with gravity, "You all continue your training. I have matters to discuss with Tsunade." Understanding the unspoken context, Jiraiya refrained from further teasing his mentor, waving dismissively, "A date. Got it. You're excused for the day." The young and mischievous Jiraiya received a playful thump on the head from Sarutobi Hiruzen before he joyfully approached Tsunade. Among his disciples, Jiraiya may not have possessed the greatest talent, but he shared the closest bond with Sarutobi Hiruzen. They were less like teacher and student and more akin to close friends. This camaraderie stemmed from their shared penchant for engaging in progressively deeper conversations with women, albeit in different manners, one through practical experience, the other through mere theoretical discourse. Tsunade, arms crossed behind her head, pouted, "Really, Teacher Sarutobi, once you have a girlfriend, you forget about us, lost in your own little world." Jiraiya grinned. "What's wrong? Jealous? Why don't you find a man to date?" "Date? With someone like you?" Jiraiya flashed a broad smile, self-recommending. During their school days, he had fully appreciated Tsunade's beauty, yet recently, she had begun to captivate him more and more, her allure undeniable. He once lacked discernment, but he felt it was not too late to rectify his oversight. Seizing the moment, he resolved to pursue Tsunade, despite her apparent disinterest and even mild disdain. He believed that with his relentless persistence, success would eventually be his, and he would win her heart. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, scoffing, "In your dreams. I would rather date that guy Aokiji than even consider you. At least he can cook well and is a competent tool." Jiraiya stroked his chin and chuckled. "So, shall I relay your exact words to Aokiji?" Tsunade swung her fist, exclaiming, "You dare." To which Jiraiya retorted, "What is there to fear?" With a thunderous crash, Tsunade's extraordinary strength shattered the rocks, sending fragments flying, one of which fortuitously struck Jiraiya on the head, leaving him flabbergasted and in tears. He truly could not fathom how Tsunade, despite being of the same age, possessed such immense power in her petite frame. "I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart." Jiraiya feigned nonchalance. Tsunade huffed in her characteristic pride. Feeling guilty, Jiraiya wiped the cold sweat from his brow, knowing that a direct hit from her fist could easily break several bones. "Orochimaru, what are your thoughts on this couple of teachers?" Jiraiya asked out of sheer boredom. Orochimaru, uninterested in such trivial matters, chose to ignore him and resumed his practice. In his view, discussing romance was far less engaging than pondering philosophy with Aokiji. Truth be told, He found himself reminiscing about his school days, when he could seek out Aokiji at any time, unlike now, where missions frequently kept them apart. He wondered what Aokiji was up to at that moment, likely lost in profound philosophical thoughts, as he deemed Aokiji's frequent slumber to be a result of mental overexertion. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted Biwako and initiated a conversation regarding his search for medical ninjas at the Ninja Academy. Biwako sighed, lamenting. It seems the students have little interest in medical ninjutsu. Hiruzen reassured her, do not blame yourself, the fault does not lie with you. Biwako shook her head. Managing a comforting smile, at least one student shows interest in medical ninjutsu, so it's not a complete loss. He hails from the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Aokiji. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. The name was quite familiar, rumored to possess a talent that even Orochimaru praised highly. Noticing Hiruzen deep in thought, Biwako could not suppress her curiosity. Do you know the student? He seems to have a close relationship with my 3 disciples. I encountered him once. He fell asleep almost immediately, quite an unforgettable impression. Hiruzen gazed into the distance, reminiscing. Biwako concurred. Indeed, during his time at the academy, I observed him lethargically dozing off in class, much to the teacher's chagrin. However, despite this, he excelled in practical combat. As they spoke, Hiruzen suddenly noticed a stealthy figure approaching, grinning mischievously. Hey, teacher Sarutobi, what are you and your wife discussing so fervently? Biwako blushed at being caught but chose not to argue. The two had nearly exhausted all that they ought to do and not do, and soon enough. Thoughts of a formal marriage would likely surface. Unplanned parenthood would certainly complicate matters. You rascal! Sarutobi Hiruzen seized Jiraiya's ear, twisting it with force, causing Jiraiya to yelp in pain, pleading for mercy. Master Sarutobi, I won't dare to do it again. Hiruzen chuckled reproachfully. Now that you know pain, let us see if you dare to act so recklessly again. After releasing his grip, mere seconds passed before Jiraiya transformed his expression dramatically, making a comical face and cheekily declaring, I'll definitely do it next time. Sarutobi, incensed, was about to deliver a stern reprimand but reconsidered, setting aside the lesson for Jiraiya. Jiraiya, may I ask you something? He inquired. What is it? Jiraiya responded suspiciously, anticipating a ruse to catch him off guard. Sensing Jiraiya's apprehension, Hiruzen laughed. If I truly intended to strike you, do you think you could escape? Well, that is a valid point, Jiraiya conceded. Placing his hands on his hips and puffing out his chest, speak, what do you desire from me? Hiruzen suppressed his urge to reprimand Jiraiya further. You are quite familiar with Aokiji, are you not? Who? Jiraiya asked. Aokiji, Uchiha Aokiji? Hiruzen nodded affirmatively. Yes, we are quite familiar, Jiraiya replied with curiosity. What about him? I have developed a sudden interest in how he became good friends with you, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, Hiruzen remarked. The personalities of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were markedly different, especially Orochimaru's aloof demeanor, making it hard to fathom how he could have befriended peers, let alone feel inadequate in their presence. It's quite simple, Jiraiya acknowledged, beckoning Tsunade and Orochimaru to approach. Shortly, they arrived, casting a questioning glance at Jiraiya, one of them. A woman, glaring fiercely, as if ready to strike him unless he provided a satisfactory answer. Jiraiya swallowed hard. Master Sarutobi has tasked me with inquiring how you both became friends with Aokiji. What do you mean by friends? Can you not use more precise language? Tsunade retorted, exasperated. One might think I have a romantic involvement with him. Jiraiya shrugged dismissively. What difference does it make, as long as you understand? Tsunade, uninterested in further banter, turned to Hiruzen for clarification. Hiruzen recounted the events surrounding Lake Biwa to his 3 pupils. Tsunade gasped in astonishment. It is truly rare for Aokiji to focus in class. Could it be that he has an interest in medical ninjutsu? Yet, I can't perceive him as that type of person. Hiruzen inquired, has he always been like this? Tsunade pondered for a moment. When I met him, he seemed to be the same. I asked some of his older friends, and they said Aokiji was very diligent in his earlier days. However, after his grandmother passed away, his demeanor changed drastically. He became quite indifferent, showing no interest in becoming a ninja, even scoffing at the idea. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen felt a sense of empathy for Aokiji's plight and asked how the trio regarded him. Orochimaru remarked, Aokiji is the only one who can penetrate the depths of my soul. Jiraiya, he shares the same interests as I do. Tsunade, this fellow cooks quite well. He could be considered a rather useful tool. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing his disciples' evaluations, he grew increasingly perplexed by Aokiji. Returning to the initial question. If that is the case, Why does Aokiji exhibit such a keen interest in medical ninjas, even altering his usual demeanor to listen attentively? At this moment, Orochimaru, who possesses a deeper understanding of Aokiji, expressed his thoughts. If I am not mistaken, Aokiji is not genuinely interested in medical ninjas. Rather, he is more intrigued by the concept of survival. Chapter 21. Sarutobi Hiruzen's understanding of Go. The term Go struck Sarutobi Hiruzen as rather novel, leaving him momentarily perplexed. This character was often uttered by Aokiji, who seemed to hold it in high regard. Orochimaru chuckled, stating that Aokiji's primary motivation for rejecting the path of a ninja was to lead a comfortable life. A comfortable life? Hiruzen found himself bewildered. Was Aokiji not enjoying his current existence, spending his days in class and sleeping? What could be more comfortable than that? Orochimaru continued, Aokiji believes that during missions, ninjas often venture deep into enemy territory, facing perilous situations where death is a constant threat. Thus, he has little interest in the life of a ninja. In contrast, medical ninjas operate from the rear, far from danger, which likely piques Aokiji's interest. Hiruzen could only shake his head in bemusement. Aokiji, this child, was far from what he had come to associate with the Uchiha clan. Known for their fervent battle spirit and disregard for life, Aokiji's demeanor was quite the opposite. He glanced towards Lake Biwa, inquiring whether she had taught about the survival rates of medical ninjas, receiving an affirmative nod in response. Jiraiya chimed in with additional information about Aokiji that does indeed align with his character. Although he lacks interest in being a ninja, he becomes earnest when it comes to leading a comfortable life. For instance, he specifically sought my guidance on the summoning technique. Hiruzen paused, recalling that he had indeed instructed his disciple on the summoning technique. Setting aside thoughts of Aokiji, he pondered whether Jiraiya's teaching implied that Aokiji had mastered the technique. He inquired about his disciple's progress, only to receive Jiraiya's hesitant reply. Well, this. Before Hiruzen could press further, Tsunade interjected with a barrage of questions. He sought your instruction on the summoning technique? You are proficient in it? When did this happen? Jiraiya, feeling flustered, replied. Have you forgotten? It was after I demonstrated the technique last time. Aokiji approached me wanting to learn. Tsunade could not suppress her teasing, with your meager skill. How dare you teach others? You might mislead them. Jiraiya's face flushed crimson as he protested. Who says I can't? I was merely practicing back then. Tsunade, unfazed, pressed on. Well aware of Jiraiya's penchant for pride, what would he want to learn summoning for? Jiraiya replied nonchalantly, because he is lazy. You all know his personality. Every action is motivated by a desire for ease and comfort. He finds solo endeavors exhausting and wishes to learn summoning to delegate tasks to the summoned beasts, alleviating his burdens, such as running errands or grocery shopping. Tsunade was taken aback. That truly is Aokiji's style. He is always willing to put in effort when it comes to leading a better life, even if it means enduring initial hardships. Possesses remarkable culinary skills, having developed them out of disdain for the village's cuisine. Occasionally, even Tsunade cannot help but admire his astute intellect. He learns swiftly and seems undeterred by challenges, although his lack of ambition remains his most significant flaw. Through interactions with the students, Sarutobi Hizashi has garnered a preliminary understanding of Aoi. He is a peculiar genius, seemingly preoccupied with pursuits outside his true potential. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Sarutobi considers that since Aoi has little interest in combat, perhaps he could be guided towards the path of a medical ninja. This would not only utilize his talents effectively, but also ensure that such gifts contribute meaningfully to the village. Moreover, steering Aoi towards a medical career serves a political purpose. As a disciple of the second Hokage, Sarutobi is acutely aware of his mentor's wariness towards the Uchiha clan, though the second Hokage has never explicitly voiced this concern. The Uchiha clan holds a prestigious position within Konoha, overseeing the village's police force. While it appears to be a mark of trust from the second Hokage, it is, in reality, a means of surveillance and control, subtly undermining their power. The police force, though seemingly esteemed, primarily engages in mundane tasks, maintaining trivial order and overseeing petty vendors. It seems almost absurd to assign elite members of one of the strongest clans in the ninja world to such minor duties, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. This is not an exaggeration. Since its inception, Konoha has never faced an external attack, rendering the police force more symbolic than functional, a charm, if you will, or conversely, a mere facade. By burdening the Uchiha with trivial matters, their training time is squeezed, reducing opportunities for growth, all while the clan perceives this as the village's trust in them. Consequently, they labor diligently, believing they are fulfilling their responsibilities. However, Such excessive diligence can lead to rigid adherence to rules, creating an impersonal approach towards the village's vendors, which inevitably sows discontent among the populace and tarnishes the village's reputation. After all, obstructing someone's livelihood is akin to a grievous offense. While popular figures may not necessarily ascend to the role of Hokage, those who are not recognized will assuredly never attain it. Sarutobi Izashi's father, the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan, has instilled in him a profound understanding of political dynamics, aspiring to groom him into the Hokage role to elevate their family further. Despite his inclination to shoulder burdens alone, appearing to suffer the weight of responsibility, he is, in fact, quite astute. One must give the gain. Moreover, such seemingly trivial actions accumulate to shape an individual's image, often fostering an ingrained perception that becomes remarkably resilient. Even when one errs, the initial instinct of individuals is not to cast blame, but rather to ponder whether one might be a victim of circumstance. This habitual mindset fosters a subconscious belief. Familiarity breeds an assumption of innocence. Sarutobi Hiruzen adeptly capitalized on this wisdom, amassing a devoted cadre of followers. In stark contrast, his childhood companion, Shimura Danzo, appears excessively naive, his every action tinged with a palpable opportunism. For instance, when Hiruzen selflessly aids a comrade, Danzo eagerly interjects his own desire to assist, driven purely by a competitive spirit. Such behavior, in Hiruzen's eyes, is utterly superfluous, as it yields no tangible reward. Hiruzen's motives stem from a place of goodwill, whereas Danzo's actions are merely manifestations of his ego, seeking validation rather than fostering genuine camaraderie, which ultimately earns him little favor among others. The phrase "fools have their own blessings" embodies profound political wisdom. This elevated understanding is something Danzo may struggle to grasp. However, it is understandable, as he lost his father and grandfather at a tender age, and within the Shimura clan, rivalries abound. With no mentorship in navigating social intricacies, he must rely on his own insights. The Sarutobi Hiruzen of today has long since shed the innocence of the boy who once chased Danzo on the mountainside, driven by simple dreams of becoming Hokage to protect his village. For adults, such aspirations serve merely as a platform to accrue power and elevate their clans. While the village holds significance, it is the Sarutobi lineage that remains its true pillar of support. Many ninja clans, upon joining Konoha, harbored similar ambitions. The absence of immediate prospects does not preclude future opportunities. The only constant in this world is change. Some embrace it sooner than others. Hiruzen has already become a mosaic of diverse experiences and influences. At times, he reflects with melancholy on how distanced he has become from his former, untainted self. Yet, he recognizes that he is not of the Uchiha clan, unable to indulge in whims as they do. Not everyone possesses the transcendent abilities of the Uchiha. And for those of his ilk, defeating those endowed with heavenly gifts requires cunning rather than brute strength. Conquering through force is merely a fleeting display of power. True mastery lies in winning hearts through compassion and influence. Deep down, Hiruzen harbors a profound admiration for the Uchiha, tinged with envy. Those bestowed with the Sharingan harness their power to live authentically. Their forthrightness, while sometimes perceived as arrogance, reflects a freedom of expression that many lack. A person's destiny, from the moment of birth, is often dictated by their inherent gifts. The talents can be broadly categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier, which relies on divine providence for sustenance, represents the lowest echelon, comprising the majority of what are conventionally recognized as ordinary ninjas, lacking any bloodline limits. Sarutobi Hiruzen belongs to this tier. Despite his commendable talent, he essentially remains unchanged, employing only standard ninjutsu. The second tier, nourished by heavenly favor, includes those with bloodline limits, who are born at a starting point that others can scarcely aspire to, possessing coveted abilities that many dream of. The third tier goes beyond mere divine sustenance. It is akin to having celestial beings personally serve one's meals, ensuring that one is fed directly, lest one forgets how to use their hands. This tier comprises superlative bloodline limit ninjas, typified by the Sharingan. Although they too possess bloodline limits, their power is unequivocally unparalleled, even capable of evolution, an extraordinary phenomenon. Various ninja clans, particularly the ordinary ones, harbor resentment towards the Uchiha clan. This animosity arises not only from the perceived personality flaws of the Uchiha members, but also from the overwhelming strength inherent to their lineage, which incites jealousy. Why should the Uchiha be endowed with a naturally greater chakra reserve and wield such formidable bloodline limits like the Sharingan, while ordinary ninjas toil their entire lives and may still fall short of a mere child from that clan? The disparity is infuriating. All the ninja clans tacitly understand, and subtly conspire to diminish the Uchiha's power. Assigning the Uchiha to the Konoha Guard was merely the initial step. The subsequent move involved dispatching skilled members of their clan to the Umbu for training, while perilous, with constant threats to one's life. Those who endure the trials invariably experience a significant enhancement in combat prowess. In this reciprocal weakening, the Uchiha clan inevitably grows weaker. Are the Uchiha aware of this? Perhaps, but they find themselves unable to refuse. Positioning the Uchiha within the Konoha Guard is a masterstroke of overt strategy. Since that man suddenly attacked Konoha, it was only through the fervent efforts of the first Hokage that significant losses were averted. However, thereafter, the Uchiha naturally faced increasing disdain and scrutiny. To alter their current predicament, the Uchiha urgently require support from higher echelons. At this juncture, the olive branch extended by the second Hokage is not one they can afford to decline, despite the inherent risks. They must cheerfully leap into the trap, fully aware that even this diminishment may still be insufficient, simply because the Uchiha are extraordinarily formidable, rendering others quite uneasy. This situation is akin to having a neighbor incessantly sharpening a kitchen knife, producing a jarring sound, while assuring you that the knife is merely for deterring thieves. The issue lies in the neighbor's propensity for impulsive and extreme actions. Can one truly sleep soundly in such circumstances? It is no jest. Presently, the Uchiha represent the individual wielding the kitchen knife, while the other ninja clans are those without such a weapon. The kitchen knife resembles the Sharingan, and the act of sharpening it is akin to honing the Sharingan's prowess. Moreover, this knife sometimes becomes as formidable as a watermelon cleaver, kaleidoscope Sharingan. To ensure a peaceful slumber, one must remove the knife. However, since it is metaphorically embedded in the eye, it cannot simply be taken away. Thus, one must devise an alternative strategy, starting by setting aside the whetstone to dull the blade, at least preventing it from inflicting fatal wounds. This evolution marks the transition of the Uchiha clan into the Konoha police force. Furthermore, it is imperative to redirect the knife's purpose, employing it to butcher pigs, with the resulting pork serving the various ninja clans. Medical ninjutsu embodies this concept, as the power of the Sharingan theoretically aligns perfectly with medical techniques. For instance, during surgical procedures, the insight provided by the Sharingan would be of immense assistance in executing complex operations, thereby reducing casualties and preserving combat effectiveness among the ninja clans. Regrettably, most Uchiha members are enamored with the pursuit of power, making this ideal challenging to realize. Nevertheless, with the presence of Aokiji and Uchiha, the initial step seems feasible. As long as one Uchiha can take this leap, Sarutobi Hiruzen may perceive potential for collaboration and maneuverability in the future. Consequently, this would diminish the Uchiha's combative prowess while fostering internal cohesion within the village, an astute dual benefit. A semi-dormant Uchiha is indeed a favorable outcome. Moreover, even if Aokiji has yet to awaken the Sharingan, it remains inconsequential, as it would still yield a medical ninja, although his motives may not be entirely noble. Seeking refuge from the battlefield to heal others, his willingness to serve as a medical ninja is what truly matters. In this era, individuals are scarce who wish to embrace such a role. Thus, if someone is willing to step forward, one should not be overly discerning. It is often said that the third Hokage is a virtuous individual, with many conspiracy theories surrounding him. However, conversely, the very act of dismissing conspiracy theories can itself be viewed as a conspiracy. To illustrate, let us refrain from further discussion. Those who understand will grasp the essence. Returning to the primary discourse, I humbly submit that the actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot be comprehended without considering the lens of conspiracy theory. Thus, I analyze Sarutobi Hiruzen's character by integrating his background with an examination of his deeds rather than his intentions. Moreover, I must approach this analysis from the protagonist's perspective, discerning how the third Hokage may be perceived. Should the protagonist wager that the third is a benevolent figure, they might find themselves ensnared by unforeseen treachery. Would you not agree, Uchiha Shursui? The adage better to believe than to disbelieve is one we all comprehend. For instance, when the second Hokage inquired which of his disciples would hold the rear guard, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly raised his hand, declaring his intent to take up the rear. At first glance, it appears that the third Hokage embodies nobility and greatness. However, upon deeper reflection, is this truly the case? It is crucial to recognize that following this event, he ascended to the position of Hokage. The pertinent question arises, once he became Hokage, could he still serve as the mentor to the other two? Logically, it seems improbable. Once one attains the title of Hokage, There is little time left for the role of guiding Jonin. In the animation, the character appears youthful during his final moments, yet adopts a middle-aged demeanor when instructing the trio. To entertain a different perspective, there exists a faint possibility for both Orochimaru and Tsunade. One holds a unique identity, while the other is a genius rarely seen in a decade. What merits does Jiraiya possess to warrant the attention of a distinguished village leader, the Hokage? To teach an ordinary ninja? Jiraiya's true talents only surfaced after his contract with Mount Myoboku. The mere fact that he could team up with two of the legendary Sanin likely stems from a combination of circumstances, including the desire to avoid interference from rival factions. The composition of the Sanin is rather intriguing. Tsunade is the sole descendant of a ninja clan, while the other two hail from commoner backgrounds. By this time, the Senju clan had likely disbanded, merging into the greater Konoha community. Although the original narrative does not explicitly state it, the absence of the Senju clan in later developments suggests their demise, which seems implausible for such a formidable lineage. Thus, it is reasonable to conclude that they were persuaded to dissolve and integrate into various prominent families. While this may be framed as a means of better assimilating into the village, utilizing the Senju bloodline as a unifying force, a closer examination reveals it to be a calculated maneuver. Consequently, the Senju clan lost its voice, rendering their interests unrepresented. The members of the Senju, akin to a proverbial chicken following a hen or a dog following a dog, became fragmented, each pursuing their own agendas. Much like the redneck supporters of a certain leader, despite his numerous faults, they recognize that he is their sole representative. Without this voice, their grievances remain unheard, and aspirations for their interests become futile. Moreover, consider the advantages of such a strategy. The other ninja clans, without expending resources, successfully dismantled the most significant power block within the village, dividing the spoils while simultaneously benefiting from the Senju's innate talents, significantly enhancing their offspring's capabilities and elevating their family status. This transaction was undeniably advantageous. At this juncture, amongst the Konoha elders, only the Uchiha clan remains. If not the Uchiha, who else could they target? Unlike the Senju, the Uchiha's talents are not as subtle. Upon awakening the Sharingan, they are not as generous, as they would prefer others to marry into their clan. Returning to the main narrative, it follows that Sarutobi Hiruzen could only accept the Sanin as disciples before he ascended to the position of Hokage. By this time, he had already become their mentor, and one would assume that, having grown up in a prominent ninja clan, he would realize that the second Hokage was testing him, perhaps even laying the groundwork for his future. In reality, examples of such situations abound. Is it possible that Sarutobi's nature is inherently simple? Yes, but to a minimal extent. Born in the Warring States period, a simplistic disposition would have led to his early demise. Moreover, even if one is Navi, it is improbable that their family would share the same trait. They would undoubtedly provide a thorough education. What are the consequences of Navet? It is naive to think that everyone is an Asura, bearing otherworldly burdens. From the moment of birth, one is forcibly assigned a role. Despite enduring countless acts of cruelty from others, I treat them with the same affection as a first love. Is this not a manifestation of Stockholm Syndrome? Furthermore, it is the Asura's remarkable strength that allows him to remain unaffected by his surroundings, possessing a unique ability to persuade even those resolute individuals who would not hesitate to slay their master, to undergo a profound transformation, even if they are on the brink of reincarnation. Only someone like Danzo, who lost his father and grandfather at a young age and received no guidance, would display such foolishness. This individual reflected on this before his demise, recounting his thoughts during his final moments. In hindsight, I suspect Danzo felt an immense sense of injustice. After all, from his perspective, having been effectively designated as the Hokage, he must have felt mocked by such circumstances. What noble ideals does Hiruzen Sarutobi espouse? It is repugnant. Yet, he is unable to question or resist. After all, on the surface, the second Hokage had already offered him the opportunity. It was his own cowardice that failed him. Those few teammates served as witnesses, their eyes wide open, observing closely. While Danzo faltered, Hiruzen did not. It is as simple as that. The opportunity was given, yet he proved ineffectual. I believe that Danzo's later fixation on becoming Hokage stemmed from his inability to swallow that humiliation. If I were in Danzo's position, with the legendary Sanin as my disciples, I would not shy away. I would assert my intentions more fervently than Hiruzen, with righteous indignation, declaring, "No, I shall remain behind today, vowing to protect Lord Hokage at all costs. No one can stop me. not even Uchiha Madara or Shinja Hashirama. Parenthesis, Chapter 22. The spirit beast as school came to an end, Aokiji made his way home. Following his usual routine, he intended to inspect the house for any signs of intrusion. Noticing a faint disturbance in the dust along the windowsill, he felt a surge of alarm. Had he been robbed? Mew, meow. Aokiji paused, turning towards the sound, only to discover an orange cat had somehow entered his home. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely a cat. In the clan's territory, wild cats were quite common. The Uchiha clan had always maintained a cordial relationship with the Ninja Cat clan, and many within the clan chose ninja cats as their spirit beasts. Adults were not the only ones influenced by this. Children often gravitated towards cats as their preferred pets. Aokiji ushered the wild cat out of his home without giving it much thought. He wasn't concerned that this feline might be a ninja cat sent to spy on him. If it truly were a surveillance cat, it wouldn't have made its presence known so easily. Who would be so absurd as to employ a cat for such a purpose? He was hardly a figure of importance, though he possessed considerable talent. It was nonsensical for anyone to dispatch spies to monitor him, especially since he had yet to awaken his ice release abilities. Shaking his head, he closed the window and drew the curtains, taking on a rather clandestine demeanor. With no one around, Aokiji bit his thumb and made a swift incision in his palm, applying pressure with one hand. The summoning technique. With a resounding pop, white smoke billowed forth, and as it dissipated, a pristine white fox materialized. Indeed, it was the fox spirit. Other spirit beasts eluded his command, leaving him no choice but to rely on this one. Upon entering the unfamiliar surroundings, the fox spirit hesitated briefly. But upon catching sight of Aokiji's face, its eyes sparkled with excitement as it bounced a couple of times. Is this the outside world? Yes, this is my home. Aokiji replied. How is your reverse summoning technique coming along with your grandmother? Are you able to help me summon to the Aurora Ice domain? Not so quickly. I am just beginning to grasp many aspects of Chakra, the fox spirit responded. Being a descendant of Baosi, it had inherited her talents and was currently training under her guidance. With so many generations separating them, referring to her as great-great-grandmother felt overly cumbersome. So the fox spirit simply called her grandmother. Then when you return, could you ask your grandmother to assist me in summoning back? Aokiji inquired. To return to the Aurora Ice domain, he needed to use the fox spirit as a conduit, allowing the spirit beast on that side to reverse summon him. The space available for training at home was far too limited. He needed to go there to properly develop his skills. What? I've come all this way. And you want me to turn around and go back? Is this how a master treats their servant? The fox spirit pouted, its words laced with a hint of discontent. It had made a rare journey to the outside world and was naturally reluctant to return so soon. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Shinji reflected on how little time had passed since their last encounter. What had that old woman instilled in the vixen? Her speech was becoming increasingly human-like, lacking the innocence of their initial meeting, making her harder to deceive. Fine, I concede. I shall treat you to a meal. The vixen's eyes sparkled, and she flicked her snowy tail. Shinji offered an apology and retrieved some leftover fish from the refrigerator, placing it on a plate and presenting it to her. Remember to have your grandmother summon me back once you finish. The vixen merely sniffed at it, showing no inclination to eat. Noticing her hesitation, Shinji inquired, is something wrong? I prefer it cooked. Didn't you always eat it raw before? Times have changed. My grandmother said that if I diligently practice, I may one day transform into a human. I must first acclimate to human ways of living. But you haven't even transformed yet. Shinji pouted, finding it troublesome. The vixen candidly replied, but cooked food is delicious. Shinji was rendered speechless. It is easy to slip from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to descend from luxury to simplicity. This vixen had become spoiled by her own indulgence. Had he known, he would have never offered her cooked food in the first place. Nevertheless, being in need of her assistance, Shinji relented and began to prepare a meal. While waiting, the vixen wandered around the house, filled with curiosity about her surroundings. After a short while, a youthful voice echoed through the air. The food will be ready shortly. Don't roam about carelessly. If I finish and you're not here, don't expect me to make it again. Okay, the vixen replied, intending to return to Shinji's side. As she passed by the bed, her height allowed her to glimpse something beneath it. Driven by curiosity, she pawed at it and discovered a book. Flipping through its pages, she felt as though she had stumbled upon a new realm. Noticing the vixen's prolonged silence, Shinji stepped out of the kitchen to investigate and found a furry creature sprawled on the floor, seemingly engrossed in something. Approaching with curiosity, he realized she was examining a book and couldn't help but chuckle. Did she comprehend the text within? Then it dawned on him. Whether or not she understood the words was inconsequential, as long as she could grasp the illustrations. This book had been thrust upon him by Jiraiya, despite his protests. What if someone discovered it and misinterpreted the situation? Shinji initially intended to discard it, but tossing it seemed wasteful, especially since it was a gift. Thus, he had left it beneath the bed, never anticipating it would be retrieved by the vixen. Just as she became engrossed in her reading, a hand suddenly reached in and snatched the book away. The vixen, deprived of her reading material, protested. "I wasn't finished yet." Shinji coughed twice. "Such things are not meant for children like you. I've seen plenty in reality." Shinji's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You've seen it? Where?" The vixen shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, in the icy wilderness." What an amusing sight. Who would engage in such flamboyant antics? Especially in the depths of winter? Is it not cold? As Shinji pondered, he quickly discerned the implications of the fox spirit's words. In that time, the fox spirit, as a wild entity, roamed freely, scavenging and observing. It was not uncommon to see other creatures cooperating. Through the knowledge gleaned from her readings, the fox spirit concluded that humans and animals are not so different in certain respects. Ahem. Shinji found himself at a loss for words. This topic was best left unpursued. He deftly shifted the conversation. "Are you still hungry? If not, I shall dine alone." Upon hearing of food, the fox spirit promptly dismissed her previous thoughts, eager to satisfy her hunger. Once sated, she expressed a desire to venture out and explore. Shinji grasped her by the nape of her neck and lifted her playfully, chuckling, "How unrelenting you are." With a playful flick of her tongue and an innocent smile, the fox spirit leaned in, saying, "I implore you, my master. The world is vast, and I yearn to see it." Shinji set her down gently, letting out a soft sigh. "You only refer to me as master when you seek my help. Let this be the sole occasion." Having spent her life in a frigid realm, her eagerness to experience the outside world was understandable. "Yea, I adore you, master," the fox spirit exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Shinji's embrace. In a moment of instinct, Shinji stumbled back, finding himself in a rather compromising position. The fox spirit playfully licked his cheek with her soft, warm tongue, a gesture of affection. Feeling a slight tickle, Shinji pushed her away, regaining his composure. "However, before we go out, I must establish some ground rules." "3 rules? I can abide by even 300, she replied eagerly. Amused by her enthusiastic agreement, Shinji asked, "Do you even understand what establishing ground rules means?" "Not at all." As expected. He then went on to outline a few important guidelines, warning that should she fail to comply, she would not be invited on future outings. While it was common for spirit beasts to speak human tongue, Shinji was not overly concerned about her being discovered. His only worry was that her origins remained concealed. Upon hearing that they might not go out if she misbehaved, the fox spirit hurriedly promised to keep her mouth shut. From that point onward, Shinji frequently traversed between the Leaf Village and the Aurora Ice Domain, engaging in his cultivation. Chapter 23. A month later, the weather was splendid. With a clear sky and gentle breezes, a large tree sheltered a black cat, lazily yawning as it observed a group of children below. 2 boys and a girl were gathered around a white-haired child, quietly watching him perform. "Behold, this time I am not boasting. This is the art of summoning." With a single hand gesture, Jiraiya pressed down, and with a resounding pop, a cloud of white smoke erupted. As the mist dissipated, a colossal creature emerged beneath his feet. Its skin a vibrant red, with horizontal pupils resembling those of a goat, and a pipe dangling from its mouth. Dressed in a blue coat, it bore a resemblance to a frog, albeit with numerous warts adorning its body. It was an enormous toad. The appearance of this gigantic toad elicited a variety of expressions from Aokiji, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Aokiji's eyelids drooped slightly, surprised that Jiraiya had ultimately succeeded in signing a contract with Mount Myaboku. Tsunade appeared astonished, while Orochimaru maintained an air of calm detachment, with hands on his hips. Jiraiya laughed heartily, exuding a sense of arrogance. After enduring hardships for so long, he felt compelled to show off a little. However, it seemed that the toad beneath him was not inclined to grant him such indulgence, shaking its massive form and causing Jiraiya to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. "Jiraiya, why have you summoned me?" The toad boomed, its voice thunderous, revealing a temperament that seemed less than amiable. Rising from the ground, Jiraiya approached the toad and whispered, "Please, Fukasaku, this is a rare opportunity. Let me show off in front of my companions." Fukasaku huffed in a cool manner, yet did not refuse, as who could resist a display of grandeur, especially a toad of his age. However, he could not let it be known, reluctantly agreeing with a tone of irritation. How troublesome. This shall be a one-time occurrence. The toad had spoken. Tsunade gasped in astonishment. Well, that's acceptable, Jiraiya replied nonchalantly, savoring her surprise, which was precisely what he had hoped to achieve. Tsunade, gazing at the massive toad, inquired curiously, where did you acquire such a large toad? Jiraiya, not one to withhold details, recounted the story in full, embellishing it slightly to make it more vivid. Initially skeptical, Tsunade found no grounds to dispute his tale and ultimately conceded, albeit reluctantly, you truly have stumbled upon extraordinary luck. Jiraiya responded with pride, this is no mere luck. I am the child of destiny. Tsunade scoffed, her disdain evident. Oh, spare me. You think you are the child of destiny? I see you more as the child of misfortune. Jiraiya chuckled softly, choosing not to argue. After all, his current status was anything but ordinary. He was indeed the child of destiny, burdened with the weighty task of saving the world, leaving no time to bicker with mere mortals. By the way, where is your summoning beast? Bring it forth for me to see. As Tsunade's expression darkened, she discerned that the other party was feigning ignorance, and with a cold snort, she retorted, no, are you feeling pleased with yourself now? Currently, she had yet to learn the summoning technique, and thus possessed no summoning beasts. The fact that this underachiever had surpassed her was quite displeasing. She resolved to return and master the summoning technique, subsequently asking Granny Mito to facilitate a contract with her slug. Indeed, I am quite pleased. Jiraiya chimed in with an air of mischief. Why are you so upset? I'm merely expressing concern for my comrades. Having said that, he glanced at another individual, posing the same question as he had to Tsunade. Orochimaru, fully aware of Jiraiya's intentions, shot him an incredulous look. Could it be that you haven't signed a contract with a summoning beast either? Jiraiya covered his mouth and feigned astonishment. Orochimaru's expression was one of exasperation. Jiraiya beamed with unrestrained joy. He had always been overshadowed by these two, but now he could revel in a moment of triumph, ready to boast after their usual mockery. After tormenting Tsunade and Orochimaru, Jiraiya felt unsatisfied and turned his attention to Aokiji. By the way, Aokiji, how has your attempt at the summoning technique been since you last sought my guidance? Aokiji replied nonchalantly, it's going well enough. I successfully signed a contract. No worries. Even I had to exert considerable effort to achieve a successful contract. What did you just say? Jiraiya had prepared comforting words. Yet the reality was far from his expectations. Aokiji looked puzzled. Is there a problem? With a sweeping gesture, Jiraiya erupted in a fit of disbelief reminiscent of Cao Cao. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He recalled the considerable effort he had invested in mastering the summoning technique. How could it be that such a short time had elapsed since Aokiji had approached him? And now he had not only learned the technique but also successfully contracted a summoning beast? The efficiency was astounding. Aokiji shrugged. Facts spoke louder than words as he quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. With a resounding pop, a thick cloud of white smoke erupted, and as it dispersed, a pristine white fox materialized. Jiraiya, known for his loose lips, was aware that Aokiji's decision to learn the summoning technique would likely lead to unintended revelations. Rather than risk such exposure, Aokiji opted for proactive disclosure. His intent in mastering the summoning technique was a desire for ease, thereby crafting a persona of cunning resourcefulness. Jiraiya rubbed his eyes in disbelief, astonished that Aokiji had indeed summoned his own beast, albeit one that appeared rather unremarkable. He consoled himself, thinking it paled in comparison to his grand toads. Wow, how adorable! Tsunade exclaimed upon seeing the delicate little fox, instantly captivated by its charm. Orochimaru offered his praise, impressive. Aokiji, you've mastered the summoning technique so swiftly. Indeed, it was remarkable that such a brief time had passed since their last encounter, and Aokiji had already achieved mastery. The gathering, initially a display of one's own bravado, had unexpectedly transformed into a showcase of Aokiji's pretentiousness. Jiraiya felt a twinge of irritation, his hands clasped behind his head, expressing his disdain with a sardonic remark, it's merely a fox, what is so remarkable about it? Tsunade, bending slightly with her hands resting on her knees, smiled warmly, little one, what is your name? Jiraiya scoffed, foolishness. How could a fox possibly speak? Tsunade's expression shifted, and she shot Jiraiya a sharp look. Your oversized toad can talk. Why should this adorable fox be any different? Jiraiya retorted dismissively, please. Do you genuinely believe that a talking summoning beast is as common as stray cats and dogs? It's not that easily encountered. After all, his toad hailed from Mount Myaboku, a place inhabited by sages, a distinction not to be trivialized. Though, it must be said, the sage was also a toad. The fox spirit, upon spotting Aokiji, exclaimed joyfully, "Aokiji, why did you summon me? Are you going to treat me to something delicious? I want to eat roasted chicken butt." Always thinking of food. The fox spirit was relentless. Aokiji chuckled in mock reproach. How did I end up with such a gluttonous creature? Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. Tsunade took the opportunity to retort. See? Don't assume that only your summoning beast can converse. The fox spirit, noticing the people around, turned to Aokiji with a questioning gaze. Aokiji shrugged. As I mentioned before, consider it my friend. The fox spirit nodded, unfazed. Aokiji was not solely devoted to training. He occasionally indulged the fox spirit with playful outings to nurture their bond. After all, it was his summon beast. Humans no longer evoked the same astonishment as before. Moreover, he had prepared for this scenario in advance to prevent the fox spirit from inadvertently revealing his origins. Tsunade, with a curious smile, inquired, "Little fox, what is your name?" The fox spirit provided a name that left Tsunade utterly bewildered, prompting her to question her own hearing. Is there a problem? The fox spirit's face reflected its confusion. When Aokiji first heard this name, he too had displayed a similar expression, unsure of its significance. Tsunade bit her lip, at a loss for how to explain. Jiraiya, without hesitation, clutched his stomach, nearly laughing himself to death. Your name is quite amusing. You call yourself a fox spirit? The term fox spirit refers to a beautiful woman with an alluring figure. I suggest you change your name to avoid being the subject of ridicule in the future. He paused, deliberately emphasizing the words fox spirit. The fox spirit felt offended. She glared menacingly at the human, harboring a dislike for him. Jiraiya, bending over, beckoned with a finger and grinned mischievously. How terrifying. Taking advantage of the moment, the fox spirit opened her mouth and bit down unexpectedly. Jiraiya let out a cry of pain, his finger bleeding from the bite. Tsunade, with a mocking tone, remarked, "You deserve it." Infuriated, she couldn't believe he actually dared to bite her. After all, she was merely jesting. Jiraiya, feeling the sting, gently blew on his injured finger. As if that could staunch the bleeding, the fox spirit tossed its head, letting out a huff. After all, who was this human to ridicule its name? In a fit of anger, Jiraiya gestured grandly towards the fox, declaring, "Go on, Gamabunta, it's settled. Teach this foul fox a lesson." Gamabunta stirred, launching a charge at Jiraiya. The impact caused significant damage, having his health points. Gamabunta's surprise attack was remarkably effective, sending Jiraiya tumbling across the ground. His face covered in dirt as he stared blankly at the giant toad. "What are you doing?" "Idiot," Gamabunta retorted. Moments later, with a loud puff, he vanished in a cloud of white smoke, returning to his own realm. The embarrassment of having such a disgraceful summoner was too much for Gamabunta to bear. After being bested by the summoned beast, Jiraiya could hardly escape Tsunade's taunts. "How pathetic you are, unable to control your own summon." Defeated, Jiraiya could only mutter after the toad had left, "That wretched Gamabunta, next time I will surely kick his behind." Having witnessed Jiraiya's humiliation, Tsunade felt a lift in her spirits, her gaze shifting to the fox spirit, which she found increasingly endearing. Its pristine white fur and utterly adorable appearance struck a chord with her, igniting a desire to cuddle and cherish it. However, the fox nimbly leaped to the side, its tail flicking, evading Tsunade's grasp. It was bound to its master and could not simply be embraced by anyone. Society often misconstrues foxes as promiscuous creatures. However, this is a mere literary misconception, for foxes are devoted animals, seeking only one partner throughout their lives. Even upon the loss of their mate, they do not seek another. This belief has even influenced the nature of summoning contracts, where intimate actions with beings other than their master can be misconstrued. Feeling a bit awkward, Tsunade remarked, "It seems your summon isn't particularly fond of me." Aokiji teased, "Perhaps it's because you're a bit too aggressive, and it fears you." "Aha. What did you say?" Tsunade shot back. Aokiji continued to jest, "Look at you, always ready to throw a punch." Under the fox spirit's scrutinizing gaze, Tsunade hesitantly withdrew her hand. "Aokiji, where did you find your summon?" Aokiji responded ambiguously, "I found it. Do you believe me?" As if I would, she scoffed. Did he truly think she was foolish? Yet, without a reasonable explanation, she couldn't very well summon herself to Mount Mayaboku as Jiraiya had. "If you won't speak, then so be it." The expression on her face shifted like the unpredictable autumn weather. Having been annoyed moments before, Tsunade quickly donned a cheerful demeanor, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Aokiji, may I discuss something with you?" With no ulterior motives, Green Peafowl felt a twinge of unease. Stop. Your smile is as unsettling as a grimace, making me quite uneasy. Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically as she seized Green Peafowl's collar with a single hand, her demeanor fierce. You might as well articulate your thoughts more clearly. Ah, now this is much more reasonable, Green Peafowl replied, grinning mischievously. I do prefer your usual haughty demeanor. Tsunade shot him a look akin to that of a pervert, rolling her eyes in disdain. Pervert. Green Peafowl's smile faltered. I refuse. Come on, grant me a chance. Get lost. Chapter 24. The principles of Aokiji's friendships. After Tsunade's flattering words left Aokiji feeling somewhat at ease, he reluctantly sighed and donned a paternal smile. Speak. What is it you wish to discuss, little Kakashi? Kakashi's eyes twitched slightly, suppressing the urge to unleash his frustrations. Forcing a smile, he patted Aokiji's chest. I must have hurt you just now. Aokiji, emboldened by the moment, teasingly replied, a bit. Why not give my chest a gentle rub? Tsunade's patience reached its limit, and she retorted candidly, don't push your luck. If anyone should be rubbing, it should be you doing it for me. Ah, fine. Aokiji took the bait and climbed higher, only to be swiftly overturned. You lecher. Tsunade's cheeks blazed with embarrassment, cursing herself for the nonsensical banter. She wished for a hole to hide in. This time, Aokiji truly felt a pang of pain in his chest, as if a boulder had just crashed upon it. What exactly do you want to discuss? The flush on Tsunade's face had not yet faded as she casually flicked her nails. It's nothing too serious. Just a request to sign a contract with your summoning beast. Aokiji's eyes widened in disbelief, as if questioning her audacity. What? Are you serious? That fox spirit is my most cherished companion. The fox spirit observed silently, surprised by her master's perception of her. Indeed, her master held affection for her. Despite his frequent displays of disdain, he ensured her needs were met, and she silently vowed to serve him faithfully henceforth. Tsunade bit her lip. Knowing her request was somewhat unreasonable, yet she needed compensation. The fox spirit was taken aback. Tsunade was equally flustered. What do you mean? You expect to acquire a summoning beast without any payment? Aokiji gestured emphatically, his finger pointed accusingly at her. How despicable. I never imagined you to be such a person. I misjudged you, Tsunade. Though momentarily stunned by the accusation, Tsunade quickly regained her composure, her expression transforming into one of delight. How much? She had a flair for the finer things, receiving generous red envelopes each year, which she kept with her mother, fearing she might squander it on gambling. However, this moment felt justified for a reasonable demand. Without hesitation, Aokiji stated, 10 million ryo. Tsunade's smile froze instantly. Why don't you just go rob a bank? She understood the magnitude of 10 million ryo. It was sufficient to indulge in extravagant gambling with her grandfather for quite some time. Aokiji, mimicking a penguin, changed his expression to one of dismay. No money? How dare you even mention this? Tsunade attempted to invoke a sense of moral obligation in Aokiji, hoping to evoke guilt and achieve her aim, unaware that Aokiji was impervious to such tactics. Ah, yes, I do have a penchant for the mundane. Especially when it comes to money, it is indeed a delightful thing. If a gentle approach fails, Tsunade decided to take a more forceful stance. Swiftly brandishing her shuriken. Would you care to test the sharpness of my shuriken? Aokiji, well acquainted with Tsunade's fiery temperament, understood that while she was indeed passionate, she still possessed a sense of restraint. In this instance, her display of shuriken was likely intended to intimidate herself into submission. Aokiji's assessment was grounded in experience. Throughout their time together, he had seldom witnessed her resort to shuriken. When a matter could be resolved with a fist, she would do just that. If one punch proved insufficient, she would simply deliver another. As she herself had stated, she seemed to take pleasure in the visceral thrill of hand-to-hand combat. One could only speculate where such a penchant for brawling might have originated. Tsunade's defiant demeanor amused Aokiji, prompting him to engage in playful banter. With a flourish, he produced his own shuriken, adopting a defiant posture. My shuriken can be quite sharp as well. In that moment, they stood at an impasse, seemingly on the verge of an actual skirmish, until Jiraiya, unable to bear the tension, intervened. Are you two really about to fight? His words provided Tsunade with a graceful exit, allowing her to retract her shuriken with a nonchalant expression. What a fuss, it's not like we're being serious. Aokiji chimed in. Jiraiya, you clearly underestimate Tsunade. When have you ever seen her wield a shuriken? It's a wonder you were even on the same team as her during your graduation. With that, Aokiji formed hand seals, dispelling the summoning technique. Enveloping them in a cloud of white smoke, signaling the conclusion of their pet showcase. Tsunade cast a reluctant glance, but had no choice but to acquiesce. Aokiji wouldn't allow her to take it. Jiraiya, suddenly enlightened, mused, "That's true. I can hardly recall Tsunade ever using a shuriken. They seem more like ornamental accessories." "You certainly know her well," he remarked, to which Aokiji sighed in resignation. "Well, considering I often cook for her, I suppose I should. Whether she favors sweets or spicy dishes, I am well aware." Tsunade. In truth, it was not only Tsunade. Aokiji frequently prepared meals for Orochimaru and Jiraiya as well. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya, being orphans, often came to Aokiji's home to share a meal, as there was no one else to cook for them. Of course, this was not without cost. The trio was expected to contribute either for groceries or bring their own ingredients, while cooking was indeed a passion. Aokiji had yet to reach the level of generosity that would allow these three to dine freely without contribution. Aokiji chuckled. "Well, it doesn't matter too much, after all. My home does tend to feel rather solitary. I often enjoy having a few extra people around to liven things up. It brings me joy that both Tsunade and Jiraiya, along with Orochimaru, frequently grace my home with their presence." Tsunade felt a bit bashful, unaccustomed to Aokiji's suddenly formal tone, as if he were confessing something. For a moment, her words faltered. What are you saying? It sounds rather embarrassing to hear such things. If you dislike being alone, why not cultivate a few more friendships? As time passed, Tsunade discovered that Aokiji was actually quite easy to get along with, although he seemed to have few friends. Counting the three of them, it appeared there were hardly any. "It's because I fear death," he confessed. "Fear death?" Tsunade was perplexed. "What does inviting classmates over have to do with fearing death?" Aokiji continued. "To be precise, I fear my classmates dying. It would sadden me." This left Tsunade even more bewildered. "You, my friend, always speak in half sentences. Can't you express yourself fully in one go? Without such reservations, how would I maintain my air of sophistication?" Aokiji sighed. "Most students in our class will likely become ninjas after graduation. Is there a problem with that?" "That is a significant issue," she replied. "Being a ninja is a perilous profession. It's not unusual for one to perish in some obscure corner without anyone to claim their body. Human beings are creatures driven by self-preservation. Knowing this, I strive to avoid forming deep emotional ties with my classmates. Thus, if I were to receive news of their demise one day, I would not feel sorrow, for they would merely be transient figures in the lengthy journey of my life. I would continue to eat, drink, and sleep soundly through the night." Hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils flickered. Aokiji's words resonated with his own sentiments. He understood this mindset well, as it was once his own approach. Orochimaru was not inherently taciturn. Rather, he had chosen to shield himself from the pain of loss. Indeed, only Aokiji could reach the depths of his soul in this manner. Orochimaru felt a genuine sense of admiration. Tsunade, however, did not comprehend. "But if, as you say, gaining something implies losing it, why do you still choose to be friends with me, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru?" Aokiji sighed once more. "Because I am human." Chapter 25. Jiraiya is truly a genius. Tsunade was taken aback. Humans are not mere plants, who can be devoid of feelings. If I were to continue living in such a manner, my long life would be exceedingly bleak. I believe that my departed loved ones would not wish to see me in this state. Therefore, I too require friends, like any ordinary person, to accompany me through this protracted journey of life. And you three are the friends I have chosen. Humans are not mere plants, who can be devoid of feelings. Orochimaru pondered over these words, unable to suppress a sense of admiration. Kazan is indeed talented. Just a few casual remarks from him have proven remarkably enlightening. In Orochimaru's eyes, Kazan's tendency to sleep through classes was not the laziness that outsiders described, but rather a sign of his remarkable intelligence, rendering him uninterested in most matters. Chosen, Tsunade found herself enveloped in confusion. "What do you mean?" "As I have stated, humans are creatures that seek benefit and avoid harm. Since I cannot prevent my peers from pursuing the path of a ninja, a perilous endeavor, I must select those most likely to survive the missions as my friends. Through my observations, you three appear to be the most talented students in this cohort, aside from myself. If all goes as expected, your abilities should flourish, naturally reducing the probability of fatality during missions. Of course," he continued, "this is contingent upon our compatibility. Should we not resonate with one another? I shall not engage in deeper exchanges nor regard you as friends." Upon hearing this, each of the three reflected in their own way. Jiraiya felt a surge of happiness. Since his school days, he had always been at the bottom of the class, mocked as a fool by those around him, though he was reluctant to admit it. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. To his astonishment, the genius Kazan held such a high regard for him. Orochimaru, on the other hand, experienced a moment of clarity, finally understanding why Kazan had approached him that day. As for the question of ulterior motives, Orochimaru dismissed it as irrelevant. He saw Kazan's honesty. He genuinely regarded him as a friend. Tsunade, like Orochimaru, was unfazed by the notion of Kazan's impure intentions. Her own motives for befriending him were hardly pure, driven by her desire for the delectable food he prepared. Yet, through their progressively profound exchanges, they had naturally evolved into good friends. However, she found herself puzzled by one aspect. If that is the case, it does hold some truth. But if so, why would Jiraiya catch your eye? I can see that he can get along with you, considering both of you are notorious lechers, sharing a similar predilection. Kazan remained silent. Jiraiya, too, found himself at a loss for words. But as you mentioned, your criteria for friendship includes exceptional ninja skills. With all due respect, I truly fail to perceive any semblance of ninja talent in Jiraiya. He seems to be devoid of any redeeming qualities. During the tests conducted by teacher Sarutobi, he fell prey to every evident trap, clearly belonging to the category of those who would perish during missions. This diverges significantly from your standards. Tsunade meticulously analyzed the situation, almost revealing the color of Jiraiya's undergarments, leaving him utterly humiliated. Hey, Tsunade, isn't that a bit excessive? Jiraiya lamented, feeling disheartened to discover that he was perceived in such a light by Tsunade. However, upon reflection, he begrudgingly admitted the truth of her words. Aokiji remarked, "You underestimate Jiraiya far too much." Jiraiya gazed at him, emotion stirred. Aokiji, well, while your observations are indeed accurate, he conceded. Tsunade laughed, saying, I told you. Could it be that your standards have lowered simply because you share similar flaws with Jiraiya? I am not one to lower my standards for such reasons. There is a reason Jiraiya is my friend, she asserted. Aokiji responded calmly. Have you never considered that among the top students in the class, you have Orochimaru as well? Why then, did you choose to team up with the lowest performer? Tsunade replied matter-of-factly, isn't it to balance the strengths? Aokiji shook his head. You are thinking too simplistically. If it were merely about balancing strengths, then either you or Orochimaru should have been assigned to another team, replacing one with an average-level teammate. With 3 tiers of skill, that would indeed constitute a balance. Yet, the outcome is not as such. I recall you mentioning that your guiding Jonin, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is a disciple of the second Hokage, suggesting he is among the elite in the village. So, the question arises, why include the lowest performer, Jiraiya? In a team with exceptional talents like you, Orochimaru, and Hiruzen? Tsunade pondered for a moment, casting a glance at the bewildered Jiraiya, reluctantly stating, could it be that this fellow is a hidden genius? Aokiji shrugged. What else could it be? What? I'm a genius? Jiraiya exclaimed, bewildered, scratching his head. Throughout his life, this was the first time someone had labeled him a genius. How was I unaware of this? It felt akin to a young man, accustomed to a life of hardship, suddenly learning from his impoverished father, my child, I am actually a super wealthy heir, possessing enough money to encircle the globe. All these years of raising you in poverty were to cultivate your understanding of hard work and perseverance. The time has come to reveal this to you. At that moment, Jiraiya was overwhelmed with joy, throwing his head back in raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew I was a genius. The Sage of Toads does not deceive me. Who else could be the child of destiny if not I? Observing Jiraiya's exuberance made Tsunade feel as if she had swallowed a fly, and she turned to Aokiji, her eyes pleading, as if to say, Aokiji, please tell me this was all a jest, right? Aokiji offered a rueful smile. I'm afraid that, in a certain sense, Jiraiya is indeed a genius. For he possesses something that neither of us has. Moreover, this trait is intrinsically linked to the most crucial abilities of a ninja. Aokiji, you truly are my kindred spirit. I adore you, Tsunade exclaimed. Muah begone, for I harbor no interest in men. Aokiji disdainfully pushed away the overly forward Jiraiya. Hiki, my apologies, I became overly excited. Jiraiya said, rubbing his hands together with enthusiasm. Do tell me, what hidden talents do I possess? I am unaware. A lecher, Aokiji replied. Huh. Jiraiya's smile instantly froze. Perhaps that was not sufficiently clear, Aokiji solemnly added. Moreover, you are exceedingly lecherous. Jiraiya's expression reflected disbelief, as if Aokiji were jesting. Tsunade laughed heartily, unable to contain herself. While Orochimaru chuckled behind his hand, Aokiji asserted with utmost seriousness, I am not jesting. Jiraiya's lechery is both a flaw and a merit. Tsunade was utterly speechless. How could lechery be considered a virtue? She began to suspect that Aokiji was merely making a mockery of Jiraiya to amuse himself. Aokiji, you cannot be serious about me. Jiraiya murmured, still retaining some self-awareness. He acknowledged his lechery but did not possess the audacity to claim it as a ninja's essential talent. Aokiji replied earnestly, how could I possibly jest? I am entirely serious. Jiraiya possesses an immense chakra potential, potentially surpassing the combined strength of myself, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Jiraiya's chakra potential was indeed considerable, perhaps even greater than the three of them combined. Him? Just him? Orochimaru and Tsunade exchanged skeptical glances, their disbelief palpable. Faced with their doubt, Jiraiya proclaimed loudly, what? Am I not capable? Tsunade shook her head, declaring, I do not believe it. Orochimaru echoed her sentiment, neither do I. Jiraiya protested, hey, you two. This is enough. Do you truly view me as so inadequate? Both Orochimaru and Tsunade nodded in agreement. Jiraiya was left speechless, turning to Aokiji with a hopeful gaze. Regardless of what he said, those two would remain unconvinced. At this moment, it would be more prudent to pass the microphone to his dear friend, allowing him to speak on his behalf. Aokiji smiled. You should recall what chakra is composed of. Orochimaru nodded. Chakra is generally understood as the product of a balanced mixture of mental energy and physical energy. Am I correct, Aokiji? Indeed, Aokiji replied. Understanding the components of chakra allows one to deduce the characteristics of individuals who possess vast chakra reserves. To enhance one's own chakra, one must primarily focus on strengthening these two aspects. A robust physical energy and mental energy are exemplified by myself and Tsunade, owing to the unique nature of our lineage. The Uchiha clan possesses an innate and formidable spiritual energy, while conversely, the Senju clan is endowed with a remarkable physical energy. Consequently, the chakra of individuals from our two clans far exceeds that of ordinary folk. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, inquiring, in other words, are you suggesting that Jiraiya also possesses either potent spiritual strength or formidable physical energy? Aokiji concurred, indeed. Tsunade, perplexed, responded, but how does this relate to his lecherous behavior? Aokiji chuckled, it is because those who are lecherous tend to secrete a greater amount of male hormones. What are male hormones? Both Jiraiya and Tsunade appeared bewildered. As for male hormones, well, that is a complex topic better suited for outside discussions. Just know that lecherous individuals often possess abundant vitality. In other words, they generally exhibit a robust physical energy. If I were to rank the three of you by chakra quantity, it would be Jiraiya greater than Tsunade, and Tsunade greater than Orochimaru. Jiraiya's lecherous nature contributes to his ample chakra. Tsunade, being born into the Senju clan, also possesses a commendable amount, placing her second, while Orochimaru, due to his lack of lechery, likely has the least chakra. Orochimaru remarked, is there truly a correlation between lechery and physical energy? Aokiji was hesitant to make a definitive claim, but it was undeniable that Jiraiya's vast chakra was closely tied to his physical energy. One need only look at Jiraiya's lecherous tendencies in the original narrative. It is hardly surprising that he is akin to an athlete. This is not a moral judgment from Aokiji. He prefers not to dwell on moral high ground. He simply observes that at over 50 years of age, Jiraiya still boasts a full head of thick hair, which would be hard to believe without considerable physical energy to support it. Tsunade shook her head. I don't quite grasp this. Aokiji, eager to enlighten, gently asked, what is it that you do not understand? Tsunade retorted, aren't you also lecherous? How can you assert that Jiraiya's chakra surpasses the combined total of the three of us? Aokiji replied, I operate within the normal range for men. Thank you. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? Yet I recall you mentioning your dream of marrying 2 wives. That hardly sounds like something a normal person would say. Aokiji solemnly stated, I am merely being prudent. Tsunade, at a loss for words, countered, how is that related to prudence? Aokiji, counting on his fingers, explained earnestly. Consider this. If I marry but 1 wife, and misfortune befalls her, I would be left alone. By marrying 2, should one pass away, I would still have the other, effectively creating a safety net. Aokiji's reasoning was sound, leaving Tsunade speechless and almost convinced. Aokiji was indeed intelligent. However, he consistently directed this intellect toward peculiar thoughts. Jiraiya's eyes lit up with understanding, realizing the audacity of such reasoning could be articulated so eloquently. In matters of lust, Jiraiya has always been generous with his talents. He soon turned Aokiji's caution into a lesson learned, claiming that should anyone label him as lecherous, he would retort that it is merely prudence. After all, Being a ninja is a perilous profession, and he must ensure the continuation of his lineage, as the loss of a child is all too common, hence the more the merrier. Tsunade brushed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. She wished to avoid further discourse on this topic, sensing that if she continued, she would be led astray by Aokiji's warped reasoning. In summary, I understand your intentions. You aspire to be a medical ninja because you wish to prevent the sacrifice of your comrades, right? I never would have guessed you possessed such empathy. I might just concede this point. Oh, but that is not the case. My desire to become a medical ninja primarily stems from my own fear of death. Tsunade. Chapter 26. Tsunade's allure. On another note, how did you come to know about my recent interest in medical ninjas? A perplexed Aokiji pondered, as he was certain he had not broached the subject with her. Do you recall the Umbu who taught you last time by Lake Biwa? Vaguely. What of it? Allow me to enlighten you. She is actually the girlfriend of our esteemed teacher Sarutobi, and during a casual conversation between them, your name was fortuitously mentioned while we were present. Girlfriend? Indeed, she is the beloved of teacher Sarutobi, and it seems they are soon to be wed. Married? Aokiji recalled that in the original narrative, Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed had a wife, albeit her appearance was fleeting, being a mere supporting character. The details had not lingered in his memory, including her name. Yet, how could Sarutobi casually discuss him? Surely, there was little connection between him and the future third Hokage, save for Aokiji's amicable relations with his three disciples. Although Sarutobi had not yet assumed the mantle of Hokage, as a pupil of the second Hokage, he held a position of considerable influence within the village. Was he truly so idle as to concern himself with someone as insignificant as Aokiji? Might it be due to his Uchiha lineage that even children were not spared scrutiny? Surely not. Such a defensive demeanor was unwarranted, as he had not desecrated the family graves of the Sarutobis. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Aokiji broke into a cold sweat, surprised that he had garnered such attention despite his lackadaisical attitude. If Aokiji were an adult, such wariness might be comprehensible. However, he was merely a child. Was it truly necessary to be so harsh? So, what does your teacher say about me? Fortunately, Sarutobi had his own informants, allowing Aokiji to discreetly gather information. What else could it be but the matter of medical ninjas, given that few are willing to embrace the role? The emergence of someone with a generous spirit, oh no, a foolhardy individual, naturally draws attention. What do you mean by foolhardy? Perhaps you could elucidate your thoughts. In this day and age, medical ninjas are not held in high regard. Even Tsunade, the future emblem of medical ninjutsu, shows little enthusiasm, highlighting their lack of esteem. Why on earth do you wish to become a medical ninja? Orochimaru had previously analyzed Aokiji's motives and was eager to hear Aokiji's own words. Did I not mention it? I fear for my life. Becoming a medical ninja is purely advantageous as it keeps one away from the front lines, significantly increasing the chances of survival. To be frank, I have no desire to be a medical ninja. My dream is to amass wealth, and more wealth to lead a good life. Were it not for my considerable talent in ninjutsu, my family's antiquated elders might not have compelled me down this path. I suspect that despite my struggles, I would ultimately be led to the life of a ninja. Therefore, I chose to take the initiative, selecting a role that would ensure my survival. Tending to others from a safe distance without the constant worry for my own safety. How splendid. Tsunade's eyelid twitched slightly. You are truly the most despicable Uchiha I have ever encountered. Thank you for the compliment, Aokiji replied, indifferent as if he were a piece of meat. What did you mean by that peculiar word milk you mentioned earlier? Tsunade, having just heard an odd term, speculated that in this context it likely referred to healing. But what did it have to do with milk? Her curiosity piqued. Aokiji, having spoken casually, answered nonchalantly, it's nothing significant, just healing. Healing? Tsunade frowned. Which milk are you referring to? It couldn't possibly be the cow's milk, could it? Indeed. I don't understand. What does that have to do with the word milk? Aokiji pursed his lips, making a hissing sound. This is a bit complex to explain. Let me ponder for a moment. This term was a reference from a past life, one that only those in the know would understand, yet what relevance could it possibly have in this world? How could he elucidate it? Tsunade probed further. Is there a special meaning to this word milk that I am unaware of? Aokiji responded after a long pause. This is called a meme, a rhetorical device that, due to its widespread dissemination, gradually departs from its original meaning, transforming into something entirely different. I don't understand. Cow's milk is known for its high protein, rich nutrition, and ease of absorption. Typically, after a serious illness, to aid in recovery, one often needs to consume nutritious items, and during such times, high protein, easily digestible cow's milk becomes the obvious choice. I don't understand. Tsunade's lack of comprehension was justified, for even Aokiji himself was unsure of what he was saying. Nevertheless, this convoluted explanation afforded Aokiji ample time to reflect. He shook his head, feigning profundity, as if lamenting his student's lack of insight. You truly are slow on the uptake. Never mind. I shall go the extra mile for you. With that, he crossed his arms and cradled his chin, musing aloud. How should I explain this to you? Let me think. I have it. I will provide a real-life example to help you better grasp the concept of a meme. Tsunade paused. A real-life example? For instance, delicious. Delicious? A smile crept onto Aokiji's lips, laden with implication. I cannot recall who it was. But last time someone adamantly declared they would never eat stinky tofu, only to end up consuming the most of it and exclaiming, delicious. Wouldn't you agree, Tsunade-chan? Tsunade. It was evident that Aokiji's mockery was directed at her. Jiraiya chuckled softly to himself, and even Orochimaru could hardly suppress a smile. The mention of past events caused Tsunade's cheeks to flush crimson, akin to a freshly cooked blue crab, and she wished to find a place to hide. This was her fault. The smell of that stinky tofu had been utterly repugnant, comparable to excrement, yet after tasting it, she exclaimed, "Oh my, it's truly delicious." In a moment of weakness, I uttered those words, which led to countless jests from Aokiji. Now, he has chosen to bring it up again, and the embarrassment is palpable. Originally, the phrase really fragrant referred to a delightful aroma, but in certain contexts, it has taken on a different connotation. For instance, the term has evolved to describe a situation where one initially rejects something with pride, only to be confronted by harsh reality and compelled to accept it. Do you understand what I mean, Tsunade? Blushing, Tsunade clenched her teeth and replied, I understand. Please refrain from mentioning really fragrant again. For reasons unbeknownst to her. She felt this term might linger throughout her future. Aokiji ceased his teasing and returned to the previous topic, through the example of really fragrant. The term milk has also undergone transformation due to specific contexts, evolving to imply a healing effect. For instance, if I were to say, Tsunade, give me a sip of your milk, the surface meaning is straightforward, yet the underlying implication is far more intriguing, translating to Tsunade, please heal me. Isn't that fascinating? Moreover, the term milk can combine with other words to form new meanings, such as healer or milk dad, referring to individuals who possess healing abilities. Tsunade scoffed. Who would give you milk? Healing. I'm not a medical ninja, Orochimaru remarked. Listening to you is like a ray of sunshine breaking through the clouds, illuminating my understanding. To think you could describe such mundane concepts so vividly, Aokiji. I believe you would make a best-selling author. An author, you say? Pondering this notion, Aokiji stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed that Jiraiya had amassed considerable wealth through his novels. Perhaps he could follow suit. Although Aokiji lacked the talent for writing, he was adept at borrowing ideas. But can the exploits of a traveler truly be deemed plagiarism? It is merely homage, with a bit of creativity. He could craft a tale reminiscent of the Lord of the Rings without fear of retribution. After all, the inhabitants of this world were unfamiliar with concepts like dwarves, elves, demons, or dragons. Surely, the royalties would flow in abundantly, especially with the elf race, which would undoubtedly incite fervor among gentlemen. A character with golden hair and a youthful visage, doesn't he that remind one of a certain individual? Imagining this, Aokiji cast a meaningful glance at someone nearby, contemplating how delightful it would be if they had a pair of pointed ears. Tsunade questioned, why are you looking at me? Nothing, Tsunade. You're simply remarkable, Tsunade replied. Your expression seems to suggest you're concocting some nefarious scheme. Aokiji cleared his throat and adopted a serious demeanor. Tsunade, have you considered pursuing a path as a medical ninja? Not interested. Unless I were to have a door slammed on my head, I would never entertain such an idea. Tsunade firmly declared her disinterest, asserting that she had no intention of becoming a medical ninja. Chapter 27. Uchiha Madara. Aokiji chuckled softly. What are you laughing about? Oh, nothing. I merely hope you will remember the words spoken today. A cryptic smile danced upon Aokiji's lips. Tsunade, unable to decipher her, felt perplexed. Well, since you aspire to be a medical ninja, then do so diligently. Although it seems somewhat unfortunate for someone of your talents to pursue this path, it is certainly preferable to idling away. Aokiji bore a mischievous grin, revealing her intentions. You truly think I would earnestly become a medical ninja? If that is your belief, then you greatly underestimate me. Sharing a few of her secrets could foster a closer bond with Tsunade and the others, while conveniently aiding in the construction of her carefree persona. Moreover, complete concealment was impractical. The blend of truth and falsehood was the most challenging to discern. Even if her abilities had been exposed that day, it wasn't a deliberate act of hiding her strength, but rather a motivation aligned with her persona. Tsunade, bewildered, asked. Aokiji unabashedly clarified her stance. My goal in medical ninjutsu is merely to skim the surface. A basic grasp of essential medical techniques suffices. Tsunade felt an unsettling sensation. Otherwise, if I excel too much on the path of a medical ninja, I would undoubtedly be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Tsunade, perplexed, replied, isn't being entrusted with responsibilities a good thing? Aokiji, with utmost seriousness, responded, not at all. Being entrusted with responsibilities signifies that I am a person of importance, which implies I would appear on the wanted lists of various nations. I have no desire to be constantly hunted and live in perpetual anxiety. Enough of this, Tsunade exclaimed, rolling her eyes. She found Aokiji's mindset rather extreme. Initially, she believed Aokiji had potential on the ninja path, but she soon realized she had underestimated her, as she resorted to such devious schemes for a comfortable life. Aokiji reveled in her cleverness. This way, even if I inadvertently become a ninja, I can still enjoy a comfortable and stable life. Isn't that rather astute? You seem somewhat crafty, Tsunade sighed. Aokiji, how far are you willing to fall? I doubt your late grandmother would wish to see you like this. She was the true inheritor of the will of fire, and you should embody her spirit, becoming an exceptional ninja rather than squandering your talents in idleness. Upon the mention of her grandmother and the will of fire, Aokiji's previously playful demeanor shifted dramatically, as if struck by a revelation. With a fierce tone, she retorted, enough. Do not speak of my grandmother in my presence. And can you refrain from incessantly invoking the will of fire? If one were unaware, they might think you have been brainwashed. To be frank, I hold such notions in deep disdain. Tsunade's pupils widened slightly, unable to tolerate Aokiji's dismissive attitude towards the will of fire, a legacy left by her grandfather. Tsunade's expression turned frigid, her anger palpable. I cannot simply ignore what you just said. What do you intend to do? Apologize. Aokiji snorted disdainfully, saying, humph. What will you do if I refuse to apologize? Tsunade clenched her fist, her brows furrowing in a fierce glare, an air of lethal intent emanating from her. Then I shall strike you until you do. Do you know? My strength surpasses your imagination by far. Aokiji nonchalantly pointed his thumb at his forehead, smirking with derision. As long as I desire it, you wouldn't even be able to touch a single hair on my body. In that case, I am also eager to witness your true power. I am aware that your performance at the Ninja Academy was far from what you typically display. The previously light-hearted banter abruptly dissipated, replaced by a palpable tension in the air, thick with the scent of gunpowder. Jiraiya and Orochimaru sensed the shift. A confrontation was imminent, and it seemed these two were genuinely prepared to engage in battle. To prevent matters from escalating beyond repair, Jiraiya took the initiative to intervene, saying, Hey, Aokiji, that's enough. If this continues, Tsunade is going to obliterate you. Tsunade coldly interrupted, Jiraiya, step aside, or I shall strike you as well. I will not forgive anyone who disrespects my grandfather. Jiraiya recoiled slightly, silenced by the unusual ferocity etched on Tsunade's face. In the past, Tsunade had often displayed her temper, yet it had always been fleeting, never reaching the level of fury she exhibited at this moment. Orochimaru observed the two, his gaze calm and unyielding, choosing to remain silent. Suddenly, Aokiji chuckled. Tsunade scrutinized him with a piercing gaze, demanding, What is so amusing? Aokiji sighed. I truly envy you, to be so well protected, living in a world of stark contrasts. Tsunade was momentarily at a loss for words. Aokiji then remarked, Do you know? Initially, I harbored a deep-seated hatred for your grandfather. Hatred? The three reacted in astonishment, unable to comprehend the source of his animosity. Aokiji murmured softly, When my grandmother was still alive, she once recounted a tale. In the early days of the founding of Konoha, your grandfather and the Uchiha clan's leader, Uchiha Madara, had joined forces. Madara proposed employing force to conquer the entire world, unifying it by eliminating anyone who opposed them until all dissenters were vanquished, thereby ushering in peace. With their combined strength at that time, it was entirely feasible. However, your grandfather rejected this notion, believing that slaughter would only breed new hatred. Consequently, he refuted the proposal, and Madara, though begrudgingly, chose to trust your grandfather. Following this, various ninja clans began to ally with Konoha, and nations sequentially followed suit, establishing their own villages, thereby promoting the system of one nation, one village. Peace descended upon the world, and it seemed that everything was progressing in a positive direction. However, peace is fleeting. With the departure of Uchiha Madara from Konoha and his subsequent demise in battle, the village's strength waned significantly. Lacking absolute power to maintain order, the nations began to stir, and skirmishes erupted once more. My parents sacrificed their lives during this tumultuous period. Following this, your grandfather also passed away, without his formidable deterrent. The nations no longer felt restrained. Thus, war broke out. Countless clansmen around me took to the battlefield, and for a time, I was haunted daily by news of families losing their loved ones. Eventually, those voices grew quieter. At this point, Aokiji bitterly smirked and lamented. Do you know why? Why? The three fell silent. Because most people have already perished. Naturally, there are no more sounds. I began to harbor resentment towards your grandfather. Why did he refuse to heed Madara's words back then, to unify this world and eradicate dissenters? If he feared the breeding of hatred, why not eliminate everyone? By extinguishing all lives, hatred would cease to exist, and perhaps my parents would not have met their untimely demise. Aokiji clenched his fist towards the void, his gaze intense. And he howled in desperation. From that moment on, I devoted myself tirelessly to my training, yearning for the day I would awaken the Sharingan. I crave this power. To surpass Uchiha Madara, and even your grandfather, to become the strongest ninja in the world, achieving the goals Madara could not, to create a world devoid of war. More importantly, I wish to protect my only beloved grandmother. Yet, just as I pursued this ambition, calamity struck. As he recounted this, it seemed as though all strength had been drained from him. Aokiji's shoulders slumped, tears brimming in his eyes. I became utterly alone. As the tears overflowed, a surge of power coursed through him, his pupils shifting from black to red, stained as if by blood, accompanied by a tomo pattern. The three gazed in astonishment at the transformation of Aokiji's eyes. Aokiji, your eyes, the Sharingan. Aokiji gently touched his right cheek. A thin veneer of self-deprecating smile gracing his face. Isn't it ironic? The power I longed for came only after my grandmother's death. But what significance does it hold now, when there is scarcely anyone left to protect? Tears streamed down Aokiji's face. After my grandmother's departure, a part of me also perished. Following this, he isolated himself. And through prolonged contemplation, I came to understand one crucial truth. The three inhaled deeply, gravely inquiring. What truth? Aokiji sighed. Humans have their limits. Even if I possess unparalleled strength, unifying the world to achieve peace, upon my death, this world would promptly descend into chaos, reverting to its former state. Your grandfather stands as a living testament to this. During his lifetime, the world enjoyed peace, appearing idyllic, yet upon his demise, new wars erupted almost immediately. I no longer wish to strive. Regardless of how hard I labor, it inevitably returns to square one. Given this situation, I might as well live in the present. The future holds no significance for me. The three individuals were visibly moved, slowly uttering the name of Aokiji, and only at this moment did they truly comprehend him. Aokiji wiped away the tears from his eyes, sniffled, and with a bitter smile remarked, I hope the three of you can keep my Sharingan a secret. In the heat of battle, sacrifice often follows. I no longer wish to endure the pain of loss. Upon finishing his words, he gently closed his eyes. And when he opened them again, his irises had returned to a shade of black. It's getting late. You three must accompany your teacher for training at noon. So I shall not disturb you further. The trio hesitated, caught between words, ultimately letting out a heavy sigh and nodding in silence. Aokiji's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a fleeting glimmer of cunning flickering within. In this manner, his persona was firmly established, revealing his Sharingan was a decision Aokiji had made after careful consideration. As the strength of these three continued to increase, it became increasingly difficult for Aokiji to conceal his true self, so he chose to take the initiative. Crafting an image of a war-weary individual shaped by the loss of loved ones, simultaneously garnering sympathy and deepening their bond. Having spent considerable time with Tsunade, Aokiji had often wondered whether she had a dedicated bodyguard to ensure her safety. Due to his own limited strength, he was unable to discern the truth. Although his actions carried some risk, they remained within a manageable scope. By adopting this approach, he would present the impression that he was not deliberately concealing his Sharingan, but rather hiding out of fear of losing his comrades and a disdain for battle. When the time came for him to reveal his Sharingan, Aokiji would have a noble rationale, demonstrating that he had emerged from despair and transformed into a steadfast inheritor of the will of fire, embodying the archetype of a reformed rogue. With the camaraderie he had developed with the legendary Sanin and the collective strength of the Uchiha clan, Aokiji was confident that he could attain the position of Hokage. Perched unnoticed on a tree, A black cat silently observed Aokiji's retreating figure, its gaze profound. Moments later, with a soft poof, it vanished into a cloud of white smoke, leaving nothing behind. What troubles you all today? According to the established schedule, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the arrival of his 3 disciples, each bearing a look of preoccupation. Even Jiraiya, typically the most vivacious, appeared somewhat burdened. It's nothing, Tsunade replied dismissively. However, her words only piqued Hiruzen's curiosity further. Seemingly sensing Hiruzen's thoughts, Orochimaru took the initiative to speak. Sensei Sarutobi, may I pose a question? Hiruzen, taken aback, responded with delight. How rare it is for you to ask me something. Orochimaru inquired, among the 3 of us, whose chakra is the most abundant? Why would he ask such a question? Out of sheer curiosity. Sarutobi Hiruzen found it peculiar yet enlightening to clarify for his disciples. If ranked by chakra levels, Jiraiya possesses the highest, followed by Tsunade, and then Orochimaru. Jiraiya's chakra surpasses ours by a considerable margin. If we assume yours is at 1, then Tsunade would be around 1.5, placing Jiraiya approximately at 4. Is it truly so abundant? Orochimaru forced a smile, astonished that the Jiraiya he had always underestimated possessed such innate talent. Chakra stands as one of the most crucial metrics for measuring a ninja's prowess, which elucidates why a somewhat scatterbrained and underperforming individual like Jiraiya would be grouped with him and Tsunade. Sarutobi nodded in acknowledgement. The 3 bowed their heads, murmuring in unison, precisely as Aokiji had described. Sarutobi presumed that Orochimaru's melancholic expression stemmed from his own relatively lower chakra levels, and thus he sought to console him. Orochimaru, your chakra is substantial among your peers. Jiraiya is an exceptional case. Moreover, a ninja's strength is assessed through various facets. Nevertheless, Sarutobi recognized the fragility of this assertion. Chakra holds paramount importance for a ninja. It may very well be the foremost criterion. While many aspects of a ninja's abilities can be honed through training, chakra is akin to height. Though training might yield some enhancement, the inherent quantity of chakra, much like one's stature, is largely predetermined from birth, with minimal potential for change. This explains why Jiraiya, despite his myriad shortcomings, could ultimately be grouped with prodigies like Orochimaru and Tsunade. It is certainly not a mere pretense of balancing strength. A flimsy rationale aimed at deceiving the unversed. Sarutobi observed Jiraiya, noting his lack of exuberance, which left him perplexed. One would expect Jiraiya to feel elated upon learning of his immense chakra, yet he exhibited no such reaction, as if he were already privy to the information. What troubles you? Nothing, merely a moment of reflection. Sarutobi's disciples lamented Aokiji's fate, while simultaneously expressing deep regret that such a gifted friend chose not to pursue the path of a ninja. On a remote island amidst the vast ocean south of the Land of Fire, lies the Land of Water. Hidden Mist Village, shrouded in perpetual fog due to its mountainous terrain, is renowned across the world. Within a cylindrical structure, in a dimly lit room, a middle-aged man with a wild, shaggy hairstyle slowly opened his eyes. His gaze revealed a crimson hue, the pupils adorned with 3 tomo, an unmistakable sign of the Sharingan, which would astonish anyone present. Yet, curiously, the other eye was a stark white, a consequence of visual impairment and blindness, prompting intrigue regarding the man's identity. Meow. With 2 soft meows. A black cat emerged from the shadows, gracefully leaping onto the man's lap. The middle-aged man placed his hand upon the cat's head, not merely petting it, but rather probing into the feline's memories. After a prolonged moment, he moved his lips, a murky, dark, and twisted smile appearing upon his countenance. Uchiha Aokiji. To the onlookers, this smile undoubtedly brewed a sense of impending malice, chilling all who beheld it. You appear quite pleased, Lord Mizukage, or rather, Lord Madara. Suddenly, a second voice resonated through the room. A middle-aged man with long, straight black hair stepped forth from the shadows, his eyes closed, bearing an ethereal demeanor. He was none other than the current 3rd Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. His presence raising questions about the purpose of such a powerful leader appearing in this clandestine setting. Yet, in comparison to the man named Madara before him, the 3rd Mizukage's status seemed somewhat diminished. For the name Madara was preceded by a surname that resonated through history, Uchiha. His full name, Uchiha Madara, was synonymous with the legendary strength of the first Hokage, since his defeat by Hashirama. Uchiha Madara had concealed himself to verify the information inscribed upon the stone tablet at the Uchiha Shrine. The Land of Water had been his chosen refuge. Nestled upon the sea and shrouded in perpetual mist, it remained isolated from the mainland, rendering it an ideal sanctuary for concealment. At the 5 Kage summit, not only did the 5 Kage attend, but also their guards, tasked with ensuring the safety of the Hokage. Following the demise of the original Kage, these guards had invariably ascended to become the second Kage, with one exception, the current third Mizukage, who had lost the election for the second Mizukage position to the enigmatic Ao. A fact that continued to gnaw at him. Madara had perceived his discontent and discreetly approached him, offering to assist him in attaining the position of third Mizukage. While the third Mizukage would aid him in gathering intelligence, creating a mutually beneficial alliance. Moreover, the third Mizukage found himself unable to refuse such an arrangement. Historically, water and fire had been incompatible. The Uchiha clan, masters of fire techniques, now found their most formidable member, Uchiha Madara, controlling the leader of the most proficient water-style ninja, stealthily becoming the de facto second Mizukage of the hidden mist village, a striking irony, indeed. Madara let out a cold huff, seemingly perturbed by the interruption, and spoke with an expressionless demeanor. "What is it that you seek from me?" The third Mizukage replied with a smile, "It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to inform you that, at your suggestion, the overall quality of this year's students has reached an unprecedented level. The feudal lord of the Land of Water greatly appreciates this policy, which not only reduces military expenses but also maintains combat effectiveness. Isn't that to be expected?" Madara retorted, unimpressed by the news, which he had anticipated. After all, this year's graduating class was markedly different, as they were required to eliminate their comrades to graduate. Thus, the students were driven to train relentlessly to avoid death. In his estimation, a multitude of mediocre ninjas could never compare to a single elite ninja. This inspiration stems from Uchiha Madara's experience of having to kill his friend to awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan. It is through early encounters with pain that a ninja can achieve rapid growth. Naturally, when this policy was proposed, it faced unanimous resistance from the hidden mist village, led by the second Mizukage. However, in the face of Uchiha's formidable ocular prowess, this opposition was rendered insignificant. He directly controlled the second Mizukage with his Sharingan, compelling him to submit. Yet, the strong of the hidden mist village were not fools. It would not be long before they detected the anomaly. To eliminate future threats, Madara sent him to perish alongside the second Tsuchikage, with whom he harbored animosity. This incident became a mystery between the two nations. For the geographical distance between the Land of Water and the Land of Earth was so vast that it seemed implausible for personal vendettas to incite such conflict, especially with the intervening Land of Fire, which posed no geopolitical issues. Any leader with a modicum of intelligence would not jeopardize national strength over private grievances, which could invite exploitation from other nations. However, with the death of the individual, both nations ceased further inquiries and focused on military competition as the rightful course of action. With the third Mizukage present, Madara had the perfect opportunity to inquire about the Sage of Six Paths. According to the inscriptions on the stone tablet, he had acquired Hashirama's flesh and implanted it within himself. Combined with his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, it should evolve into the Rinnegan. Yet, despite the passage of time, there had been no transformation in his eyes, and even he began to doubt the veracity of the secrets inscribed on the tablet. Thus, he resolved not to remain idle but to actively seek further intelligence regarding the Sage of Six Paths, to ascertain whether there were any discrepancies in the tablet's content. Simultaneously, he needed to establish numerous contingencies. For the dream that resided within his heart, the more pawns, the better. Apologies. The third Mizukage found it difficult to meet Madara's compelling gaze. During the Warring States period, Madara's overwhelming power had left an indelible impression on him, instilling a fear that thwarted any rebellious thoughts. Madara closed his eyes, seemingly in deep contemplation, before reopening them with deliberate calmness. In the future, I may have to leave this place. Leave this place? Where do you intend to go? The third Mizukage inquired, taken aback. Madara narrowed his crimson eyes, as if to convey, "Are you prying into my destination?" The third Mizukage fell silent, daring not to speak further. Satisfied with the response, Uchiha uttered two words, "Konoha." He informed the third Mizukage that it was for future communication, as he might require cooperation from this side to execute his plans. The third Mizukage widened his eyes slightly, as if to dispel his earlier timidity, forcing a faint smile. "Indeed, with Hashirama no longer present, there is no one left to obstruct you in this world. The position of Hokage must surely be within your grasp. I imagine that when Tobirama sees you alive, his expression will be quite a sight." Uchiha Madara regarded the third Mizukage with a somber gaze and replied, "The title of Hokage, a mundane affair, holds no significance for me." Having spoken, as if unwilling to elaborate further, he quietly closed his eyes. The third generation of water shadows, understanding the unspoken cue, fell silent, aware that the other party was essentially issuing an eviction notice. With a gaze filled with palpable trepidation, he cast a final glance at Uchiha Madara before departing. Thus, the room was left in solitude, occupied solely by Uchiha Madara. He slowly parted his lips, murmuring the name of his long-lost friend in a voice barely audible to himself. His friend's methods had met with failure. It was now time for Uchiha Madara to unveil his own approach. He would eradicate all wars from this world, allowing humanity to dwell in everlasting happiness. Infinite Tsukuyami. Achoo. After school, Aokiji suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose, pondering the oddity of the moment. Was it possible that the little girl from class was thinking of him? He often found amusement in his own musings. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a crimson hue, Aokiji's slender silhouette was mirrored on the streets. He noticed a group of girls chattering animatedly, their voices blending into a melodic din. Among them was a blonde girl he recognized as Tsunade, whose social sphere extended far beyond a mere few acquaintances. Seemingly aware of Aokiji's presence, Tsunade excused herself from the group with a fabricated reason and approached him, noticing his hesitance and the indecisiveness etched across his face, as if he had something to convey. "Do you have something to say to me?" Since that incident, a thick barrier had formed between them, leaving their conversation scarce. I'm sorry." Aokiji scratched his head, embarrassed. "I shouldn't have said that to you last time." "What did you say?" "I've already forgotten." Aokiji chuckled foolishly, realizing that Tsunade was offering him an escape from the awkwardness. "Extend your index and ring fingers." "Why? Just do it. Stop asking so many questions, or I might just flatten you." Tsunade's fiery temperament, though fierce, appeared endearing to Aokiji. At times, he reflected on his own cunning nature, feeling somewhat guilty for not reciprocating her innocent feelings. He extended his index and ring fingers. Moments later, warmth enveloped his fingertips as they intertwined, a gesture of reconciliation. "Tsunade, this is the last time." In a seemingly inconspicuous shadowed corner, a black cat licked its paw, its eyes fixated on the two with an almost ethereal intensity. P.S. With the completion of this chapter, it is finally time to leap beyond this youthful age. Chapter 28. Honestly admit, are there any cheats? In the 23rd year of Konoha, time has flown by like a swift arrow, and in the blink of an eye, for years have passed. Before a smooth, square tombstone, the 10-year-old Aokiji gazed at the names of his former classmates inscribed upon it. Orochimaru. A heavy sigh escaped his lips, as a profound melancholy enveloped his expression. In just a few months, he would graduate from the Ninja Academy. Due to the ravages of war, what was originally a 6-year curriculum had been condensed into 5 years, coupled with his early admission by a year. In other words, Aokiji was set to graduate 2 years earlier than his peers and become a glorious pawn of war. In truth, the timeline could have been even shorter. Most students typically graduated after just 2 to 3 years. It was exceedingly rare for someone like Aokiji to linger for a full 5 years, an anomaly that seemed to exist solely in his case. Naturally, the academy would not grant him any special favors. Instead, they assigned him to mingle with lower-grade students, essentially forcing him to repeat a year. Aokiji had previously approached the elders of his clan, expressing his desire to refrain from becoming a ninja, rather than outright rejecting his plea. They introduced him to a younger ninja, Uchiha Fugaku, and insisted he engage in combat with him. Aokiji was familiar with this tactic. In the original narrative, Hinata, who was once a favored candidate for training, was abandoned by the clan after losing to her younger sister, Hanabi. Reluctantly, Aokiji accepted the challenge and swiftly lost to his opponent. He believed that this would lead his family to abandon their expectations of him. However, he soon realized he had miscalculated. In the world of ninjas, one must inevitably become a ninja. This was the unwavering stance of the clan's elders. Initially, the clan had considered giving up on Aokiji due to his apparent lack of effort in school. However, after witnessing his combat skills, they swiftly dismissed that notion. Through the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan could clearly discern the exceptional chakra flow within Aokiji, far surpassing that of his peers, as well as his deliberate attempts to feign incompetence. While ordinary individuals might overlook such subtleties, the Uchiha, endowed with unparalleled insight, were not blind to Aokiji's clever ruse to evade his ninja destiny. At first, Aokiji vehemently denied any prowess, insisting he was a mere failure. However, when the elder's eyes transformed into the crimson hue reminiscent of an eye ailment, known as the Sharingan, Aokiji quickly conceded and admitted to his deceptive tactics. He had no desire to be manipulated by the Sharingan, who knew what inquiries he might face. amidst Aukiji's despondency. A light, melodious voice wafted through the air, bringing tidings of good news. He held his breath and turned around to see a golden-haired girl, delicate and charming. Her beauty captivating, none other than Tsunade. Over the past 4 years, aside from her bosom, Tsunade had undergone significant changes. Her baby fat had begun to fade, and, due to the precocious nature of girls, she had blossomed into an even more enchanting young woman. Lazy Aokiji remarked at this point. The only news that can rouse my interest is the kind that allows me to abstain from being a ninja. You truly are something. Anyway, let me share something with you. The village is contemplating an alliance with the Cloud Village. Teacher Yuanfei has also accompanied them as a guardian. An alliance? Indeed. Should the alliance succeed, I believe the war may soon come to a close. Consequently, the Ninja Academy might revert to a 6-year program. In other words, you might have another year to linger. Finally, it has arrived. Aokiji cast a meaningful glance at Tsunade. If memory serves, the second Hokage is likely to be ambushed by the Gold and Silver brothers from the Cloud Village, meeting his end here. Aokiji had previously made subtle hints for Tsunade to warn the second Hokage to be wary of the Gold and Silver brothers, though he was uncertain of its efficacy. However, it was likely that the outcome would not be favorable. Given Tobarama's intellect, he must have already considered potential traps, yet for the sake of peace, he had to discuss the alliance and ceasefire with the Cloud Village. What is the matter? Nothing much. I've been experimenting with a new dish called potato chips. Would you like to try some? Upon hearing about the new dish, Tsunade's eyes sparkled, and she eagerly exclaimed, Sure, sure. It's rather strange. Why are you not the least bit joyful? Aokiji let out a weary sigh. Even if I procrastinate for a year, those old relics in my clan will likely never consent to my abstaining from being a ninja. How infuriating. Despite my apparent apathy, they refuse to leave me be. Tsunade retorted, Accept your fate. With those eyes, you are undoubtedly a born ninja. Aokiji's demeanor shifted dramatically as he hastily waved his hands in denial. Eyes? What eyes? Do not speak in such a manner. I have none. Tsunade. Aokiji glanced around, ensuring no one was in earshot, and leaned closer to Tsunade, whispering, You haven't spoken of my affairs, have you? The breath accompanying his words sent a tingling sensation through Tsunade's ear, eliciting a slight itch. She stomped her foot, causing Aokiji to wince in pain. What on earth are you doing? With a flourish, Tsunade tossed her hair back. I am aware that I currently possess a striking beauty, which may prove challenging for boys like you in their blossoming youth. However, please exercise restraint, as your behavior may inadvertently provoke the opposite effect. Aokiji examined her from head to toe. Tsunade glared menacingly, threatening, If you continue to gaze at me so lecherously, I swear I shall pluck your eyes from their sockets. Aokiji shrugged nonchalantly. I concede that you are attractive, but if you believe I am one to judge solely by appearances, then you underestimate my depth. There are countless beautiful facades, yet a captivating soul is truly unique. In truth, I place far greater value on a person's character. Upon finishing his statement, Aokiji deliberately cast a glance at her, questioning, Do you possess such a broad-minded spirit? You, a woman as narrow-minded as a plane. You do have the audacity to say that. It remains uncertain who accompanied Jiraiya to the bathhouse last time and was subsequently apprehended. Aokiji replied, I know, Orochimaru. Tsunade, contemplating a sarcastic remark aimed at Aokiji, suddenly recalled something. Aokiji has a tendency to speak in a rather irreverent manner, often concealing barbs within seemingly innocuous statements. At times, a perfectly acceptable word from his lips can take on an entirely different connotation. It is essential to analyze his words within context, discerning their meaning one by one. Upon slight reflection, Tsunade found herself quite unsettled. At present, she possesses all the attributes one could desire, radiant skin, an adequate height, and an unassailable beauty, but she harbors a singular, grave flaw. In the past, she could comfort herself with the thought that her time had yet to come, but as she observed those around her flourishing, she remained stagnant, which tormented her greatly. Thus, when Aokiji's veiled mockery struck home, it felt akin to being punctured directly in the lungs. Igniting her wrath in a manner reminiscent of a super scion, her golden hair ablaze in fury. I will make you pay twice over. A single death of Aokiji would not suffice to satiate her anger. She desired to desecrate his remains. In light of her incensed state, Aokiji wisely chose to mitigate the situation. Tsunade's formidable strength was becoming increasingly fearsome, and having not yet found a suitable way to retaliate, he dared not confront her directly. After an exhausting pursuit, Aokiji finally managed to evade her wrath and, upon returning to his clan's territory, he found himself breathless. Coincidentally, he encountered an elderly man with graying hair and a face etched with wrinkles, accompanied by a young child with black hair and eyes. Ah, Elder Itachi. Aokiji greeted the elder with a sign of respect. Truth be told, when he first learned of this name, he felt an overwhelming urge to scoff. Uchiha Weasel. Was he sure this wasn't some sort of time travel? Only upon discovering that the elder had taken on a student named Uchiha Fugaku did he come to a realization. It seemed Fugaku not only had a penchant for naming his youngest son after his superior, but also for bestowing his eldest son's name upon his teacher. Aokiji, hailing from a realm of gluttony, found this penchant rather disconcerting. What normal person would name their child after their boss? Such a choice could easily lead to misinterpretations. To have one's superior serve as one's child is one thing, but to have them also act as a grandfather? In reality, any leader upon discovering this would likely confront their subordinate, questioning their intentions. What do you mean by this? Is being my child not enough? Now you wish to be my grandfather? Are you attempting a coup? Through further inquiry, Aokiji learned that such naming practices often carried significant meaning, akin to certain traditions across the ocean, symbolizing the hope that one's child would grow to be as exceptional as the individual after whom they were named. Typically, the person whose name was borrowed would not take offense. Rather, they would welcome it, as it signified a form of recognition. The elder's aged voice resonated. Aokiji, do you have a moment? I would rather not. Aokiji longed to respond in such a manner, yet he lacked the audacity. After all, the elder was merely extending a courtesy. Would he dare to overstep such bounds? How could I possibly be unavailable? A jovial Aokiji responded amiably. If Elder Itachi summoned me, it is imperative that I make time. Elder Itachi nodded in acknowledgement. Follow me. With that, he permitted Fugaku to take his leave. Aokiji, with a humble demeanor, quietly trailed behind him. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a secluded estate, where the air was fresh and the surroundings tranquil. Aokiji intertwined his fingers behind his head and inquired, Elder Itachi, what matters do you wish to discuss with your master? Elder Itachi, with a warm smile and kind eyes, replied, do you still harbor resentment over your continuation as a ninja? Aokiji promptly denied it. Not at all. That is reassuring. Elder Itachi fell silent for a moment, his expression darkening. Tell me honestly, have you awakened your bloodline limit? Chapter 29. The underpants were exposed upon hearing this. Akiji's pupils constricted as he weakly inquired, I do not comprehend what the elder is implying. Elder Itachi, with a leisurely demeanor, replied, though you typically conceal it well, you have overlooked one critical detail. Aokiji instinctively asked, what detail? Seemingly satisfied with his answer, Elder Itachi slightly curled his lips. Indeed. Aokiji thought, damn it. This old man is trying to trick me. This crafty elder, so cunning. He wished to defend himself, but it seemed futile, since the elder had already made his conclusion. He must possess ample evidence. Aokiji found himself perplexed. Despite his efforts to hide, how had he been discovered? As if perceiving Aokiji's thoughts, Elder Itachi slowly spoke. Chakra. What? Elder Itachi continued nonchalantly. On that day when you battled Fugaku, I observed you with my Sharingan. You possess chakra far exceeding that of your peers. Aokiji ceased his pretense and unveiled the truth. So, the elder judged that I might have awakened a bloodline limit based on this? How infuriating. After maintaining this ruse for so long, the fool was indeed myself. Elder Itachi nodded slightly. Aokiji remained silent for a moment. If I had provided a more satisfactory answer earlier, could I have evaded this predicament? Elder Itachi regarded him with profound significance. In that case, I might have employed the power of my Sharingan to compel you to reveal it. Aokiji thought, indeed, once under suspicion, I possess no means to resist. With just a glance, I reveal everything. And such an action bears no cost. Which bloodline limit have you awakened? Elder Itachi's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Aokiji held his breath, allowing himself a moment to ponder before responding. Elder Itachi raised his voice slightly, pressing, at this juncture, are you still concealing anything? Under the urgency of his inquiry, Aokiji gritted his teeth and made a decision. Ice release. To speak candidly, Konoha's attitude towards the Sharingan is one of utmost vigilance, fireproof, theft-proof, and even protective against close friends. In comparison to revealing his ice release abilities, he would prefer to keep his Sharingan hidden. The members of his clan are notoriously blunt, and with a traitor among them, news of his Sharingan would swiftly reach the higher echelons, especially to the ears of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The only reason he could maintain such proximity to his three beloved disciples was that he lacked the Sharingan and had adopted a lax demeanor. They did not regard him highly. However, should they discover he possessed the Sharingan, he would undoubtedly be deemed a hidden terrorist. Ice release, Elder Itachi murmured, his voice tinged with disappointment. While ice release is commendable, it pales in comparison to the Sharingan, which also possesses the potential for superior evolution, a true divine power. Given Aokiji's aptitude, his future is not without hope. In light of this comparison, ice release truly appears rather mundane, unless he can eventually infuse another chakra attribute into it, thus evolving from a bloodline limit to a bloodline elimination. That would be a different matter altogether. However, could this truly be considered in any way inferior to the evolution of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, or perhaps even surpass it? After all, the progression of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan follows at least some discernible patterns, whereas the bloodline elimination lacks any such predictability. Throughout the annals of the ninja world, the number of shinobi capable of developing the bloodline elimination is exceedingly rare, even scarcer than the possessors of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Aoi, in a timid voice, inquired, Elder Itachi, must I truly become a ninja? Elder Itachi, with a wry smile, countered, what do you think? Aoi let out a heavy sigh, feeling utterly despondent at the thought of impending battles, nearly on the verge of tears. Oh heavens, why must I possess a bloodline limit? Does this mean my dream of not becoming a ninja is forever unattainable? Observing Aoi's woeful expression, Elder Itachi felt a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Possessing a bloodline limit was something others yearned for, yet this individual seemed to shun it as if it were a curse. When did your ice release awaken? Aoi replied helplessly, just in the past 2 years. Elder Itachi nodded in understanding. Aoi attempted to assert himself. Elder Itachi, might I consider becoming a medical ninja? A medical ninja? Elder Itachi regarded Aoi with a perplexed expression, as if to say, what use would an ice release ninja have in the field of medical ninjutsu? He had never heard of ice release enhancing medical techniques. It would be a gross misallocation of talent. Aoi, placing a hand over his heart, expressed sincerely, to be honest. Every time I hear of our clansmen on the front lines succumbing to injuries due to lack of timely medical attention, it pains me deeply. I aspire to be a medical ninja to save the lives of the Uchiha clan. Studying medicine will not save the Uchiha. Elder Itachi sighed softly. The greatest challenge facing the Uchiha now lies not outside the village, but within it. The establishment of the Konoha Guard had elevated the Uchiha's reputation to its zenith. Yet it also sowed the seeds of significant peril. Any further advancement would be akin to scaling a mountain. Unless an extraordinary talent were to arise within the Uchiha, the dream of claiming the Hokage's seat would remain a mere fantasy. Moreover, Elder Itachi's expression shifted, becoming solemn as he stated, do not presume I am unaware of your ulterior motives. It seems you are quite fearful of death. I have heard numerous accounts of your so-called glorious deeds at the academy. Aoi offered a sheepish smile, fully aware of his infamous reputation. Elder Itachi sighed in exasperation, perplexed by how such an oddity could emerge from their clan. He found it hard to believe Aoi was truly an Uchiha, save for the striking resemblance to his father in youth. Yet this peculiar individual possessed undeniable ninja potential that could not be ignored. Aoi responded, well then, since you possess such talent, it is now your turn to redeem the family's honor. Suddenly, Elder Itachi inquired, are you not due to graduate from the academy in a few months? Was momentarily taken aback. What is it? Elder Itachi, with an air of stern authority, replied, you need not attend tomorrow. I shall dispatch someone to the school to expedite your graduation. I believe the institution would be quite pleased to be rid of you. A student who spends his days in slumber and tarnishes its reputation. Might this be somewhat hasty? The elder's demeanor was unyielding, as he presented an irrefutable stance. Do you have any notion of how much time you have squandered on your training? How can you still muster the audacity to utter such words? Sighed. I have been putting in considerable effort during the evenings. He concluded his statement. You may leave now. Return and rest well. Tomorrow, you shall train here alongside Fugaku, and I will provide you with specialized instruction. Remained rooted to the spot, realizing that this cantankerous old man offered him no opportunity for rebuttal. It appeared he intended to subject him to relentless training. What are you still dawdling for? Do you wish to remain here for further training now? The reprimand jolted awake, and he quickly expressed his desire to depart. However, just as was about to take his leave, a voice from behind halted him. With a glum expression, he turned around, wearied, and inquired if there was anything else. In response, he was met with a pair of fiery crimson eyes. Within the circular pupils, small orbs emerged, accompanied by 3 tomos swirling around. The most potent ocular technique passed down through the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. In that moment, was utterly unprepared. Even if he had been, his own ocular prowess would scarcely withstand the might of such a gaze. that shameless old rogue, to deceive and ambush a mere child of 10. Seethed inwardly. In an instant, he was completely ensnared, although he had already received his answer to the earlier inquiry. Elder Itachi deemed it prudent to interrogate the boy further with the Sharingan, was too cunning, and in his desire to evade the path of a ninja. He had concealed his true abilities and bloodline limits. Who could say what else he might be hiding? Simultaneously, there lingered a flicker of anticipation. What if the boy was concealing something even more extraordinary? Chapter 30. The arrival of Uchiha Madara. Those ensnared by the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan become mere puppets, and Aokiji is no exception. Elder Itachi wasted no time and posed a crucial question. Have you awakened the Sharingan? He held his breath, awaiting the response. Aokiji, with a vacant gaze, nodded slightly. Elder Itachi inhaled deeply, his previously composed demeanor now fluctuating. Let me see your Sharingan. Moments after his words fell, Aokiji's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. Circular pupils revealing a small circle adorned with a pattern resembling a tomo. This was the Sharingan, the pride of the Uchiha clan. Upon witnessing these eyes, Elder Itachi could no longer contain his emotions, his breathing quickened. The child before him was naturally endowed with 2 bloodline limits, explaining the immense chakra he possessed at such a tender age. When did you awaken your Sharingan? At 5 years old. Hearing this, Elder Itachi was taken aback, both astonished and delighted. To have awakened the Sharingan at such a young age was remarkable. Possessing great talent does not necessarily correlate with an early awakening. A prime example is Uchiha Madara, who awakened at a relatively late age yet became the strongest ninja in Uchiha history. However, those who awaken earlier are certainly not lacking in aptitude. If memory serves, this was around the time of his grandmother's passing, which seemed to have had a profound impact on him. To awaken the Sharingan at 5 requires both opportunity and innate talent. In the midst of his astonishment, Elder Itachi made a decisive choice. His recent pupil, Fugaku, displayed a maturity uncommon for his age, a steady character that marked him as a rare genius in Uchiha history. Elder Itachi had high hopes for him and had even resolved to groom him as the clan leader. Yet, in light of Aokiji's dual bloodline limits, Fugaku's prospects appeared dimmed. Although it seemed somewhat unfair to Fugaku, it was clear that the candidate for clan leader would need to be reconsidered, despite Aokiji's problematic disposition. It is often said that a flaw does not overshadow brilliance. Such matters could be overlooked in the face of absolute talent. The Uchiha clan venerates strength, and without exception, the position of clan leader is held by the most formidable, ensuring respect from all. Furthermore, Aokiji's ice release holds a unique significance for the Uchiha. Ninjutsu, aside from the dual attributes of yin and yang, is categorized into 5 elemental forms: wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. The Uchiha clan excels in fire release ninjutsu, rendering even typical users of the water release an opposing element, unable to rival them. Thus, a pertinent question arises. Could an ordinary individual truly stand against the Uchiha? Senju Tobirama. Elder Itachi spoke this name. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that most of Senju Tobirama's ninjutsu was developed specifically to counter the Uchiha. The Flying Thunder God technique operates at a velocity that even the Sharingan struggles to comprehend. The multiple shadow clone technique serves to diminish the Uchiha's perceptiveness, rendering it incapable of distinguishing the true body. The dark arts are even more egregious, directly obscuring the vision of the Sharingan, while water release specifically counters the Uchiha's fire release. Beyond these, there exists an array of ninjutsu developed specifically to counter the Uchiha clan, firmly establishing one as a formidable adversary to them. The emergence of ice release now provides an effective counter to Tobirama's water release. If harnessed appropriately, ice release can neutralize water release, while the optimal counter to ice release is fire release. However, it is ironic that the Uchiha clan excels in fire release. Utilizing fire release in the presence of an Uchiha amounts to nothing less than self-degradation. The mere thought of Tobirama's water release being rendered ineffective by ice release and revealing a look of helplessness brings a smile to Elder Itachi's face. Were it not for his advanced age and newfound gravitas, he would have laughed heartily at Tobirama's predicament. It seems that Tobirama, too, is now subject to targeting, a feeling that is decidedly unpleasant. It was, to some extent, for this very reason that Aokiji's father wed his mother. In this moment, Elder Itachi feels a profound sense of relief regarding his cautiousness. Had he allowed Aokiji to continue his decline, squandering such prodigious talent, he would have been unable to rest peacefully. In this world, those blessed with remarkable talent often have their offspring overshadowed. with such exceptional abilities. Elder Itachi has even begun to contemplate arranging a marriage for Aokiji. At merely 10 years of age, Aokiji will soon reach adulthood in their era, becoming capable of siring offspring with a woman. Perhaps influenced by these thoughts, a bold idea suddenly dawns upon Elder Itachi, startling even himself. Should this plan come to fruition, the Uchiha clan could not only reclaim their central authority but could also ascend to an era more prosperous than during Madara's leadership. After assessing the feasibility of the proposal, Elder Itachi forms a one-handed seal to erase Aokiji's recent memories. Unless one day Aokiji's ocular power approaches his own, this memory shall remain inaccessible. Gradually, Aokiji regains his senses, momentarily bewildered as he notices Elder Itachi regarding him with a paternal smile, causing him to feel slightly guilty. Elder Itachi, do you require anything further? It seems as though nothing has transpired, and Elder Itachi clears his throat. Upon further reflection, your desire to become a medical ninja may indeed be a commendable suggestion. Huh? Aokiji is taken aback, perplexed by this sudden change of heart, given that he had just been rebuffed. What? Are you not willing? Aokiji hastily shakes his head, then nods fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Of course, I am willing. But why have you suddenly agreed to my aspiration of becoming a medical ninja? Elder Itachi gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in reminiscence, and sighed deeply. Truthfully, I hope you will embrace the path of a combat ninja. That is the destiny of the Uchiha clan. However, upon further contemplation, I realize that, given your current state, even if I were to compel you, the outcome would likely be less than favorable, resulting in a significant waste of effort. If you genuinely do not wish to learn, I cannot place a shuriken at your throat, for I am not a demon. Moreover, I have promised your grandmother to look after you. Considering all these factors, I have decided to honor your wishes and allow you to pursue the path of a medical ninja. Although the ice release bloodline limit is exceedingly rare, for one belonging to the Uchiha clan, endowed with the power of the Sharingan, the ability of ice release is merely a trivial embellishment. Is this what it means to belong to an illustrious family? While this may sound like boasting about our Sharingan, it is indeed remarkable to permit a precious bloodline limit ninja to undertake the role of an undervalued medical ninja. Aokiji was astonished by the audacity of his own clan. However, with this statement, it became clear that the preceding remarks were mere preamble. The crux of the matter lay ahead. I sensed that such benevolence was unlikely. Aokiji crossed his arms and nodded, acknowledging the reality of the situation. How could a bloodline limit ninja be allowed to take on the role of an overlooked medical ninja without some additional stipulations? Elder Itachi spoke solemnly. Should you one day awaken your Sharingan, I hope you will obediently follow the family's directives and become a combat ninja, for as a member of the Uchiha clan, you must understand what the Sharingan signifies for our family. Elder Itachi was fully aware that Aokiji had already awakened his Sharingan. He intentionally stated this to ensure that, when the time came, Aokiji would comply with the demands of becoming a combat ninja. Yet, Aokiji remained oblivious, naively believing he was concealing his secret well and self-assuredly thinking that Elder Itachi's consent for him to become a medical ninja was aligned with his desire to awaken the Sharingan. Although medical ninjas may not frequently engage on the front lines, they are no strangers to the harrowing scenes of life and death. Witnessing the loss of patients due to delayed treatment inevitably stirs emotions, and such feelings can easily nurture the awakening of the Sharingan. Reluctantly, Aokiji nodded, attempting to feign understanding. I see. To ensure you do not renege on your word, I require you to swear on the memory of your late grandmother. Aokiji was taken aback, biting his lip. He understood the stakes. If he faltered now, it would reveal his hidden doubts. I swear, should I awaken my Sharingan in the future and the clan requires it, I shall comply, or I shall perish in the attempt. I, Uchiha Aokiji, swear this. Regardless of what others may say, Aokiji is merely the name of my host. Moreover, the oath pertains to the future. I have already awakened it. How laughable. Elder Itachi was taken aback, astonished at the lengths the boy would go to avoid becoming a ninja. I do not desire your demise. I wish for you to live well and serve the clan. Elder Itachi's deep-set eyes glinted with a hint of cunning as he continued. Furthermore, Aokiji interjected with a touch of sarcasm. Furthermore? Could you possibly finish your thought in one go? If you find it tedious, perhaps you should abandon the role of a medical ninja and take up that of a combat ninja instead. Elder Itachi, somewhat exasperated, retorted. Although he was aware of Aokiji's Sharingan, he maintained a fade to avoid suspicion. The more conditions he added, the less likely the other party would question him. And it also served to keep Aokiji in check, an advantageous position indeed. Aokiji obediently fell silent. Elder Itachi huffed. While I have consented to your becoming a medical ninja, I expect you to dedicate time each day to train under my guidance. Aokiji wholeheartedly agreed to this suggestion, for it would prevent him from working in isolation. However, to maintain his guise, he feigned reluctance, exclaiming, "Wait, me, a medical ninja, needing to train? Surely not. I'm not on the front lines." Elder Itachi sighed. "I'm aware of the impact your grandmother's situation has had on you. It has deeply affected your spirit, leading you to despise combat. Nevertheless, I wish for you to grasp an essential truth." He paused deliberately, leaving his thoughts unspoken. Aokiji, sensing the silence, surmised that this was a ploy to provoke him into questioning, showcasing Itachi's penchant for imparting wisdom. What? Indeed, with this setup, Elder Itachi began his pretentious discourse. "You must understand that a ninja armed with shuriken possesses a distinct advantage over one who is not." Aokiji pondered for a moment, nodding as if he comprehended. Seeing this, Elder Itachi felt a flicker of satisfaction. The youth was certainly teachable. After some contemplation, Aokiji concluded earnestly, "Indeed, the distinction is clear. Only those without true strength resort to using shuriken, while genuinely powerful ninjas disdain such trivialities, opting instead to unleash their jutsu directly." Elder Itachi. Shortly after bidding farewell to Aokiji, the day began to wane. Contrary to the somber sky, Itachi's mood mirrored the clarity of a bright day, light and refreshing. As his once aching legs felt unexpectedly nimble, entering the threshold, as was customary, there were no words of welcome awaiting him. The house felt desolate. His partner and offspring had perished in the war, naturally leaving no one to utter such sentiments. Whenever he contemplated this, a sense of loneliness washed over him. Yet he had grown accustomed to it. His emotions were now wholly invested in his clan. As long as they thrived, he found solace. If these two children could forge strong bonds in the future, perhaps the Senju and Uchiha clans would finally witness true reconciliation. The convergence of these opposing forces could yield a universe of possibilities, ushering in genuine peace. Elder Itachi leisurely prepared himself a pot of tea. But just as he turned with the cup in hand, a voice as sharp as an arrow pierced through the air from behind him, causing the very atmosphere to tremble. "The words I have previously shared with you do not convey that meaning at all, although it has been a long time since I last heard them. The voice of Elder Itachi shall forever remain etched in my memory." With a sudden clatter, the teacup slipped from my grasp, shattering upon the ground and scattering its steaming contents across the floor. As I spoke, a man emerged from the shadows. His raven-black hair was darker than the abyss itself, and his piercing crimson gaze instilled a sense of dread even in the hearts of spirits. Uchiha Madara. Elder Itachi slowly parted his parched lips, uttering this name with deliberate care. Chapter 31. The chess piece of Uchiha Madara. Ah, it seems that after my prolonged absence, you, an aged elder, still remember me. Uchiha Madara entered uninvited, wearing a joyous smile that, paradoxically, sent chills down one's spine. Elder Itachi, sensing an imminent threat, broke into a cold sweat and assumed a defensive stance. "So, you are indeed still alive." In stark contrast to the elder's apparent trepidation, Uchiha Madara strolled leisurely to a chair, took a seat with his legs crossed, and wore an air of nonchalance. Exuding an aura of unassailable confidence in his own power, "It appears that my survival does not come as a surprise to you." As Elder Itachi caught his breath, he noticed Madara's eyes, now white from blindness, and was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. "Indeed, you have resorted to Izanagi." "Oh, merely by observing my right eye." "You deduce my actions?" Uchiha Madara replied, a hint of admiration in his tone, a slight smile gracing his lips. "You truly are an impressive individual. No wonder you were once my mentor." "I would never presume to be your mentor." "A butcher who would turn against even his own former disciples for the sake of power," Elder Itachi retorted, his face betraying clear mockery. Unperturbed by the disdain of his former teacher, Uchiha Madara calmly responded, "Then who was it that subtly informed me of this revelation in the first place? If memory serves me right, it was you who divulged this information." This statement left Elder Itachi feeling utterly humiliated, as if his strength had been siphoned away, his hands hanging heavily at his sides. Indeed, it was he who had revealed to Uchiha Madara the method of awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan. Lacking the aptitude to awaken it himself, he had placed his hopes upon others, striving to fulfill his long-held aspirations. Yet, upon accomplishing this, he was engulfed in profound anguish. Finally understanding why the ancestors had chosen to keep such knowledge sealed, revealing it to only a select few. Alas, it was too late. Pandora's box had already been opened. Subsequently, Izuna followed in Madara's footsteps and personally killed his dear friend to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Madara, unhurried, remarked, "Even so, I remain grateful to you. After all, the Mangeki Sharingan you enabled me to awaken has allowed me to stand at the pinnacle of the world, witnessing a panorama unlike any other." Elder Itachi took a deep breath to steady his emotions. "You deliberately chose a time when Tobirama was away. What exactly are you planning? It seems you anticipated your own defeat and preemptively implanted Izanagi in your eyes. What do you truly seek? You seem increasingly agitated, quite unlike your former composed self." "Very well. In light of our past, I shall provide you with an answer." Uchiha Madara smiled slightly, having maintained absolute control of the conversation from the outset. The individual opposite him was not easily flustered, yet before Madara's overwhelming prowess, few could retain their previous calm demeanor. To elucidate one by one would be excessively cumbersome. To summarize, my solitary objective has remained unchanged, the pursuit of peace. Peace? You have witnessed it yourself. The moment Hashirama perished, chaos erupted anew in this world. Indeed. Humanity is a species steeped in ignorance. I once placed my faith in Hashirama, yet in truth, I was naive. Individuals devoid of selfishness and unwavering in their principles, like him, are exceedingly rare, so rare that I have encountered but one in my lifetime. At this juncture, Uchiha Madara appeared to momentarily transcend time, raising his gaze to the ceiling, pausing for a fleeting second to gather his thoughts before posing a question to the elder before him. "Do you comprehend why true understanding between individuals is eternally elusive?" Elder Itachi replied solemnly. "Why?" Madara then remarked, "It is desire. Human desire knows no bounds. No individual ever finds their provisions excessive, nor do they deem their dwelling too spacious. When one possesses a modest abode, they yearn for a grander one. When they acquire a large house, their aspirations expand further. Desire, akin to a boulder cascading down a mountain, once set in motion, cannot be halted. Yet, this world possesses finite resources when all aspire for larger homes. Conflict is inevitable. What begins as verbal altercations inevitably escalates into violence. Once the seeds of hatred are sown, they cannot be eradicated. Ultimately, we're bruised naturally. And in the end, humanity forgets its original intent, leaving only the essence of animosity." Having concluded his thoughts, he rose and extended his hand. "What do you say? This is an opportune moment. Would you consider leading the Uchiha back under my command? Konoha is ill-suited for the Uchiha. I have identified an excellent location conducive to the clan's development." Although Madara departed from Konoha, he had covertly positioned surveillance throughout the village. He was acutely aware of the threats confronting the Uchiha. Should the Uchiha clan migrate to the Land of Water, the probability of producing Sharingan would significantly increase through the country's graduation assessments, potentially giving rise to a myriad of unique ocular abilities. Elder Itachi remained silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting a measure of resolve. "The only constant in this world is change. I am changing, and so are you. The era of bloodshed has waned. Although friction persists among nations, the situation has markedly improved compared to the past. The average lifespan of individuals is visibly increasing. One cannot become overweight in a single meal. I believe that the future will allow us to continually strive towards a harmonious world." "Incorrect, and gravely so," Madara asserted, rising with solemnity. "The singular lesson humanity has gleaned from history is that it has learned nothing from it. The children of shinobi become shinobi, the offspring of feudal lords remain lords, and the progeny of commoners continue as commoners. This is why humanity perpetually repeats its past." "Perhaps you speak the truth," Elder Itachi replied, unflinching in the face of Madara's piercing gaze. "But how can one know without attempting?" Through years of diligent research, Elder Itachi has gained a profound understanding of the Sharingan. Its power, he realizes, does not stem from hatred, but rather from love. The child possesses a unique aura, distinct from that of all other Uchiha. And though it may sound esoteric, years of intuition compel him to believe that this child may hold the potential to alter the fate of the Uchiha clan. Foolishness, it seems, has clouded his judgment, blinded by a fleeting sense of peace. Beauty is but a momentary feeling, while only the authentic endures, and the authentic is never beautiful. At this juncture, Uchiha Madara appeared to pierce through his thoughts, grinning with a sinister smile. "Are you truly wagering everything on a mere 10-year-old brat?" The unspoken thought was laid bare, and Elder Itachi could no longer maintain his earlier composure, his heart racing with alarm. Observing his flustered demeanor, Uchiha Madara chuckled darkly. "How amusing. After all these years, you're outdone in insight by this child." Elder Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you intend to do with Aokiji? I require a capable tool. One that can assist me in the future when the need arises, and nothing more, Uchiha Madara replied, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. Yet the implications of his words sent a chill as deep as an icy cavern. Chapter 32. The Rebirth of the Impure World. Why do you pursue this path? From their conversation, Elder Itachi had surmised that Uchiha Madara had likely set his sights on Aokiji long ago. With your strength, you need not rely on the power of a mere child. To borrow your earlier words, the only constant in this world is change. All beings inevitably transform. One day, I too shall age into a frail elder, while the child will grow into a robust and formidable ninja. In that time, I shall require his assistance for certain matters. And even after my demise, he will inherit my will to fulfill my long-cherished aspirations. Elder Itachi replied coldly, you will not succeed. The capabilities of humanity indeed have their limits. Throughout my protracted life, I have learned that the more one indulges in schemes, the more likely one is to stumble upon unforeseen complications. Uchiha Madara exhaled softly, you speak the truth. Elder Itachi fixed his gaze intently on Madara. Knowing that someone of his disposition would not easily concede agreement, to effectively counter another's argument, it is often best to first acknowledge their viewpoint, then methodically present one's own perspective, as this approach proves far more impactful than a mere rebuttal. Soon, Uchiha Madara's subsequent actions validated Elder Itachi's suspicions. Madara slowly began to speak, a mysterious smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Thus, I must transcend humanity itself. What do you mean? Each word was comprehensible to Elder Itachi, yet the collective meaning eluded him. I no longer wish to be human, Madara declared, his right hand gripping the void with fervor, his aura soaring to new heights, flames flickering in his eyes, exuding a foreboding presence. What are you saying? I aspire to become a sage of the six paths. Have you lost your mind? Humph. The old man remains traditional and conservative in thought. What folly! The sage of the six paths is merely a legend. Elder Itachi regarded Uchiha Madara as one might a madman, struggling to fathom how someone like him could utter such words. The sage of the six paths is indeed real. Our very existence is the finest proof. The power of the Sharingan derives from the sage of the six paths. Elder Itachi fell silent, pondering the implications of this assertion. Beauty, after all, is but a fleeting moment. Only truth endures, and truth is never beautiful. Yet, possessing the power of the sage of the six paths could reverse this reality, rendering beauty an eternal existence. You gleaned this information from the stone tablet at the Southeast Shrine, did you not? Humph. Even in my advanced years, with my legs failing me, my mind remains as sharp as ever. Perhaps I should lead my clan back under my command. Uchiha Madara extended his invitation once more. Elder Itachi met Uchiha Madara's icy gaze with unwavering resolve, his frail figure exploding with immense chakra, a terrifying aura of killing intent flickering throughout his being. As natural as breathing. This was the presence of a true warrior, one who had survived the brutalities of a bygone era. The act of compromising oneself is futile. Before the formidable ocular prowess of the Sharingan, any deceptive pretense will be ruthlessly exposed. This holds true for both Aokiji and myself. It appears this is your answer. What a pity. In the end, it merely reflects a momentary impulse stemming from our shared lineage. To accomplish such a feat, it seems the strength of outsiders is ultimately unreliable, and I must take matters into my own hands. Confronted by the menacing aura of Elder Itachi, Uchiha Madara nonchalantly shook his head and stepped forward with indifference. This seemingly ordinary step closed the distance to a point where either party could meet their demise. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and deadly projectiles surged forth, racing towards the target with ferocity. The torrential onslaught could swiftly reduce the adversary to mere shreds. Elder Itachi was not naive enough to believe that such an assault could vanquish Madara. No. His sole objective was to momentarily hinder the opponent's movements, allowing him to unleash a forbidden technique, creating an explosion centered on himself that would obliterate both him and Madara. When facing a formidable opponent like Uchiha Madara, one only has a single opportunity. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as Madara found himself besieged by countless hidden weapons. Bloodied and battered, Elder Itachi's face turned pale, his wide eyes reflecting shock and trepidation as he stared ahead, rendered speechless. What are you so surprised about? Are you astonished to fall victim to my illusion, Uchiha Madara? Madara, having inexplicably appeared before Elder Itachi, gently patted his shoulder as if to commend him. Despite having just unleashed a barrage of projectiles, the room remained unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. Slowly, Madara raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers to begin forming seals. Although Madara's strength had diminished compared to his former self, it was still more than sufficient to handle an elderly opponent on the verge of being buried in the earth. Effortlessly dominating with a mere glance, Elder Itachi's hands fell limply to his sides. Stubbornness will inevitably lead to one's demise. Madara scoffed lightly, lowering his hand from the seals. He gazed up at the ceiling, musing aloud. Since Tobirama is absent, how fortuitous. There exists a jutsu he once developed that has piqued my interest. Perhaps it will prove beneficial to me in the future. That night, under the cover of darkness and wind, a black-haired man stealthily infiltrated a hidden chamber. The shelves on either side were adorned with scrolls, documents, and ninja tools, arranged in a seemingly meticulous manner. However, this was merely a ruse. The true treasures would not be displayed here. After a brief search, he soon discovered a concealed door and retrieved a white scroll from within. Far from the village's center, in the outskirts, this place would be deserted during the day, and at this late hour, it would be equally uninhabited. Uchiha Madara emerged from the shadows behind a tree, accepting the scroll from the black-haired man's hands. Upon unfurling it, he found it to be inscribed with the forbidden technique, Edo Tensei. Madara nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he cast a glance at the man with raven hair, who vanished from sight, evading the attention of the guards. He departed from the village, retreating into a desolate forest. Far from Konoha. In the solitude, the man formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone, and handed over his katana. The clone, wielding the sword, unexpectedly plunged it into the throat of the original from behind, blood gushing forth. The man was left aghast. His eyes wide in disbelief as he collapsed into a pool of crimson. Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, relaxing his hand from the seals, and offered a faint smile. Thus, a scene of betrayal against the village had been meticulously staged, ready to be unveiled when Tobirama returned to discover that the forbidden jutsu had been betrayed by a trusted subordinate, pilfered for personal gain. Surely, this revelation would cause him considerable distress. What is witnessed is often reality, while what is heard may be illusion. Yet, at times, the eyes can deceive. What people perceive and believe may merely be what others wish for them to see. Chapter 33, Training the Protagonist's Father. The following day, from this moment forth, Aokiji resolved to revert to a normal schedule, yet abruptly forcing such a change led to his insomnia. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Being tardy was a certainty, but Aokiji paid it little mind, as he had been late before. After a leisurely breakfast, he ambled to school. Upon pushing open the door, Aokiji braced himself for a reprimand, only to be met with the teacher's bewildered expression. "Aokiji, what brings you to school today?" Aokiji, perplexed, replied, "I came to study." "Your family arrived early this morning to finalize your graduation procedures. Were you not informed?" Aokiji, must it be so abrupt? Suddenly thrust into graduation. Aokiji felt a wave of disorientation. Under normal circumstances, he would have celebrated with 2 companions and a guiding jonin. Yet, in his current state, it felt akin to dropping out. It seemed there was no guiding jonin available. He resolved to return to his clan's grounds and discern how his family intended to arrange his future. Returning to where he originated, Aokiji sought out Elder Itachi to inquire about his next steps. "Let me clarify. I am willing to train, but only because you promised I could become a medical ninja, which is why I reluctantly came here." Faced with such insolence, Elder Itachi remained silent, leaning on his cane, while a middle-aged man beside him could not restrain himself. "Aokiji, you truly lack awareness. Many would covet this opportunity but cannot obtain it." This middle-aged man had a square face and a sharp gaze, around 30 years old, exuding an aura that suggested he was not one to be trifled with. His name was Uchiha Akira, a hardliner from the Uchiha clan, proficient in fire-style ninjutsu. He had a penchant for shaping his fire techniques into canine forms, and once fixated on a target, he pursued relentlessly, earning the nickname Red Dog. Aokiji clasped his hands together in gratitude. "I truly appreciate your regard for me." Uchiha Akira opened his crimson eyes, glaring fiercely. Aokiji quickly altered his demeanor, bowing low and hastily apologizing. "Brother, I was in the wrong." Humph. It seemed that his intimidation tactics were beginning to bear fruit. Just as Uchiha Akira was about to relish this moment, Aokiji muttered under his breath, "A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. One day, I shall crush your dog head," which instantly provoked Akira's desire to reprimand the boy. Fortunately, Elder Itachi intervened just in time. "Enough. Cease your quarrel. Strength does not determine worth. One must gather momentum. I believe Aokiji has a point, but such thoughts should remain unspoken. Aokiji nodded repeatedly, acutely aware of his error and engaging in earnest self-reflection. Uchiha Akira. Elder Itachi spoke gravely. The medical department has already been informed. You may report there this afternoon. However, prior to that, I would like to witness your true strength, if that is acceptable. Aokiji shrugged. What would you have me do? Elder Itachi slightly turned his face, gesturing with his chin towards a 6-year-old child. You should challenge Fugaku to another match. Fugaku's brow furrowed. Despite his tender age, he exhibited a maturity far beyond that of an ordinary child, a trait attributed to his father's decision to send him to the battlefield at the mere age of 4, exposing him to the harsh realities of war. Upon learning that Aokiji had previously gone easy on him, he felt a deep sense of insult, his mood dampened. What a nuisance. Observing Fugaku's visibly dissatisfied expression, Aokiji scratched his head, feeling disinclined to engage in combat against someone 5 years his junior. The two stood opposite each other, each forming a contrasting hand seal. Just before the battle commenced, Fugaku suddenly spoke. I hope you will fight me seriously this time, without holding back. You are mistaken. I did not hold back during our last encounter, Aokiji remarked. Rather, I merely eased the tension. Eased the tension? The term was unfamiliar to Fugaku. Being a clever child, he quickly deduced its implications from the context, his face tightening as he had never experienced such an affront. His wide eyes fixated intensely on Aokiji. At that moment, Aokiji suddenly craned his neck, as if gazing at something in the distance, murmuring, How peculiar! What is that? Following his line of sight, Fugaku instinctively turned his head, finding nothing, filled with suspicion, when suddenly a dark shadow lunged at him. Fugaku. He was taken aback. To think he would resort to trickery and ambush a mere 6-year-old. Before he could even draw a breath, he was rendered motionless, as Aokiji executed a swift strike, sending Fugaku flying. As Fugaku soared through the air, Aokiji confidently turned back, as if he had just launched a basketball rather than striking a person. TSK. Children are so easily deceived. Uchiha Aokiji twitched his brow. While ninja combat does not adhere to rigid forms, witnessing Aokiji resort to such deception was a first for him. He could not help but exclaim, You are quite the scoundrel, aren't you, brat? Aokiji, unfazed, merely scratched his ear and casually blew on his pinky. What scoundrel? You make me sound like the villain here. I truly detest fighting, you know. Uchiha Aokiji retorted. How does that qualify as detesting combat? How could it not? If I can finish the fight quickly, does that not imply a disdain for prolonged conflict? Only a lunatic would relish fighting all day long, Aokiji argued logically. Uchiha Aokiji suspected Aokiji was indirectly criticizing him, as he was indeed one who enjoyed combat. However, lacking evidence to counter this assertion, he pondered the futility of arguing with a child, ultimately letting the matter rest. Moreover, it was frustrating that Aokiji's twisted logic was, in fact, quite coherent. Elder Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze profound. As the conversation unfolded, a sudden, forceful cough erupted behind Aokiji. He turned around, astonished to see Fujitora, who was gritting his teeth and tremblingly rising to his feet. Earlier, fearing the repercussions of his own strength, Aokiji had restrained himself, allowing Fujitora to stand once more. One must admit, the vitality of a protagonist's father is indeed comparable to that of a cockroach. Fujitora glared at Aokiji, his eyes brimming with resentment. You despicable scoundrel. You needn't engage with him. Uchiha Akatsuki attempted to interject, but Elder Itachi raised a hand, signaling with his gaze that they should allow the conversation to continue uninterrupted. Whatever, if it makes you feel better to hurl some insults my way, go ahead. After all, I won't lose a pound, Aokiji retorted nonchalantly, his demeanor reminiscent of a pig unperturbed by boiling water. The young Fujitora shouted. What does a wretched person like you even regard as the honor of a ninja? After a moment of silence, Aokiji inquired, What is the price of honor per pound? Fujitora was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by such an unexpected response. Aokiji smirked, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Honor and whatnot. Don't try to deceive me with such notions. I prefer tangible things, like, money. Shallow indeed. Wealth is only valuable insofar as it suffices. It was evident that Fujitora, having grown up in comfort, was accustomed to such naive utterances. No wonder he was so innocent. It seemed he required a thorough education to prevent him from being easily misled by the higher-ups of Konoha. Aokiji discreetly retrieved 2 banknotes from his pocket, deliberately waving them in front of Fujitora. I possess 2 bills at present. Can you enlighten me as to which one embodies nobility and which one embodies superficiality? Fujitora fell silent. Aokiji quipped, you cannot articulate it, can you? What are you trying to convey? What I wish to express is that you ought not to consistently adopt a ninja's mindset. It is precisely due to the emergence of Navi-youths like you that we find ourselves increasingly impoverished, ultimately resorting to desperate measures for meager earnings. At this moment, Aokiji sought a chair, yearning to sit back, sip tea, and adopt a nonchalant pose. Lamentably, lacking a seat, he settled onto the ground. Crossing his legs and resting his chin on his clasped hands, speaking serenely. Do you know why ninjas frequently engage in combat, often meeting untimely ends? Why? Aokiji replied. Because they are impoverished. Otherwise, who would willingly undertake such arduous and perilous tasks? He paused, a curious expression emerging. Truth be told, during my school days, I often pondered why we, the formidable ninjas, consigned ourselves to serving as mercenaries for a mere pittance. I have heard that merchants can earn vast fortunes simply by reclining. Yet for us ninjas, not only is it perilous to earn a living while standing, but we often risk our very lives for scant rewards. If that is the case, why do we ninjas not venture into business ourselves? After all, the ultimate goal is wealth. Aokiji truly wishes to exemplify the notion of earning a fortune effortlessly. Akin to lying in repose all day while reaping substantial rewards, akin to a pig-ass pen submerged in water with no apparent cost, such a notion is utterly absurd. However, articulating this sentiment may be too sensitive, hence he refrains from doing so. Fugaku, being still young, lacks profound insights, yet Uchiha Akira and even Uchiha Madara, who covertly manipulates elder Itachi, are acutely aware of the implications. Indeed, did they not become ninjas primarily for monetary gain? Who, in their right mind, would choose to be a mercenary if not for the thrill of it? The risks inherent in being a ninja are perilous. One may perish without forewarning. Enmity is easily fostered, with violence perpetually ensuing. Such notions are utter nonsense. Fugaku, disinterested in these musings, can only recall Aokiji's deceitful ambush against him. Truly, it is futile to discuss ice with summer insects. Aokiji sighed, stating, I merely aspire to accumulate substantial wealth, ensuring that no one need suffer or perish over matters of sustenance and shelter. If you find issue with this, then I have nothing further to say. Fugaku remained silent. Having grasped the gravity of the latter part concerning the lives of family, he could not dismiss it lightly. After all, his mother perished in the throes of war. Aokiji rose, dusting off his garments, and continued, having said much, let us return to the crux of the matter. I harbor no particular interest in combat, however. Should it be unavoidable, I shall employ the simplest and most efficient means to resolve it, even if such methods appear despicable or ignoble to you. You may curse or strike me, but let us not forget, you cannot defeat me. Fugaku, in contemplation, acknowledged, I do not concern myself with such matters, as one grows. One's environment, family, and individuality forge a unique worldview, which one steadfastly pursues. Ninjas refer to this as the ninja way. For now, I shall consider myself a ninja. Better to live in misery than to die encapsulates my philosophy. My deceased father, mother, and grandmother brought me into this world with the hope that I would thrive, and thus, I cannot betray that expectation. In this journey, I may resort to methods deemed beneath others, which may lead to labels of dishonor or depravity. However, I assert that such perceptions stem from those who, having their fill, seek to impose constraints on others. If you do not bind yourself with such regulations, how can they exist unbridled? Honor, in my view, is but a farcical construct, a shackle devised by others to constrain. I understand you may harbor resentment regarding my ambush, but have you ever contemplated your own shortcomings? Myself? Although Fugaku exhibited a degree of maturity, he remained, in essence, a mere 6-year-old child, bewildered by this cascade of profound truths. How could it be that Aokiji's ambush upon him was justified, placing the blame upon himself? In truth, not only Fugaku but also Uchiha Akira, and even the enigmatic Uchiha Madara, concealed behind elder Itachi, were astounded by Aokiji's words, perceiving him as an extraordinary being. This is certainly something that could be articulated by a mere 10-year-old child, particularly when the brash Uchiha Aokiji engages in introspection. It seems there are certain words he struggles to express with such fluency himself. Aokiji declared with clarity, indeed, if blame is to be assigned, let it be directed towards your own inadequacies. A true warrior never cowers in the face of ambush or challenge. If you wish to lecture me on the honor of ninjas. He paused momentarily, crossing his arms. Foolish Fugaku, should you desire my acknowledgement, then strive diligently. Grit your teeth, and exert every effort to grow stronger. Only when you possess strength equal to mine, capable of facing me in direct confrontation, may you engage me in grandiloquent discourse. Fugaku remained silent for a brief moment. Am I permitted to interpret your words as a form of motivation? Aokiji nodded. Close enough. I harbor little interest in the life of a ninja. My aspirations lie in the pursuit of wealth, to live a life where money is abundant. You appear to possess considerable talent. The position of head of the Uchiha clan seems destined for you. When that time arrives, should my company find itself in need of personnel, would you be able to provide a few members of the Uchiha clan to work for me? Oh no. I mean as bodyguards. A discount of 70%, or perhaps 80%, would suffice. Upon finishing, Aokiji playfully blinked. Uchiha Fugaku. Elder Itachi, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Aokiji. This Uchiha is undeniably strong and intelligent, yet his reasoning appears somewhat peculiar. Chapter 34. From today onwards, become the volume King Fuyue. From this moment on, Aokiji shall be your elder brother. After Aokiji effortlessly subdued him, Fuyue swiftly acquired his new status as a disciple. Pouting in discontent, he grumbled. I was clearly the first to arrive according to the principle of a rival order. He believed he ought to be the elder brother. From now on, I look forward to your guidance, my foolish little being. Aokiji, with a beaming smile, gazed down at the petite figure before him, reflecting on how adorably charming Fuyue had been in his youth. Yet, he pondered, how had he transformed into such a mature individual at such a young age? Resembling a middle-aged gentleman? Could it be that his beautiful wife had caused him to overexert himself, leading to premature aging? Aokiji stroked his chin, contemplating the plausibility of this theory. With so many secret arts in this world, he wondered if there existed a method for dual cultivation. If not, he would not mind being the first to embark on such an endeavor. For the sake of academic research, a mere personal sacrifice seemed negligible. If a day should come when such a technique were developed, what name would be fitting? Dual cultivation felt rather unrefined. Perhaps it would be better to add a term signifying evasion to align with local customs. What would be an appropriate title? Aokiji found himself in a quandary, deeming it essential for the pioneer of this evasion to bestow a formidable and grand name. Wake up, you don't even have a girlfriend. Fuyue, the little one, was visibly exasperated. You merely rely on your age advantage. In a few years, I shall surpass you. Huh? Aokiji, interrupted from his reverie, inquired, what did you just say? Fuyue felt overlooked and huffed in annoyance. Elder Itachi glanced at Uchiha Aokiji beside him, who promptly understood, clearing his throat twice to redirect the attention of the two youngsters. Elder Itachi then quietly retreated to a chair, slowly seating himself, grasping his cane. He believed that not all training required his direct involvement, only intervening when necessary. Aokiji posed the question, Teacher Dog, what shall we do next? Teacher Dog? This sounded suspiciously like an insult. Indeed, is your nickname not Red Dog? I simply abbreviated it for your convenience. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness. You're welcome. Uchiha Aokiji interjected, stating, let me make it clear, my training is quite arduous. He aimed to temper Aokiji's enthusiasm before proceeding with the training regimen. Aokiji sighed, lamenting, what a bother. As a medical ninja, must I also learn combat techniques? They're of no use to me. Uchiha Aokiji, eyes wide open, warned, little brat, do not think that being a medical ninja grants you immunity from danger. On the battlefield, medical ninjas are no safer than combat ninjas. Once the enemy spots you, you will be their primary target. I am teaching you combat skills to ensure you possess some ability for self-preservation. This statement holds truth. However, the majority of medical ninjas refrain from engaging in battle, instead retreating to the rear. Shortly after receiving Elder Itachi's directive to mentor Aokiji, Uchiha Akira perused Aokiji's profile. The death of his grandmother significantly altered his demeanor, rendering him lethargic and apathetic. During his academic years, he seemed to indulge solely in slumber, earning him the mocking moniker of Sleeping Shadow. His motivation for such behavior stemmed solely from a desire to be perceived as a failure. Among his peers, he famously declared, as long as I portray myself as sufficiently inept, I shall avoid the battlefield. He brought great shame upon the Uchiha clan. Had he been an ordinary clan member, it is conceivable they might have severed ties with him entirely. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that Aokiji was a prodigy, complicating matters significantly. Prior to his enrollment, he had displayed a talent that far surpassed his contemporaries, his abilities unmistakably remarkable. In a bid to evade the life of a ninja, Aokiji even went so far as to deliberately conceal his prowess, not through immediate suppression, which would arouse suspicion, but rather by gradually diminishing his skills year by year. This illustrates that, aside from his exceptional ninja abilities, he possessed a keen intellect, albeit misdirected towards less noble pursuits. Had it not been for the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, which can perceive the flow of chakra within the human body, they might have been deceived by this young man, thereby losing a valuable talent. Training such a rebellious Uchiha youth was a source of great frustration for Akira. Consequently, he devised a strategy to exploit Aokiji's fear of death, intending to intimidate him, thereby facilitating future training. What? Is it truly like that? Aokiji exclaimed, wide-eyed, feigning terror. But I have heard that the survival rate for medical ninjas is quite high. Child, you have been misled. Otherwise, how would they coax you into becoming a medical ninja? While medical ninjas do play a crucial role on the battlefield, their combat abilities are often lacking. They lack the strength to defend themselves and cannot outrun an adversary, which is why few wish to assume that role. With your intelligence, it should not be difficult for you to comprehend this. I do not believe it. Do not underestimate my discernment. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. Raise your head. Why? Aokiji, filled with skepticism, complied. As he did, he beheld a pair of Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo, fixed intently upon him. Damn, not the Sharingan again. Wait, why do I say again? In an instant, the surrounding environment transformed dramatically. All around him lay mountains of corpses, each one bearing a grimace of anguish etched upon their faces at the moment of death. What is happening? Aokiji stood stunned for a moment, then realized the scene before him must be the result of the Sharingan's abilities. One cannot deny the convenience of the Sharingan's powers, a fusion of illusion, replication, recording, control, and hypnosis. Hypnotic guidance? Aokiji deliberately conjured thoughts of trivial matters to divert his attention, yet the scene before him was overwhelmingly real, corpses strewn across the ground, blood flowing like rivers, evoking a visceral reaction that caused his stomach to convulse, threatening to unleash his insides. Upon returning to reality, Aokiji found himself gasping, cold sweat pouring down. This was not merely an act. Despite traversing this world for so long, he had yet to set foot on a battlefield. Even as an adult, witnessing such horrors tangled his mind into a chaotic mess, let alone the children who had been exposed to such unsuitable sights from a young age. It was no wonder that a certain madness would emerge within the clan, slaughtering their kin for some misguided notion of righteousness. In response, Aokiji felt compelled to utter, "Your lofty ideals are impressive. Just moments ago, I had shown you the stark reality of combat through my Sharingan. This is the genuine world in which we live. One must not dwell on evasion but focus on how to confront challenges. Attempting to persuade me to become a combat ninja is futile." Aokiji wore a defiant expression, and Uchiha Akira observed this with a sly smile, sensing that the prior display had a positive effect. Consequently, it seemed that Aokiji would not be overly complacent in the forthcoming training sessions. Fujitake, witnessing Aokiji's cowardice, felt a sense of balance in his heart. After all, he had stepped onto the battlefield at the tender age of 4. Aokiji lowered his head, a fleeting glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Though he appeared utterly terrified, he was indeed shaken to his core. However, that was not the crux of the matter. With such groundwork laid, his forthcoming intense efforts would be sufficiently justified in the eyes of others. Do they truly believe that Uchiha Aokiji is lazy? Soon, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to be the king of diligence. Chapter 35, Bloodline Elimination. Prepare yourself. The training ahead will be arduous. Should you fail to meet my expectations, I shall not relent easily. Uchiha Akira declared as he retrieved 2 sheets of paper from his pocket, explaining, "Before we commence formal training, I will first assess your chakra affinities to tailor my instruction accordingly." Aokiji and Fugaku nodded in agreement and accepted the papers. Fugaku inquired, "How shall we test our chakra affinities?" A splendid question. Uchiha Akira cleared his throat and meticulously elaborated on the properties of chakra, thoroughly displaying his eagerness to impart knowledge. Fugaku, now enlightened, eagerly infused chakra into the testing paper. Before long, the right side ignited while the left crinkled. You possess the affinities for fire release and lightning release, both of which are undeniably potent ninjutsu. Uchiha Akira was unfazed. It was only natural that Uchiha Fugaku inherited these 2 chakra affinities, as his father, Uchiha Reiku, wielded both fire and lightning. Chakra affinities exhibit a degree of hereditary trait. The more adept one is at a particular release, the more likely their progeny will possess an innate affinity for that chakra type, facilitating their training. This trend is particularly pronounced in venerable clans, with the Uchiha clan being a quintessential example. 9 out of 10 Uchihas excel in fire release. Upon learning of his formidable chakra affinities, Fugaku raised an eyebrow at Aokiji in a provocative manner. Although he could not currently best Aokiji in combat, he firmly believed that his innate talent surpassed that of his counterpart. Aokiji chuckled softly, acknowledging that it was no surprise for the father of the protagonist to share such remarkable chakra affinities. Now, it is my turn to demonstrate. Aokiji grasped the chakra testing paper and infused it with his chakra. Having previously tested it, he recalled that it only exhibited a single burning reaction. However, since awakening ice release, he was curious how the paper would react this time. In a moment, the testing paper responded. First, the left side ignited, followed by a change on the right side. But unlike any reaction previously described by Uchiha Akira, the paper froze, emanating a chilling aura. Fugaku was taken aback. What is happening? Why is there a freezing reaction? He then glanced at Uchiha Akira, seeking clarification. Uchiha Akira, bewildered, had never encountered such an occurrence in his life. P.S. The original text seems to have omitted the response of bloodline limit ninjas during chakra affinity testing. Allow me to indulge in some embellishment. At this moment, the usually reticent elder Itachi spoke up. This is ice release. Ice release? Uchiha Akira exclaimed in astonishment. You have awakened ice release. This revelation filled him with both surprise and joy. Though it was not the Sharingan, it was nonetheless a bloodline limit. Aokiji queried, what? Did elder Itachi not inform you? Uchiha Akira had only been tasked with instructing Aokiji and had received no further information. He has finally come to understand why elder Itachi specially trained Aokiji. However, he remains perplexed about elder Itachi's true intentions in sending such a remarkable talent to the medical unit to serve as a medical ninja, which seems a diversion from his true potential. Yet, given elder Itachi's arrangements, it is evident that he has his own considerations. As a subordinate, he feels it inappropriate to inquire further, at least for the time being. The issue lies in the fact that Aokiji is not a user of ice release. So how can he be expected to teach? Although Aokiji possesses a strong affinity for fire release chakra, it is unreasonable to abandon his bloodline limit in favor of focusing solely on fire techniques. Generally speaking, the jutsu derived from bloodline limits tend to be more potent than the 5 basic nature transformations and are less susceptible to countermeasures, as they are a fusion of 2 elemental attributes. Upon receiving the questioning gaze from Uchiha Akira, elder Itachi closed his eyes, seemingly conveying, do not ask me. I too am uncertain. Uchiha Akira remained silent. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Uchiha Madara lowered his head slightly, his gaze profound, as he contemplated the matter seriously. It was only yesterday that he learned of Aokiji's possession of ice release, which came as a pleasant surprise. Throughout the years of surveillance on Aokiji, Uchiha Madara discerned that Aokiji appeared to exhibit symptoms of victim complex, making it perilous to dispatch ninja cats too close for fear of detection. Thus, he opted for the minimum level of monitoring. Uchiha Madara was not intimidated by Aokiji's ability to detect at such a young age. Rather, he was genuinely concerned about certain unstable factors, such as chance and luck, which are inherently unpredictable. Furthermore, the limited number of ninja cats he sent to Konoha, the more numerous they are, the easier they are to expose, also affected his ability to monitor other matters. It was only yesterday that Aokiji revealed his bloodline limit of ice release, leading Uchiha Madara to realize that this young man was an exceptionally rare dual bloodline limit ninja, which greatly pleased him. Consequently, a significant shift in the training direction for the tool like Aokiji was imminent. If memory serves correctly, there are ice release bloodline limit users residing in the Land of Water, where he could peruse training materials pertaining to ice release and subsequently provide guidance to Aokiji. Whether those resources would be granted is beyond Uchiha Madara's concern. He could simply utilize his Sharingan to compel compliance. Additionally, the Land of Water has previously produced users of boil release, suggesting that there might be some insights regarding the fusion of water and fire chakra available there. To become Uchiha Madara's ideal tool, mere talent is insufficient. One must also possess formidable strength. Hence, Aokiji's ice release and Sharingan alone are inadequate in Madara's eyes, rendering him, at best, an ordinary ninja by conventional standards. Should Aokiji awaken the Manjiki Sharingan in the future, he might be deemed worthy. However, the typical side effects of the Manjiki are too pronounced. Moreover, he has not heard of Aokiji having any biological siblings, and even if he did, the likelihood of producing a dual Manjiki Sharingan is exceedingly slim. The term dual Manjiki Sharingan is a specialized phrase coined by Uchiha Madara to describe the unique characteristics of his own Manjiki Sharingan based on its patterns. Though the conditions for attaining the kaleidoscope Sharingan are exceedingly stringent, it has manifested numerous times throughout the illustrious history of the Uchiha clan. However, its pronounced side effects, particularly the inevitable onset of blindness, render it a source of profound anguish for the Uchiha. For them, losing one's vision is akin to a death more torturous than that of the body itself. The Uchiha have tirelessly pursued methods to mitigate these adverse effects. Through relentless research across generations, they discovered that the kaleidoscope Sharingan ultimately leads to blindness, perhaps due to the eye's inability to sustain the immense power of the ocular techniques. Consequently, they devised a theoretically viable solution, merging two pairs of eyes to enhance their capacity. To minimize rejection, both pairs must belong to the same lineage and be direct relatives, thus making the already stringent conditions even more demanding. Yet, even when a pair of direct relatives' kaleidoscope Sharingan is painstakingly assembled, success remains elusive, as if an essential catalyst is still lacking. It was only when Uchiha Madara, in a state of utter despair, fortuitously birthed the first pair of eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan that hope was rekindled. Therefore, Madara's primary focus in cultivating Aokiji's abilities did not center on the kaleidoscope Sharingan, but rather on the concept of bloodline elimination, as only through this could Aokiji be deemed a truly competent instrument. Unless it pertains to wood release, mere bloodline limits do not pique his interest. Bloodline elimination, as a power that transcends the bloodline limits, naturally captivated Madara, who has always harbored a keen interest in strength. Bloodline limits involve the fusion of two elemental chakra types, whereas bloodline elimination entails the amalgamation of three. However, this explanation is not entirely accurate. It is more precise to say that it is the fusion of two bloodline limits, which must share a common chakra attribute, akin to the merging of two pairs of kaleidoscope Sharingan to form eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, with the primary condition being the reduction of exclusivity. Taking existing examples of bloodline elimination into account, such as wind earth, earth fire, dust release, it follows that Aokiji's cultivation trajectory must be similarly structured. Aokiji inherently possesses ice release, wind water, and was born with an affinity for the Uchiha's innate fire release chakra. Therefore, his training direction is undoubtedly wind water, water fire, wind water ice release, which Aokiji already possesses, water fire boil release, which has relevant fusion data available in the land of water. In a sense, Aokiji is indeed fortunate. Whether through the training of ice release or boil release, the land of water offers ample resources, conveniently under the control of Uchiha Madara. Of course, even with such advantages, Aokiji would still find it challenging to develop bloodline elimination solely based on his individual prowess, a task that might take 2 to 3 decades. However, he has Madara's unwavering support behind him to facilitate his development. I am truly looking forward to witnessing the nature of the bloodline elimination you will develop. The mere thought of birthing a new bloodline elimination under my command evokes an involuntary smile, even from the lips of Uchiha Madara. Coincidentally, the puppets he manipulates mirror this expression. Meanwhile, Aokiji notices Elder Itachi suddenly bestowing upon him a smile laden with meaning, which sends a shiver down his spine. He ponders to himself, "Have I perhaps offended you, esteemed elder? Why do you greet me with such an eerie smile? P.S. I believe my typos have diminished today. Haven't they?" Chapter 36. Worthless, not even a single S-rank ninjutsu. As he watched Aokiji depart, Uchiha Akira, who had maintained a stern expression, finally broke into a hearty laugh. This lad claims he has no desire to train, yet he practices with more diligence than anyone else. Those who see him this way would surely think he has lost his senses. It seems that the earlier incident has frightened him quite profoundly. Sometimes, Uchiha's excessive fear of death may not be entirely detrimental. It appears that my subsequent training sessions will be considerably easier. Elder Uchiha Itachi remained silent. Uchiha Akira sobered, hesitating for a moment before quietly inquiring about a matter he had long wanted to address. But, is this truly advisable, given this boy's talents? Placing him in the medical unit seems rather misplaced. Haste makes waste. This child is so averse to becoming a frontline ninja that forcing him to train could lead to counterproductive results. He bears the blood of the Uchiha clan. With a gentle nudge, he will naturally find his rightful path. Indeed, Elder Itachi's keen insight was remarkable. After singing his praises, Uchiha Akira pondered, might it be possible that this boy, having experienced such a significant shock, has already awakened his Sharingan but is deliberately withholding this information due to his reluctance to embrace the life of a ninja? Given his personality, this is certainly within the realm of possibility. Should I use my Sharingan to investigate? it wouldn't take much time. The process of awakening the Sharingan is well understood among the Uchiha clan, which is why Uchiha Akira had no doubts. Upon hearing his words, Elder Itachi cast him a sidelong glance, urging him to comprehend the implication on his own. Uchiha Akira suddenly realized, of course, if he could conceive of such a scenario, how could the far-sighted Elder Itachi not consider it? Elder Itachi reproached him, do not engage in unnecessary actions. Understood. Do you believe my decision to have him serve as a medical ninja is merely a stalling tactic? What do you mean? The Sharingan reflects the eye of the soul. At that time, Aokiji had not yet awakened it. He was simply too young. However, as he ages and his chakra increases, this rigid requirement will no longer pose a challenge. The ever-present specter of life and death unfolds daily in the medical department, and Aokiji's constant exposure to such emotions will inevitably affect him. Over time, this emotional buildup will become the catalyst for awakening his Sharingan. By then, we shall see what potential he possesses. A natural dual bloodline limit. This is an unprecedented achievement in the long history of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Akira gasped, deeply impressed by Elder Itachi's sagacity. A child should rightfully belong to Uchiha Itachi, were it not for already having a son. He might have considered naming his own child Uchiha Itachi. However, since he already had a grandson, perhaps he should consult Elder Itachi to see if he would mind. Enough of idle chatter. I must reflect deeply on how to nurture Aokiji. Please do not disturb me unless necessary. His case is quite unique and cannot be approached with the same methods as other clan members. As for Fugaku, he may proceed methodically. With that, Elder Itachi turned and left without looking back. As the training of Aokiji has concluded today, there is no longer any necessity for him to remain here. While Fugaku possesses commendable talent, it is contingent upon whom he is compared to. Moreover, Fugaku's temperament is ill-suited for the cultivation into a mere tool. The decision to select Aokiji as his successor was a resolution made by Uchiha Madara after prolonged observation. At a tender age, he exhibits a thought process far superior to that of the average adult, which is indeed a rarity. It is evident that Aokiji, despite his youth, has a profound understanding of human nature, recognizing the inherent ugliness and filth of this world. Yet, even in light of this awareness, Aokiji has chosen not to succumb to despair or close himself off. Instead, he opts to believe in this world and strives earnestly to integrate into it. His enduring friendships and his exuberant character reflect this choice. Although this approach may seem peculiar to outsiders, it is, in fact, an expression of his fear of further loss. Possessing the coldest abilities in this world, his heart burns with fervor unlike any other. He cherishes his family, his friends, his village, and this world. Should someone like Aokiji fall into darkness, all this love would transform into an unparalleled hatred for the world. As the saying goes, profound love begets deep hatred. Extremes inevitably lead to reversals. Such a being is precisely the perfect pawn that Uchiha Madara desires. Those on divergent paths cannot conspire. Yet those aligned in purpose will naturally converge. Even if one day, Uchiha Madara's physical form perishes, rendering him incapable of exerting influence over Aokiji, the latter will steadfastly tread the path envisioned by Madara. Watching Elder Itachi depart, Uchiha Shursui could not help but feel a wave of emotion. Aokiji's talent seems to be of such a nature that even the heavens, fearing he might not grasp it, would go to great lengths to ensure he receives nourishment, as if lifting his chin to feed him by hand. It is widely known that Aokiji is reluctant to become a ninja. Nevertheless, his family has not given up on him. Rather, they persist in their efforts to coax him, even enlisting elder figures to tailor training directives for him. In his earlier days within the clan, he was regarded as a noteworthy genius. Yet he never received such preferential treatment. Merely being passed a couple of jutsu would have sufficed to bring him joy. Returning the puppet to a secluded estate, Uchiha Madara promptly set his plans into motion. He summoned a summoning beast and placed a pre-prepared scroll into the mouth of the ninja cat. After a brief moment, the summoning beast transformed into a cloud of white smoke. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, patiently awaiting a response. In the land of water, within the office of the Mizukage, a handsome man with golden hair knelt on one knee, his head bowed in a posture of respect. "Lord, Third Mizukage, you summon me?" he inquired. His name is Hyuga, a master of the ice release bloodline limit, nicknamed the White Bird, and currently the strongest ninja of the Yuki clan. The third Mizukage glanced at the masked ninja beside him and spoke. "You may raise your head. I have a task to assign to you." Understood. Upon receiving a summons from the third Mizukage, Ice River was taken aback. He had not expected the newly appointed leader to call upon him so swiftly, indicating a high regard for his abilities and a desire to win him over through this opportunity. Ice River silently vowed to live up to the third Mizuki's expectations. For the success of this mission would undoubtedly lead to an influx of assignments for his family, allowing them to amass wealth and enjoy a better life. As he raised his gaze, he noticed a masked man standing beside the third Mizuki, his face obscured, with only a tousled mane of hair visible at the back. An Umbu? Ice River was astonished to see an Umbu operative here. Could this individual be a companion for the impending mission? He instinctively cast another glance at the figure. And at that moment, their eyes met through the mask's eye hole, revealing a pair of three-tomo crimson eyes. Recognizing those iconic eyes, Ice River was taken aback. Under the unparalleled prowess of those eyes, Ice River found himself immobilized, unable even to twitch a finger. The one controlling him with the Sharingan was none other than Uchiha Madara. He had summoned Ice River back to the land of water through a summoning technique. Anticipating the necessity of returning to the land of water, Uchiha Madara had forged a contract with the third Mizuki long ago, whenever needed. He would have the summoning beasts of the land of water notify the Mizuki to summon him back. For an ordinary ninja, summoning someone of Madara's caliber would deplete their chakra to the point of only being able to summon a mere shadow. It was only a ninja of the Mizuki's stature who could bring forth Madara in full, but even then, Madara's true power could not be harnessed. If he exerted himself too much, he would swiftly vanish due to insufficient chakra. Uchiha Madara stepped forward, forming hand seals with one hand. As he began to delve into Ice River's memories related to all ice release techniques, with his ocular prowess, this search would conclude swiftly, stripping away every last technique Ice River had diligently honed over the years. Although Madara could not utilize ice release himself, he could easily transfer the painstakingly researched techniques of the ice ninjas from the land of water to Ice River for his training. The third Mizuki watched Uchiha Madara silently forming hand seals, utterly perplexed by his intentions. Madara had merely instructed him to summon the strongest ice release ninja, leaving everything else uncommunicated, which left the Mizuki in a state of confusion. Observing Madara's concentration, he dared not interrupt, opting instead to wait patiently. After a considerable time, Uchiha Madara concluded his exploration of Ice River's memories, his brows furrowed behind the mask. His tone tinged with displeasure and a hint of reproach. Is this truly the strongest ice release ninja of your land of water? You have not even mastered a single S-rank technique. This is utterly unacceptable. The third Mizuki could only respond with bewilderment. Chapter 37, The Great Scarlet Lotus Ice Wheel. Though the third Mizuki could not comprehend the actions of Uchiha Madara, he could not help but feel a desire to voice his thoughts. Lord Madara, does he truly believe that everyone possesses the same capabilities as he and Hashirama? With a mere flick of his wrist, he conjures S-rank ninjutsu, as if it were second nature. To even approach him without such prowess feels almost presumptuous. Taking a deep breath, the third Mizuki deduced from Madara's earlier complaints that he seemed particularly intrigued by the Kekkei Genkai of ice release. Lord Madara, he mused, with your strength, you surely have no need for the power of ice release. Although he could not fathom why Uchiha Madara was drawn to the bloodline limit of ice release, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that Madara, with his exceptional ninja talents, could develop it himself. Nevertheless, even with one eye rendered blind and his power diminished, Madara remained an unparalleled force in this era. An ice release would offer him no significant enhancement. Madara retorted, "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Under the weight of that piercing gaze, the third Mizuki fell silent. Despite his esteemed position as the third Mizuki wielding immense power in the hidden mist village, he was acutely aware that his fate lay in Madara's hands. Madara had the capacity to elevate him to greatness, yet could just as easily obliterate him. Their relationship was one of stark imbalance. Should Madara take offense, he could manipulate him with the Sharingan, much like he had with the second Mizuki in times past. Displeased with the ice release techniques held by the Ice Clan, Madara resolved to investigate the repository of all ninjutsu belonging to the Snow Clan, in search of something more to his liking. With this thought, he prepared to depart, but first, he intended to instruct the third Mizuki to discreetly gather information regarding boil release. The third Mizuki, taken aback, found himself increasingly bewildered by Madara's intentions. "Do not pry into my affairs," Madara cautioned, unwilling to divulge further details. Once he had extracted what he needed from the third Mizuki, he contemplated erasing his memories of this matter to eliminate any traces that could jeopardize his grand designs. Having delivered his instructions, Madara vanished from the Mizuki's office, leaving the third Mizuki with a resigned smile. At that moment, Ice River awoke from his stupor, momentarily dazed, having had all recollections of the Sharingan erased by Madara, retaining only the memory of being summoned by the third Mizuki. Third Mizukage, may I inquire if there are any tasks you wish to assign to me? The third Mizukage could only respond with silence. Upon entering the territory of the Snow Clan, Madara, having explored Ice River's memories, navigated the area with ease. Infiltrating the chamber where ninjutsu was stored. To his surprise, he encountered an elderly man, who, upon seeing the sudden intrusion of a stranger, was understandably startled. Who goes there? Madara regarded him with a nonchalant glance, instructing the old man to remain in his own space. In the eyes of an ordinary person, the old man's strength was adequate. Perhaps only slightly inferior to that of Ice River, reputed as the strongest user of ice release. However, to Madara, such prowess was merely inconsequential. If it were merely a manipulation of the ocular technique, Uchiha Madara could maintain his presence for a considerable duration. As a seasoned veteran, Madara swiftly discerned that the items within this secret chamber were mere illusions. The true treasures were undoubtedly concealed behind a hidden door. Activating his Manjiki Sharingan, he surveyed the surroundings with astonishing acuity, immediately detecting subtle clues that led him to the hidden entrance. To prevent any intruder from discovering the old man's disorientation, Madara resolved to escort him through the concealed passage. Within, he beheld a neatly arranged array of scrolls lining the shelves. A smile crept across Madara's face. These were precisely what he sought. However, due to the sheer volume of scrolls, he could not transport them all at once. Making a mental note that retrieving them later would prove cumbersome, he decided to utilize his Sharingan to meticulously document their contents. Grasping one scroll, he unfurled it to reveal a massive circle inscribed with a sealing character. This indicated that the scroll had been imbued with a sealing technique. Deciphering its contents would require considerable time and effort, and the likelihood of failure was high. Madara was not taken aback by this. It was a commonplace occurrence. Any scroll containing ninjutsu would invariably bear a sealing technique to prevent theft and unauthorized learning. It would be rather unusual for a scroll containing powerful techniques to lack protective measures. However, such obstacles were trivial for Uchiha Madara. To him, they were mere trifles, insignificant in the face of his Manjiki Sharingan. Soon, the ninjutsu recorded on the scroll was laid bare before him. Ice Release, Ice Clone Technique, B rank. This technique creates substantial physical clones using a vast amount of ice chakra, incorporating the properties of ice into the shadow clone technique. When a shadow clone is pierced by an enemy, it shatters into ice, immobilizing the adversary and restricting their movements. After reviewing this technique, Madara picked up another scroll. Once again, it contained a sealing technique, though distinct from the previous one. It appeared that each scroll possessed its own unique sealing method. Yet, before the might of his Manjiki Sharingan, these seals were but trifles, mere decorations. Ice Release, Ice Armor Technique, B rank. This technique envelopes the user in ice, augmenting their defensive capabilities. Its advantages lie in its lightweight nature, while its drawback is the substantial chakra consumption required. Having absorbed this information, he reached for yet another scroll. Ice Release, Ice Spike Technique, B rank. By gathering ice chakra in his hands and striking the ground, massive ice spikes emerged before him, proving effective for both offense and defense. After perusing the ninjutsu in this section, Uchiha Madara placed his hand on another scroll of ninjutsu. This time, the technique unveiled was of C rank. The sealing arts were considerably simpler compared to the B rank ninjutsu. It appeared that the higher the difficulty of the ninjutsu, the greater the rank of the sealing technique. Ice Release, Ice Kick Technique, C rank. By channeling ice-affiliated chakra into his leg, a sharp ice spike is propelled forward in an arcing kick toward the adversary. Upon reviewing this technique, Uchiha Madara selected another scroll of ninjutsu, intuitively aware it was also of C rank. He was a person of focused diligence, preferring to exhaust the techniques of one category before moving on to another, thereby avoiding the potential oversight that could occur from haphazardly jumping between different sections. Ice Release, Shuriken Technique, C rank. Ice Release, Ice Sharp Silver Needle, C rank. After surveying all the C rank ninjutsu, Uchiha Madara directed his gaze toward another section, extending his hand to unfurl a scroll. The sealing technique within was evidently of a higher difficulty than the previous ones, indicating a more advanced form of ninjutsu. Ice Release, Ice Fong Palm, a rank. By gathering ice-affiliated chakra in his hand, dense white mist emanates from his arm. When attacking, the cold is concentrated in the palm, freezing any enemy struck into an icy statue. Ice Release, Eye of Ice, a rank. Utilizing the moisture in the air, an eye is formed, visually connected to the user, serving as a convenient means of reconnaissance. However, its drawbacks are evident. The user must maintain a specific hand seal and remain stationary in sustaining chakra in high temperature. Arid environments requires considerably more effort. Ice release, frost surge, a rank. This technique enables the user to exhale a vast expanse of frost, inflicting severe frostbite and impact upon all targets within its range. After reviewing all a rank ninjutsu, Uchiha Madara gained a clearer understanding of ice release. Aside from the uniquely functional Eye of Ice, the more potent ice release techniques increasingly resemble the process of freezing, rather than simply producing ice as an end result. For instance, both B and C rank ninjutsu employ ice to form various shapes for physical attacks on the target, while at a rank, shaping ice becomes secondary. The true significance lies in the resultant frostbite effect. The more powerful the technique, the more pronounced the frostbite effect. Take the Ice Fang Palm. For example, though its attack range is limited, a successful strike transforms the target into an ice statue, embodying a nearly fatal efficacy. In summary, Uchiha Madara regarded ice release as deserving of its reputation as a bloodline limit, excelling in both offense and defense. However, such capabilities were insufficient for his lofty aspirations. A rank ninjutsu alone could not fulfill the demands of Uchiha Madara. He sought more formidable techniques. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward a solitary scroll, presuming that the profound secrets of ice release resided within it. Uchiha Madara stepped forward and unfolded it. As anticipated, the sealing technique this time was even more intricate than before, requiring considerable effort even from him. The name of this technique is Ice Release, Great Crimson Lotus Ice Wheel. Rank S, unfinished. Chapter 38, Arson and Murder. Harnessing the icy chakra, a colossal ice dragon was conjured, relentless in its advance, striking its target with devastating explosions, and subjecting all adversaries within its vicinity to an extreme chill approaching absolute zero. This jutsu bore annotations, indicating it was conceived by the progenitor of the ice release bloodline limit. However, it remained incompletely developed at the time of the creator's untimely demise. Upon witnessing this technique, Uchiha Madara's typically stern visage momentarily softened, revealing a glimmer of satisfaction. Finally, a jutsu of commendable caliber had emerged. Madara tucked the S-rank jutsu scroll into his garment, confident that he could carry it along with just this one scroll. After thoroughly scavenging all valuable jutsu in the vicinity, he took a meticulous glance around, ensuring nothing was overlooked, and murmured, "Now, what comes next?" This pause was fleeting, as a cunning smile crept upon Madara's face. He commanded the elder to accompany him back to the original chamber, casually seizing a C-rank jutsu scroll in the process. Closing the concealed door, he transformed into a mysterious figure cloaked in a mask, then released the elder from his control and erased certain pivotal memories from his mind. With ample time to depart before the elder regained consciousness, Madara opted not to leave immediately. Instead, he concealed his presence behind the door for a moment, calculating the precise timing before charging back in. The elder, upon encountering the masked figure once more, was struck with bewilderment, his face a canvas of shock as he bellowed in indignation. "Who dares to?" Without indulging in pleasantries, Madara unsheathed a shuriken and closed in with lightning speed. The elder, taken aback, turned pale with fear. Before he could finish his sentence, the sharp shuriken pierced through his throat, blood gushing forth as his eyes widened in sheer terror. Life extinguished in the span of a single breath. Though unfamiliar with the elder, Madara discerned that his ability to traverse this place and his notable skills marked him as a significant individual. Gently pushing the elder, whose face bore the agony of death, Madara watched as he collapsed backward, his head striking the ground, a murky crimson fluid pooling and staining the earth. Having concluded this grim task, Madara did not falter. He replicated his earlier actions, stepping through the hidden door to behold the vast collection of scrolls belonging to the Snow Clan. A dark smile crept upon his lips as he set ablaze the invaluable legacy left by predecessors. Within this secluded chamber, there was ample time to incinerate everything, and by the time the outside ninjas reacted, the flames would have already spread, leaving nothing but ashes in their wake. To investigate the aftermath, these individuals would undoubtedly probe the elder's corpse for memories, uncovering the image of a masked figure slaying him and incinerating all jutsu within the hidden chamber. Meanwhile, Madara intentionally left the unremarkable C-rank scroll exposed. Upon receiving this information, the Snow Clan would be misled into believing that their vital jutsu had not been destroyed but rather stolen for sale, compelling them to search relentlessly. At this juncture, Uchiha Madara possessed a legitimate rationale for entrusting all acquired ice release techniques to Aokiji. These techniques had been procured at a considerable expense from a mysterious figure, specifically for Aokiji's training. Aokiji, fully aware of this arrangement and having benefited from it, would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of gratitude, thereby forging a stronger emotional bond with the Uchiha clan. Consequently, with Elder Itachi under his control, Uchiha Madara would be able to exert greater influence over Aokiji. In this intricate process, while Aokiji was reaping benefits, the Yuki clan would suffer substantial losses. Should they discover that their entire repertoire of jutsu had been appropriated by an outsider, they would undoubtedly spare no effort in their quest to eliminate Aokiji. Those among the ninja possessing the same ice-release bloodline would serve as the ultimate test of Aokiji's mastery of the technique. Madara was confident that the time for this revelation would soon arrive. Currently, Tobirama had gone to negotiate with the second Raikage. With his adeptness, Madara believed the negotiations were likely to succeed, heralding a fleeting peace for the world. However, this peace would be ephemeral, swiftly giving way to renewed conflict. During this interval, Madara intended to rigorously train Aokiji, who at the tender age of 10 would, within 4 to 5 years, attain the rank of Jonin even without utilizing the Sharingan's capabilities. Yet, such strength would be inadequate amidst the surrounding perils of war. Inevitably, Aokiji would expose his Sharingan abilities to the world, leading him to become a target of suspicion, alienation, and repression from the higher echelons led by Tobirama. Throughout this ordeal, Aokiji would find camaraderie with those similarly marginalized within the clan. Prolonged exposure to such an environment would gradually corrode his spirit, rendering him vulnerable. This vulnerability would present Madara with a perfect opportunity. With subtle guidance, he could sow the seeds of darkness within Aokiji's fragile psyche. Once planted, these seeds would take root and ultimately be ignited by Madara, plunging Aokiji into profound darkness, transforming him into Madara's impeccable pawn. Ah, how weary I am. The forced alteration of my daily rhythm, compounded by this morning's rigorous training, finds Aokiji yawning as he ambles toward the hospital. It is not due to illness, but rather his intent to study medical ninjutsu under the guidance of the medical ninja. The clan had prearranged this with the department heads, allowing him to proceed directly. The medical ninjas share the same office building as conventional doctors, not due to any lack of respect, but rather as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances, ensuring medical ninjas are always available to assist. For instance, a patient on the brink of death would benefit far more from a medical ninjutsu intervention than from a mere foredrip. It is said that such techniques can even induce a deep sleep, allowing critically injured patients to awaken in miraculous recovery. Moreover, on occasion, medical ninjas also assume the role of ordinary doctors. The medical ninja, often overlooked by their peers, are regarded as divine figures in the eyes of ordinary people. The moment a medical ninja opens for appointments, they are inundated with patients. As Aokiji pushed open the doors of the hospital, he was met with a bustling crowd. Individuals either sat on public benches awaiting their summons, queued at the payment window, or darted between various departments, leaving little room for idleness. No matter where one looked, the hospital seemed to pulse with activity. Aokiji sighed, sensing that his time here would be arduous, and he could not afford to be complacent. He had previously informed Tsunade and the others that he intended to merely scratch the surface, yet he understood the necessity of diligent study. Failing to save lives would weigh heavily on his conscience. Having enjoyed robust health throughout his childhood, Aokiji was unfamiliar with this environment, unsure of how to navigate to the medical department. However, he reassured himself that there would likely be a receptionist in the spacious lobby who could offer guidance to newcomers. As he surveyed his surroundings, he soon spotted a striking young lady standing out amidst the throng. Her warm smile, though undoubtedly professional, was irresistibly infectious, and when paired with her pristine white nurse's uniform, it seemed to radiate a purifying aura. Aokiji could not help but admire the nurse's attire, considering it one of humanity's greatest inventions. He pondered why Jiraiya was drawn to more flamboyant styles, like bunny girls or leopard prints, when innocence could be so appealing. Shaking his head, he acknowledged the inexplicable nature of human desires. As the receptionist noticed a small boy approaching her, she greeted him with a smile. "Hello, young one. How may I assist you?" Aokiji inquired. "Excuse me, beautiful miss, could you direct me to the medical ninja department?" The receptionist appeared puzzled, asking, "What brings you to the medical ninja?" Aokiji, without reservation, shared his intentions, considering her a colleague in a sense. Upon learning that he aspired to become a medical ninja, the receptionist's demeanor changed. "You look quite young." Aokiji, though surprised, quickly regained his composure. After all, There were 6-year-olds out there in combat alongside adults. I'm about 10 years old. I'm Aokiji, he replied. 10, you say? That's just 10 years shy, not too far off, she murmured. Aokiji paused. 10 years shy? It's nothing, she said, blinking her bright eyes. The salary of a medical ninja is quite lucrative, coupled with job security, an ideal profession, especially for someone who has a penchant for younger individuals. Suddenly, her enthusiasm for Aokiji soared, as she warmly welcomed him. Aokiji, are you free this Sunday? You've just arrived at the hospital, and I'm sure many of your colleagues haven't met you yet. How about I host a welcome gathering for you? It will be a great opportunity for everyone to connect and deepen their professional relationships. Aokiji nodded in understanding. Oh, I see. The receptionist was truly warm-hearted. Suddenly, Aokiji felt that becoming a medical ninja was indeed an exceedingly wise choice. After bidding farewell to the hospitable receptionist, he approached the office of the medical ninja. He politely knocked twice on the door, and soon after, a mature female voice from within invited him in. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by a young woman with a ponytail and chestnut-colored hair. Aokiji recognized her and recalled her name, murmuring, "Is it the ninja from Lake Biwa?" Chapter 39. Learning medical ninjutsu. Considering her identity as the wife of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seems quite likely that she is the head of the medical ninja department. With a smile adorning her face, Peepa Lake stepped forward to greet him, exclaiming, "You have finally arrived." To be honest, I was quite surprised when your clan sent you here to learn medical ninjutsu. Just as Aokiji was about to respond, his attention was diverted by a certain golden-haired girl with twin ponytails and a slender figure. He observed her diligently struggling with a salted fish, her hands clasped together radiating a faint green glow. If Aokiji's eyesight was indeed intact, this girl must be Tsunade. Sure. Aokiji pressed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Peepa Lake tilted her head in confusion, while Aokiji quietly approached, perhaps due to her intense focus. Tsunade remained oblivious to Aokiji's presence as she endeavored to revive the flattened fish. Ultimately, after a prolonged effort on Tsunade's part, the once lifeless fish sprang back to life, confirming her status as a competent medical ninja. Overjoyed by passing the assessment, Tsunade laughed exuberantly at the sky, proclaiming, "I truly am a genius." Aokiji nodded silently beside her, acknowledging, "Indeed, that is truly remarkable medical ninjutsu." "Hihi, do you need me to mention who I am?" The two continued their playful banter without any pause. Now you do." Aokiji smirked. Well, who might this be? Isn't it the princess of Konoha, Lady Tsunade?" For some reason, Tsunade appeared a bit flustered. Aokiji, what are you doing here?" With his arms crossed behind his head, Aokiji replied, "Oh, nothing much. I just haven't been feeling well lately. So I thought I'd visit the hospital. Speaking of which, what brings you here?" Tsunade, feeling somewhat guilty, stammered, I'm just here to play around." Peepa Lake, oblivious to the underlying tension, suddenly interjected, "Tsunade is currently learning medical ninjutsu. She just officially passed her assessment and is now a certified medical ninja." Tsunade, really? How delightful. After an unintentional bout of roughhousing, Aokiji found himself bearing the marks of their playful skirmish. "You really hit hard. Couldn't you have been a bit gentler?" Tsunade retorted defiantly. "Who would nurse you? You said you had no desire to become a medical ninja. Why are you here?" Then, taking it so seriously, Aokiji, no longer in the mood for teasing, was simply curious about Tsunade's motivations for pursuing medical ninjutsu. It's my choice. What business is it of yours?" Tsunade haughtily tossed her head, concealing the truth that she was studying medical ninjutsu partly to enhance a certain aspect of herself. It is said that advanced medical ninjutsu can promote cellular regeneration, making it quite reasonable and normal to desire a little extra fullness in that regard. Furthermore, it was also related to the summoning beast she had contracted. Her spirit beast belongs to one of the 3 great sacred lands, possessing profound expertise in healing. With this spirit beast, Tsunade is capable of becoming a medical ninja unlike any other. After careful consideration, Tsunade decided to pursue the path of a medical ninja. Aokiji shrugged nonchalantly. Tsunade turned the tables, asking, "What brings you here to learn medical ninjutsu?" Aokiji poked the fish on the scroll with his finger and replied casually, "You know me well. I chose to be a medical ninja to avoid the front lines." From what he understood, it seemed that all medical ninjas begin their training with animals, particularly marine creatures. It is not that marine life is superior to terrestrial beings, but rather that marine creatures, once revived, remain still, whereas those on land quickly become weak due to oxygen deprivation. This allows medical ninjas to practice their healing techniques repeatedly. "Oh, that makes sense. Tsunade acknowledged, fully aware of Aokiji's timid nature. This was not an insult, but merely playful banter between friends. Aokiji, unfazed, remarked, "Thank you for the compliment. Mice are some of the most adaptable creatures in the world." "All right, enough of this," Biwa Lake interjected, clapping her hands to halt their playful squabble. Tsunade and Aokiji understood and ceased their bickering. Biwa Lake patiently explained the intricacies of medical ninjutsu to Aokiji and demonstrated the technique once more, asking, "Is everything clear to you?" Aokiji, honest as ever, replied, "I'm not sure if I understand. I believe I can only know by trying." "Then give it a try," Biwa Lake encouraged. No amount of talking can compare to practical application. She retrieved another half-conscious fish for Aokiji to practice on. Stepping forward, Aokiji mimicked Biwa Lake's movements. Placing his hands over the fish's gently moving mouth, channeling chakra from his palms to stimulate the creature's meridians, revitalizing its cells. Aokiji exhibited commendable aptitude. On his very first attempt, the previously lifeless fish began to respond, arching its body and appearing revitalized. Tsunade and Biwa Lake exchanged glances. And soon the fish was lively and energetic. "This seems quite simple," Aokiji remarked with a smirk, feigning nonchalance. Tsunade scoffed in response. How infuriating to let him show off. She secretly wished the task were more challenging. Just as Aokiji finished his boastful comment, the once vibrant fish suddenly turned pale and lifeless. This was rather awkward. Why isn't this fish moving?" Aokiji poked the still fish, feeling frustrated. Tsunade clutched her stomach, laughing. "You fool, you've drained the life out of it." Aokiji lowered his head, contemplating how much more successful he might have been had he used his Sharingan in that moment. At Lake Biwa, seeing him silent, one might have assumed he was disheartened, prompting a comforting remark. "Do not lose heart. Most individuals conclude their first attempts in failure." However, Aokiji remained undaunted, clenching his fist with resolute determination to persevere. Observing this, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. "Oh?" Aokiji questioned, puzzled. Tsunade shook her head, remarking, "It's merely your earnest demeanor," which is quite rare. Aokiji responded with a hearty smile, "There's no choice. If I do not diligently apply myself to medical ninjutsu, I might find myself conscripted as a combat ninja." Tsunade chuckled lightly. "Indeed, given your personality, you could manage that." After Aokiji inadvertently dispatched a fish, Biwa furrowed her brow and murmured, "I must attend to this fish promptly. Otherwise, it will spoil, which would be a pity." Aokiji waved his hand dismissively. Exuding nonchalance, such trivial matters require no concern. Leave it to me. The duo looked at Aokiji with curiosity as he swiftly formed several hand seals, then pressed down with one hand, instantly freezing the deceased fish. Aokiji stated calmly, "There we go. This fish should remain preserved for a considerable time now." Chapter 40. The arrival of Mito. The curiosity of Biwa Lake and Tsunade was piqued as they beheld the fish before them, encased in ice. From the earlier hand seals, it was evident that this was some form of ninjutsu. However, it seemed that among the 5 great elemental natures, none were capable of freezing objects. Tsunade, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "How did you accomplish that?" Before Aokiji could respond, Biwa Lake, having some understanding of Aokiji's background, pondered and concluded, "If I am not mistaken, this must be ice release, correct?" "Indeed," Aokiji acknowledged with a calm demeanor, casting a discreet glance at Biwa Lake. Given her quick deduction regarding his Kekkai Genkai, it was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen had done considerable research on her. Aokiji decided to play along, allowing her to voice it. Since the existence of his ice release had already been revealed within his family, there was little point in concealing it further, rather than having Sarutobi Hiruzen unearth it. It would be wiser to disclose it first, thereby cultivating a persona free of ill intentions. "Ice release," Tsunade echoed in astonishment. This Kekkai Genkai belonged to the Yuki clan of Kirigakure, so what connection could it possibly have with Aokiji, who was a member of the Uchiha clan? Moreover, if memory served her right, Aokiji had already awakened the Sharingan. What was the meaning of this ice release? At his age, she had never heard of anyone possessing more than one Kekkai Genkai. Wait a moment, you are an Uchiha. Why would you awaken a Kekkai Genkai like ice release? Shouldn't it be? Tsunade hesitated before continuing, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Not revealing the truth, Aokiji felt a sense of relief and elaborated. My deceased mother possessed the ice release Kekkai Genkai, and I must have inherited her talent. This is what they mean by like mother. Like son. Tsunade had never heard him mention this before, but it was understandable, considering Aokiji had lost his parents at a young age and was reluctant to discuss such painful memories. Biwa Lake listened quietly to their exchange, refraining from interjecting, yet feeling quite perplexed. The information provided by the Uchiha clan did not imply that Aokiji possessed the ice-release Kekkei Genkai. Although his awakened Kekkei Genkai was not the Sharingan, it still constituted a Kekkei Genkai. Was the Uchiha clan so generous that they would readily share anything that wasn't the Sharingan? Unable to unravel the mystery, she decided to be proactive and asked, "Given that you have awakened the ice-release Kekkei Genkai, why would your family allow you to become a medical ninja?" Aokiji sighed, "In truth, I never wished to become a medical ninja." Biwa Lake was taken aback. Aokiji continued, "I had been performing poorly in school, and I thought my family would have given up on me, perhaps not allowing me to become a ninja at all. Yet, the facade he had maintained was no longer sustainable. Thus, he chose to reveal his true intentions, solidifying his persona of someone who did not aspire to be a ninja. Even if they recognized his concealed abilities, it was merely a reflection of the motivations behind his crafted identity. And the outcome? The result of a competition rendered all my previous efforts futile." Aokiji, with both hands tangled in his hair, looked utterly exasperated. Peepa Lake, wearing an incredulous expression, remarked, "What competition? If memory serves, this kid was always asleep in class. What efforts could he possibly have made?" With a sigh of frustration, Aokiji replied, "What else could it be? I found my kin and expressed my desire not to become a ninja. And they assigned me a child 4 years my junior for the competition. And you lost?" Peepa Lake asked incredulously. "Of course not," Aokiji retorted, staring at her as if she were foolish. "I'm not stupid. I intentionally chose to lose." Feeling somewhat offended by the disdainful look from a mere child, Peepa Lake pressed on, "If that's the case, then why does your family still want you to be a ninja?" With a dismissive snort, Aokiji lamented, "What else could it be? The Sharingan, of course. It can perceive the flow of chakra within a person. They discovered that my chakra is different from others, leading them to suspect and eventually uncover my awakening of the ice-release bloodline limit. It's infuriating. The Sharingan is such a cheat." Understanding dawned on Peepa Lake. Indeed, the Sharingan was a remarkably convenient ability. After awakening a bloodline limit, a ninja's chakra would undergo a significant enhancement, which is one reason why those with such abilities are highly regarded. The Uchiha clan's ninjas, upon seeing the vast chakra within him, would naturally harbor suspicions. It was evident that Aokiji was not lying. However, it was surprising that Aokiji, in his desire to avoid being a ninja, had deliberately concealed his ice release. How rebellious. Aokiji sighed deeply. "Oh, why must I awaken a bloodline limit? I merely wish to lead a normal life. Why is that so difficult?" Peepa Lake twitched at the corners of her mouth, incredulous that he could dismiss even the bloodline limit so lightly. Were the frustrated ninjas to hear this, they might very well wish to eliminate Aokiji. With a chuckle, Aokiji continued, "Fortunately, during my studies, I took precautions and invested some effort in medical ninjutsu, which allows me to avoid the battlefield. Even so, your family surely wouldn't allow someone with a bloodline limit to become a medical ninja, would they?" "That is indeed true," Aokiji admitted. "However, after much debate, they reluctantly agreed to my pursuit of medical ninjutsu, provided that I train at the clan grounds whenever I have free time. They claimed that should I ever find myself on the battlefield, I might need some means of self-defense. I consider their reasoning and begrudgingly accepted. A compromise on both sides, it's quite troublesome." Through Peepa Lake's inquiries, she gleaned that, given Aokiji's rebellious nature, the Uchiha clan was likely quite vexed. After all, if Aokiji were unwilling to train, they could not simply force him to do so through the Sharingan. Moreover, since the Uchiha lacked experience in training ice release, they had temporarily compromised with Aokiji. It was likely that the Uchiha would eventually devise a way to steer him back onto a more conventional path. Tsunade felt a pang of envy as she regarded the remarkable talents of Aokiji, even though she had been praised since childhood. "Alas, I truly wonder when I will inherit my grandfather's wood release." Upon noticing her despondency, Pitahiko comforted her. "Do not fret. Aokiji only recently awakened his bloodline limit." "Did he not? Many individuals discover their bloodline limits at the age of 12 or 13, and you are merely 10. I am confident that with your aptitude, you shall soon inherit the wood release of the first Hokage. It merely requires the right opportunity. Bloodline limits can be inherited through lineage, even across generations." Although the descendants of the first Hokage regrettably did not inherit it, Pitahiko believed that with Tsunade's exceptional talent, it should not pose an issue. "Let us hope so," Tsunade thought, finding Pitahiko's words particularly grating. She longed to express that Aokiji awakened his Sharingan at 5 and now possessed 2 bloodline limits. while she had yet to awaken even one. The disparities between them were disheartening. She couldn't help but wonder if Aokiji had once saved the world, thus earning such extraordinary gifts. Aokiji often claimed that he, along with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, possessed considerable ninja talent, akin to being blessed by the heavens. If one were to follow Aokiji's words, he was rather like someone being fed by the heavens. To spare Tsunade from despair, Aokiji offered a well-meaning falsehood. Indeed, Pehiko is correct. I believe you will surely awaken the wood release in the future and become an outstanding Hokage like your grandfather. If only he had the opportunity. Aokiji would love to equip Tsunade with wood release, though he would first need to find a white zetsu for research. Following the conventional path, Tsunade's chances of mastering the wood release appeared bleak. It was not a matter of Tsunade's lack of talent. Rather, Aokiji harbored doubts about whether wood release was genuinely a bloodline limit. Wood release seemed merely a combination of water and earth, an unremarkable bloodline limit. Over the years, there have been no reports of anyone else developing it. It had been solely the domain of Shinja Hashirama. In essence, wood release was simply wood, and it appeared rather uninspiring. Yet, it possessed the ability to absorb chakra and seal, exhibiting absurd effects, with defensive capabilities strong enough to withstand the colossal blade of Susanoo. Aokiji questioned whether it was truly a bloodline limit or perhaps a form of genetic elimination. Would release water earth yang. This seemed the correct and reasonable formula for wood release. Just as Aokiji was immersed in these thoughts, an unexpected woman entered the room. She had striking red hair, styled in a bun, adorned with a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, and her features were strikingly beautiful. Pehiko stepped forward to greet her with utmost respect. Lady Mido. Chapter 41. Bad news. Upon encountering this individual, Aokiji mused that she must be the wife of the first Hokage, having usurped the affections of Uchiha Madara's companion, Uzumaki Mido. Perhaps her prolonged seclusion, stemming from the fear of the Nine Tails within her breaking free, explained her absence from the world. Today marked Aokiji's first meeting with her. Despite her advanced age, she remained a captivating beauty, her grace undiminished by the passage of time. Observing the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, Aokiji speculated that Tsunade's legendary healing technique might have been derived from her, subsequently refined. Should an opportunity arise, Aokiji intended to glean this secret. A treasure that promised eternal youth. Mido's expression bore a weighty seriousness, as if shrouded in a veil of gloom. Although she held a high position, she never flaunted her status, always responding with warmth and a gentle smile. This was the first time Aokiji witnessed such a countenance, sensing an ominous event had transpired. Tsunade joyfully approached her, colliding into her embrace, lifting her little head to exclaim, "Mido Granny, what brings you here?" Aokiji found it difficult to reconcile Tsunade's adorable, playful demeanor with her usual fiery temperament. Mido's lips parted slightly, hesitating to speak, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Tsunade sensed something was amiss and cautiously inquired, "What is it?" After a prolonged silence, Mido's face darkened as she solemnly revealed the truth. Your great-grandfather, during negotiations with the second Hokage, was suddenly ambushed and has died. At these words, Tsunade was momentarily stunned, her mind blank, and by the time she regained her senses, her body had crumpled to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Tsunade, Tsunade, Tsunade. In a secluded residence of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara contemplated how to nurture Aokiji. Suddenly, sensing an intrusion, he slowly lifted his gaze. Shortly thereafter, a deep voice resonated from outside. "I apologize for interrupting your rest, but there is a critically important message that requires your attention." "What is it?" Madara inquired, his tone indifferent as he manipulated Elder Itachi. Typically, those announcing news from outside would not enter, as such an action would be considered disrespectful. Thus, Madara chose not to seek a discreet location, lest he be seen. However, even if he were spotted, it mattered little. He could simply erase their memory with the Sharingan. The second Hokage, Shinja Tobirama, has died. Upon hearing the shocking news, even Uchiha Madara was taken aback, his pupils dilating in disbelief. "What did you say?" Tobirama was renowned for his unparalleled speed in the ninja world. It was a feat that even Madara could not claim to surpass. In this world, who could possibly confront him directly and prevail? Madara pondered. How did he die? Well, Madara furrowed his brow and interrupted. "Do not say well. I require precise information." Indeed, the ninja outside was somewhat taken aback by the sudden, overwhelming presence exuded by Elder Itachi, and he collected his thoughts, according to the accounts provided by the involved parties. During the discussions of an alliance between the second Hokage and the second Hokage, the golden and silver horns of the Mist Village launched a coup, resulting in the immediate death of the second Raikage and grievous injuries to the second Hokage. In the course of his escape, he chose to stay behind to protect a few of his disciples, ultimately sacrificing himself. Uchiha Madara remained silent for a moment before dismissing the subordinate outside. After sending his underling away, he tightened his fist slightly, harboring feelings of discontent. Tobirama had killed his brother Izuna, and initially, Madara had planned to create some trouble for Tobirama during his reign, intending to toy with him before ultimately ending his life. However, with Tobirama now deceased, all of that seemed rendered meaningless. The news of the second Hokage's death swiftly swept through the entirety of Konoha. Before the memorial stone for martyrs, the mourners were enveloped in a somber atmosphere, akin to being shrouded by dark clouds in the sky. Aokiji, dressed in the uniform black mourning attire, blended into the crowd. In the front row of the memorial stood Tsunade and other relatives, while the second row comprised the second Hokage's disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Akimichi Torafu, Mito Minin. And the absence of Uchiha Kagami was notably felt. A young boy wept profusely, unable to contain his sorrow. This boy was Mizukage, the sole son of Uchiha Kagami. Tobirama had chosen to stay behind, drawing the majority of the enemy's fire, yet a portion of the adversaries managed to bypass the second Hokage and pursued Tobirama's disciples. Uchiha Kagami bravely perished while protecting his comrades, and due to the enemy's overwhelming firepower, even his remains were not preserved. A young woman gently patted Mizukage's shoulder. She was Kagami's wife. She wished to offer words of comfort but hesitated, her own heart heavy with grief. Yet, as a mother, she felt compelled to speak. Taking a deep breath, she was about to utter something when her gaze fell upon a pair of fiery crimson eyes. Mizukage, what is happening to your eyes? Mother, what is wrong with my eyes? The Sharingan. The awakening of the Sharingan requires a surge of intense emotion, and upon hearing the devastating news of his father's demise, Mizukage instinctively activated his Sharingan. While it is generally inappropriate to be distracted during a moment of mourning, the successful awakening of Uchiha Mizukage's eyes nonetheless drew the attention of several Uchiha clan members, as each Sharingan is a valuable asset to the family. Upon overhearing the conversation between the mother and son, a young man with a bandaged right cheek and a scar shaped like a cross on his chin twitched his ears, narrowing his left eye, his gaze profoundly deep. Danzo, one of the second Hokage's disciples, had suffered a surprise attack during the escape, resulting in the unfortunate loss of his right eye. The once handsome visage was now wrapped in bandages, lending him an aura of mystery and darkness. The Sharingan, the Manjikyu Sharingan, Danzo murmured softly to himself, a look of apprehension manifesting in his remaining left eye, different from his usual demeanor. In the original circumstances, even with the valiant sacrifice of the second Hokage, it seemed unlikely that these individuals could escape the fate of encirclement and annihilation. Just at this critical juncture, one among them, Uchiha Kagami, upon learning of the second Hokage's demise at the hands of the formidable duo, Kin and Jin, experienced a profound psychological upheaval, unleashing an unprecedented and terrifying power. The disciples of the second Hokage witnessed the entire process of his awakening, struggling to fathom how the previously gentle and refined Kagami could suddenly transform into such an unfamiliar entity, his chakra turning chillingly cold, as if he were an entirely different person. In the past, they had harbored a certain wariness towards the Uchiha clan, largely influenced by their teacher, occasionally questioning whether their teacher's concerns were overly dramatic. However, after witnessing the complete transformation of Kagami, they abruptly comprehended why Tobirama, their mentor, had been so vigilant regarding the Uchiha. Even a man as gentle as Kagami could become so alien when awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, let alone other members of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the power of an Uchiha who awakens the Manjiki would surge dramatically, with Uchiha Kagami serving as a living testament to this fact. The Uchiha clan, endowed with the Sharingan, were akin to unstable time bombs, necessitating stringent precautions. This notion was indelibly imprinted in the minds of Tobirama's disciples. The time for mourning did not linger long, as the assembly gradually dispersed. Their sorrow was genuine, yet pressing matters awaited their attention, taking precedence over the commemoration of their forebears. With the passing of the second Hokage, a vacancy arose in the position of Hokage. To prevent enemies from exploiting this gap, the foremost task was to promptly elect a new Hokage to stabilize the internal affairs. Aokiji, accompanied by his clan, began to depart. Before leaving, he cast a glance at Tsunade, who was shedding copious tears, yet he refrained from offering comfort, believing that time would serve as the best balm for her pain. Subsequently, the village of Konoha swiftly initiated the election for the third Hokage. With the mandate bestowed by the second Hokage prior to his death, alongside the backing of various influential factions, Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the position of third Hokage, despite encountering some obstacles along the way. Thus, a new chapter began for the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 42, Jealousy in the Land of Fire. Within the confines of the feudal lord's estate, the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the esteemed position of Hokage, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire promptly extended an invitation to the newly appointed leader of Konohagakure. In an effort to maintain the bond between the village and the feudal lord, Hiruzen graciously accepted the invitation, accompanied by his loyal entourage. The banquet was replete with exquisite delicacies and sumptuous dishes, but more importantly, it featured the enchanting presence of beautiful maidens. The feudal lord, well aware of Hiruzen's fondness for the fairer sex, sought to indulge him. With a clap of his hands and a gentle tap on the wooden clappers, the melodious sounds of string and wind instruments filled the air. A group of elegantly attired dancers gracefully emerged, kneeling in reverence before the seated guests, and then, with a flourish of their long sleeves, they began to dance. As the wine flowed generously, the atmosphere became increasingly spirited. A chorus of rotund dignitaries, their bellies protruding, lavished insincere flattery upon Hiruzen. One such official, with a protruding belly, raised his cup in sycophantic praise, proclaiming, "Esteemed third Hokage, the defense of our Land of Fire shall rest upon your capable shoulders. Rest assured, we shall spare no resources, even if it means sacrificing our wealth, to support you." Hiruzen, initially taken aback by the fervent enthusiasm of the officials, felt a sense of discomfort in his new role as the third Hokage. However, as the praises continued to resonate around him, he gradually succumbed to the intoxicating allure of power, losing himself in the moment. Internally, he marveled at the magnificence of authority. Realizing why his elders had instilled in him the aspiration to become Hokage, there was indeed a profound significance to it. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, Danzo sat with a stoic expression, his hands tightly gripping his trousers, harboring deep resentment. Having grown up alongside Hiruzen, they were rivals, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he had consistently fallen short in their competitions. Recently, he had suffered yet another defeat, this time losing his most cherished dream, the title of Hokage. The circumstances surrounding this loss were rooted in a pivotal moment when the second Hokage posed a daunting challenge to his disciples, inquiring who among them would be willing to stay behind as a decoy. As a ninja of considerable resolve, Danzo initially volunteered for the task, but ultimately succumbed to fear. In that critical moment, Hiruzen stepped forward, nobly declaring his willingness to sacrifice himself. Instantly, Hiruzen's image transformed into that of a paragon of virtue, earning him the admiration of all present, except for Danzo. The second Hokage, impressed by Hiruzen's selflessness, promptly appointed him as the next Hokage, while he himself chose to remain behind, sacrificing his own life for the sake of others. Initially, Danzo accepted the outcome, believing that he was not one to shy away from defeat. However, upon reflection, he began to sense an unsettling discrepancy. After a sleepless night, a realization dawned upon him. His childhood rival, Hiruzen, had cunningly orchestrated his victory, employing underhanded tactics to emerge triumphant. It appears that everything was meticulously orchestrated from the outset. The second Hokage's deliberate selection of the first Hokage's granddaughter as a disciple for Sarutobi Hiruzen offers a glimpse into this foresight. The second Hokage had evidently contemplated appointing Hiruzen as his successor long before, yet he had been awaiting a fitting opportunity. Thus, seizing this moment, he intentionally articulated such sentiments. Konoha was founded through the alliance of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Choosing a Hokage from within their ranks would render the selection meaningless to the various clans in the village. However, the reality is that the Senju clan lacks a prominent leader, making them incapable of bearing the mantle of leadership. Conversely, the Uchiha clan boasts formidable individuals, but those possessing the Sharingan risk awakening the Manjiki Sharingan and spiraling into extremity, akin to a ticking time bomb. The appointment of Sarutobi Hiruzen to the Hokage position would undoubtedly invite dissent, jeopardizing internal unity, and could potentially be exploited by external foes, inflicting irreparable damage on Konoha. Therefore, at this juncture, the second Hokage orchestrated this elaborate charade to ensure his disciples' stability in the role. Hiruzen likely discerned the second Hokage's underlying intentions, enabling him to embody such noble resolve, unafraid of death. Through this act, the villagers would be moved by Hiruzen's sacrificial spirit, quelling any objections regarding his ascension to Hokage. "Ah, Tobirama-sensei, how ruthless you are," to go to such lengths for Hiruzen. I, Danzo Shimura, am also your disciple. Tobarama-sensei, you are biased. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Danzo felt as though he were being scorched by a flame of jealousy, beset by profound discomfort. Yet, what could he do in the face of such circumstances? The die was cast. For the stability of the village, he must prioritize the greater good. Suppressing his inner jealousy and fervently rallying his clan's support for Hiruzen. Taking a deep breath, Danzo cast a meaningful glance at the lauded Hiruzen. Nurturing a thought, he could be replaced. As the banquet concluded and pleasantries were exchanged, Danzo urged Hiruzen to depart from the daimyo's residence and return to Konoha to oversee affairs. Are you leaving so soon? Hiruzen inquired, his gaze lingering on the alluring dancers. A testament to his weakness for beauty. Since marrying Bawako, he had curbed his indulgences in this regard, at least refraining from such behavior within the village and as Hokage. He needed to uphold a respectable image. Every action and word would reflect upon the village's reputation. Of course, there are pressing matters awaiting your decision in the village, particularly concerning the Uchiha. Danzo momentarily hesitated, refraining from elaborating on the sensitive topic of the Uchiha clan. Recognizing that such discussions were best reserved for deliberation back in the village with the other two advisors, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi. Following Hiruzen's ascension to Hokage, both had been elevated to advisory positions. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a lingering gaze at the dancer just as he was about to depart. Lord Hokage, please wait. With the emergence of this voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to see a middle-aged man with thick brows and large eyes, who, from the very first glance, projected an impression of honesty and integrity. Prince Huangren. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the identity of the man and carefully deliberated on his words before addressing him. Prince Huangren was the elder brother of the current daimyo of the Land of Fire, known for his sincerity and steadfastness. He maintained amicable relations with the court ministers and was deeply trusted by the daimyo, personally managing both significant and trivial matters within the country. With a benevolent smile, Prince Huangren spoke in a calm and measured tone, evoking a sense of springtime warmth. I sincerely apologize. During our earlier conversation, I neglected to mention an important matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with grace. Your Highness, you flatter me. Please, what is it that you wish to discuss? Prince Huangren chuckled softly. This is not the appropriate place for such a discussion. Please, follow me. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed. Upon hearing this, Danzo and the other guards prepared to accompany them. However, Prince Huangren glanced at Danzo and the others, hesitating momentarily. Sarutobi Hiruzen, understanding the unspoken message, instructed, Danzo, you and the others may wait here for me. According to protocol, the Hokage's guards were obliged to follow him wherever he went, as it was their duty. Nevertheless, Danzo complied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's request without any protest. Firstly, the daimyo's residence was exceedingly secure, leaving little chance of an assassin's presence. Secondly, even if an assassin were to appear, Sarutobi Hiruzen's prowess was sufficient to handle the situation. Otherwise, he would not be fit to hold the position of Hokage. Moreover, deep down, Danzo might even harbor a desire for Sarutobi Hiruzen to be assassinated, as such an event could potentially elevate his own standing to that of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched as Danzo and the others were led away by the servants, feeling perplexed about the matter that warranted the dismissal of Danzo and his companions. He refrained from inquiring further and silently followed behind Prince Huangren, soon arriving at a private chamber. Chapter 43. The Weak in the Nation. The strong in the country within the chamber, a table adorned with exquisite delicacies and fine wines stood, seemingly more lavish than the banquet just witnessed. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could utter a word, Prince Huangren took the initiative to speak. I have reserved this delightful treat especially for you, as the provisions are scarce, and I feared outsiders might consume it all. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned peculiar, bewildered by his counterpart's demeanor. Prince Huangren sat cross-legged on the floor, warmly gesturing for him to join. Do not merely stand there. Let us indulge in a few drinks. You are the Hokage, and I am the elder brother of a daimyo. By status, we are quite alike. The adage no gift is without ulterior motive rang true in this instance. Prince Huangren deliberately emphasized their connection to lay groundwork for the ensuing dialogue. More importantly, his courteous demeanor served as a reminder to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, that he had a favor to ask, hoping he would grasp the gravity of the situation and act accordingly. While a typical ninja might struggle to comprehend such subtleties, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having been raised in the Sarutobi clan, could not possibly be oblivious Otherwise, the elders of his clan would indeed be remiss in their duties. Understanding the implications, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a seat on the floor. Then I truly must partake in a drink. It would be remiss not to honor Prince Huangren's generosity. With that, he lifted a delicate wine glass and downed its contents, exclaiming, "What a splendid wine." Prince Huangren chuckled, "I am glad you enjoy it. Then let us drink a bit more." As the cups were exchanged and the wine flowed, a flush crept onto Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, suggesting a hint of inebriation. Yet, he was not genuinely intoxicated. Rather, he was preparing for the forthcoming conversation, knowing that any potential missteps could later be excused as a result of drunken folly. Simultaneously, Prince Huangren engaged in a similar charade, feigning intoxication as he swayed slightly. Indeed, Hokage-sama, there is something I must say, though it may be inappropriate." "Go on," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. "I have heard that the Sarutobi clan was once a prominent family of a certain nation. Is that not so?" As the truth was unveiled, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted, though he maintained an unperturbed facade, laughing heartily. "That is a tale from long ago. The Sarutobi family was distinct from typical ninja clans. They had once been the ruling family of a small nation, which eventually fell due to various circumstances, leaving only one survivor and 3 retainers. These 3 retainers were the ancestors of the Inoshikacho trio. Over time, these 4 individuals gradually formed their own familial forces. Although the Inoshikacho clan had long since severed ties with the Sarutobi family, the unique bond of their forebears meant that the Sarutobi clan would act as witnesses, fostering the ties between these 3. Note, the above is purely speculative, as Kishimoto has not elucidated why these families are so closely intertwined. Prince Huangren raised another glass. "I never anticipated it to be true. With you now seated upon the Hokage throne, the restoration of your ancestors' glory is surely within reach." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, stating, "That is all in the past. My only desire now is to serve as the Hokage of Konoha to the best of my abilities." Huangren nodded in satisfaction, and through their discourse, he grasped Sarutobi's stance. He continued, "Henceforth, the defense of the Land of Fire will greatly rely on Konoha. This is naturally no problem. I dare to inquire, how much funding will be allocated to Konoha? Although the current world operates under a system of one nation, one village, ninja orders are not strictly distributed according to this principle. For instance, task orders from the daimyo of the Land of Fire can also be assigned to ninjas from the village hidden in the mist who would gladly accept them. In most cases, however, due to proximity, task orders are typically entrusted to the ninjas of the respective nation. As the highest authority of the village, the Kage often symbolizes the pinnacle of combat strength. With Konoha having recently lost such a significant asset, it is inevitable that their standing in the international arena would be affected, resulting in a probable decrease in orders. Ninjas do not engage in production. Their income is entirely reliant on task assignments and funding from the daimyo. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, one of the most pressing responsibilities of being Hokage is to secure sponsorship and address the sustenance needs of the ninjas within the village. The daimyo appeared troubled and raised a single finger, promptly revealing a rather meager figure. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi implored, "Isn't that rather insufficient? Could we possibly increase that amount?" Prince Huangren sighed and replied, "The recent harvest has been poor for the farmers, and the daimyo's treasury is depleted." "But," Sarutobi began, only to be interrupted. "Oh dear, Prince Huangren, is something amiss? You seem unwell. Please wait a moment while I excuse myself." Huangren stood and left, leaving Sarutobi in a state of confusion, pondering the prince's intentions. Suddenly, 2 alluring women entered the room. Upon closer inspection, they were the enchanting dancers he had been captivated by at the earlier feast. While Sarutobi was momentarily entranced, the 2 dancers approached him, offering a toast. "Prince Huangren is occupied for the moment. Allow us to attend to you." Soft and fragrant, the proximity of the 2 alluring women overwhelmed Sarutobi, and he found himself losing composure. "Why are you undressing?" he exclaimed. Meanwhile, Prince Huangren did not head to the restroom but instead proceeded to another chamber. Inside, a 12-year-old boy with a fair complexion greeted Huangren and inquired, "Father, has the matter been resolved?" Huangren smiled faintly. "It is nearly certain." Sarutobi Hiruzen, being a sagacious individual, understood the implications of the situation. Without his cooperation, how could he dare to allocate funds? The prince's son, puzzled, asked, "Is it truly necessary for you to go to such lengths, father? Wouldn't it suffice to allocate the funds directly?" Huangren sighed and said, "Lanren, You fail to comprehend that ninjas are distinct from the warrior class of the past. This collective is immensely powerful. Certain formidable ninjas possess the capability to conquer an entire nation single-handedly. Our only means of control over them is through monetary influence. Should this financial constraint vanish, ninjas would evolve into an uncontrollable force, potentially jeopardizing our Lord's dominion. This was not mere alarmism. He had, regrettably, encountered such a ninja. With a single strike, they could flatten entire mountains. In the face of such might, wealth, status, and power become utterly inconsequential. Whenever he recalled those blood-red eyes, Huang Rin's body would involuntarily tremble, feeling as if he were an insignificant ant, with life and death resting solely on the whims of another. What filled him with even greater despair was the knowledge that such individuals were not solitary. There was another even stronger than he, both having once resided in Konoha. How could Huang Rin not remain vigilant against beings capable of extinguishing his life with a mere finger? Fortunately, these two had perished. Yet their village still bore formidable combat prowess. Should these ninjas ever desire to overthrow the Lord, it would be alarmingly effortless. Thus, the ninjas from these villages must be kept under strict control, employing any means necessary. Huang Rin knew he was not alone in this line of thought. Others, ruling their nations in secrecy like himself, were equally cautious of their ninjas, actively seeking ways to weaken them and incorporate them into their own ranks. The system of one nation, one village, was a reluctant compromise forced upon the daimyo. What they truly desired was the complete subjugation of the ninja strength to their command. Rather than having to allocate budgets year after year, the notion that a group of commoners could stand on equal footing with the nobility was laughable. Acknowledging it now would merely be a stratagem to buy time. In order to impart this understanding to his son, Huang Rin felt compelled to continue his education fervently. Lanmaru, let me ask you, what constitutes a powerful nation? Without hesitation, Lanmaru replied, a strong populace equates to a strong nation. A weak populace results in a weak nation. He believed this assertion to be unequivocally correct, only to be met with his father's vehement disapproval. Incorrect. Incorrect? Lanmaru questioned. Huang Rin asserted firmly, indeed, it is not just wrong, it is gravely mistaken. Lanmaru recalled that this very phrase had been imparted to him by his father during his childhood, and was bewildered by the stark contradiction. Lanmaru, you are now older, and there are matters I must disclose to you. In your youth, I refrained from discussing them, fearing you might speak indiscreetly and create adverse repercussions. Now that you have matured, you understand the distinction between what can be frivolously consumed and what words should remain unspoken. Thus, I shall elucidate these matters thoroughly. The notion that a strong populace equates to a strong nation, while a weak populace results in a weakened nation, serves merely to deceive the lower classes. For a nation to attain true strength, it must compel its citizens to contribute. Naturally, the more substantial the contributions, the better. However, excessive contributions can render the people feeble. Thus, one might conclude that a robust populace leads to a weakened nation, and conversely, a weak populace can bolster national strength. The principle of governance rests fundamentally upon subjugating the populace. Upon hearing this, Lanwan was left in profound confusion. Huang Rin continued his instruction, emphasizing the plight of the impoverished, the exhausted, the ignorant, the humiliated, and the oppressed. These terms, upon inspection, are undeniably unfavorable, causing even him, raised in a noble family, to tremble. While Saratobi was preoccupied with frivolities alongside the two dancers, Huang Rin seized the opportunity to thoroughly educate his son. For he had a matter of great significance to delegate to him. It was imperative to elucidate certain relational dynamics beforehand. As this pertained to the future interests of the noble class within the Land of Fire, it should be noted that in the original work, the daimyo is portrayed as foolish as a pig, a fault of Okamoto's. However, in reality, those in power are seldom so naive. Thus, I have chosen to enhance this portrayal appropriately. Chapter 44, The Weakness of the People and the Strength of the Nation, Part 2. Lan Rinping held his breath in rapt attention. The insatiable desires of humanity, coupled with the finite resources of a nation, create a delicate balance. If one gains more, another must inevitably lose. Should this mindset prevail among the populace, the nation risks descending into chaos, where discord over the distribution of wealth can lead to genuine warfare. Thus, to avert such turmoil, it becomes necessary to oppress the populace, particularly the impoverished. Increasing their tax burdens forces them into a state of desperation, rendering them incapable of opposing the sovereign. Simultaneously, in their struggle for survival, these individuals are compelled to toil relentlessly, scarcely able to secure basic sustenance, leaving them little time for contemplation or rebellion. The adage, when the poor are downcast, their ambitions wane, encapsulates this reality. However, caution must be exercised in the application of such control, my son. Lanren exhibited a look of confusion and inquired, "What do you mean by control?" Prince Huangren chuckled. "Excess leads to backlash. Should the oppression become excessively severe, the people will lose hope and revolt, embracing destruction. History has provided ample blood-soaked lessons on this matter. There exists a phrase, boiling a frog in warm water. If a frog is placed in boiling water, it will leap out. But if it is immersed in cold water which is gradually heated, it will remain oblivious to the danger until it is cooked alive. To effectively boil the populace, we must utilize warm water instead of boiling. We must ensure that their basic needs hover at the brink of survival, with no surplus provisions, barely managing to sustain their existence. As long as they do not starve, the majority will choose to endure, and under the condition of sufficient food. The common folk are unlikely to risk their lives in rebellion." Upon hearing this, Lanren expressed, "Your words, Father, have illuminated my understanding as if clouds have parted." Huangren smiled faintly. "Do you think this is where it ends? We are only scratching the surface." Eager for knowledge, Lanren implored, "Please, elaborate." Huangren nodded slightly and continued, "What I have described is merely the preliminary phase. It may prevent most from harboring rebellious thoughts, but it fails to instill genuine respect for the ruler. Furthermore, some unruly citizens may develop a resentment towards the affluent, constantly scheming to harm us nobles in a bid to seize what rightfully does not belong to them. Thus, to cultivate a sincere sense of reverence, it becomes crucial to instill a feeling of insecurity among them. Only through fear can respect be fostered. And to evoke such insecurity, waging war is undoubtedly an effective strategy. Should the war end in defeat, the outcome for the nation would be dire, and at that juncture, the role of the sovereign becomes paramount. They would willingly rally to form an army to resist foreign invaders. Throughout this process, the protected populace would experience the warmth and greatness of their ruler, inspiring unwavering loyalty, even to the point of foolish devotion. This cycle yields several advantages, the foremost being the affirmation of the ruler's legitimacy and reasonableness. Secondly, there exists a legitimate opportunity to amass considerable wealth, for warfare undoubtedly incurs substantial expenses, which ultimately burden the populace. They are expected to harbor no dissent, otherwise, they risk being branded as unpatriotic and lacking in righteousness. This strategy also conveniently eliminates adversaries, and the cost incurred is merely the lives of the lower classes. Why not embrace such a scenario? However, mere financial gain is insufficient. We must also establish a theological doctrine and disseminate it widely. For instance, when a great name is born, let there be tales of auspicious clouds in the sky or signs of imperial destiny. Whatever embellishments one can conjure, the more mysterious, the better. After all, fabricating tales incurs no cost, and a lie repeated 1,000 times becomes truth. Thus, the common folk will nurture the belief in our extraordinary lineage. Our ascension to kingship is not solely due to our merit in repelling foreign invaders, but rather because we are the chosen ones sent by the heavens to govern the earthly realm. Prince Huangren meticulously imparted the intricacies of ruling the populace to his son. Lanren was deeply impressed by his father's political acumen, yet a chill ran down his spine. Fortunately, he was born into nobility. Had he been born into a common family, he would likely face a lifetime of obscurity, perhaps even exploitation, all while expressing gratitude to the noble lords. The notion of developing empathy for the common people is nothing short of a farce. His father made it abundantly clear, the resources and status in this world are finite. Without the relentless toil of the lower classes, how could the nobility enjoy their opulence? They are the beneficiaries of this system. Only a fool would expect them to empathize with the masses. To them, the common folk are mere beasts of burden, subjected to their whims. After hearing his father's words, Lanren felt as if a veil had been lifted, illuminating his understanding. Though young, he harbored a cunning intellect and found himself puzzled. With his father's political sagacity, why would he willingly remain subordinate? Although he did not articulate his thoughts, it was clear he wondered why his father did not simply usurp the title of the Lord of the Fire Nation, whom he perceived as a gluttonous fool lacking even a fraction of his father's wisdom. Huangren smirked and shook his head. "Father, what is it that amuses you?" "Your youth, my son. You view certain matters too simplistically. I am already in a position of overwhelming power. The title of Lord is merely nominal, a fade. I gain nothing substantial from it. Rather, it would expose me to scrutiny. One must be aware of the circumstances, and one's mind must be clear. Lanren, let me tell you, if I handle this matter adeptly, it will neither enhance nor diminish my standing. However, Mishandling it could severely tarnish my reputation. Sometimes, being second is not detrimental. After all, when the sky falls, there is still a tall figure to bear the weight. And I need not elaborate on who that figure is. After a brief pause, Prince Huang Ren wore a smile and retorted to his son. Do you wonder why I am at the forefront? It was evident, as expected of a father, his thoughts were intricate and perceptive. Lan Ren gazed at his father with admiration, yet felt a slight drowsiness creeping in. Father, you mentioned that when the sky falls, there are tall individuals to support it. May I inquire what you mean by the sky falling? What could possibly threaten you in this world? With a hint of resignation, Prince Huang Ren sighed. I just told you. For a nation to grow strong, the primary prerequisite is the weakness of the people. Yet, there exists a particular group among the populace that deeply troubles me. A group? Prince Huang Ren's countenance turned grave as he mentioned the term ninja once more. Hearing his father reference the ninjas again, Lan Ren felt his father was overreacting. After all, in his eyes, ninjas were merely mercenaries serving the nobility. Was it necessary to be so wary? In a tone reminiscent of a teacher addressing a slow-learning student, Prince Huang Ren's voice took on a more serious inflection. Lan Ren, in our previous conversation, I emphasized repeatedly that for the state represented by the nobility to thrive, it must first ensure the weakness of the populace. However, the ninja group is anything but weak. On the contrary, they are quite formidable. They constitute a relatively affluent faction, wielding considerable power. Some ninjas scarcely regard the esteemed clans, for their loyalty lies solely with their villages. Should the day come when these ninjas decide to rebel, they will not consult us beforehand, and at that moment, we nobles will find ourselves utterly defenseless. The wealth accumulated over the years would be reduced to mere spoils for these commoners. Are you willing to accept that? After a long silence, Huang Ren slowly spoke. So, our only course of action is to perpetually wage wars, hiring these ninjas under the pretense of safeguarding our homeland, while in reality, we are merely sowing the seeds of animosity among them, encouraging mutual destruction. Chapter 45, The Struggles of Uchiha. Upon hearing Lan Ren's eventual enlightenment, Huang Ren's lips curled into a slight smile, filled with a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, regardless of the methods employed, our objective remains singular, to incite a fierce struggle among the ninjas, allowing us to reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos. The more tumultuous the infighting among the ninjas, the more secure our position becomes. It seems you have finally begun to grasp the concept. In light of this, allow me to pose a challenge to you. Lan Ren responded eagerly. Yes, father. This time, the sudden coup in the Cloud Village, which resulted in the assassination of the second Raikage and the second Hokage, followed by the third Raikage's arrival to eliminate the perpetrators, Jinkaku and Ginkaku. Please share your thoughts on this matter. Lan Ren lowered his head, reflecting intently, and replied earnestly. I'm sorry, father, I cannot comprehend it. Prince Huang Ren chuckled. Do not be hasty. Ponder carefully on what I have just explained, and clarity will come. Lan Ren was not dull. It was merely the first encounter with such complexities that caused his delayed reaction. Once the motives were understood, unraveling the intricacies would be straightforward. Closing his eyes, Lan Ren began to deliberate. The alliance between Konoha and the Cloud Village. The coup by Jinkaku and Ginkaku. The timely arrival of the third Raikage to eliminate them. Connecting these events revealed an unsettling pattern. Opening his eyes, he declared, I understand now. The coincidences are too abundant. If we apply the theory you just articulated, it becomes evident that someone orchestrated this sequence of events. Particularly, the coup by Jinkaku and Ginkaku was abrupt and occurred within a brief time frame. How did the third Raikage receive the intel and manage to arrive so swiftly? A smile danced on Prince Huang Ren's lips. Ah, it appears there are indeed astute minds among the Land of Lightning. What a clever maneuver. This strategy effectively neutralizes several formidable combatants in one fell swoop. I have heard that they are vigorously developing military equipment, likely in an attempt to reduce their reliance on ninjas. This sentiment is not confined to the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. It seems the Land of Water mandates that ninjas must eliminate peers to graduate, thereby diminishing their ranks. The Land of Wind, too, seeks to cut its budget by reducing the number of ninjas, as the strength of Tsunade's ninjas pales compared to those of other villages. The situation in Awagakure remains uncertain. It appears that everyone shares my perspective. To maintain a firm hold on power, the number of ninjas must first be reduced to a manageable level. This is only natural. After all, these are great nations that have stood the test of time, and none are fools. In light of this, I must intensify my efforts, beginning with the eradication of the Uchiha clan from this world. A cold glint flickered in Prince Huang Ren's eyes as he turned his focus to the Uchiha. This clan possesses unparalleled strength. Mere suppression will not suffice. They must be entirely annihilated. In this era, the Sharingan has yet to become mere legend. Yet Prince Huangren has witnessed its formidable power firsthand, instilling within him both deep trepidation and a yearning for its might. He once contemplated the possibility of integration, perhaps through an alliance such as marriage. However, upon reviewing the available information, it became apparent that the Uchiha clan has a tendency toward emotional instability, to put it bluntly. They are prone to madness. What is even more frightening is that when an Uchiha descends into insanity, they often possess a veritable bomb of immense power. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan's character is somewhat flawed. While it may be described as prideful, it can also be interpreted as a profound arrogance, exhibiting a discernible bias towards their own kin, making them exceedingly difficult to manage. Consequently, he reluctantly abandoned the pursuit of this power. If it could not be obtained, then it must be destroyed to prevent it from becoming a future adversary. In addition to this reasoning, the current political landscape is favorable, as the Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Within the village of Konohagakure, he has placed spies who consistently relay internal information to him, allowing him to maintain a clear understanding of the village's current situation. The upper echelons of Konoha are marginalizing the Uchiha, and the present Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, harbors a cautionary stance towards the Uchiha, being a disciple of the second Hokage. The nation's strength is inversely related to the people's weakness. Thus, a powerful nation must keep its populace subdued. The relative strengths of the Sarutobi and Uchiha clans are unmistakable, leading Prince Huangren to support the Sarutobi clan in ultimately eliminating the Uchiha. A weakened Sarutobi clan is far more manageable than a formidable Uchiha clan, which would naturally lead to a stronger nation. It is implausible that other ninja clans would remain indifferent to the Uchiha, a clan evidently on a different level of strength. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored no desire to eliminate the Uchiha, the members of his clan would undoubtedly seek to do so, driven by a pursuit of greater benefits and compelling him towards such decisions. Prince Huangren, aligned in interest with the Sarutobi clan, thus strives to cultivate a close relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Currently, the Uchiha are facing exclusion, and Prince Huangren can foresee that this ostracism will persist in the future. The Uchiha clan, being a proud lineage, will undoubtedly find it intolerable to endure such exclusion, leading to intense conflicts at the upper levels of Konoha. Of course, the Sarutobi clan alone lacks the strength to eradicate the Uchiha. It would be akin to striking stone with eggs. Yet, the Sarutobi clan has produced a Hokage, and the collective strength of the village could feasibly eliminate the Uchiha. Previous schemes have focused on weakening the populace, while the forthcoming strategies will aim to strengthen the nation itself. This delicate balance of give and take is essential for maintaining an invincible position. Reflecting on this, Prince Huangren cast an inquisitive gaze upon his most astute son, who was deeply engrossed in thought, stirring his curiosity. Lan Run, noticing the attention, lifted his head. Father. Prince Huangren smiled and inquired, "What were you just contemplating?" "Nothing much," Lan Ren replied, shaking his head. "I merely recalled you mentioning that our only means of controlling the ninja's abilities is through wealth, correct?" Prince Huangren sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Indeed. Without wealth, it becomes exceedingly difficult to restrain the ninjas. This is the fundamental reason for his wariness towards them, in the face of absolute power. Wealth and authority appear woefully inadequate. Thus, he sought ways to secure the strength of Konoha for his clan to ensure its enduring prosperity. But what if a ninja chose not to adhere to our script of warfare and instead ventured into commerce? What if they engaged other ninjas in business, earning a greater reward than they would as ninjas? Would we not then lose our effective means of control over these individuals?" Prince Huangren chuckled. "Have you forgotten? To conduct business within the realm, to establish a company, one must obtain the daimyo's approval and remit various taxes such as value-added tax, income tax, and land use tax each month. After fulfilling these obligations, how much would remain? And what if this ninja refused to pay?" "Refusal?" Prince Huangren scoffed. "In that case, I would dispatch someone to apprehend him and deliver him to prison, where he would serve as free labor." "What a jest! Exploiting the income of the common folk is a means by which the land of fire maintains its hegemony, and such transgressions shall not be tolerated. But what if they engage in smuggling? If transactions occur beyond our borders, it seems beyond our jurisdiction. And what of these ninjas resisting capture? It appears we would be outmatched." Prince Huangren fell silent, indicating his need for contemplation. Generally, ninjas do not pursue other professions. They possess a proud sense of self-worth and an inexplicable honor associated with their vocation. Yet, Should they taste the sweetness of success, who knows what might transpire? After all, no one would willingly forego wealth when they could earn effortlessly. Who would risk their life in such a manner, unless they were unwell of mind? After a prolonged silence, Prince Huangren inhaled deeply, his expression clouded with concern. If such a ninja truly exists, this world shall witness profound changes due to him. I cannot specify what those changes may entail, but one thing I can assert is that our aristocracy would face imminent calamity. Lanren gasped in shock, feeling a chill run down his spine. However, there is no need for excessive worry. Typically, ninjas do not possess such grand ambitions. Even if one did, I would spare no effort to hire the fiercest and most formidable assassins to eliminate him before he fully spread his wings. As he spoke, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Prince Huangren's eyes, though it vanished almost instantly, replaced by his usual amiable demeanor. Lanren, I now have an essential task that only you can undertake, one that concerns the future prosperity of our aristocracy. Chapter 46. Pretense and Deception. Prince Huangren spoke softly, and Lanren listened intently. My son, there is a girl in the Hidden Leaf Village. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. You are not much older than her, and I hope you will engage with her more. The underlying implication of this statement was unmistakable. Lanren, having grown up in a life of luxury, despite his father's admonitions about the need for vigilance regarding ninjas, held them in contempt, regarding them as mere country folk. He pointed to himself in disbelief. What? You want me to marry a commoner? Father, surely you jest? No sooner had he uttered these words than Prince Huangren delivered a sharp reprimand, reminding him to be mindful. I do not wish to hear such words from you again. Father. Lanren covered his reddened face, feeling aggrieved. Never before had his father chastised him so directly. With a serious demeanor, Prince Huangren continued, I strike you to instill wisdom. There is a saying, walls have ears. You can never be certain how your words may be disseminated, leading to irrevocable consequences. I should have taught you this long ago. To prevent such occurrences, the best approach is to govern your tongue. As a future politician, your foremost duty is to exercise restraint, maintaining vigilance over your words and actions to avoid leaving anyone with leverage against you. Yes, father, Lanren replied, lowering his head. Prince Huangren pressed on with his instruction. The Senju clan is one of the two most powerful ninja clans in the world, renowned for their immense physical energy. This girl is a direct descendant of the legendary Senju Hashirama, endowed with extraordinary talent. By marrying her, you would significantly enhance the physical prowess of our lineage. After several generations, our clan would inherit the strength of the Senju, rectifying our current deficiency in power, thus enabling us to seize control of this world indefinitely. In this realm, wealth and power are mere trappings. They can be regained, but strength is different. In every era, might is the ultimate truth. With power, wealth, fame, and status become easily attainable. At times, I find it amusing how ninjas, despite their formidable abilities, willingly settle for mere wages, serving others like dogs. Were I in their position, I would have claimed sovereignty, usurping the nobility without hesitation. Yet, fortunately for us, their lack of ambition ensures that our nobility remains unchallenged. After this thorough discourse, Lanren solemnly vowed, I understand, and I shall fulfill your expectations, father. Seeing his son finally mature, Prince Huangren felt a sense of relief. At the appropriate time, I shall have someone deliver the details of this girl to your chamber for your careful consideration. After some time, I will send you to Konoha. And through my connections, I will create opportunities for you both. This girl's great-uncle has recently died in battle, leaving her emotionally vulnerable. You must seize this chance to penetrate her heart and win her affections. Remember, act swiftly. I am certain there are others who share my intentions. It is plausible that someone within Konoha may send suitable candidates to approach the granddaughter of Hashirama. Setting aside other matters, consider her political significance. Marrying her could provide you with substantial support in your quest to become Hokage, potentially propelling you forward for at least 2 decades. Lanren replied earnestly, understood. Prince Huangren nodded slightly, preparing to depart. Now, I must see if the newly appointed Hokage is enjoying himself. After the festivities, Saratobi Hiruzen, holding his head in despair, lamented, what foolishness have I committed? Prince Huangren scolded the 2 kneeling dancers fiercely. You wretches dared to take advantage of the Hokage's drunken state and commit such a grievous sin. The dancers whimpered, pleading for mercy, explaining that upon witnessing the Hokage's noble demeanor, they were momentarily captivated by his charm, resulting in this calamity. Prince Huangren retorted, I will not hear it. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, remove them. Then he paused, reflecting, wait, this is my fault. Do not harm the innocent. Were it not for my inebriation, this would not have occurred. Sarutobi Hiruzen, heartbroken, vowed, from this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol. Truly, Hokage-sama, your compassion knows no bounds, he continued. To such an extent that you still consider others' feelings in this situation. Such magnanimity deeply impresses us. Please allow me to bow before you. Prince Huangren bent slightly. But Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately grasped him, insisting it was unnecessary. Feeling ashamed, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. It is of little consequence to me. But I have tarnished the innocence of two young ladies. With a mischievous glint, Prince Huangren suggested, in that case, how about I bestow these two young ladies upon you? In this era, there was no stringent requirement for monogamy. It was common for affluent individuals to have multiple spouses. Though such arrangements often stemmed from significant disparities in status between men and women. Knowing Sarutobi Hiruzen's proclivity for women, Prince Huangren intended to cater to his preferences. However, directly offering them would be inappropriate, given Hiruzen's position as Hokage and his concern for his reputation within the village. Thus, he sought to alleviate his reservations before Hiruzen could speak. Since time immemorial, beauty has been paired with heroism. Do not decline, Hokage-sama. Furthermore, this is not your fault. Your drinking was for the prosperity of the village. I believe everyone understands your plight. But, do not fret. Hokage-sama shall not feel embarrassed. I shall provide for your wives. I will arrange a residence for the two young ladies within the city, with regular monthly allowances. You need only visit them when time allows. What say you? However, Lord Hokage, do not evade responsibility. You must consider the two young ladies as well. They have lost their honor, and it is likely they will find it exceedingly challenging to marry into a respectable family in the future. Surely, you do not wish to witness them enduring a lifetime of scornful glances, do you? Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a deep sigh, his expression one of reluctant acceptance. Very well. Prince Ryun, satisfied with the outcome, turned to the two dancers. What are you still dawdling for? Do not forget to express your gratitude to Lord Hokage for interceding on your behalf. Had it not been for him, you would have faced dire consequences for your indiscretions. The two dancers, with tears of gratitude, responded, Thank you, Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to resign himself with a sigh. After exchanging pleasantries, he began to address the matter at hand, his tone slightly hesitant. Your Highness, regarding the village's funding, might I implore you to consider a modest increase? Prince Ryun exclaimed, slapping his forehead. It is entirely my fault. I indulged a tad too much in libations today and mistakenly recorded this year's revenue, omitting a zero. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance brightened. So, does this mean? Shall we increase the budget allocation for Konoha tenfold this year? Prince Ryun chuckled. Indeed, with such resources, Lord Hokage, you will swiftly stabilize the repercussions of the unfortunate passing of the second Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen beamed with gratitude. Then let me extend my heartfelt thanks on behalf of the village of Konoha, Your Highness. With this significant funding, his position as Hokage would indeed be as steadfast as a mountain. Chapter 47, The Buried Roots. Hayashi, where have you been? I thought you had perished. After waiting for what felt like an eternity in the small room, Danzo finally saw Sarutobi Hayashi emerge, and upon detecting the scent of alcohol wafting from him, he frowned and reproached, Hayashi, since assuming the mantle of Hokage, you have grown complacent, indulging in spirits. This is utterly unacceptable. Alcohol numbs a ninja's senses. As a competent shinobi, one must always remain ready for battle. Should conflict arise unexpectedly, such indulgence could cost a ninja their life. In response to the admonitions of his subordinate and friend, Sarutobi Hayashi merely chuckled nonchalantly. Worry not. We are in the daimyo's residence, a place of safety. Besides, you are here, are you not? Danzo snorted in irritation. What discussions have you been engaged in for so long? With a calm demeanor, Hayashi replied, merely deliberating the specifics of the funding allocation. And how much are they prepared to offer? Hayashi remained silent, raising a single finger. Danzo frowned in dissatisfaction as he calculated the amount. After the demise of the second Hokage, the budget has been slashed significantly. Before Danzo could express his anger, Hayashi divulged a staggering figure, leaving Danzo agape. How did you manage to convince them of such a sum? I sacrificed my own reputation, Hayashi explained. The land of fire is blessed with bountiful resources, yet it is beset by adversaries who covet this land. Following the second's death, our village's strength has diminished. And the daimyo, fearing the repercussions of war upon themselves, naturally seeks to increase their investment in our village to ensure their safety. Being Hokage is not merely about warfare. It involves navigating the intricacies of human relationships. Unlike the first Hokage, Hayashi lacks the immense power to overlook the cultural detritus that accompanies leadership. To excel as Hokage, he must employ certain covert strategies. His father often imparted wisdom to him. The higher one ascends, the more one must be vigilant about the cleanliness of the ladder beneath him. Yet, this is a challenging endeavor. Unless one possesses the extraordinary might akin to the first Hokage, a common individual will inevitably encounter the shadows of the mundane world during their ascent. In truth, most people resemble trees. The more they yearn for the sunlight above, the deeper their roots extend into the darkness below. The establishment of the Umbu by the second Hokage was predicated on this very principle. However, Hayashi felt that this approach was insufficient. The Umbu remained too superficial, after all. The actions of the Umbu could easily be linked back to the intentions of the Hokage by any discerning mind. This was untenable. The Hokage must embody righteousness and remain unsullied by any blemish. To achieve this, he requires a force that operates more covertly than the Umbu. When trouble arises, he must be able to unequivocally place the blame on another, asserting ignorance of the situation, and labeling it as a unilateral decision made by that individual. In political discourse, such a figure is often referred to as a black glove. Contemplating this, he cast a meaningful glance at his friend Danzo. Currently, Danzo undoubtedly feels a sense of indignation. Seizing this opportunity, he intentionally displays a facade of weakness in a certain matter, and without hesitation, he will emerge to reveal his formidable side, proving himself to be a superior entity. With a slight nudge, he will ultimately bear the weight of the village's darker aspects. Observing his friend casting a meaningful glance, Danzo, perplexed, inquired, "What do you gaze at me for?" "Oh, it's nothing. I merely feel fortunate to have you by my side." This remark, laden with a certain flamboyance, caused Danzo to furrow his brow. "I harbor no interest in men." Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled heartily in response. "Do not blame me, Danzo. This is all for the village." In the medical department of Konoha, ever since the untimely demise of the second Hokage, Aokiji had not seen Tsunade in the medical team, and it seemed her spirits were quite low. Noticing Aokiji had been training tirelessly for several hours without rest, Ryohaku urged him to take a break. "That's enough. You should rest for a while." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Aokiji paused his treatment and lamented, "I never anticipated that mastering the sage technique, which appears quite simple, would be so arduous." Ryohaku replied with a smile, "Naturally, this ninjutsu is classified as an A-rank technique. However, you are quite impressive, having grasped the essentials so swiftly. I estimate that in no time, you shall officially enter the realm of sage techniques." Seizing the moment to converse, Aokiji posed a question of considerable concern. "Ryohaku-sensei, now that Konoha has allied with the Cloud Village, does this mean we are free from the burden of war?" Ryohaku pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed." Aokiji raised his arms in jubilation, dancing with delight. "Hooray!" Witnessing his naivety, Ryohaku shook his head, reluctant to dampen his enthusiasm, yet aware that even if battles were temporarily averted, they would inevitably return in the future. After concluding a day of medical ninjutsu training, Aokiji promptly set off towards the Uchiha clan's domain, as it was rumored that ninjutsu would be taught that day, filling him with excitement. The development of ninjutsu was exceedingly energy-consuming. It was far more efficient to utilize existing techniques. Little Shota Fugaku, upon seeing Aokiji's arrival, scampered over, eager to engage in a spar. Aokiji regarded him with disdain. "Do you not engage in studies, given that you train all day?" Fugaku, puzzled, queried, "Study? What books are there to read?" Aokiji responded. It seemed Fugaku was being cultivated according to the standards of the clan leader, akin to a spark. Given this perspective, it appeared he truly had no need for academic pursuits. Eagerly, Fugaku insisted, "Enough of this trivial chatter, let us spar. I have recently learned a new ninjutsu." Defeating Aokiji had become his greatest aspiration. Aokiji scratched his head, conceding, "I suppose I shall yield to you. After today's bout, you shall not seek me out for at least a month." Fugaku, the spirited youth, was determined and persistent, often seeking Aokiji's challenge every few days, while he remained unbothered. Aokiji found it tiresome. Fugaku readily agreed. The two distanced themselves, forming opposing seals, with Fugaku seizing the initiative to unleash his ninjutsu. The steps for forming seals are numerous and appear quite intimidating. The specific ninjutsu remains a mystery to Aokiji, who, without hesitation, interrupted the incantation and sent him flying with a swift kick. Fyake, now covered in dirt, rose to his feet, grumbling in frustration. Aokiji mockingly remarked, "With so many steps in your pathetic ninjutsu, By the time you executed, everyone would have already fled. Who exactly taught you such foolishness? At that moment, Uchiha Akira unexpectedly interjected. It was I who taught him. Advanced ninjutsu often involves intricate seal-forming steps, which can be significantly reduced to just a few after mastering them. As Fayake was merely beginning his studies, he had to proceed step by step, and his slow sealing speed left him vulnerable, resulting in his swift defeat by Aokiji. Aokiji chuckled awkwardly, finding himself in an embarrassing situation. However, he was unfazed, for his greatest asset was his thick skin. Akira, why not teach me some ninjutsu as well? Up to now, I can only perform the fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Akira, with a hint of annoyance, scoffed today. It is not I who will teach you ninjutsu. Aokiji, perplexed, inquired, if not you, then who? It is I, came a venerable voice. Aokiji turned to see an elderly man with snow-white hair, the elder Itachi. Chapter 48. The Art of Mist Concealment. A flicker of surprise crossed Aokiji's face. You are here to teach me? Is there something amiss? Nothing at all, Aokiji replied casually, intertwining his fingers behind his head. I presume, since it is Elder Itachi personally instructing me, this must be an exceptionally formidable ninjutsu. Elder Itachi responded with a calm demeanor. I will demonstrate only once. So pay close attention. Aokiji set aside his playful demeanor and focused intently. Uchiha Shursui observed Elder Itachi with keen interest, curious about the ninjutsu he intended to impart to Aokiji. Meanwhile, Fugaku fixed his gaze unwaveringly, contemplating that when Elder Itachi performed the hand seals, he would commit them to memory, seizing the opportunity to learn another technique. Under the watchful eyes of those present, Elder Itachi began to form the hand seals. To ensure clarity in the sequence, he moved at a deliberate pace, as the technique he was displaying was not overly complex. Aokiji absorbed the information with a single glance. He noted the final position of the hand seals, the thumb extended and overlapping, with his left thumb on top. This was the concluding posture of Elder Itachi's seals. The hand seal methods for ninjas can be categorized into 12 types, and this particular one was the unsealed form. Depending on the type of ninjutsu, the concluding seal often varies. For instance, fire release techniques typically culminate with the tiger seal. Generally, proficient ninjas possess highly developed visual acuity, allowing them to discern the type of ninjutsu their opponent is about to employ by observing the concluding movements of the hand seals, thereby enabling them to counter appropriately. Before Elder Itachi unleashed his technique, Aokiji, through the concluding gesture of the seals, surmised that Elder Itachi's forthcoming ninjutsu would likely not be a fire release. What is this? Not fire release? Aokiji marveled at the unexpected turn of events when, suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, as if light itself had been consumed, rendering everything invisible. Young Fugaku, unaccustomed to such an occurrence, grew anxious. What is happening? Do not be alarmed. This is the water release, mist concealment technique, Uchiha Shursui reassured him, closing his eyes, his mind racing. The Uchiha clan Sharingan possesses the ability to replicate techniques, so it was no surprise that Elder Itachi, having lived so long, could wield this signature ninjutsu of the Mist Village. However, Shursui pondered the intention behind Elder Itachi's choice to teach Aokiji this particular technique. As he reopened his eyes, the fog began to dissipate and visibility returned, indicating the dissolution of the mist concealment technique. Elder Itachi spoke calmly. This is the water release, mist concealment technique. Upon its execution, a dense fog envelopes the surroundings, obscuring the enemy's vision. The concentration of the mist is determined by the chakra employed. Furthermore, the user can conceal themselves within the mist to ambush their adversary. While the technique is not overly difficult to master, it remains exceptionally practical. Aokiji nodded slightly, grasping the concept but still perplexed by the rationale behind Elder Itachi's decision to teach him this ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan is renowned for their prowess in fire release techniques. Logically, shouldn't it have been a fire release? Elder Itachi anticipated the perplexed expression on Aokiji's face and explained with a calm demeanor. The Uchiha clan is inherently endowed with formidable ocular power, which means that a significant portion of their strength relies on their eyes. Consequently, our eyes have become the primary target for adversaries. Employing techniques such as the shadow clone technique, which confuses vision, or more directly, the dark technique that renders the eyes incapable of sight. These are effective countermeasures against the Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Aokiji began to grasp Elder Itachi's intentions. Truly, the sage's insights were exceptional. He refrained from interrupting and continued to listen, as interrupting others to showcase oneself is an impolite act. To effectively respond to such unexpected situations, one must possess a certain understanding of these types of ninjutsu in advance, lest one finds oneself flustered and unaware of how one met their demise. For one with water affinity chakra like you, learning the mist technique at this stage is undoubtedly an excellent choice. Admittedly, you lack the Sharingan. But this line of thought is applicable to any ninja. Aokiji wholeheartedly agreed with Elder Itachi's perspective. Rather than relentlessly pursuing offensive ninjutsu, practical techniques such as these prove far more useful, especially in later stages. S-rank ninjutsu becomes mere brushstrokes in comparison. Elder Itachi cast a glance at Aokiji, saying nothing further. Yet his intention was clear. He sought to assess Aokiji's capabilities. Understanding this, Aokiji followed the hand sign sequence taught earlier to perform the mist technique. Feeling somewhat anxious about the outcome of his first attempt, fortunately, he managed to execute it, enveloping the surroundings in layers of mist. While it paled in comparison to the previous mist technique, it was a promising foundation that, with practice, could soon be applied in actual combat. Of course, this did not imply that Aokiji's mist technique would reach the level of Elder Itachi's mastery. A skilled practitioner's mist technique could withstand even wind-based attacks, while the rudimentary versions employed by novices could easily be dispersed. For instance, Kakashi's mist technique, which he had pilfered from Zabuza's, was evidently lacking in proficiency. When facing Uchiha Itachi, the explosive aftermath of a fire-style, fireball technique effortlessly dissipated Kakashi's mist. Conversely, during his battle against the reincarnated Zabuza, Kakashi and his team resorted to rather intricate strategies to counter his mist technique. Elder Itachi nodded in satisfaction. Fugaku observed this with a competitive spirit and attempted to replicate the mist technique, but his efforts were in vain. Why could he not summon the mist technique as effortlessly as Aokiji? He could not even conjure a shadow, let alone mist. Uchiha Izumi clarified, this is only natural. Learning ninjutsu is not as simple as you might imagine. Do you think that merely learning the hand signs suffices for its execution? Fugaku recalled his previous experience, but when I learned fire style, I managed to produce flames on my very first attempt. Uchiha shook his head, saying, it is not the same. Your rapid mastery of fire release is attributable to your innate affinity for fire chakra, which grants you a natural talent in this area. Conversely, you lack the same talent for water release, thus your efforts yield only meager results. In contrast, Aokiji, who possesses a natural affinity for water chakra, finds his endeavors far more fruitful. This explains why most individuals only learn jutsu corresponding to their inherent chakra attributes. Fugaku felt a twinge of frustration. If that is the case, does it mean I will never be Aokiji's match? Water release counters fire release, and the dense fog produced by the mist concealment technique can also thwart the Sharingan. I seem to be utterly outmatched by Aokiji. Observing Fugaku's forlorn expression, Uchiha surmised his thoughts. Do not underestimate yourself too much. Although Aokiji possesses a talent for water release, do you not have an innate affinity for lightning release? Lightning release not only boasts tremendous power, but also enhances the physical capabilities of its user. Aokiji would certainly not find the study of lightning release as effortless as you do. Upon hearing this, Fugaku felt a renewed sense of balance and motivation. Uchiha cast a glance at Aokiji. He had more to convey. Fugaku's swift proficiency in fire release was not solely due to his innate fire chakra but also because he belongs to the Uchiha clan. In comparison with ordinary individuals, the Uchiha clan's affinity for fire chakra is significantly superior, enabling him to swiftly learn fire release techniques. Furthermore, Aokiji's talent in water release is not comparable to Fugaku's talent in lightning release. Aokiji is a user of the ice release bloodline limit, and although he possesses water chakra, his aptitude for water release surpasses that of most water release ninjas. Typically, even those with a natural affinity for water chakra would not grasp the mist concealment technique as quickly as Aokiji did, whose ability to master it after a single demonstration indicates a remarkable gift for water release. As the two conversed, Aokiji listened intently, harboring a sense of envy for Fugaku's innate lightning chakra. Each of the 5 elemental releases possesses its own merits, yet in terms of overall functionality, lightning release stands unparalleled. Beyond its tremendous might, it also enhances the sharpness of weapons and physical abilities, proving useful even against formidable foes like the Otsutsuki clan. After acquiring the mist concealment technique, Aokiji instinctively inquired, so, will my next training focus be on countering enemies that are invisible to the eye? Elder Itachi replied calmly, that is merely one aspect of it. Aokiji, bemused, chuckled, are you suggesting I should specialize solely in water release? Elder Itachi nodded. Aokiji paused, taken aback. realizing from the elder's serious demeanor that he was not jesting. At that moment, it was not just Aokiji who struggled to comprehend Elder Itachi's intentions. Uchiha, standing nearby, was equally perplexed by his thoughts. Chapter 49. If only Zetsu were a woman. Uchiha did not possess any training methods for ice release. Although Aokiji had a commendable talent for water release, he also had an aptitude for fire release. Thus, it would be less likely for him to pursue water release. Under the curious gazes of the onlookers, Elder Itachi slowly spoke. Your bloodline limit is ice release, is it not? Yes, so what? Aokiji replied, puzzled as to how this was relevant to his upcoming studies in water release. Elder Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly. Have you ever contemplated the origins of your bloodline limit? Aokiji naturally responded, it is inherited from my mother's bloodline limit. Elder Itachi, with a hint of temptation in his voice, inquired, but have you considered how the bloodline limits of earlier generations came into existence? Aokiji fell into deep thought, shaking his head as he feigned ignorance, satisfying Elder Itachi's desire to enlighten. With a gentle smile, Elder Itachi elaborated, the transformation of chakra properties can be categorized into 7 types: fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, yang, and yin. When 2 chakra properties merge, a new ninjutsu is born, known as a bloodline limit. For instance, your ice release is a combination of wind and water. However, it is typically only a select few ninjas who can develop such new techniques independently. Once successful, these techniques are encoded in the ninja's genes and passed down to their descendants. Thus, your ice release has been inherited in this manner. Understanding dawned on Aokiji, his eyes widening in realization as if discovering a new world. So, is our Sharingan born in the same way? Elder Itachi refuted, our Sharingan is a special case, not included in this discussion. Aokiji, brimming with curiosity, probed further, then how did our Sharingan come into existence? Excellent question. I, too, am uncertain, Elder Itachi admitted. Influenced by Uchiha Madara, who was orchestrating events from behind. Although Uchiha Madara was aware that the power of the Sharingan originated from the Sage of 6 Paths, he could not trace its origins any further back. The Sharingan evolved from the Rinnegan. However, the origins of the Rinnegan remained a mystery. Shaking his head, Madara conveyed through Itachi, this question may only be answered by the ancient tablets passed down through the Uchiha clan, yet the inscriptions are exceedingly cryptic. Even with my ocular prowess, there are many aspects I cannot comprehend, unless I were to evolve my eyes to. At that moment, Uchiha Shursui interjected, cautioning Elder Itachi that further discussion would lead into the realm of that particular eye. Aokiji paused. Evolve? Elder Itachi hesitated briefly, then smiled. Apologies, I digress. Forget what I just said. This statement was deliberately revealed to plant a seed of intrigue in Aokiji's mind. In essence, you must understand that most bloodline limits are derived in this manner. Aokiji nodded. So, if I wish to enhance my ice release in the future, I should focus on the properties of wind and water? Elder Itachi replied, not necessarily. You can directly train an ice release. Once a bloodline limit is born, subsequent training becomes less relevant to the initial 2 chakra attributes. Aokiji, perplexed, inquired, if that is the case, why have you instructed me to specifically cultivate water release? Elder Itachi smiled faintly. To be precise, I hope you will not only focus on water release, but also on fire release simultaneously. Aokiji was taken aback. After such a lengthy discourse, Elder Itachi was finally beginning to unravel the mystery. Have you considered a question? Since a bloodline limit can be created through the fusion of 2 chakra natures, is it possible to combine 3 or more chakra types? Aokiji's breath hitched at this juncture. If he failed to comprehend, it would be quite foolish. Unexpectedly, Elder Itachi held him in such high regard. Blood. Line elimination. Uchiha Akatsuki's voice was low, as if answering Aokiji's unspoken question. At that moment, the significance of Elder Itachi's intentions began to dawn on him. The curious Fujitaka blinked and asked, what is bloodline elimination? He had only heard of bloodline limits and was unfamiliar with the concept of bloodline elimination. Uchiha Akatsuki, taken aback by Elder Itachi's audacious idea, took a deep breath to steady his emotions. A bloodline limit is a ninjutsu formed by the fusion of 2 chakra natures, while bloodline elimination is a new ninjutsu generated by the combination of 3 chakra nature transformations. It surpasses the bloodline limit and cannot be inherited. It can only be achieved through rigorous training, with conditions exceedingly stringent. To my knowledge, there is only one individual in this ninja world who has mastered it. In summary, it can be distilled into 2 words, extraordinary. Particularly the term surpass, which exudes a sense of prestige. Fujitaka felt a pang of envy. Elder Itachi was indeed willing to teach Aokiji such a formidable ninjutsu. Could it be that you, Elder Itachi, possessed the bloodline elimination? Aokiji's voice trembled in disbelief, astonished that his clan could harbor such hidden talents. Elder Itachi shook his head. Regrettably, I do not possess bloodline elimination, nor even the bloodline limit. Aokiji felt as dejected as one watching a disappointing national football match, wanting to exclaim, curses and refunds. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. Bloodline elimination was even rarer than the Meijiki Sharingan, not easily encountered. Moreover, the Uchiha clan, being obsessed with ocular prowess, believed their bloodline limit was unrivaled and were too preoccupied with studying their eyes to consider how to combine chakra natures. Aokiji expressed his frustration. Elder Itachi, are you jesting with me? This indeed provides you with a goal, a direction for your future endeavors, Elder Itachi replied, shifting his tone humorously. But speaking of which, weren't you previously uninterested in becoming a ninja? Why the sudden enthusiasm for enhancing your strength? Have you had a change of heart? Aokiji sighed. I have recently come to realize that in these tumultuous times, evasion does not resolve our issues. I have resolved to diligently enhance my abilities, Elder Itachi suggested. In that case, you should leave the medical team and focus entirely on your training. In a few years, I shall cultivate you into a capable ninja. Aokiji firmly rejected. That cannot be. I merely stated my intention to improve my strength, but going to the front lines is out of the question. I prefer to remain in the rear, quietly and safely tending to others. My strength serves merely as a final safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. In this manner, I shall always be the safest individual during wars. Elder Itachi, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izumi. Fugaku. Fugaku remarked, coward. Little brat, what do you even know? Aokiji pinched Fugaku's cheek. You ought to cherish your life. What is the purpose of fighting? Humph. Fugaku wriggled free from Aokiji's grip, his face swollen. Though he turned his face away, he cast a furtive, resentful glance at Aokiji, silently vowing that the humiliation he endured today would be repaid 100-fold in the future. Aokiji found his expression amusing, a slight smile gracing his lips as a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He beckoned him closer. What is it? Fugaku stepped forward. Aokiji poked Fugaku's forehead with his finger and smiled gently. Forgive me. That was merely a jest. I simply do not wish for our kin to perish in meaningless wars. This was indeed the truth. He had always been moved by the thought of individuals suffering and dying due to trivial conflicts, even from behind a screen, let alone those who are flesh and blood beside him. As Aokiji spoke these words, a peculiar and profound feeling began to stir within Fugaku. From birth until now, the most frequently heard exhortation was to become an exceptional ninja, yet no one had ever considered his emotional comfort. This was a feeling of being cherished. Unlike the affection received from his parents, Fugaku, being an only child, would have perhaps understood this sentiment better had he had an elder brother. Humph. I shall forgive you this time, but let it not happen again. Fugaku averted his gaze, speaking with a hint of pride. Aokiji lamented. I wonder how long this fleeting peace will last. If only the first Hokage had unified the ninja world with Uchiha Madara from the outset, I would not have to live in constant fear of being sent off to fight in some nonsensical battle. Upon hearing his name, the hidden Uchiha smirked slightly, his drooping eyelids revealing an intrigued glimmer as he manipulated Elder Itachi to inquire, Uchiha Madara, it seems you know quite a bit about him. Aokiji, without much thought, scratched his head in response. Of course, he is undoubtedly the strongest ninja our clan has ever known, even the most formidable ninja of his time, and one of the founding figures of Konoha. It would indeed be strange for one born of the Uchiha not to be familiar with him. Elder Itachi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Strongest. Aokiji, puzzled, asked, what are you laughing at? Elder Itachi sighed, acknowledging that before Senja Hashirama, he lacked the merit to be deemed the strongest. Aokiji cast a peculiar glance at him, sensing a hint of self-reflection in those words. Speaking of which, Elder Itachi, you once mentored a young Madara for a time, didn't you? Who told you that? I heard it from my grandmother. Humph, daring to delve into unnecessary matters. Aokiji displayed a keen interest in the gossip surrounding Uchiha Madara. Elder Itachi, could you share what kind of person he is? Elder Itachi gently closed his eyes, his gaze profound, and retorted, what? Are you quite intrigued by him? Do you aspire to be a ninja like him? Well, he is undeniably the strongest ninja. It would be strange not to be curious. Please, enlighten me. Elder Itachi parted his lips. He is a complex individual, Aokiji scoffed, visibly unimpressed by this response. That is tantamount to saying nothing at all. What do you truly think of him? I know I shouldn't even ask you, but what? I wish you were a woman. Coughing slightly at this remark, even the enigmatic Uchiha Madara, who lurked in the shadows, was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 50. Have I misunderstood? Upon witnessing Elder Itachi's sudden and violent coughing fit, with a heart full of concern for the elderly, Aokiji kindly inquired if he was all right. To his surprise, Itachi snapped back with a barrage of harsh words, denouncing his comments as utter nonsense. Uchiha Madara was currently in a foul mood, and the consequences could be dire. What a joke. How dare one suggest that if he were a woman, it would be preferable, were it not for Aokiji's potential value. Madara would have reveled in revealing his true self to thoroughly teach this naive boy a lesson. Moreover, if one were to insist on the idea of femininity, why should he be the woman and not Hashirama? In their usual interactions, it was Madara who embodied the dominant role. Offended by the inexplicable rebuke, Aokiji felt a surge of indignation. His face flushed as he stiffened his neck defiantly. How could this be deemed nonsense? I speak with a basis of understanding. He thought it peculiar that Madara was so agitated. He had not even said anything to provoke such a reaction. However, considering that Uchiha Madara was once the clan leader, it was understandable that Elder Itachi, who had provided guidance to him, would be protective and emotional. Elder Itachi huffed coldly, casting a piercing gaze, eager to see what this boy would articulate. Should his words fail to satisfy, well, he would not be sparing any intensity and training. Aokiji cleared his throat, preparing to speak. Ahem, listen closely. As he spoke, Uchiha Shursui and Fugaku exchanged glances, intrigued by Aokiji's unconventional approach and curious about what he would say next. Aokiji raised a finger, adopting a grandiose demeanor. From what I understand, Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage were at times both adversaries and allies. Otherwise, they would not have ultimately joined forces to establish the Hidden Leaf Village. Elder Itachi shot him a sidelong glance. And so what? Aokiji shrugged. If Uchiha Madara were a woman, would that not be quite evident? Elder Itachi frowned in dissatisfaction. Where is the evidence in that? Aokiji, deliberately glancing at Elder Itachi's furrowed brow, flashed a grin. I suppose you rarely indulge in youthful romance novels. Elder Itachi. Behind the scenes, Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow in confusion. Aokiji continued, gesturing animatedly. Do you not realize? This kind of love-hate relationship that evolves into mutual understanding and culminates in a harmonious union is the epitome of romance. Do you not think that if we slightly transpose Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara into that narrative, it fits perfectly? Their journey from adversaries to allies, culminating in the establishment of a village, could indeed be seen as a successful conclusion to their story. If Uchiha Madara were truly a woman, perhaps the events involving Uzumaki Mido would never have transpired. Uchiha Madara's lips twitched slightly. What kind of nonsensical ramblings were these? Silence yourself at once. A somewhat addicted Kazara disregarded Elder Itachi's command, continuing to speak to himself. I ponder the notion that had those two individuals married and forged a bond through children, perhaps Uchiha Madara would not have abruptly departed from the village, nor would he have returned in a fit of madness to engage in a fierce battle with Senju Hashirama. Hey, the hidden Uchiha Madara found himself increasingly exasperated. This insolent brat seemed to be reveling in his own words. Furthermore, it was not madness that drove him, but rather a noble ideal. Immersed in his own narrative, Kazara failed to notice the intriguing expression on Elder Itachi's face and continued. Ultimately, this led to one death and one injury. Following that confrontation, Senju Hashirama, having left a lingering peril, departed from this world prematurely. With the absence of the god of shinobi's deterrence, the enemies coveting the fertile land of the Fire Country bared their fangs once more, and, as expected, war ensued. At this juncture, Kazara sighed deeply. I believe if Uchiha Madara were a woman, none of this would have transpired. Even after uniting with Senju Hashirama, the interplay of their opposing forces could have birthed the power of cosmic unity, ushering in a true era of peace. Upon hearing Kazuru's reasoned analysis, Uchiha Akira felt his worldview shatter, left utterly speechless. Aside from the final statement that held some semblance of coherence, the rest was an incomprehensible jumble. Yet, astonishingly, the logic behind it was inexplicably sound. He could not fathom what this young rascal occupied his mind with all day. Uchiha Akira, with an expression of disbelief, remarked, I truly wish to take a knife and cleave your head open to see what thoughts lie within that could conjure such nonsense. I imagine Uchiha Madara, if he were to hear your words, would be so enraged that even the lid of his coffin could not contain him. After speaking, he turned to the individual beside him and inquired, Elder Itachi, do you not agree? Upon uttering this statement, Uchiha Akira anticipated Elder Itachi's endorsement of his view. However, he found the elder with his head bowed, lost in serious contemplation, which piqued his curiosity. Elder Itachi, what troubles you? Uchiha Akira wondered if Elder Itachi genuinely found merit in the young one's absurd musings. Elder Itachi slightly lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting profound insight. Could you repeat that last statement of yours? If Uchiha Madara were a woman? Elder Itachi interjected. No, I was referring to the latter part of your statement. Kizaru understood and replied. The collision of two entirely opposing forces can yield the power of cosmic unity? This phrase, imbued with eloquence, seemed beyond the capacity of someone of his tender age to articulate. Elder Itachi maintained an impassive facade, while the hidden Uchiha Madara was internally tumultuous, his expression one of astonishment. Given Kizaru's perceptual abilities, it was inconceivable that he could discern the inscription on the gravestone at Nanha Shrine. Thus, it implied that this young rascal had arrived at this realization entirely on his own, leaving him utterly astounded. With a hearty laugh, Aokiji remarked, "You see, this sounds rather impressive, does it not?" Elder Itachi appeared momentarily bewildered, responding, "Impressive?" Aokiji chuckled, "Indeed. Do you not think that occasionally uttering something like this makes me seem quite erudite?" Elder Itachi was left speechless, perhaps pondering too deeply. He regarded Aokiji with a significant glance. "If that is the case, why don't you translate it for me?" Aokiji gathered his thoughts and replied, "There is not much to translate, really. The Senju clan is renowned for their physical prowess, while we Uchiha are celebrated for our ocular abilities. Yin and Yang, although representing two entirely opposing forces, can indeed complement one another. Thus, I propose that if Uchiha Madara were to wed Senju Hashirama, they would wield the power of all creation. After all, both our Uchiha clan and the Senju clan possess strengths that are unmatched. One can only imagine the formidable lineage that would emerge from the union of both powers. As the leaders of these two clans unite in marriage, it is only natural that their respective clansmen would gradually set aside their prejudices, fostering interaction and intermarriage. Perhaps one day in the future, the Senju and Uchiha will form a brand new clan, and the might of this new family would be beyond reckoning, rendering all other shinobi clans insignificant. Under the absolute dominance of such martial prowess, the likelihood of war would diminish, ushering in a true era of peace. Aokiji's analysis was both rational and compelling, leaving Uchiha Madara to bow his head slightly in silence. If what Aokiji proposed were to unfold, the offspring born from the two clans would seem far more credible than his own ambitions through the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Madara found himself grappling with self-doubt. The reciprocal nature of their powers could indeed yield the essence of all creation. Had he misunderstood? Chapter 51. My lack of interest in Tsunade, however. This unrealistic notion was soon entirely dismissed. The stone tablet revealed that the Sage of Six Paths had two offspring, each inheriting the sage's ocular prowess and physical form, with the ancestor of the Uchiha clan being one of them. The evolution of the Sharingan into the Rinnegan could not be achieved through mere matrimony. Uchiha Madara understood that it required the simultaneous possession of unparalleled ocular power and formidable physical energy. Only if both individuals shared the exceptional strength of Madara and Senju Hashirama could their progeny possibly achieve such a feat generally. A union between an Uchiha and a Senju would at best yield descendants who merely inherit the strengths of both clans. Furthermore, aside from other reasons, Madara felt a peculiar sense of uniqueness within their respective clans. For instance, he himself possessed the singular double eternal Manjiki Sharingan in Uchiha history, while Hashirama was the sole wielder of the Wood Release Kekkei Genkai in the annals of ninja history. Although Wood Release appeared to be an unremarkable combination of water and earth, it was, in fact, extraordinarily special, possessing the same ability to control tailed beasts as the Sharingan. Kekkei Genkai, though rare, are not impossible to create, and many have emerged throughout ninja history. Yet, only Hashirama has ever wielded Wood Release. Thus, Madara concluded that in order to give birth to the Rinnegan, one must possess the powers of both himself and Hashirama. Contemplating this, he set aside the misguided thoughts instigated by the young Aoi. Nevertheless, in certain respects, he felt compelled to commend Aoi for his remarkable insight at such a tender age. Contemplating the fusion of Uchiha and Senju powers in such a manner, he addressed Elder Itachi with a smile. According to your hypothesis, if the world seeks to attain true peace, it must unite the powers of the Senju and Uchiha. Given this, do you harbor any thoughts of taking that step in your heart? Aoi was momentarily taken aback. Elder Itachi, with a knowing look, continued, if my memory serves me correctly. You seem to have a good rapport with that young lady. Have you considered progressing further? Who? Aoi exclaimed, incredulity etched on his face. You can't possibly mean Tsunade. The granddaughter of the first Hokage. Elder Itachi nodded in affirmation. Seeing his response, Uchiha Akira was visibly surprised. However, upon further reflection, he thought that if such a union were to materialize, it might alleviate some of the discrimination faced by the Uchiha clan. Fugaku, at his age, was oblivious to the implications, tilting his head in confusion. Aoi displayed a disdainful expression. Unless that Uchiha Madara can leap from the coffin and stand before me, I shall never entertain the thought of Tsunade. Madara, hidden in the shadows, was taken aback by this peculiar analogy. He cast a strange glance, questioning, why? Although my relationship with her resembles that of Guan Yu and Bao Si, I must draw a clear line. I shall not pursue her for several significant reasons. A serious expression adorned Aoi's face as he raised a finger. Firstly, Elder Itachi, you are well aware of the convoluted history between our clans. It is evident that should I pursue Tsunade, I would undoubtedly encounter numerous obstacles. Since I foresee this outcome, why would I willingly invite turmoil upon myself? That would be akin to seeking trouble for no reason. Just as Elder Itachi was about to speak, Aoi interrupted, saying, I know what you wish to convey, but the situation between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama is entirely different. They were both leaders, possessing unparalleled power. If any clansmen were to oppose them, a mere slap from either would suffice, and afterward, they could simply shout, who else dares? I can only imagine that those present would cower like weak shrimp, too fearful to utter a word. As for myself, I am but a small fry, my words hold little weight, and I merely wish to survive in these chaotic times. I have no interest in courting unnecessary trouble. Behind the scenes, Uchiha Madara mused, this insufferable brat refuses to acknowledge his own femininity. Elder Itachi, visibly exasperated, noted Aoi's second finger raised, indicating another reason. Aoi extended his middle finger, aligning it with his index, and continued, secondly, I am drawn to women like Yamato Nadeshiko, graceful, amiable, possessing a generous spirit and a warm heart. As for Tsunade, here, Aoi recalled the dread instilled in him by Tsunade, trembling at the thought. She is a person who relishes in confronting me at every opportunity, mercilessly striking me with her formidable fists, completely devoid of compassion. Upon hearing Aoi's grievances, Uchiha Akatsuki nodded in agreement. Indeed, a girl with violent tendencies would hardly make for an ideal partner. However, one must stand tall. After all, you are an Uchiha. Losing to anyone is unacceptable, let alone to a woman from the Senju clan. This is utterly ridiculous, to be intimidated by a woman of the Senju. Uchiha Akatsuki employed a taunting strategy, but its effectiveness was mediocre. Elder Itachi interjected, you are still young, merely a woman, and yet you display such fear. How can you expect to achieve greatness in the future? Aoi sighed in resignation. In truth, I can endure the slaps and punches. But what I find most unbearable about Tsunade is her lack of magnanimity. Given her temperament, she would certainly never allow me to take multiple wives in the future. The group collectively raised their eyebrows at this statement. Is this truly a matter of magnanimity? This is not merely a flaw. It is a blatant display of immorality. How vulgar. Aoi's remarks instantly obliterated any fondness that Fujitaka had previously harbored for him, met with a sincere scoff. Though still young, Fujitaka was fully aware of Aoi's dubious character. Aoi earnestly declared, it is not that I am fickle, rather, my heart is fragmented into many pieces, each piece enamored with a different girl. From dawn till dusk, he seems to accomplish nothing of substance. Elder Itachi, unable to bear it any longer, reprimanded him with a few sharp words. To his surprise, the counterpart defended himself. Really? Compared to idleness, I believe you lot are the ones truly shirking your responsibilities. The crowd responded with bewilderment. Aokiji remarked, consider what you are all doing. Day in and day out, you dream of becoming ninjas, and then what? You kill. You rush into battle, courting death, leaving your families in sorrow. As for me, what am I doing? Oh, I am creating life, providing my clan with a continuous stream of fresh blood, bringing joy to my family. In light of this comparison, do you not feel ashamed? Even if I can exert myself endlessly, my energy is ultimately finite. I cannot withstand the likes of you in the clan chasing after death as ninjas. It seems I alone am contemplating how to strengthen the Uchiha clan. Sigh, this is indeed a burden. The three men exchanged glances, grappling with the absurdity of his words, yet upon reflection, they found a kernel of truth within. Elder Itachi, His forehead creased with frustration, pressed his hand against it, beginning to question if he had indeed chosen the wrong individual. How could such an oddity emerge from the Uchiha clan? Yet, in a peculiar way, he reminded him of his dear friend, Hashirama Senju, who also exhibited strange traits but possessed remarkable ninja abilities. Have you finished? Elder Itachi inquired, expressing his desire to cease listening to his ramblings. Aokiji shook his head. Not yet. Beyond those 2 points. There is one more aspect of Tsunade that I find utterly intolerable, rendering it impossible for me to pursue her. What else? The young, the robust. And the elder trio found it hard to fathom what Aokiji could possibly find objectionable enough to mention last. With utmost seriousness, Aokiji declared, Tsunade is flat-chested. Chapter 52. Tsunade. Please consider Elder Itachi, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Akira. Fugaku tilted his head, a look of confusion etched on his face. What does flat-chested mean? Uchiha Akira quickly interjected, children need not concern themselves with such matters. With that, he cast a side glance. An expression of exasperation directed towards a certain young rascal with an affinity for voluptuous figures. What a lecherous little brat. Lecherous? The young Aokiji crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. If you perceive me, an Uchiha, in such a light, then you have grievously misjudged me. Uchiha Akira? In truth, I am indifferent to the size of one's chest. However, no matter how arduous the circumstances, one must never allow a child to go hungry. This person. Sometimes one cannot be overly selfish, nor should one think solely of oneself. Consideration for the future generations is essential. Aokiji, with an air of wisdom beyond his years, remarked, I have endured such suffering, and thus I cannot permit my children to experience the same. This astute response left even the concealed Uchiha Madara at a loss. This peculiar Uchiha, whom Madara would willingly deem the strongest. Hence, for all these reasons, I shall never pursue Tsunade. Aokiji delineated Tsunade's various circumstances with logic and justification. Upon hearing Elder Itachi's earlier remarks, he truly did not expect such a perspective to exist within the clan. Indeed, great minds think alike. It is no wonder that this man, bearing such a name, possesses a thought process distinctly unlike that of the average Uchiha. It appears that Elder Itachi belongs to the faction within the clan that actively seeks to integrate with the village, even resorting to charm to embrace Konoha. For the sake of the clan, Aokiji would not shy away from sacrificing his own allure, but should he express this sentiment now, the news would undoubtedly spread like wildfire, leading to complications. Thus, he would never admit it. Seemingly for the clan's sake, Elder Itachi sought to persuade him further. I believe you should give this some serious thought. No. Aokiji firmly rejected. By the way, why must I pursue Tsunade? She is so plain, not even within my aesthetic range. Elder Itachi remained silent, casting a glance at Uchiha Akira, who understood the unspoken cue and discreetly led Fugaku away. As they walked, Fugaku could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Teacher Akira, based on Elder Itachi's tone just now, why do I feel as though he is intentionally trying to matchmake Aokiji with that girl named Tsunade? Uchiha Akira sighed. This matter is rather complex. Just know that Elder Itachi's intentions are solely for the future of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku nodded, somewhat understanding, and expressed his admiration. Elder Itachi, at his age, still contemplates the future of the Uchiha. Truly a remarkable individual. If I were to have children in the future, I would ensure they learn from Elder Itachi. As I watched the two figures fade into the distance, Elder Itachi seemed to cast aside his reservations and spoke in a reminiscent tone. In a few months, you will be nearly 11 years old. Time truly flies. In our era, you would already be considered an adult. I'm growing old. The responsibilities of our clan ultimately need to be shouldered by the younger generation. With the emotional groundwork laid, Aokiji slightly lowered his head, sensing that the elder was about to embark on a persuasive discourse. Elder Itachi sighed softly. You are a perceptive child. In your journey of growth, you must have sensed, to some extent, the prejudice our village harbors against our clan. Aokiji nodded in acknowledgement, replying, that seems about right. Although the first Hokage succeeded in stopping Uchiha Madara, he soon passed away. And it is only natural that our clan suffered the consequences. Many people look upon us with disdain, believing that we Uchiha were responsible for the first Hokage's demise. Elder Itachi lamented, Uchiha Madara was an unfortunate incident, one that our clan never desired. In order to bridge the divide, we Uchiha have made considerable efforts, even offering to manage the security of Konoha. Yet, much like a shattered mirror, even when reassembled, the cracks remain. Despite the diligence of our clan members, The results have been minimal, and the situation seems to be worsening. Aokiji pondered to himself, is this not to be expected? The Konoha police force, under the guise of national defense, is merely engaged in mundane tasks, such as ensuring shops within the village possess the necessary licenses. Is this not akin to a municipal enforcement team? They are tasked with irksome duties, so it is no wonder they are met with disdain. Moreover, at critical moments, when the Cloud Village abducted young Hinata, the Uchiha stood idle. After a moment of silence, Aokiji spoke up. My relationship with Tsunade is purely platonic. I do not wish to entangle it with political matters. Upon hearing this, Elder Itachi sighed deeply. Indeed, that is quite regrettable. He was merely testing the waters. If it bore fruit, it would alleviate much of his subsequent burdens. If conditions are lacking, one must create them. Aokiji's face revealed a look of confusion. Did Elder Itachi truly relinquish his pursuit? Sensing his thoughts, Elder Itachi smiled and said, "What? Do you think I am someone who would resort to unscrupulous means to achieve my desires? No. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. As the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet." I understand that principle, Aokiji responded. Yet, a forcibly twisted melon does quench one's thirst, he thought to himself. The elder's reasonableness made Aokiji feel somewhat embarrassed. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, Elder Itachi, if you genuinely wish to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and the village through marriage, perhaps you should consider other clan members. Elder Itachi shook his head resolutely. This task is yours alone. If you are unwilling to undertake it, no one else will be capable of accomplishing it. Mine alone? Aokiji thought, surprised by the elder's confidence. Why is that? Aokiji remarked with curiosity. Is it merely because I am acquainted with Tsunade? This is but one facet of the matter. The crux lies in the fact that you possess something that sets you apart from other Uchiha clan members. What is that? You lack shame. Aokiji stared blankly, feeling somewhat affronted. Elder Itachi proclaimed with an air of superiority, the Uchiha clan is a proud warrior race. I believe they would categorically reject such a task. He paused, casting a scrutinizing glance, yet you, of all people, ought to embrace this assignment. After all, Tsunade is quite attractive, and in a few years, she will undoubtedly blossom into a striking beauty, perfectly aligning with your preferences. Given your disposition, one would expect you to be unresistant. I did not anticipate that you would alter my perception of you. Aokiji remained silent. Elder Itachi continued, however, since you harbor no intentions, let it be. Ultimately, we Uchiha prefer to let our strength speak for itself. Although we have momentarily achieved peace with the hidden Cloud Village, I am convinced that such tranquility will not endure for long. History is cyclical. In the not-too-distant future, war will inevitably return. When that time comes, I trust you will excel in battle. Once the village witnesses the prowess of the Uchiha, I believe they shall gradually dispel their prejudices. With a stroke of luck, your remarkable contributions on the battlefield may even pave the way for you to ascend as Hokage, facilitating our family's integration into the village. Upon hearing this, Aokiji mused that this elder Itachi was strikingly similar to his counterpart, displaying a naive optimism regarding the village's acceptance of the Uchiha. Given his extensive experience from the Warring States period, one would expect a more pragmatic outlook. Could it be that the founding of Konoha, which brought about a hard-won peace, has made him particularly cherish it? Aokiji pondered the possibility that aging perhaps renders one more conservative. Chapter 53. This old man is quite cunning in the original narrative. It seems that Chakra can indeed be reincarnated. Perhaps after his demise, Itachi's Chakra has taken residence within Fugaku's son, in the dimly lit chamber. Uchiha Madara's keen eyes emitted a crimson, otherworldly glow. He was acutely aware of the naivety of his previous remarks. Yet it was precisely this awareness that prompted him to utter them. He intended to utilize Elder Itachi to craft an idealized image of an elder for Aokiji. This figure would embody reason, benevolence towards the younger generation, a profound love for family, and a fervent commitment to integrating the clan into the village. However, it is this very unassuming elder who, unable to endure the ostracism from the village's upper echelons, ultimately resorts to extreme measures. When Aokiji discovers that his revered mentor has acted in such a manner, it is certain that his heart will undergo a fascinating transformation. Of course, such a scenario alone would not suffice. It is merely a cog in his grand scheme. The eruption of emotions necessitates a prolonged period of build-up, and the explosion itself requires but a single catalyst. Hashirama, your power will guide me in unlocking the Rinnegan, and your descendants shall lead my successors in inheriting my will. Do you not perceive this as a manifestation of fate? A sinister smile played upon Uchiha's lips. Upon witnessing Elder Itachi's elevation of his status, Aokiji felt compelled to voice his dissent and solidify his own persona. Hey, Elder Itachi. While you wish for an Uchiha to become Hokage, you have not included me in this endeavor. I am merely a medical ninja, not suited for the battlefield. It is of little consequence. Even if you resist now, the external environment will inevitably compel you to make decisions, for you are a ninja. Aokiji. Returning to the matter at hand, Elder Itachi remarked, Now, where were we? In response to Elder Itachi's unilateral decisions, Aokiji retorted with irritation, bloodline elimination. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Aokiji harbored the persistent feeling that Elder Itachi was being overly generous towards him. Surely, this could not be solely attributed to the ice release bloodline limit. One must consider the extraordinary treatment he currently received. It was on par with that of Fugaku, the heir to the clan's leadership, receiving direct mentorship from Elder Itachi, an opportunity not afforded to just any Uchiha. While Aokiji believed his present display of talent to be commendable, he was acutely aware that he lacked the Sharingan. At least, that was the perception held by outsiders. The ice release bloodline limit could not possibly compare to the Sharingan. Was it merely due to the low probability of possessing a dual bloodline limit that he was treated with such distinction? Aokiji entertained a bold thought. Could it be that this old man already knew of his dual bloodline limit, which is why he indulged Aokiji's capriciousness? This possibility was not without merit, and in fact, it seemed quite probable. After all, the costs incurred by the other party were remarkably minimal. One could simply utilize the Sharingan for inquiry, and upon completion, erase the memory, all while foolishly considering oneself astute, when in reality, the secrets have long since been divulged. The mere thought of this caused a severe headache for Aokiji, prompting him to contemplate the necessity of returning to thoroughly dissect the motivations of the counterpart. However, for the moment, he chose to concentrate on the information regarding bloodline elimination, which would greatly benefit his future enhancement of strength. Elder Itachi spoke thoughtfully. I am unaware of the specific methods for developing bloodline elimination, but I can provide you with some general insights. Aokiji nodded attentively, eager to absorb the knowledge. To develop bloodline elimination, one must first master 2 bloodline limits, which is one reason for its rarity. This revelation invigorated Aokiji. Realizing the wisdom in having an elder at home, akin to possessing a treasure, allowing one to directly inquire, 2 bloodline limits? To aid your understanding, let me first elucidate the concept of bloodline limits. Elder Itachi began with a pertinent example. Take your ice release, for instance. It is a bloodline limit formed through the fusion of water release and wind release. Aokiji refrained from interjecting, focusing intently. Fearing he might miss a single word, this was knowledge absent from the original text. Elder Itachi continued at a measured pace. To achieve this, you must at least be proficient in 2 chakra nature transformations. Nature transformation? Aokiji vaguely recalled this term from the original text, but struggled to recall its specifics, and could not help but inquire further. Simply put, the process of converting ordinary chakra into a specific nature is known as nature transformation, which stands in contrast to form transformation. For instance, in the fire release, dragon flame technique, the name itself suggests a connection to dragons. Thus, this technique possesses certain attributes associated with dragons. Do not be misled into thinking that form transformation merely alters shape. The power and speed of a technique can significantly increase as well. The integration of chakra nature transformation and chakra form transformation is indispensable for a powerful jutsu. Elder Itachi's explanations were clear and comprehensible, and Aokiji grasped the concepts. Having slightly digressed, Elder Itachi returned to the main topic. Building upon this foundation, you must learn some techniques of fusion, such as performing jutsu with a single-handed hand sign. Single-handed hand signs? Aokiji had heard of this technique, one that even a genius like Kakashi found astonishing in the original narrative. They likely did not teach you this at the Ninja Academy. Your surprise is understandable. Aokiji nodded in agreement. Elder Itachi, leaning on his staff, began to walk. Come with me. I will personally demonstrate and teach you a fire release technique as well. It is not practical to perform it here, as it might ignite the building. Not practical? Aokiji seized upon this key phrase, sensing the potential for an extraordinary technique, and joyfully followed Elder Itachi to a nearby expansive lake. The art of fire release is deceptively simple to execute. However, a moment's carelessness may ignite the surrounding structures. Thus, the members of the Uchiha clan prefer to practice in areas abundant with water. Aokiji fixed his gaze intently on his opponent, who swiftly formed hand seals with one hand. In but a moment, he exhaled a torrent of flames, resembling the head of a dragon, fierce and menacing, as 4 dragon heads lunged towards the lake. Upon contact with water, the flames caused the surface to boil, producing a thick, billowing white mist. This technique, known as the Dragon Flame Song, encompasses both changes in nature and form. It boasts a wide attack range and remarkable speed, rendering it nearly impossible to counter under normal circumstances. The proficiency required for this jutsu hovers around B rank. Once you master this technique, your strength will likely elevate to that of a nin. As we delve into B rank jutsu, the complexity increases. It cannot be mastered through mere verbal instruction. Elder Itachi, having explained the technique once, produced 2 scrolls. 2. Aokiji was taken aback. Elder Itachi elaborated. One scroll pertains to the Dragon Flame Song, while the other contains insights I gathered from past encounters with ice-release ninjas, which I hope will aid you. Aokiji felt a surge of gratitude. He treasured the scrolls as if they were precious gems, vowing to study them diligently upon his return. On another note, it seemed that Uchiha Madara had once employed the Dragon Flame Song. Elder Itachi had previously guided him, leaving Aokiji to ponder whether he might someday learn more formidable techniques such as the Great Fire Annihilation. After addressing this matter, Elder Itachi continued. When the day comes that you can execute hand seals with one hand, your task will be to release different chakra attributes with each hand and then fuse them through the seals. However, the specifics of this fusion will require your own contemplation. Upon hearing this, Aokiji began to grasp Elder Itachi's reasoning, drawing connections. In other words, the bloodline elimination entails performing one-handed seals of different bloodline limit techniques for fusion? Precisely. Elder Itachi affirmed. You possess the ice-release bloodline limit, which means you have already accomplished 1/3 of the task. The next step is to fuse with another bloodline limit, followed by the final fusion. Thus, Aokiji understood the necessity of learning both water and fire release. He shivered with realization, but if that is the case, why not combine fire and lightning? Wouldn't that yield 4 attributes to fuse? How delightful. Elder Itachi chuckled softly. It is not so simple. The fusion of 3 chakra attributes is a complex endeavor. The term elimination added after bloodline carries profound significance. Chapter 54, Bloodline Evolution. Frozen escape. Aokiji perked up his ears. He had never truly contemplated why it was termed bloodline elimination. While the concept of bloodline limits was easily comprehensible, the term elimination always left one in a haze, as if shrouded in fog. Furthermore, since bloodline elimination is a fusion of 2 bloodline limits, why had the original text never depicted the second and third Tsuchikids showcasing their abilities? Could it be that bloodline limits are deemed inferior to bloodline elimination, leading to their disdainful omission? Or perhaps the author simply lacked the creativity. For instance, Uchiha Madara's Manjiki Sharingan techniques were never revealed until his death. Surely it couldn't be as absurd as the rumors suggested, that they merely amplified the power of ninjutsu. While Aokiji was lost in thought, Elder Itachi spoke up. In the past, when people developed bloodline elimination, they placed great significance on its naming. In truth, aside from the widely recognized title bloodline elimination, it possesses another, less known name. Another name? Aokiji exclaimed, astonished. Elder Itachi paused and solemnly uttered a term, bloodline evolution. Aokiji's eyes widened in surprise as he inhaled sharply. The fusion of 2 bloodline limits does not yield a new ninjutsu like the amalgamation of 2 chakra natures. Rather, it results in an evolution based on one of the bloodline limits. Evolution? Indeed, it is evolution, Elder Itachi affirmed. Thus, bloodline elimination is a power that surpasses the mere limits of bloodlines. But I fail to see how this relates to the term elimination. Elder Itachi reflected for a moment and remarked, survival of the fittest. The unfit are eliminated. This principle applies to bloodline limits as well. During the fusion process, one of the bloodline limits will vanish, becoming the sustenance for the other, facilitating its evolution. However, even though this bloodline limit disappears, it does not vanish entirely. If descendants arise, there remains a possibility of inheritance. P.S. Anoki's granddaughter seems to possess lava release, appearing at 18. Given her talent, I find it hard to believe she could have developed it independently. I suspect the chances of inheritance are considerably higher. Yet, for a successful fusion, it is essential that the 2 bloodline limits share common chakra attributes. Otherwise, they will repel each other. This is precisely why only 3 chakra natures can be fused. These insights are the result of countless experiences accumulated by our predecessors. The reason I suggested you practice water release alongside fire release is due to your innate affinity for fire and the Uchiha clan's proficiency in fire release. which provides ample resources for your reference. As for why I recommended water release instead of wind release, it is because fire and wind release share overlapping functions, both serving as offensive ninjutsu. Aokiji nodded, feeling grateful for the guidance he received. Elder Itachi truly was a benevolent figure. The path had been laid out for him. All he needed to do was follow it step by step, sparing himself the trouble of wandering astray. Elder Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of cunning flitting through them. In truth, there was another point he had yet to convey. While wind release overlapped with fire release, it could indeed amplify the potency of fire techniques. He had chosen for Aokiji to pursue water release primarily because the land of water was akin to his own garden, rich with abundant resources for Aokiji's reference. Aokiji pouted, a touch of melancholy in his voice as he lamented, after enduring countless hardships to merge into a bloodline limit. I never imagined it would ultimately vanish. The addition of another nature transformation could significantly enrich combat options, especially when it came to a technique of the caliber of a bloodline limit. The boiling release, a fusion of fire and water, while not extensively showcased in the original work, left a profound impression. Boiling release, monstrous strength. The chakra surges to a boiling point, unleashing a single, explosive strike that enhances one's entire physical strength in an instant, possibly rivaling Tsunade's legendary power. Moreover, this technique could potentially amplify the entire body, causing one's blood to boil and greatly enhancing physical prowess. This was indeed a bloodline limit capable of augmenting martial arts. Elder Itachi shook his head, expressing a differing opinion. Ninjutsu excels in precision, not in quantity. There is a saying, one strength can shatter myriad techniques. The might of a bloodline limit cannot be compared to that of a bloodline elimination. Realizing his explanation might be somewhat abstract, he decided to provide an illustrative example. Few possess the bloodline elimination, and Uchiha Madara instinctively recalled his past adversaries. Taking the second Hokage as an example, he was renowned in the ninja world for his bloodline limits. Before successfully merging into the bloodline elimination, he wielded two bloodline limits, the Doton and Yoton. Yoton and Doton? Aokiji was momentarily taken aback. He was familiar with Yoton, but what exactly was Doton? Elder Itachi patiently elucidated. Yoton is a ninjutsu born of the fusion of fire and earth, akin to a technique that can unleash magma. As for Doton, it is a technique formed from the combination of earth and wind, its ability revolving around division. Division? Aokiji mused, finding it reminiscent of dust release. Could it be that this technique was the precursor to dust release? Elder Itachi continued. After successfully merging the two bloodline limits, Yoton vanished, and in its stead, Doton evolved into what is now widely recognized as dust release. Initially, the capability of Doton to divide its target required several seconds, and there were limitations to the size it could affect. However, once it evolved into dust release, apart from the initial charging time, once struck, the target would instantly disintegrate into dust, wielding immense power. Touching it meant certain death. At this juncture, Elder Itachi cast a knowing glance at Aokiji, a profound smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "You are inherently gifted with the bloodline limit of ice release. Should you ever develop the bloodline elimination, the ultimate evolution of your bloodline limit will likely manifest as ice release. By that time, you should consider adopting a new name for your bloodline elimination," he chuckled. Elder Itachi's words successfully sparked a profound interest in Aokiji, leaving him somewhat dazed. If he were to develop a bloodline elimination, could he not attain the magnitude of the pirate Aokiji? A single ice age could freeze the entire ocean. Contemplating this, Aokiji lightly clenched his fist, his gaze intense. After a moment of silence, he declared, "Ice release." Ice release, indeed, is quite an exquisite name, murmured Uchiha Madara from the shadows. In a certain sense, the bloodline elimination bears a striking resemblance to the birth of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan he possesses now is born from the fusion of his and his brother's on his Mangeki. Since it is a fusion, theoretically, it should retain his brother's ocular techniques. However, this is not the case. His eyes possess only the techniques that originally belonged to him. Nevertheless, on a foundational level, his ocular power has significantly surged, eliminating all side effects that restricted its manifestation, and even the pattern of the Sharingan has undergone notable changes. The Sharingan is classified as a bloodline limit ability, yet strictly speaking, his Sharingan can no longer be referred to as a bloodline limit. It would be more accurate to call it bloodline elimination. Aokiji's eyes betrayed a longing, which Elder Itachi noticed, a slight smile gracing his lips, seemingly pleased with his guidance. Well, Developing a bloodline elimination is not so easily accomplished. Consider it a goal to strive for diligently. As dusk fell, he glanced at the sky and cleared his throat. It is getting late. I shall take my leave. Aokiji, not one to be oblivious, felt moved by the esteem shown towards him and the wealth of knowledge shared, responding gently, shall I escort you back? I am not yet so old as to be unable to walk. Elder Itachi retorted stubbornly. If you have the time, it would be better spent on your training. That would be the greatest contribution to me and to our clan. Aokiji absorbed this advice, nodding earnestly. After watching Elder Itachi depart, Aokiji immersed himself in training for a while. By the time he returned home, night had fully descended. He took a bath, lay on his bed, and stared at the ceiling, contemplating deeply on a particular matter. Chapter 55. The flag. Could Elder Itachi already be aware of his possession of the Sharingan? Let us first presume that he is indeed cognizant of this fact. When might he have come to such knowledge? Aokiji meticulously traced the timeline and discerned a faint thread of evidence. He recalled that Elder Itachi had initially opposed his pursuit of medical ninjutsu, yet for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly altered his stance. At that time, Aokiji mistakenly believed that Itachi wished for him to witness the stark reality of life and death in a hospital, thus awakening his Sharingan. In truth, it was entirely plausible that after probing into Aokiji's memories, Elder Itachi anticipated his deductions and deployed a smokescreen. Coupled with Elder Itachi's motives to foster a closer relationship between Aokiji and Tsunade, enlightenment dawned upon him. During that period, Aokiji was unaware that Tsunade had secretly enrolled in a class for medical ninjas, yet Itachi's intelligence network would certainly not be oblivious. The pretense of having Aokiji learn medical ninjutsu was merely a facade. His true intention was to cultivate a deeper bond between Aokiji and Tsunade, ideally leading to a romantic entanglement. What a remarkable alliance it would be, Uchiha and Senju. With such a union, there could hardly be a more legitimate heir. The prospect of an Uchiha becoming Hokage was not entirely far-fetched. Truly, this ancient survivor from the Warring States period possessed a profound cunning. It seems I lack the standing to criticize him. All along, Aokiji had believed himself to be cautious, yet he underestimated those around him. If Elder Itachi could perceive this connection, there was little doubt that the third Hokage could as well. Indeed, one need not speculate on Aokiji's innermost thoughts. The third Hokage could likely deduce the situation based solely on Itachi's actions and the fortuitous fact that Aokiji was studying medical ninjutsu alongside Tsunade. There exists a saying, consider actions rather than intentions. What if Hiruzen Sarutobi were to draw conclusions based on this? It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. This principle would not escape Hiruzen's attention. At present, Hiruzen Sarutobi was in his prime. Unlike that indecisive elder he would eventually become, one could only speculate what actions he might undertake. Contemplating this, Aokiji felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, and upon touching his face, he realized it was damp with cold sweat. I must extricate myself from the medical class. While I can still serve as a medical ninja, I can no longer do so under the watchful eye of Hiruzen Sarutobi. I must avoid allowing him to realize that Elder Itachi may be attempting to orchestrate a union between Tsunade and myself, lest he turn against me. Aokiji sprang from the bed. Rest was not an option. He needed to train vigorously. He was still too weak, and it would be all too easy for someone to conspire against him. Approaching his desk, he picked up one of the two scrolls Elder Itachi had entrusted to him that day, unfurling it and skimming through its contents. He was swiftly astonished. Undoubtedly, Elder Itachi was not a practitioner of ice release, yet he managed to articulate the key points of training in ice release with remarkable clarity. How long had it been since Aokiji had embraced the art of ice release? To have grasped it so quickly, despite not being a bloodline limit user of ice release, was nothing short of extraordinary. Was this what they referred to as the convergence of principles? Nevertheless, given that this is an interdisciplinary study, it is evident that Elder Itachi has invested considerable effort. The more heart and soul Elder Itachi pours into his endeavors, the more Aokiji feels that he may be aware of his dual bloodline limit. Otherwise, the logic simply does not hold. Aokiji refrains from inquiring, tacitly accepting this notion. With this understanding in mind, Elder Itachi's encouragement for him to learn the mist concealment technique becomes increasingly comprehensible. While ostensibly stating that this ninjutsu is applicable to all shinobi, it is, in reality, a means for him to adapt to situations where he cannot utilize the Sharingan and to confront adversaries accordingly. As for the decision not to reveal his Sharingan, it likely serves as a smokescreen for the higher-ups in Konoha, aware of their wariness towards the Sharingan. Elder Itachi intentionally keeps silent, thus concealing a strategic card. Unless Aokiji himself discloses it, the Konoha leadership will remain oblivious, believing he possesses only the ice release bloodline limit. Given Elder Itachi's age, he is undoubtedly cognizant of the drawbacks associated with the final evolution of the Sharingan, the Mangekyou. And since he lacks any brothers to merge eyes with, he has chosen to set aside the cultivation of the Sharingan, steering himself towards a path of bloodline elimination. Truly, he is remarkably shrewd. Aokiji sincerely admires him. Time serves as the best analgesic. After a while, Tsunade emerged from her sorrow, returning to her usual self. While this was inherently a positive development, Aokiji found a certain aspect disconcerting. Observing the jovial exchange between the pair before him, Aokiji wore a perplexed expression. Have I been robbed of my home? Where on earth did this individual come from? Nearby, Jiraiya regarded this sun-kissed, cheerful young man, several years Tsunade's junior, with palpable irritation. Filled with envy and resentment, he approached the lad and exchanged a few sharp words, insisting that the boy keep his distance from Tsunade. Subsequently, he found himself at the receiving end of Tsunade's wrath. Tsunade seized Jiraiya's collar and lifted him effortlessly, asserting with an air of authority, "Clarify your words." "Count." Jiraiya lowered his gaze and acknowledged his fault. This scenario was not an isolated incident. The sun-kissed young man, amiable in demeanor, remarked, "So this is Tsunade's teammate. He seems quite intriguing." Apologizing for any discomfort caused, he added, "You carry on with your conversation. I have tasks to attend to and shall take my leave." Tsunade waved him off with a farewell. Just as the young man had taken a few steps away, he suddenly recalled something, turning back with a subtle smile. "Oh, by the way, upon Tsunade's return from this mission, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "A secret. I shall reveal it later. When I return, I will also bring you a gift." Tsunade's expression reflected confusion, yet she expressed her gratitude. Watching the sun-kissed young man depart, Aokiji internally lamented, "This flag is raised. He likely won't be returning." Jiraiya crossed his arms, turned his head away, and remarked sarcastically, "TSK, TSK. What do you mean you have something to say? Such a tired trope. What are you trying to portray?" Tsunade frowned and chided, "Hey, be mindful. I am not as despicable as you might think." Having been scolded for his lewdness by Tsunade for quite some time, Jiraiya had grown indifferent to her rebukes. "Indeed, I am rather base and filthy, yet I do not possess the pretense that this fellow does." From the very first glance, I sensed that he was not of good character. Jiraiya's remarks were merely a playful jab, devoid of malice, yet they did pique Aokiji's curiosity. Who is this person? I feel as if I have never encountered him before. You spend your days sleeping. Apart from us, who else do you know in the village? Tsunade sighed in exasperation. Sarutobi Maki, a relative of Master Sarutobi, a few years my senior. He used to look after me quite a bit. After my grandfather passed away, I was in a dark place, and he provided me with considerable support. This revelation instantly heightened Aokiji's alertness. He could not dismiss the notion that there might be ulterior motives at play. Half-jokingly, he probed, "Well, let us suppose, hypothetically, that this fellow truly confesses to you upon his return. What would your response be?" The abruptness of the question left Tsunade momentarily flustered, her thoughts in disarray. I don't know. Please don't ask me about this. If you are uncertain, does that imply you would not reject him?" Before Aokiji could respond, Jiraiya, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Tsunade, that's quite excessive. You already have me, yet you would disregard." Before he could finish, Jiraiya was sent flying by a punch from Tsunade. "Tsunade, can you not treat me with a bit more gentleness? Must you always resort to violence to resolve our issues? This is not ideal." Jiraiya quickly rose to his feet. As if nothing had happened, he had developed a certain resilience to Tsunade's blows, provided she was not genuinely furious. Tsunade smirked, "Apologies, but I reserve my gentleness for those I care about. Clearly, you do not fall into that category." Perhaps it was due to the impending loss of the prized cabbage he had tended to for so many years, but Aokiji felt an inexplicable discomfort and began to leave. Noticing Aokiji's abrupt departure, Tsunade halted her hand, unable to resist asking, "Where are you going?" Aokiji casually replied, "I have nothing else to do. I'm off to train." "What?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya all widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Aokiji would voluntarily choose to train. "Did I hear you correctly? Aokiji, you actually want to train? Aren't you the one who despises it the most? People do grow, after all." Aokiji sighed. Acquiring some skills would be prudent to avoid an untimely demise in these chaotic times, though his motives remained somewhat dubious. Tsunade felt a sense of pride that Aokiji was choosing to return to the right path. It truly is a rare occasion. In that case, let me assist you with your training. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to trouble yourself, Tsunade. Aokiji-kun has requested my help. Jiraiya, eager to stake his claim, exclaimed, both of you step aside. Aokiji's matters are my concern, and I shall take the lead. Ever since their master, Sarutobi, ascended to the role of Hokage, he has been inundated with responsibilities, leaving no one to guide them on missions or oversee their training. The trio has languished at home for quite some time, and now, witnessing their companion Aokiji's sudden change of heart, they are intrigued. The three engage in a spirited debate, ultimately deciding to defer to Aokiji for the final say. Aokiji, who will assist you in your training? Aokiji is momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such enthusiasm from his friends and is pleasantly surprised by his popularity. After a brief contemplation, Aokiji ultimately selects Jiraiya as his training partner. Jiraiya raises his arms triumphantly, exclaiming in victory. Orochimaru and Tsunade exchange glances, bemused. Why did he have to choose that guy? It seems rather obvious to them. After all, he and Aokiji are the best of friends. Jiraiya sidles up to Aokiji, draping an arm around his shoulders in a camaraderie-laden gesture, his eyes glinting with a hint of cunning. His eagerness to assist Aokiji stems not only from genuine interest, but also from a desire to showcase his prowess. He recalls how often he was overshadowed by Aokiji in the past. Now, having spent considerable time under Sarutobi's tutelage, he has transformed significantly. His abilities now indisputably at the Ch-nin level. He remembers that Aokiji is likely still not even a genin. Seizing this opportunity, he intends to demonstrate his superiority. Aokiji, brushing off Jiraiya's overly familiar gesture, remarks, there is no particular reason. I chose Jiraiya simply because he is probably the weakest among the three of you. At this, Jiraiya's previously smug expression collapses, darkening significantly. Orochimaru and Tsunade stifle their laughter, feeling a sense of equilibrium restored within themselves. Chapter 56, Aokiji vs. Jiraiya stopped speaking such blatant truths, Jiraiya remarked, visibly displeased. Aokiji shrugged. It has been quite some time since I engaged in serious training. The three of you have spent so long under the tutelage of the third Hokage, and have all advanced to the rank of Chunin. I may no longer be your equal, so to avoid an embarrassing defeat, I shall naturally choose a weaker opponent. His words were not mere bravado. He genuinely felt that he might struggle against Jiraiya, particularly without the use of his Sharingan. In the past, he had never felt this way until recently. During his training under Elder Itachi, where he came to appreciate the significance of having a mentor. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, Indra's reincarnation, Sasuke, was overpowered by the seemingly novice Lee upon their first encounter. This is not to undermine Lee. It was indeed advantageous for him to have a proficient teacher guiding him. When it comes to determination, Sasuke is not necessarily inferior to Lee, famously known for his diligence. After all, Sasuke endured the tragedy of losing his entire clan. And under such immense pressure, he relentlessly pursued his training. With the arrival of a capable mentor, Sasuke truly began to soar, outpacing his youthful peers in a mere 3 years. Jiraiya retorted, how dare you underestimate me? Prepare yourself. In a small forest far from the heart of Konoha, beneath the expanse of a blue sky dotted with white clouds, Aokiji and Jiraiya formed opposing hand seals under the watchful eyes of Orochimaru and Tsunade. The last time they had done something similar was during their days at the Ninja Academy, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as though they had returned to those carefree times. To avoid unnecessary injuries, both opted for a barehanded approach, refraining from using offensive ninjutsu such as fire release. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and curled his fingers provocatively. Though I am now a Chunin, you are still a mere genin. I will allow you to strike first. Aokiji smirked. Jiraiya's newfound arrogance was quite evident. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Jiraiya had spent years honing his skills as a ninja, unlike the days of languishing in the academy. Now that an opportunity had arisen for him to showcase his prowess, he could not resist the chance to shine. In response to Jiraiya's provocation, Aokiji did not rush in recklessly. Instead, he formed hand seals, and with a resounding pop, a cloud of white smoke enveloped him. As the smoke dissipated, a young boy with black hair and eyes emerged, a single strand of hair falling across his forehead, dressed entirely in black. With a top resembling a kimono and flowing trousers that tapered at the ankles, he wore traditional straw sandals and a sleeveless white coat, creating a distinctly unique appearance. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the boy bore an uncanny resemblance to Aokiji, almost as if he were a mirror image. Jiraiya, witnessing this, retracted his dismissive gaze, now wearing an expression of caution. While Aokiji's demeanor might be laid back, he possessed a side that was inherently prudent, a quality befitting a true ninja. The essence of a ninja lies in the art of intelligence warfare. To act recklessly without knowledge of the opponent's capabilities is an act of folly. In the past, Jiraiya embodied this very flaw, yet under the diligent tutelage of the third Hokage, he has significantly reformed, beginning to engage in battles with intellect. The techniques of shadow clone and clone jutsu may sound similar, yet their effects are worlds apart. The former, lacking consciousness, serves merely as a target, dissipating into thin air with the slightest contact, while the latter employs chakra to create tangible duplicates, each possessing an independent awareness, resilience, and the ability to counterattack. Upon witnessing Aokiji summon clones, Jiraiya deduced that he was employing the latter technique. Utilizing the shadow clones to probe the opponent's strength is a fundamental tactic. However, contrary to Jiraiya's analysis, Aokiji chose not to command his clones to advance, but instead charged directly with his own form. This deviation from expected strategy momentarily stunned Jiraiya, allowing Aokiji to close the distance and launch an attack. In a fluster, Jiraiya raised his arm to block, successfully fending off Aokiji's strike. Orochimaru, observing keenly, noted Aokiji's intentions and remarked, "Ah, I see now. Truly, Aokiji is remarkable." Tsunade offered her own appraisal, stating, "The shadow clone jutsu possesses many advantages compared to the clone jutsu, yet it bears a critical flaw. It demands a significant amount of chakra. If Aokiji summons clones and remains stationary, Jiraiya will struggle to discern whether he faces shadow clones or mere clones. Furthermore, this arrangement serves another purpose. Throughout their engagement, Jiraiya must remain vigilant against potential ambushes from the shadow clones, distracting him from the battle at hand." As she observed the duel between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Tsunade reflected, "Even so, I never anticipated Aokiji would hold his ground against Jiraiya in close combat. After all, he is." At this moment, Orochimaru wisely refrained from continuing, wary of eavesdroppers. While Jiraiya may appear weak in comparison to Tsunade and Orochimaru, his skills, honed under the guidance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, are not to be underestimated. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the rank of Nin. After a brief exchange of techniques between Aokiji and Jiraiya, Tsunade remarked, "Although Jiraiya can be rather foolish, it is about time he retaliated." While Jiraiya may lack in certain abilities compared to the two, there exists one skill in which he surpasses them. Jiraiya is acutely aware of his strengths, as is Aokiji, who relentlessly presses the attack, preventing Jiraiya from forming hand seals. Yet, even the most meticulous plans can have a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya clasped his hands and formed a cross, exclaiming, "Multiple shadow clone jutsu." With his words, a series of white smoke erupted from either side of him, and as the smoke cleared, an impressive assembly of 20 Jiraiyas encircled Aokiji. Aokiji surveyed his surroundings, witnessing the multitude of Jiraiyas, and couldn't help but smile faintly, recognizing the resemblance of this technique to a certain protagonist fond of ramen. Amidst the throng, the embodiment of Jiraiya stood with arms crossed, laughing heartily. "Kazan, surrender." The technique of multiple shadow clones is of A-rank difficulty, currently imparted to him as the most formidable ninjutsu by the third Hokage, a skill reserved solely for those endowed with an inherently vast chakra, such as himself. Orochimaru, observing Kazan surrounded on all sides, narrowed his golden slit-like eyes slightly. "Kazan, what shall you do next? Or do you intend to?" To unravel the mystery of the multiple shadow clone technique, the most effective approach would be to employ a broad, offensive ninjutsu to obliterate them all at once, saving time and effort. However, given that this is a friendly match, such aggressive techniques would be inappropriate to deploy, lest one suffer injury. The only means left to counter the multiple shadow clones would be through taijutsu, which places Kazan at a distinct disadvantage. It seems that the multiple shadow clone technique is indeed formidable. In the face of a pack of wolves encircling him, Kazan remained composed and nonchalant, beginning to form hand seals. Indeed, while a wide-ranging offensive ninjutsu is the optimal method to counter shadow clones, there exist alternative strategies to achieve the same end. Kazan raised his left hand, pointing his sword skyward, while his right hand remained unsealed. Orochimaru, ever intrigued by the study of various ninjutsu, gasped in astonishment at this iconic gesture. Water release, hidden mist technique. Chapter 57. Uchiha body slam. In an instant, The forest was enveloped in mist. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished. Is that the mist concealment technique? Isn't that a jutsu from the hidden mist village in the land of water? How could you possibly know this? Aokiji chuckled and replied, the Uchiha Sharingan possesses the ability to replicate ninjutsu. It is the most abundant skill within our clan. Techniques of this caliber are easily accessible to me. To be honest, had I not been concerned about revealing the capabilities of my Sharingan, I would have contemplated replicating this jutsu for profit. In the original narrative, Tsunade was so impoverished that they resorted to selling techniques, which indirectly illustrates the true value of ninjutsu. As Jiraiya muttered a curse at the underhandedness of the situation, the mist thickened, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Tsunade and Orochimaru leapt onto the treetops to observe the unfolding events. This is untenable. I must resolve this before visibility is completely lost, Jiraiya decided. Summoning his shadow clones to charge at Aokiji in a concerted assault, while he seized the opportunity to unleash a new technique. If the mist completely enveloped the area, he would be unable to see his target, rendering their numbers irrelevant, and maintaining the shadow clones would deplete his chakra. Should Aokiji exploit the mist concealment technique, he could easily eliminate Jiraiya, and if he dispelled the shadow clones, all the chakra he had invested would be rendered meaningless. In the face of the oncoming horde, Aokiji skillfully evaded their attacks. Before long, the surroundings were shrouded in fog. Unable to apprehend Aokiji swiftly, Jiraiya and his clones could only stare helplessly. In this predicament, Aokiji could not see Jiraiya, and neither could Jiraiya see Aokiji. It was a contest of who could outlast the other in chakra reserves. That wretched Aokiji has resorted to such a despicable strategy, Jiraiya grumbled, realizing that maintaining the multi-shadow clone technique was draining his chakra too rapidly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He exclaimed, Aokiji, at this rate neither of us will gain the upper hand. How about we forego our respective techniques? A voice responded from within the mist, agreed, but you must first dispel your technique. How cautious. Jiraiya muttered under his breath, forming hand seals. There was a series of popping sounds within the mist, indicating that he had indeed dispelled the multi-shadow clone technique. Upon hearing this, Aokiji should honor his word and release the mist concealment technique. As the fog began to dissipate, revealing clarity, Jiraiya squinted slightly, focusing his gaze to discern a silhouette not far away. A glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. He had fallen into his own trap. With a sudden burst, he transformed into a cloud of white smoke. Earth release, decapitating technique. By employing this jutsu, the user can delve underground for a surprise attack. Jiraiya envisioned Aokiji mistaking his transformation into smoke as the dispelling of the shadow clones. However, when Aokiji realized the scene was devoid of Jiraiya, he would inevitably panic. And it would be at that moment that Jiraiya would unleash his true power. As fate would have it, just as Jiraiya had anticipated, while Aokiji stood momentarily frozen, the earth beneath him erupted without warning, a hand emerging from the ground to swiftly drag him below, leaving only half of his head exposed. Jiraiya gazed down upon Aokiji, whose face was contorted in frustration, and he was reminded of the first time he encountered the third Hokage. How ironic it was that he had once fallen victim to this very technique. Now he found himself in a position to wield it against another. Time transforms all things. What a thrill. Jiraiya laughed maniacally towards the heavens. Suddenly, with a puff, Aokiji, buried underground, transformed into a cloud of white smoke, revealing a soft, square object. Jiraiya focused intently and realized, if his eyes did not deceive him, that it was a pillow, a substitution technique. At the moment of impending attack, Aokiji had exchanged his body with a log bearing a seal, opting for a pillow to facilitate his slumber. Alas, he had fallen into a trap. Jiraiya's pupils constricted as he suddenly perceived a shadow approaching from behind, none other than Aokiji himself. Jiraiya quickly readied himself for confrontation, yet he misjudged Aokiji's mode of attack. Aokiji crouched low, his toes digging into the earth, surging forward like a tiger descending from a mountain. This was a reckless, defensive sacrifice. Aokiji's arms wrapped tightly around Jiraiya's waist, leveraging the momentum to charge ahead like a wild boar. Uchiha's grappling technique. Let go. Jiraiya exclaimed as he patted Aokiji's back, urging him to release his grip, only to realize another figure was closing in from behind. This was Jiraiya's pupils narrowed in shock as he witnessed an astonishing scene. The entity beneath him was surely solid, yet the shadow behind was performing hand seals. It was not that shadow clones could not perform seals, but executing them with such finesse was an advanced skill. How could someone as young as Aokiji possess such mastery? Moreover, the final seal was the rooster seal. Considering Aokiji's family background, it was likely a standard fire release hand seal. Brother, must you take this so seriously? Jiraiya thought. Wasn't it stated that aggressive ninjutsu was off the table? Tsunade and Orochimaru also sensed something amiss. What was Aokiji planning? Was he losing his mind? Preparing to incinerate Jiraiya with fire release? Stop, Aokiji! They cried, but it was too late. The arrow was already loosed. Uchiha's ultimate body technique. 1,000 years of pain. Oh, don't come over here. Jiraiya yelped. A moment of eerie silence enveloped the air, as if a raven had swept across the sky. Then, with a sound reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, a cacophony erupted into the heavens. Jiraiya found himself ensnared by Aokiji's body technique, sprawled on the ground, rear end elevated. Trembling uncontrollably, it appeared he had been bested. Aokiji, with a flourish, brushed back his bangs and exhaled. What a harrowing battle it has been. Fortunately, Jiraiya lacks the ability to wield wind release. Otherwise, it would have been quite a struggle for Aokiji. This technique is not particularly damaging, yet it is deeply insulting. Even Jiraiya, whose skin is as thick as a wall, was provoked, shouting in a frenzy that he was determined to confront Aokiji, declaring their irreconcilable enmity. Observing from a tree, Tsunade contemplated what might have transpired had she been the one battling Aokiji instead of Jiraiya. Instinctively, she descended from the tree and, unusually, stood by Jiraiya's side, disdainfully commenting, "I have never witnessed such a shameless display of taijutsu." Aokiji glanced at her, shrugging nonchalantly. Whether it's a black cat or a white cat, a good cat is one that catches mice. As long as the taijutsu is effective, that is sufficient. Why are you looking at me like that? Tsunade exclaimed, unable to suppress her indignation, threatening fiercely, "If you ever dare to employ such filthy techniques against me, I shall kill you. Though I may be unprincipled, unorthodox, I still adhere to certain principles. For instance, I would never use such taijutsu against a woman. I have specialized techniques for dealing with women." Specialized techniques? Why are you looking at me with such disdain? I am merely observing the refuse. TCH, Jiraiya called out Aokiji. Let us have another go at it. Perhaps another time. I am somewhat fatigued, Aokiji replied, not fearing Jiraiya's ploys. Well aware that Jiraiya's current disposition was likely concocting plans to turn the tables on him, Jiraiya clenched his fist, vowing, "Next time, I will ensure you experience the pain I just endured." Indeed, Orochimaru, having gleaned Aokiji's strength from their recent bout, suggested, "Aokiji, your abilities have likely reached the level of a chunin. How about participating in the chunin exams?" Without a moment's hesitation, Aokiji declined. "I have no interest in being cannon fodder. My training is solely for the purpose of acquiring the strength to protect myself in this chaotic world." Jiraiya, puzzled, responded, "But isn't the war already over? What chaos remains?" Aokiji chuckled at his naivety. The alliance's treaty is nothing more than toilet paper. Who knows when it may be discarded? Tsunade, recalling her grandfather's, gazed resolutely, her voice unwavering. "One day, I will personally bring an end to this chaos and fulfill my grandfather's unfinished dreams." Aokiji clapped twice, offering encouragement. "Then I wish you success. I believe you will undoubtedly become a capable Hokage." Tsunade puffed up her non-existent chest proudly, declaring, "As if I needed your encouragement." Aokiji, feeling somewhat disheartened, asked, "May I inquire about something?" Tsunade hesitated. "What is it?" Aokiji queried, "What is your chakra affinity?" "Why do you want to know?" "Just asking. Is that a problem?" "Well, if you must know." Tsunade pondered her chakra paper test results before replying, "Earth and water." "Indeed. What? Bloodline limit." "Bloodline limit? Have you not always desired to awaken the wood release, to fulfill your grandfather's aspirations?" "Indeed, what of it?" "Then you ought to diligently cultivate the earth release and water release." According to the original timeline, Tsunade, despite her age, has yet to awaken the wood release, which likely indicates a lack of innate talent. Now, Aokiji intends to guide Tsunade, encouraging her to practice the water release and earth release more frequently, to see if they might be synthesized directly. Although she lacks the genetic limit of the wood release, she has inherited some of the Senju Hashirama's bloodline, which may increase the likelihood of successful synthesis compared to an ordinary individual. Aokiji's motives are twofold. Firstly, to enhance her strength, as relying solely on physical combat can make her an easy target, and secondly, to gain more experiential insights in the development of genetic limits for himself. Chapter 58, Standing and Speaking Without Pain. Tsunade inquired, "Why?" Aokiji, perplexed, replied, "Hasn't your family ever mentioned it to you?" "What? Bloodline limits can indeed be inherited, But there exists another method to acquire them, which is through the cultivation of chakra nature fusion. Surely you are aware of this? Tsunade shook her head, at a loss for words. Though she had heard of bloodline limits, her understanding was superficial. She merely knew they could be inherited. It seemed her family had high hopes for her, believing she would undoubtedly inherit the wood release of the first Hokage. Thus they had not elaborated on the subject. Aokiji pondered for a moment, as if beginning to grasp something. Typically, bloodline limit ninjas would only mention that their abilities were derived from their lineage, remaining silent on the possibility of acquisition through fusion. Unless one had specifically studied this area, the average person would remain unaware. Aokiji speculated that this might be to accentuate their sense of superiority, or perhaps even to instill a sense of resignation in those without bloodline limits, fostering the notion that they were inherently inferior to those who possess such abilities, thereby facilitating easier governance. After all, if the general populace were to realize that bloodline limits could be synthesized, they would likely think, so it turns out bloodline limits are not so extraordinary, with effort. I too could achieve success in synthesizing a bloodline limit like your ancestors. Although understanding the principle behind bloodline limits does not guarantee successful synthesis, the process of striving would undoubtedly enhance a ninja's prowess to some extent, which would not bode well for management. Families with bloodline limits were acutely aware of this. Unless specifically inquired, they generally kept this knowledge tacit. Tsunade asked, "Who told you this?" Aokiji responded, "An esteemed elder from my clan has been assisting me in cultivating my bloodline limit," so he elaborated on its origins. Tsunade recalled Aokiji's exhibition of his bloodline limit. Ice release? Quite similar, he affirmed. The two casually dropped a bombshell, causing Orochimaru and Jiraiya to widen their eyes in disbelief. "Wait, how do you possess the ice release bloodline limit? Aren't you from the Uchiha clan?" They exclaimed, echoing the same question posed to Tsunade. Aokiji offered a brief explanation. Orochimaru remained calm, while Jiraiya, envious, sighed dramatically. "Is this a joke? I am undeniably handsome, yet lack a bloodline limit, while Aokiji possesses two. How is this fair? 2 bloodline limits?" Aokiji quickly refuted, "I do not. Please do not exaggerate. Your denial sounds akin to a wealthy merchant claiming he has never touched money," Jiraiya retorted. "Honestly, may I strike you?" Orochimaru chuckled, "Truly impressive, Aokiji. If the others were to find out, they would surely be astonished." Aokiji hastily interjected, "Please do not spread falsehoods, currently. Others only know that I possess one bloodline limit related to ice release." Orochimaru tilted his head, displaying a look of confusion. Aokiji recounted his competition with Fugaku, as well as how his clan members, utilizing their Sharingan, discovered that his chakra was distinct from the norm, ultimately leading him to confess. Upon hearing this, the three were enlightened, realizing why, given his character, he would openly wield such abilities. "Therefore, concerning the power of my eyes, I implore you to keep it a secret," Aokiji said, his hands clasped together, his gaze filled with sincerity. "Even a mere ice release bloodline limit from my clan has left me gasping for breath. If they were to uncover this ability of mine, they would undoubtedly compel me to the battlefield one day, to achieve glory and proclaim the might of the Uchiha. As you know, I have no interest in combat. All I desire is to live a peaceful life." Jiraiya, feeling somewhat disgruntled, asked, "If you're so afraid of others knowing, why did you tell us in the first place?" Aokiji chuckled heartily, replying, "Secrets held too long can breed issues, so naturally, I sought a few trustworthy individuals to keep my secret." Jiraiya sighed, "Damn it, you seem to be at ease, while I'm tormented by this secret every day. This shows my trust in you." Aokiji patted Jiraiya on the shoulder with a laugh. "If I accidentally let something slip that day, you can't blame me. Don't worry. I've considered that risk. Could you show me your bloodline limit?" Orochimaru inquired, his curiosity piqued, having heard of ice release but never seen it firsthand. "Of course." Aokiji readily agreed, forming several hand seals and conjuring an ice serpent. While the creation was somewhat unsightly, it was still recognizable as a snake. The process of shaping it engaged a transformation of chakra, and fortunately, since a snake lacks distinct contours, he managed to create it with relative ease. "Here you go. Albeit it's a bit ugly. No matter, I quite like it," Orochimaru said, cradling the ice serpent gently in his hands, his gaze softening. Kushina, intrigued, asked, "You mentioned that the bloodline limit arises from the fusion of chakra properties. What 2 properties combine to create your ice release?" "Wind release and water release," Aokiji encouraged. "With your earth release and water release, you could develop wood release." If memory served him right, the second Hokage was quite adept at water release. And by coaxing Kushina to explore wood release, Aokiji hoped to glean some training methods for water release from her. Although Elder Itachi had also taught him water release, it could not compare to the expertise of a ninja specializing in it like the second Hokage. Combining the Uchiha's expertise in fire release with the second Hokage's knowledge of water release would undoubtedly enhance Aokiji's chances of mastering boil release in the future. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru displayed a keen interest in the bloodline limits, asking, "It seems that the fusion of two distinct chakra attributes can give rise to new ninjutsu. Aokiji, do you know what kind of bloodline limit might emerge from the combination of wind release and lightning release?" Wind release and lightning release. Oh, this pertains to my chakra attributes. Aokiji nodded in understanding. Indeed, he was the father of the snake month, and it was evident that the lineage was preserved. After a moment's contemplation, he candidly remarked, "I apologize, I am unaware. During our next training session, I shall inquire on your behalf." In stark contrast to Orochimaru's palpable intrigue, Tsunade displayed a lack of interest. Aokiji could discern her thoughts. She was likely biding her time for the awakening of her bloodline limit. It appeared that further persuasion was necessary. "Tsunade, although my words may displease you, it is possible that you cannot inherit your grandfather's bloodline limit." "Wait. Do not strike me just yet. Allow me to finish." Tsunade shook her fist, indignant that Aokiji dared to underestimate her. "What do you wish to convey?" It is not a matter of your talent, but rather that your grandfather's would release may diverge from conventional bloodline limits, making it impossible to inherit through standard genetic means." "Tsunade?" Aokiji elucidated, "I consulted with the erudite elders of the clan, and it appears that your grandfather is a unique case in the extensive history of ninjas. I recognize your grandfather's prowess. Yet wood release is fundamentally an amalgamation of earth release and water release. Although rare, it should not be absent from the annals of ninja history. For instance, my ice release has appeared numerous times throughout history. Thus, I trust you comprehend my point." Tsunade fell into silence. Having grown up hearing tales of her grandfather, she understood better than anyone his exceptional nature. As her grandmother Mito recounted, his chakra alone likely surpassed that of the entire Senju clan combined, which was evidently abnormal. Furthermore, it seemed her father had not awakened would release either, leading Tsunade to question whether she, too, was destined to be unable to manifest it. What then? Panic enveloped her, while Aokiji chuckled, realizing that sowing anxiety proved quite effective. Simply put, dedicate yourself to mastering earth release and water release. Refrain from relying solely on your fists. Although your punches rival the might of ninjutsu, they possess evident strengths and weaknesses, making them susceptible to countermeasures. To become an exemplary ninja, one must first ensure their invulnerability before confronting the vulnerabilities of their adversaries, thus achieving an unassailable position. I understand you have consistently strived toward your grandfather's path. Therefore, it is all the more imperative that you diligently study earth and water releases, amalgamating them to create wood release, traversing the path once walked by your grandfather, rather than idly awaiting the awakening of your bloodline limit without the guidance of your ancestors. Upon hearing this, Tsunade experienced an epiphany, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. She gazed deeply at Aokiji. "I must admit, you possess quite the talent for encouragement." Aokiji, who directly inherited a bloodline limit, responded nonchalantly, "That is not entirely the case. Primarily, I speak from a position of comfort." Chapter 59. Would release mud release? Konoha Tsunade remarked, "Aokiji, are you aware?" "What?" Aokiji replied, blinking his eyes with an air of nonchalance. With his index and thumb pinched together, a slight gap revealed itself, and Tsunade, with a smile that barely concealed her disdain, said, "Every time I begin to think slightly better of you, you manage to make me reconsider instantaneously." Aokiji, brushing aside a lock of his black hair, replied flamboyantly, "Well, that's splendid. If one day you were to fall in love with me, I would be troubled, considering how exceptional I am." Tsunade scoffed, "Ha! Only uncivilized primates would find you appealing." Jiraiya stealthily approached, adopting the guise of an ardent admirer. "Hee, Aokiji may not fancy you, but I certainly do." Tsunade retorted sharply, "Get lost." As the conversation veered into this territory, Orochimaru expressed curiosity about Aokiji's preferences in women. "Aokiji, what type of girl do you fancy?" Aokiji, adopting a serious tone, replied, "I am somewhat challenged in recognizing faces. What matters most is." Tsunade, well versed in Aokiji's nature, interrupted, "Large breasts, right?" Aokiji looked at her in surprise. "How did you know?" Tsunade disdainfully remarked, "Shallow. I can endure some grievances, but I cannot starve the children," Aokiji defended, asserting, "Shallow as I am, I am a good father." Clearly, a woman like you with no endowments is entirely outside my realm of consideration. Excuse me, I possess a perfectly normal size. Tsunade, having lost her composure, prepared to unleash a punch capable of shattering trees, intent on breaking through Aokiji's defenses. Rather than fleeing, Aokiji began to form hand seals, seemingly preparing for combat with Tsunade. Tsunade, momentarily taken aback by Aokiji's audacity to engage her in battle, soon realized something was amiss. The hand seal he executed was the water release, hidden mist technique. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped in mist, obscuring visibility. Frustrated at being unable to locate him, Tsunade seethed, wishing to strip Aokiji of his skin. Fool, you better not let me catch you. Hearing her furious shouts echoing, Aokiji felt a rush of affection, appreciating the elder Itachi who had taught him the hidden mist technique. 1 week later, at the Uchiha clan grounds, Aokiji lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted, panting as he struggled to catch his breath. Is that all you've got? Uchiha Itachi taunted from above. Stop trying to provoke me. I'm not falling for that, Aokiji replied, lying on the ground like a defeated fish. He had initially believed he could vanquish Uchiha Itachi like a cautious hero, only to realize he had vastly overestimated his abilities. At first, it was manageable, but as time passed, it became increasingly unbearable. Indeed, humans have their limits. Noticing that Aokiji had been thoroughly exhausted, Uchiha Itachi chose to disregard him. Aokiji lay on the ground, taking a moment to recover, struggling to rise. After intense exertion, it was inadvisable to remain on the ground. Otherwise, he risked insufficient oxygen to the brain, leading to dizziness or fainting. Aokiji's legs felt weak, truly reaching his limit. At that moment, Elder Weasel, leaning on his cane, approached with a water bottle in hand and offered it to him. Aokiji accepted it gratefully, took a few deep breaths, and gulped down the water as if he had just finished military training and was savoring a delightful drink, overwhelmed with joy. With lowered eyes, he cautiously inquired, Elder Weasel, may I have a day of rest tomorrow? Elder Weasel slowly uttered a single word, granted. Rushing often impedes progress. Continuous training could lead one to become a mere training fool. Aokiji sighed in relief, realizing that Elder Weasel was quite reasonable. Truly, he is a good person. During his respite, with nothing much to do, Aokiji recalled the question Orochimaru posed to him previously, seeking to inquire about the combination of wind release and lightning release, and what kind of ninjutsu it would yield. Why do you ask this? Elder Weasel questioned. I have a friend who possesses both wind and lightning chakra attributes, and he seems quite interested in bloodline limit techniques. I thought I might help him explore this, perhaps guiding him towards the development of a bloodline limit. Collaborating would undoubtedly expedite our research compared to working alone. Elder Weasel narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, what I understand pertains to swift release and typhoon release. Ah, so it is swift release and typhoon release. Wait, why does it feel as if there are two bloodline limits? Aokiji was momentarily taken aback, feeling his worldview shaken. Wait, isn't it said that merging two chakra attributes can only yield one bloodline limit? Elder Weasel cast a glance at him and retorted, who told you that? Aokiji meekly responded, wasn't it you who said? Elder Weasel chuckled, do not misconstrue my words. I mentioned that merging two chakra attributes produces a new ninjutsu, not that it results in only one bloodline limit. The fusion of two chakra attributes can give rise to different bloodline limits depending on the individual. Take typhoon release as an example, which can be viewed as an enhanced version of wind release. Swift release, in turn, is a bloodline limit developed by harnessing the speed advantages of both wind and lightning release. Aokiji's eyes widened in surprise. Elder Weasel continued, if you still do not grasp this, let me provide another example. Earth release combined with fire release can create not only lava release, but also steel release, and even explosion release as bloodline limits. Aokiji swallowed hard, envisioning a scenario. So, does that mean earth release combined with water release does not necessarily yield wood release? Upon hearing wood release, Elder Weasel expressed curiosity. As for wood release, I believe I have not provided you an example before. From whom did you hear this? I speculated. Speculated? Indeed, I have discerned a discernible pattern in the manifestation of the bloodline limit, particularly in relation to the wood release. It readily evokes the imagery of water being infused into the earth, subsequently giving rise to flourishing vegetation. Elder Itachi smiled, generously bestowing praise. You were quite astute. With a sudden realization, Aokiji understood why wood release had remained unexplored for so many years. It was, in fact, a matter of branch fusion. Given that Hashirama is the reincarnation of Ashura, endowed with the surest chakra and the physical energy of the Sage of Six Paths. It is only Hashirama who could possibly unlock the most profound wood release connected to the divine tree. However, this leads one to ponder. Without a surest chakra, Tsunade would be eternally incapable of developing wood release. Following the conventional avenues of development, earth release and water release would unlikely yield wood release. By deducing based on their characteristics, one might speculate that a fusion could result in mud release, water combined with earth to form clay, which is entirely plausible. Reflecting on this, Aokiji timidly inquired, if earth release and water release were to merge, might there exist a technique known as mud release? The response he received was a nod from Elder Itachi, affirming his hypothesis. Aokiji. Chapter 60. The Vulgarity of Money Contemplating the Future. Tsunade toyed with a handful of mud, and Aokiji mused that it might be preferable to the original storyline. It seems that in order to develop wood release, one would require a combination of wood release, earth release, and a surest chakra. One could reference Uchiha Madara, who was able to transplant a small piece of Hashirama's flesh onto his wound, directly guiding a surest chakra. Theoretically, it might be feasible to insert a small fragment of flesh into Tsunade as well. However, this notion involves extracting cells from the deceased Hashirama, so it is best left as mere speculation. Aokiji shook his head, dismissing such chaotic thoughts. Tsunade's wood release would ultimately rely on her own innate abilities. Elder Itachi inquired, what prompts this line of questioning? I was contemplating how formidable the first Hokage's wood release is. If one day a member of the Uchiha clan could manifest wood release, simultaneously wielding the powers of the two founding figures of Konoha, wouldn't that be impressive? The ambition is indeed audacious, yet regrettably, Hashirama is an exceptionally unique being. Even if an ordinary person were to successfully create a bloodline limit through the combination of water release and earth release, it is unlikely they would produce wood release. The elder chuckled, perhaps you should refrain from such fanciful thoughts and concentrate on honing your own bloodline limit. Aokiji then posed a question regarding training. I have heard of a ninjutsu that allows one to manipulate objects using chakra. Is that true? Elder Itachi affirmed with a nod. Aokiji, eager to learn, mentioned the possibility of utilizing ice release to create snow, akin to Gaara's techniques, to see if it could be viable. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Itachi remarked, that sounds somewhat reminiscent of magnetic release. The idea is intriguing but fraught with numerous drawbacks. Numerous drawbacks? Aokiji queried, intrigued. Snow has a vulnerability to fire. It melts upon contact. If you truly wish to pursue this method, it would be preferable to use sand. However, even with sand, your speed of manipulation would undoubtedly pale in comparison to that of magnetic release, unless you possess the power of a sacrifice. The power of a sacrifice? To put it differently, it refers to a Jinchuriki, an individual who has a tailed beast implanted within them. You may understand tailed beasts as colossal creatures endowed with immense chakra, typically named by the number of tails they possess. One tail is called a one-tail. Two tails a two-tail, and so forth, totaling 9-tailed beasts. Currently, the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mido, has such a tailed beast residing within her. Known as the Nine Tails, arguably the most powerful of the nine. Aokiji's eyes widened in astonishment. That sounds like significant information. Is it appropriate for a child like me to know such things? It matters not. When you reach the appropriate age, you will naturally come to understand these matters. Whether it is sooner or later bears little consequence. Elder Itachi stated calmly, setting aside the risks. All Jinchuriki who have tailed beasts implanted within them invariably gain immense power. And the nature of that power varies according to the tailed beast they possess. Moreover, this power possesses a certain degree of inheritability. The children born to Jinchuriki and ordinary individuals are influenced by the tailed beast within them, endowing them with innate talents. Taking Shikaku as an example, one would acquire the ability to manipulate sand. While this is not a bloodline limit, its potency is comparable to the magnet release of bloodline limits. In the context of Gaara's ability to control sand, it is suggested that his mother may have been a descendant of the Shodai Hokage, which seems plausible given the timelines. As Aokiji experiences a moment of enlightenment, Elder Itachi imparts wisdom, based on this principle. Attempting to utilize chakra to manipulate objects in a manner akin to magnet release for offensive capabilities is fundamentally flawed. Aokiji sighs, realizing that his aspirations of emulating someone who can effortlessly vanquish foes with a mere flick of the fingers are but a shattered illusion. Elder Itachi continues his teachings. Even if you possess the ability to manipulate snow to such an extent, I would still advise against pursuing this path to strength. Aokiji is perplexed. The evaluation of a ninja's combat prowess must encompass various facets, the most crucial and fundamental being physical combat. The combat style you previously envisioned would inevitably lead to a sluggishness in physical techniques, rendering you vulnerable in close quarters. To ensure Aokiji comprehends thoroughly, Elder Itachi cites the examples of Hashirama and Madara. With their capabilities, they could attain the level of Kage relying solely on physical prowess, without utilizing any ninjutsu. Wisdom comes with age, and Aokiji wholeheartedly agrees with Elder Itachi's discourse. While many may disagree with Elder Itachi's assertions, believing that physical techniques lack promise, they will eventually realize that physical prowess is indeed the most practical skill. I have 2 ninjutsu for you to learn, Elder Itachi announces. Producing 2 scrolls, Ice Release, Shuriken and Ice Release, Kunai. As the name suggests, the nature of these techniques requires no further elaboration, although they are only of C rank. They are quite practical ninjutsu. Excellent. Aokiji's eyes light up upon hearing of new techniques to learn. Wait, where did you acquire these ice release techniques? He inquires. Perplexed, Elder Itachi explains that he purchased them, leaving Aokiji in a state of confusion. While he can understand the concept of buying ninjutsu, he wonders why techniques associated with bloodline limits would be available for purchase, as they are typically unusable by non-bloodline ninja. As if anticipating Aokiji's thoughts, Elder Itachi slowly responds. During the process of gathering information on ice release, he fortuitously encountered a mysterious figure selling these techniques and decided to purchase a few out of curiosity. Aokiji remains puzzled. But why would anyone sell ice release techniques? You ask me, but who should I ask? In conclusion, Elder Itachi suggests, regardless, take them back and experiment to ascertain their authenticity. Although he could not comprehend why someone would sell the ice release technique, Aokiji discerned Elder Itachi's regard for him, which further solidified his belief that the elder might be aware of his Sharingan. Nevertheless, Aokiji felt genuinely touched, expressing his gratitude sincerely. Elder Itachi replied nonchalantly, "Do not rush to thank me. These 2 techniques come at a price. However, considering your youth and current lack of means to earn, I shall allow you to purchase them on credit." Aokiji's eyes widened in disbelief. "You expect me to pay?" In an instant, the warm feelings he had just experienced evaporated. Elder Itachi continued with measured calmness, "Of course. You are the only ninja in our clan capable of utilizing ice release. Acquiring these techniques will not benefit any other clan members, so the cost falls upon you." Aokiji retorted, "How much?" 2 million ryo. Why don't you just rob a bank?" Aokiji exclaimed, incredulous that the cost of a mere C-rank technique nearly rivaled that of an S-rank mission's reward. Considering the effort and resources involved, it was indeed quite a bargain. Rubbing his hands together, Aokiji bent over slightly, attempting to appeal. "Discussing money is so vulgar. We are kin, after all." Elder Itachi chuckled lightly. "How curious that you only now find discussing money distasteful. That's different." Aokiji protested. "Is it? By your own logic. This is a classic case of double standards, is it not?" With a huff, Aokiji, feeling disgruntled, prepared to leave, resolved not to purchase such an exorbitantly priced item. Yet, just a few steps away, he heard Elder Itachi's voice call out, "Are you truly not interested? Developing techniques consumes considerable time. You are aware that time is money." These words struck a chord with Aokiji. He turned on his heel and hurried back, snatching the 2 scrolls from Elder Itachi's grasp. "Damn it, remember this. A wise decision." Elder Itachi mused, having already grasped Aokiji's temperament. He knew that when dealing with him, the simplest approach was through monetary transactions. Aokiji regarded him thoughtfully. "Elder Itachi, you wouldn't happen to possess any other ice release techniques, would you?" Elder Itachi smiled knowingly. Aokiji understood then that the elder indeed had additional ice release techniques in his possession, likely of a higher caliber than the 2 he had just acquired. He envisioned a future where he would be working for Elder Itachi to repay his debts. How infuriating. Originally, he had hoped that the Uchiha clan would serve him. Yet it seemed that he was the one destined to serve the Uchiha. Chapter 61. Tsunade is off limits the next day. Fortunate enough to have a break from training, Aokiji slumbered until dawn broke. After a simple breakfast, he strolled through the village and chanced upon a familiar face approaching him. It was Tsunade, her brow furrowed with worry, her visage marred by a palpable gloom, a clear indication of her troubled spirit. Aokiji stepped forward, greeting her with a teasing smile. "Isn't this Tsunade? Why do you look so discontented this early in the morning? If something is bothering you, feel free to share. It might brighten my day." Tsunade cast him a deep glance, her eyes lacking their usual sparkle. Aokiji's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, sensing her distress. "What is troubling you?" With a heavy sigh, Tsunade replied, "Do you remember Sarutobi Maku from a week ago?" Who was Sarutobi Maku? Aokiji struggled to recall, eventually remembering him as the one who seemed destined to meet an unfortunate fate. What happened to that fellow? He has passed away. Oh, I thought it was something serious. He merely died. That's rather good news for me, considering the absence of a rival. Wait. Aokiji sensed something amiss and pressed on. Passed away? How did he die? Tsunade's voice carried a note of sorrow. It seems he met his end while on a mission, accidentally triggering an explosive tag. Alas, the fragility of life, gone in an instant. Aokiji gasped, a chill running through him. Mid-conversation, Tsunade noticed Aokiji's sudden pallor and the beads of sweat forming on his brow, leading her to question, what's wrong with you? In nothing, Aokiji stammered, instinctively retreating to maintain distance. Tsunade, perplexed, inquired, "Why are you distancing yourself from me?" Aokiji, flustered and at a loss for words, responded, "I'm sorry. I just recalled that I left some instant noodles cooking at home." Tsunade? Before she could probe further, Aokiji abruptly turned and fled, leaving Tsunade standing there. Bewildered, he sprinted to Elder Itachi's residence, pounding on the door with fervor. Not long after, an elderly man emerged with a frown. "What is all this commotion during the day? Didn't I grant you a day off today?" "Elder Itachi, I've realized I've been exceedingly lazy lately and feel a deep sense of shame. I have come to request additional training." Aokiji proclaimed loudly. How terrifying, how terrifying. He thought. Tsunade was akin to a jellyfish, venomous. Anyone who encountered her met with disaster. Just a week prior, that man seemed to suggest a farewell to Tsunade. And now he was gone. Faced with such circumstances, Aokiji dared not indulge in idleness any longer. He hastened to train. Elder Itachi? Though Sarutobi Makua's demise had impacted Tsunade, she soon cast the matter aside. In this era, farewells were a commonplace aspect of life. As Tsunade entered the Hokage's office, she gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a sense of nostalgia. Even now, she found herself grappling with the transition from teacher to village leader. Teacher Sarutobi. Compared to calling him the third Hokage, Tsunade prefers to refer to him by his former title. Haha, Tsunade, you have become increasingly beautiful. In no time at all, you will blossom into an elegant and graceful beauty. If I were to be a decade younger, I might very well find myself enamored with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen generously lavishes compliments on his disciple's beauty. Tsunade, showing no regard for her teacher's dignity, retorts without mercy. If that were the case, I would undoubtedly refuse without hesitation and may even resort to physical reprisal. Tsunade is all too aware of what type of person her teacher is, likening him to Jiraiya. And oh yes, there's also Aokiji. None of these three embody her ideal type. She prefers someone refined and gentle, possessing a compassionate heart, qualities that resonate with the majority of young women, and Tsunade is no exception. At her age, many of her peers are already paired off, leaving Tsunade with an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Despite her noble lineage, she is just an ordinary girl. Why is it that no one pursues her? Well, Jiraiya doesn't count. Upon closer reflection, the most familiar faces around her include a lecher, a delusional victim with lecherous tendencies, and a taciturn individual. What kind of company is this? Tsunade pressed the back of her hand to her forehead, suddenly realizing that her continued singleness is not without reason. Or perhaps it is due to. Tsunade instinctively glanced at her disappointing bust, and an annoying visage inexplicably surfaced in her mind. While Tsunade was lost in her thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen managed a wry smile. "Tsunade, you truly show no mercy." Tsunade snapped back to reality and inquired, "Teacher Sarutobi, did you summon me for a task?" Hiruzen attempted to engage in a warm exchange, asking why it couldn't simply be a matter of fostering teacher-student camaraderie. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, complaining, "Spare me. Ever since you became Hokage, you've completely forgotten about us disciples." Hiruzen offered an awkward smile. "This is simply unavoidable. Konoha is in dire need of restoration, and I have a heavy burden to bear." "All right, enough of that. Teacher Sarutobi, tell me what task you have for me." Tsunade's tone carried a hint of complaint. "Since you took on the Hokage role, I haven't received a mission in ages. I'm practically rusting away." Hiruzen refrained from interjecting and adopted a serious demeanor. "Indeed, I have an important task for you." Tsunade perked up, listening intently. "The elder brother of the Fire Country's daimyo has sent his son to Konoha, wishing to gain a better understanding of our village. And I would like you to assist in hosting him." Tsunade's brows furrowed slightly, revealing her disdain. "I expected something of substance. Is this all?" "Sorry, Teacher Sarutobi, but I suggest you find someone else. This task seems rather dull. Hiruzen chuckled. Don't say that, Tsunade. After all, he continued to invest significantly in Konoha even after teacher Tobarama's passing. This speaks to his trust in us, and thus, we must extend our utmost courtesy in return. He is the son of the esteemed elder brother, and you are the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Thus, it would not be inappropriate. Tsunade, wearing an expression of resignation, waved her hand dismissively. I understand. I will go, if that is acceptable. Sarutobi Hiruzen cautioned. I have classified this task as an A-rank mission. Do not take it lightly. If you fail to entertain properly, it could lead to dissatisfaction, and who knows, he might whisper into his father's ear, resulting in a diplomatic incident. Tsunade considered this to be alarmist exaggeration and brushed it aside nonchalantly. Yes, my Hokage lord, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, she tossed her head and prepared to exit. Child, do remember to close the door on your way out. Tsunade's unique status rendered her immune to reprimands or punishment. Watching her depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, filled with a mix of helplessness and regret. Initially, he had hoped to foster connections between the talented youth of the clan and Tsunade, harboring some subtle intentions. Tsunade seemed receptive to Muku, and everything appeared to be progressing positively. However, an unexpected turn of events had thwarted all his prior efforts. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. It was now somewhat late to reorganize, and the results may not be as favorable as before. Nevertheless, he decided to adopt a different approach. This time, he would have Tsunade specifically host the son of the benefactor, harboring certain hopes. After all, it would cost him nothing to try, and what if it succeeded? The financial aid from the Land of Fire to Konoha could surpass any previous contributions, stabilizing his position even further. Chapter 62. Let the Shuakin soar for a while in a serene grove. Every tree stood adorned with wooden targets, each the size of a football, embellished with concentric black circles. Aokiji stood still amidst the tranquil woods, his eyes gently closed. With rapid precision, his trained hands performed a series of hand seals. A dazzling display completed in less than half a second, culminating in a final gesture where his palms met, forming a parallel conclusion with the sign of the serpent. Ice release, shuriken. The act of announcing a technique, while somewhat flamboyant, also alerts adversaries. Nonetheless, many ninjas, despite being aware of this vulnerability, still vocalize their moves. This is not merely a theatrical embellishment. It serves to harmonize the chakra within their bodies with the technique, thereby amplifying the potency of their ninjutsu. The phrase existence is reason is not without merit. Upon uttering the name of his technique, 8 shurikens of pure, glistening ice materialized between Aokiji's fingers. Unlike ordinary iron shurikens, these were conjured through ninjutsu, possessing a hardness that rivaled that of conventional shurikens despite their icy composition. Aokiji inhaled softly, channeling chakra into his slightly bent knees. As he opened his eyes, he propelled himself upward with a powerful thrust of his legs, launching his body into the air. Suspended in midair, he resembled a leaping fish, surveying his surroundings. With a mere glance, he crossed his arms before his chest and swiftly extended them to either side, releasing the ice shurikens that shot forth in 8 directions. Clink, clink. The sounds reverberated in succession, and Aokiji landed gracefully on the tips of his toes, akin to a dragonfly touching the water's surface. Truly perfect. Applause erupted in the air, belonging to a boy with purple eyeshadow and flowing black hair. Aokiji, with a calm demeanor, surveyed the 8 targets, each one struck dead center by the ice shurikens without exception. Approaching the visibly disgruntled Jiraiya, Aokiji revealed his hands. Flashing a victorious smile, pay up, Jiraiya clicked his tongue, conceding defeat. He retrieved several bills from his blue, frog-shaped pouch, exclaiming, damn it, I didn't expect your shurikens to be this sharp. The Uchiha clan has always possessed a natural talent for shuriken techniques. Even without the Sharingan, Aokiji's visual acuity, as a member of the Uchiha clan, far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Such mastery over shurikens was well within his grasp. In this wager with Jiraiya, the loser had to pay. Aokiji found himself in dire financial straits, burdened not only by the 200,000 Ryo owed to Elder Itachi but also by a staggering 30 million Ryo owed to the deceased penguin, leaving him in a precarious situation. As Aokiji matured, his daily sustenance demands increased, leading to rising expenses with no corresponding income. If this trend continued, the inheritance left by his grandmother would soon dwindle away. Within 2 years, he would need to find a way to earn a living. He contemplated using his scant remaining funds to venture into the restaurant business. taking a gamble on a potentially lucrative opportunity, but alas, time and energy were not on his side. In light of the hospital's concerns, to avoid suspicion, Aokiji resolved to master the art of celestial manipulation in due time, which would preclude him from lingering there any longer, thus severing his income from that source. Left with no alternative, Aokiji contemplated ways to earn a modest sum from friends, merely to sustain his livelihood. With a contented heart, he accepted the money, feeling assured that he had secured his meal expenses for the day. "Jiraiya, shall we engage in further competition?" he proposed. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya realized that Aokiji was treating him like an ATM. Promptly recognizing the situation and deciding to withdraw from the contest, as controlling shurikens, even now, remained beyond his prowess. "What a pity," Aokiji lamented, as he deployed another of his ninjutsu techniques, ice release, kunai. In an instant, a kunai sculpted from ice materialized, which Aokiji hurled forth, striking with a resounding thud into the very center of the target's black circle. It must be said that although Elder Itachi's two ninjutsu were somewhat costly, they proved to be remarkably practical. Aside from their minimal chakra consumption, they were decidedly economical. Typically, a ninja's annual expenditure on shurikens and kunai could accumulate to a significant sum. However, with these two techniques, Aokiji effectively possessed an inexhaustible supply of disposable shurikens and kunai, allowing him to save a considerable amount of money without the burden of expense. Moreover, due to their cost-free nature, Aokiji could afford to be extravagant in battle, recklessly throwing shurikens and kunai to gain the upper hand. The absence of financial constraint permitted a certain reckless abandon. Speaking of which, it seemed that a certain individual had been pursuing Tsunade recently, had he not? Aokiji remarked casually. At the mention of this, Jiraiya's mood soured. Indeed. He claims it is love at first sight. Bah. Perhaps feeling his frustration was insufficiently vented, he expectorated and cleared his throat. Aokiji remained silent. Orochimaru, ever eager to stir the pot, interjected. Perhaps he genuinely admires Tsunade? Admire? Hardly. He is merely lusting after her physique, Jiraiya asserted with unwavering conviction. Although Tsunade currently showed no interest in this interloper, one could never be certain, especially given the man's considerable wealth. This thought caused Jiraiya to momentarily lose his confidence. Turning to his two companions, he asked, "Hey, do you think Tsunade could be blinded by money, ultimately falling for that scoundrel?" "Why fret?" Aokiji replied, continuing to throw shurikens. In the original narrative, this character did not exist, and thus he was destined for failure. Tsunade would surely steadfastly reject him. Moreover, in a darker vein of thought, one could speculate that he might even meet an untimely demise. With this in mind, Aokiji felt no anxiety, continuing to toss shurikens with ease. Comfortably settled in his position, let the shurikens fly for a while. Jiraiya, however, was perplexed, but it did not deter his rising alarm. "No. I must warn Tsunade to steer clear of that man. I sensed from the outset that he is no good." With his spirits dampened, Jiraiya abandoned his game of shurikens and hurried off with purpose to find Tsunade. Aokiji and Orochimaru exchanged glances, shaking their heads slightly. Aokiji, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "Come, Orochimaru, let us observe how Jiraiya grapples with jealousy. It promises to be quite an entertaining spectacle." Orochimaru chuckled softly, acknowledging that witnessing Jiraiya being chastised by Tsunade or embroiled in jealousy was one of the few pleasures in life. The village of Konoha, though expansive, felt simultaneously intimate. Vast in its entirety, yet small in the daily realms of interaction. Before long, Aokiji and Orochimaru spotted Jiraiya engaged in a candid conversation with a rather handsome young man, exchanging opinions with fervor. Between them stood a blonde girl, her expression one of exasperation. It was none other than Tsunade. The sight of two men vying for the attention of a single girl undoubtedly affirmed the allure of feminine charm, yet Tsunade remained unperturbed, finding the situation somewhat bothersome. Quite simply, she felt no affection for either of them and thus experienced no joy from their rivalry. As for Jiraiya, there was little to elaborate on. The noble young man before him, while superficially appealing, was hardly impressive, and in certain aspects, he fell short of Jiraiya. It was unreasonable for anyone to profess intentions of marriage upon their first encounter. Moreover, his tone carried an air of condescension, as if being favored by him was an extraordinary privilege. This irked Tsunade immensely. Had it not been for Hiruzen Sarutobi's intervention, she might have resorted to violence. After the passing of Hiruzen, while reflecting on their shared history, Tsunade pondered a profound question. Had he lived and returned, as Jiraiya suggested, would he have confessed his feelings to her, and would she have reciprocated? The answer eluded her. To seek clarity, she consulted Mito, her wise elder. Regarding matters of the heart, Mito explained that when one truly loves another, a unique sensation envelopes the mind, akin to a delightful thrill. This feeling transcends mere fondness. It is a deeper emotion known as love. Throughout her life, Tsunade had yet to experience this profound sensation. It was certainly more complex than simple affection. During her growth, she had encountered numerous men who piqued her interest, such as the newly met Orochimaru or the ever-attentive Hiruzen, yet none had ignited the feelings Mito described. Thus, Tsunade came to realize that her previous understanding of romantic relationships had been rather superficial. The emotions she had felt were not love, but rather fleeting infatuations. Consequently, she approached the prospect of romance with newfound caution, no longer swayed by mere physical attractiveness or charming personalities. Chapter 63. The guardian of flowers Aokiji stealthily approached Tsunade, resting his elbow on her shoulder with a teasing grin, exclaiming, "Our princess of Konoha is truly quite popular." Tsunade shot him a frosty glare. Her eyes icy as she retorted, "Remove your claw-like hand, or I swear I'll break it in a heartbeat." Tsunade could certainly deliver on her threats. Aokiji, sensing the tension, withdrew his hand, feigning innocence. "I was merely jesting. However, I truly admire you, Tsunade. So many people adore you and confess their feelings." Raising an eyebrow, Tsunade remained unimpressed. "Do you know why so many are enamored with me?" "Because you are exceedingly beautiful," Aokiji asked, momentarily taken aback. "Why?" Tsunade tossed her golden hair back with a flourish, proudly declaring, "Because I am exceptionally accomplished." After a brief pause, she provocatively inquired, "Do you know why no one admires you or confesses their feelings?" Aokiji was left speechless. With a smirk, Tsunade continued, "Because your personality is so peculiar that any normal girl would never be drawn to someone like you." Suddenly, with a hint of genuine interest, Tsunade remarked, "However, as someone who has grown up with you, I find myself rather concerned that you might end up lonely and unwanted." Aokiji was taken aback. Tsunade, amused by the thought of Aokiji's solitary fate, grinned mockingly. "After all, with such an unusual demeanor, I would genuinely like to see what kind of girl would be attracted to you." Feeling offended, Aokiji huffed and decided to ignore her, departing with Orochimaru. Having bested him in their verbal sparring, Tsunade felt quite pleased and left the scene. By the time Jiraiya and Ranran realized what had transpired, Tsunade had already vanished, leaving behind two bewildered individuals staring at one another. "Do you even know who I am?" With Tsunade gone, Ranran's facade completely crumbled. He was immensely displeased, having anticipated an effortless endeavor that turned out to be quite arduous. In the past, a mere utterance from him would have sent others scrambling to fulfill his requests. Yet here, in this seemingly provincial place, he faced such indignity, something he simply could not tolerate. Furthermore, some locals appeared to regard him, the prince's son, with utter disdain. Then there was that woman named Tsunade, who, despite being fortunate enough to catch his eye, had the audacity to reject him without a moment's hesitation, even threatening to strike him. Such behavior was utterly unacceptable. Did she not understand the principles of propriety? Clearly, she had received little upbringing. At this stage, Jiraiya was unconcerned with matters of status, but he was not one to indulge. He casually cleared his ears and replied nonchalantly, "I couldn't care less." "You? What about me? You, this insolent lowborn, dare to speak to me, the young master, in such a manner?" Jiraiya frowned. "Are you done with your incessant prattling? Or shall I deal with your old man?" "Deal with my old man." Lan Ren's eyes widened in disbelief, having never before endured such humiliation. In a fit of rage, he retorted with a sardonic smile, "Go ahead, insult me again." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya replied, "Screw your old man." "Very well, do it again," Lan Ren challenged. "Screw your old man," Jiraiya repeated. The expletives tumbled from his lips like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving even him momentarily parched and breathless. Finally, he sighed, "Honestly, I've never encountered such a pathetic individual in my life, demanding me to insult you." Jiraiya, disinterested in further engaging with the incessant barking, issued a warning to keep a distance from Tsunade before turning to leave. Lan Ren, nearly consumed by fury, regained his composure only to find the man had vanished. Such an insolent, lowly person. Unable to contain his indignation, Lan Ren resolved to set off the next day to confront his father, accusing the Leaf Village of its transgressions, and subsequently advocating for a severe budget cut. At that moment, he truly comprehended his father's relentless attempts to eliminate these ninjas, for they held little regard for the daimyo. Clenching his fists, Lan Ren strode forward in fury. Misfortune seemed to follow him. He barely took a few steps when he collided with someone and fell to the ground. Damn it, that hurts. As he landed, he glanced up to see an elderly man leaning on a cane. Though his face was etched with wrinkles, his eyes gleamed with a sharpness that sent chills down one's spine. Anyone who encountered that gaze would instinctively suppress any dismissive thoughts. Yet Lan Run, still seething from Jiraiya's earlier taunts, failed to notice this. In dire need of an outlet for his pent-up anger, he exclaimed, "Old man, can't you watch where you're going?" The elder remained silent, casting a cold, piercing glance at him. Under that gaze, Lan Run felt a shiver run through him, as if he were a frog staring directly at a venomous snake. The elder, with his cane, continued to pass by, not pausing nor sparing a glance. To him, the boy was no more significant than a corpse, and thus unworthy of his consideration. With a mere glance, he had subtly cast an illusion upon Lan Run, ensuring that by nightfall, the boy would take his own life. He was not so petty as to seek vengeance for a simple collision. His motives for eliminating the boy were driven by several objectives. First, Tsunade was a crucial piece in his grand scheme, and he would not allow any insignificant characters to encroach upon her. In no more than 2 years, as he cultivated Aokiji's strength to a certain level, if he and Tsunade had not ignited any sparks of connection or made substantial progress, he would need to catalyze their relationship. Therefore, anyone who obstructed Tsunade's union with Aokiji was marked for elimination by Uchiha Madara. He intends to eliminate all those who seek to approach Tsunade, though not indiscriminately. Rather, he will target only those with potential threats. Take, for instance, that young scion of the Uenfei clan. Originally, Uchiha Madara contemplated eliminating him after some time. Yet the boy unexpectedly intervened, thereby sparing Madara the trouble. As for individuals like Jiraiya, who possess little potential, Madara finds them unworthy of his attention. Logically speaking, Tsunade harbors no fondness for Ranjin, categorizing him as a secondary target, and Madara has no inclination to eliminate her. His motivation for wanting Ranjin's demise stems more from the latter's lineage. Ranjin's father once coveted the power of the Uchiha clan and sought to forge a union to gain access to their strength. This scheme was promptly discerned by Madara. Then the clan leader, who rebuffed him with incisive and unreserved words. It is unclear whether this was his first encounter with rejection, but the man reacted vehemently, challenging Madara. Had it not been for Hashirama's intervention, Madara might have taken lethal action. Not long after the establishment of the village, Madara began to entertain the notion of firmly securing fiscal control within the village. In his view, the daimyo, who possessed no martial prowess, was unworthy of commanding Konoha. To him, the daimyo was merely a human-shaped piggy bank, expected to dutifully pay protection fees. However, it should be noted that this protection fee did not imply that the village would safeguard him. Rather, it meant that by paying, the village would guarantee not to seize his protection fee. Yet, out of respect for Hashirama's moral stance against such practices, Madara ultimately let the matter rest. Observing this individual drawing near to Tsunade, Madara surmises that, having failed to covet the Uchiha strength, he has shifted his focus to the more temperate Senju clan. Ordinarily, Madara would dismiss such affairs as beneath him, yet this daimyo has gravely erred by attempting to extend his hand towards Tsunade. In Madara's eyes, Tsunade embodies the bloodline of a dear friend, possessing the potential to awaken would release, which, in a sense, represents an extension of Hashirama's power. The audacity of this daimyo to encroach upon Hashirama's legacy, intending to lay claim to the power of would release, compels Madara to reconsider. To Madara, the power of Hashirama is not something a mere mortal should aspire to touch. The notion is as absurd as a frog dreaming of devouring a swan, foolish and oblivious to the peril it invites. Thus, Madara finds himself displeased, troubled, and contemplating serious consequences. A latent desire for bloodshed awakened within him. Furthermore, Madara experiences a sense of ennui during his time in Konoha, yearning for amusement. He contemplates the spectacle of a daimyo's relative meeting his demise within the village and how Tobirama's disciples would respond. If it could incite a complete rupture between Konoha and the Land of Fire, the ensuing chaos regarding Konoha's direction could prove to be quite entertaining from Madara's perspective. However, he would not act solely on this whim. His hand would be forced should the adversary present themselves, at which point he would resolve the matter expediently. Chapter 64. You will regret it, perhaps feeling abashed by the presence of an old man. Lan Run felt a loss of royal dignity. Summoning his courage, he circled in front of Elder Itachi, pointing an accusatory finger at him and declaring, "Hey, you old fool, do you not realize you just knocked me down?" Elder Itachi shook his head, dismissing the arrogant youth. It seemed that most nobles possessed such a disposition, boasting an inflated sense of superiority despite their inferior abilities. Utterly unaware of the source of their audacity. Infuriatingly, they all looked down upon him. Lanren stomped his foot in impotent rage. Unable to bear the disdain from the girls and boys alike in this place, and now even an old man dared to disregard him. This was intolerable for someone who had been pampered since childhood. Coincidentally, a servant, perhaps uneasy about leaving him alone, hurried over. Seeing this, Lanren's spirits lifted, and he commanded the servant to prepare a lesson for the old man, making him experience the consequences of ignoring his presence. Such actions were not new to him. In his own territory, he had often dealt with those he found displeasing by sending his subordinates to impose punishment, even to the extent of lethal force without any psychological burden. Prior to this, Lanren had warned Lanren numerous times about the formidable nature of ninjas, urging him to abandon his pedestrian perceptions. Yet, having grown up in such an environment, it was not easy to alter his contempt for ninjas overnight. Sometimes, mere reasoning proved ineffective. Thus, Lanren had sent his son not only to seek the power of the Senju clan, but also to ensure he experienced hardship, thereby instilling a genuine respect for ninjas. As a noble, he had the luxury of trial and error. However, he perhaps failed to grasp that in the world of ninjas, a single mistake could prove fatal. Elder Itachi, disinterested in further engaging with an arrogant child, vanished, leaving Lanren staring in astonishment, perhaps finding amusement in the situation and subsequently changing his mind. The following day, in the early morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen awoke, had a simple breakfast, and donned his Hokage attire. As he walked through the village, everyone recognized him and bowed in respect. Hiruzen relished this feeling, displaying a warm and benevolent smile to reinforce his public persona. He then proceeded, as usual, to the Hokage's office with ease. Having served as Hokage for some time, he had grown adept at managing the myriad affairs of the village, even finding moments to indulge in leisurely pursuits, sipping green tea, gazing into a crystal ball, and discreetly observing a young, beautiful girl, enjoying a rather pleasant existence. What a blissfully tranquil day it was. With no one around, Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched lazily, musing to himself, "I really wish I could find something to do." No sooner had he spoken than the office door burst open with a bang, and an urgent voice followed closely behind. "Not good. Lord Third Hokage, something terrible has happened." Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed several times after being choked by his tea, finally regaining his composure. "What has transpired?" A ninja standing at the doorway hesitated for a moment before responding. "The son of Prince Nio, His Highness Lanren, has become an idiot." "What? He has turned into a fool. Wait, what did you say?" This news struck Hiruzen like a bolt from the blue, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. "What happened?" "I have just received the news. According to a few servants brought by His Highness Lanren, he was fine yesterday, but upon waking up, he appeared dazed, drooling, and occasionally babbling incoherently. At times, he even what?" Hiruzen pressed for more details. He ate excrement, expressing how delicious it was. Hearing such a thing so early in the morning. Just after finishing breakfast, Hiruzen felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He closed his eyes for a moment, then composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor. "I understand. I will head there immediately." No sooner had he stepped out the door than someone rushed in front of him, pointing an accusing finger at his nose, demanding, "Hokage, you owe us an explanation." The newcomer had an unusual hairstyle resembling a bald head, though it was distinctively different, rather than a typical baldness. His hair was shaved in a crescent shape from the forehead to the crown. Although peculiar in appearance, this hairstyle bore a graceful name, Tsunade. He was a retainer of Lanren, accompanying him to Konohagakure. The sudden transformation of someone in the village into an imbecile placed an undeniable responsibility on Sarutobi as Hokage. "I understand. Please believe that I will do everything in my power to restore His Highness Lanren." Hiruzen hurried to the hospital, and upon seeing Lanren, he instinctively covered his nose. A foul stench emanated from Lanren's mouth, indicating that he had indulged himself before his condition was discovered. Several retainers with the Tsunade hairstyle approached Hiruzen, glaring at him and demanding answers with intense fervor. Their actions were not solely to blame Hiruzen for failing to protect Lanren, but also to shift responsibility onto him as the host. To some extent, these retainers bore their own responsibility for failing to safeguard their master, a matter serious enough to warrant seppuku. Hiruzen, who had never endured such indignities since becoming Hokage, felt the weight of accountability as someone had turned into a fool in his village. He could only humbly accept the incessant barrage of accusations from those beneath him in status. Fortunately, at that moment, his friend Danzo could no longer bear the sight. With a powerful presence, he rebuked loudly, "Enough. This is not the time for blame. No one wishes to see this situation unfold. Our immediate priority is to uncover the culprit and administer timely treatment. If we delay, can you all bear the consequences? What do you mean by delay? As if we share any responsibility. The retainer of the Moon Clan retorted, I assure you, this matter is far from over. If your village fails to heal His Highness Lanren, we will certainly report this to Prince Huangren. Should he discover the unfortunate state of his precious son, his trust in you will undoubtedly wane, and we cannot guarantee how much funding he will allocate thereafter. Do not use this incident as leverage against Konoha. No one will escape accountability should such an event transpire. The Moon Clan retainers were still inclined to argue. However, Danzo unleashed a murderous intent akin to that of a specter emerging from a heap of corpses. The gaze of his single eye swept across the room. And the Moon Clan retainers, unaccustomed to such a display, fell silent as if struck by a blade. Gradually, the voices of reproach subsided. Sarutobi Hiruzen seized a moment to breathe, casting a grateful glance toward his old comrade. Danzo, however, remained unappreciative, snorting coldly. Hiruzen's appeasing demeanor was met with disdain. How could the esteemed Hokage of Konoha be reprimanded by retainers of far lesser standing? Hiruzen could bear the humiliation, but Konoha could not afford such disgrace. With Tobirama-sensei absent, there was no one to shelter the disciples from the storm. They must rise independently and shoulder the heavy burdens of the village. Moreover, even if Konoha had erred in this regard, did the retainers tasked with protecting Lanren bear no fault? Thus, Danzo stood firm, convinced of Konoha's innocence. In a room within the hospital, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed, "Thank you for your assistance earlier." Danzo dismissed the gratitude, saying, "Do not flatter yourself. My actions are solely for the benefit of Konoha." Hiruzen sighed deeply, wishing to strike himself for his pretentiousness, now that a grave situation had arisen. He cut to the chase. What is the precise condition of His Highness Lanren? Danzo's expression turned grave. The examination results indicate he has fallen victim to Genjutsu. Genjutsu? Indeed, it is an exceedingly potent mental illusion. Under the immense psychological strain, the mind of an ordinary individual like Lanren has succumbed to the burden and rendered him incapacitated. Is there any hope for recovery? None whatsoever. Hiruzen closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Do you know who is responsible? Danzo shook his head, his demeanor serious. The perpetrator possesses formidable skills. Even scrutinizing Lanren's memories yields no trace of evidence. Hiruzen's face darkened with concern. I did not anticipate that Konoha harbored such a skilled spy. What could be their objective? Danzo scoffed. Is it not obvious? To incite discord between Konoha and the feudal lords. Hiruzen sighed, the weight of the situation pressing heavily upon him. What shall we do? Setting aside the matter of the spy, Danzo queried, how do you intend to handle these retainers? What else can be done? We must first soothe them, and then seek a means to treat Lanren's condition. Foolishness. This imbecile is beyond salvation. There is no point in placating him. I suggest we simply. Danzo's expression hardened, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. Hiruzen interjected, stop. Do not escalate the situation further. Tuanzong stated coldly, incorrect. My intention is precisely to prevent the situation from escalating. If Lanren's mind remains unhealed, when Prince Huangren inquires, how do you suppose they will respond? We must not engage in wanton slaughter of the innocent. This is for the sake of the village. However, that is unacceptable. Rijan, you will come to regret this. At present, I am the Hokage. Chapter 65, The Establishment of the Guiding Roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen, disregarding counsel, witnessed Danzo's wrath as he stormed out. An attendant, lurking at the door, silently trailed behind him. Once they had distanced themselves from prying eyes, he whispered, Lord Hokage, what are your plans? That man is far too compassionate. Refusing to heed my counsel. This attendant was a trusted confidant of Dan's, privy to his thoughts from the outset. In agreement, the subordinate replied, in my heart, Lord Dan's. You are the true candidate deserving of the title of the third Hokage. Dan's retorted, do not speak of matters detrimental to the unity of the village. Be wary of my wrath. Despite his sharp tone, a hint of approval lingered in his heart regarding the statement. The subordinate nodded repeatedly, then sighed. The higher a tree aspires to reach the sunlight, the deeper its roots must delve into the shadowy depths. I sincerely hope that the third Hokage can grasp this notion. Upon hearing this, Dan's paused, contemplating the words with narrowed eyes, lost in thought. The attendant, concealing his expression, observed Dan's with a glimmer of cunning in his gaze. That night, under the moonlight, within a designated chamber, the loyal retainers, fast asleep, were abruptly roused by a thunderous noise. They opened their eyes to find a man standing at the entrance, his head wrapped in bandages, revealing a piercing single eye and an intimidating demeanor. It was Dan's. The atmosphere turned sinister, and the retainers, faces pale with fear, stammered, "It's you." Without uttering a word, Dan's gestured, seemingly issuing a command. In swift succession, several shadows surged into the room, brandishing their blades like butchers, mercilessly claiming lives. The cacophony of screams soon faded to silence. Moonlight poured through the window, illuminating the scene, where figures adorned with animal masks glinted with a chilling sheen. These were members of the Umbu, tasked with handling the village's more unsavory affairs. After dispatching the retainers, they made sure to silence any lingering breaths, while Dan's coldly observed the carnage. Once the task was complete, one of the Umbu members reported the outcome. Dan's remained silent, nodding slightly in satisfaction, then succinctly issued a few directives before seizing one of the retainers' severed heads. With a swift motion, he leaped through the window, vanishing into the enveloping darkness. In the Hokage's office, the lights remained lit. Due to the unexpected incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen had yet to retire for the night, pacing restlessly like an ant on a hot skillet. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the doors swung open, halting his movements. He turned to see an object, the size of a football, hurled into the room, rolling in with wide, unblinking eyes, as if caught in eternal wakefulness. Before Hiruzen could voice his astonishment, Dan's, standing at the threshold, coldly declared, "I have eliminated them all." Dan's overreach provoked a fierce response from Hiruzen, who shouted, "Dan's, do you even realize what you have done?" Danzo feigned ignorance, dismissing the matter with indifference. "This is for the sake of Konoha." "Danzo, you are mistaken. In this manner, the misunderstanding between the village and the daimyo will be eternally unresolved. It matters not. I shall take action. I have devised a plan. I will eliminate all those individuals and frame other nations for the act. As for which nation, you need not concern yourself. I have already identified the perfect scapegoat. This way, we can divert the calamity while simultaneously bolstering the village's strength through plunder, ultimately providing an explanation. It is, indeed, a strategy that serves multiple purposes. Are you suggesting? Precisely. To prevent your indecision, I have already dispatched someone to eliminate that fool. He should be dead by now. He will no longer have to scavenge in the restroom, and in a certain sense, he ought to be grateful to me. Danzo, you should consult my counsel. Your hesitance is detrimental. The village faces internal and external turmoil. We must act decisively to resolve these issues. As the saying goes, he who hesitates is lost, and failure to act decisively leads to future troubles. But even if you proceed thus, are you not fearful that a spy within the village might inform Prince Atrin? Upon hearing this, Danzo smirked slightly. Rest assured, I have already contemplated this step. I will swiftly eradicate that nation once Prince Atrin witnesses the might of Konoha. He will have to weigh what holds greater significance, his son or the security of the Land of Fire. Without our protection, the borders of the Land of Fire would be as fragile as paper, and whether he can maintain his position would then be uncertain. In other words, this is a form of military deterrence. Danzo, you, Hiruzen, do you understand? The taller a tree grows, the deeper its roots delve into the darkness below. Currently, Konoha is that towering tree, and to thrive, it must have roots firmly planted in the depths of the earth. Hiruzen furrowed his brow. What exactly are you aiming to accomplish? I have envisioned creating an organization that will entrench Konoha's roots even deeper, one that will operate in the shadows beyond the reach of the village's regular affairs. Hiruzen shouted vehemently, Danzo, I am the Hokage. I am not seeking your counsel. I am merely informing you. Danzo coldly replied, turning away without a glance back, fists clenched, resolutely departing, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Teacher Tobarama, I must prove to you. Compared to the indecisive Hiruzen, I, Shimura Danzo, am the one truly fit to be Hokage. For this, I am willing to forsake everything, to bear the darkness of Konoha and become the shadow that envelopes its roots. After Danzo's departure, Hiruzen sighed deeply, forcing a bitter smile, at the very least. I must ensure that the heads are taken. Shortly after Danzo exited, a man entered the chamber. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize him as Danzo's trusted subordinate. He knelt on one knee, bowing his head in submission. Regarding his appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to be rather unperturbed, casually remarking, You have worked hard. Intentionally feigning weakness, he aimed to provoke Danzo's competitive spirit, compelling him to willingly shoulder the village's darkness. All of this lay well within Sarutobi's control. Naturally, he could not agree immediately, lest he arouse suspicion, so he chose to maintain a demeanor of restraint. Once Danzo had taken unilateral action and established the root organization, he would then reluctantly acquiesce. Danzo's confidant let out a low scoff in response. Yet he did not depart immediately, seemingly awaiting something. Sarutobi smiled faintly, assuring him, "Rest assured, your rewards will not be lacking." The confidant, visibly elated, struggled to suppress the triumphant curve of his lips, declaring with solemnity, "All of this is for the village. It is of no consequence." That simply cannot be. You may disregard such thoughts, but as Hokage, I must consider your future, Sarutobi articulated beautifully. The confidant relished this sentiment, promptly vowing to devote himself entirely. Willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire, pledging unwavering loyalty. Sarutobi revealed a satisfied grin, slightly lifting his chin, and gestured subtly towards something. His subordinate understood immediately, responding with a simple, yes. After a day of toil, it was time to return home to his wife. "I leave this to you," Sarutobi said, stretching his back and patting his shoulder. With that, he departed, leaving his subordinate to clean up the remnants of the day's labor in the office. Soon, he exited the Hokage building, gazing up at the crescent moon suspended in the night sky, murmuring softly, "Danzo, do not blame me. This is all for the village." A few days later, in the village, at a barbecue restaurant, Aokiji, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade gathered around a square table, with a circular grill embedded in the center for an array of meats and vegetables. As they indulged in their meal and beverages, casual conversation inevitably ensued. Jiraiya inquired with curiosity, "By the way, whatever happened to that tenacious fellow? Has he returned to his territory?" Tsunade glanced around before whispering, "Well, it seems that he has encountered a slight mishap." "A mishap?" Aokiji pondered, suddenly struck by a possibility, and the meat he was chewing lost its appeal, falling with a thud onto the table. Chapter 66. Departure from the medical team. What's the matter? The trio, engrossed in their barbecue, noticed the sudden pallor on Aokiji's face, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, leaving them utterly perplexed. "Nothing," Aokiji deflected, steering the conversation back on track. "What did you mean when you said someone has turned into an idiot?" "Literally, as far as I know, it seems they suddenly went mad." "Suddenly mad?" "Yes. But it appears this affliction resolves within a day. Currently, due to unforeseen circumstances, they have left the village. It's rather strange, but perhaps it's for the best. I want to have to endure their incessant antics." Jiraiya smacked his lips, a hint of malicious glee in his tone. "What a pity. It would have been amusing if they continued their madness." Leaving Konoha, Aokiji's perceptive mind sensed something amiss. Was it possible they were fabricating a story about an ambush on the road, redirecting blame elsewhere? Both of them harbored dubious thoughts regarding Tsunade, and unsurprisingly, they had all met unfortunate fates. Reflecting on that individual named Danz, Aokiji had ample reason to believe. Tsunade resembled a jellyfish, appearing soft and inviting, yet harboring lethal venom. Anyone who dared to touch her would meet their demise. In that moment, Aokiji felt a profound sense of satisfaction regarding his wise decision to keep his distance from her. With these thoughts in mind, Aokiji rose from his seat, adjusting his collar. The others stared at him in surprise. "What is going on?" "I'm full," Aokiji replied nonchalantly. "But you've barely eaten," Tsunade remarked, bewildered by his sudden action. Aokiji chuckled lightly. "I still have training ahead, so it's best not to overindulge. A light meal suffices." The contrast between Aokiji's previous nonchalance and his newfound diligence was stark. "Didn't you dislike training?" Tsunade inquired. "Has your transformation been rather drastic lately?" "One must strive." That day, someone was targeted, and they vanished without a trace. The world is perilously unsafe now. Even within the village, one can never predict when calamity might strike at their doorstep. I refuse to meet my end in such a bewildering manner. Aokiji paused momentarily before continuing. "By the way, you haven't been spreading rumors about my abilities, have you? I have no desire to find myself on the target list of various nations simply for being overly exceptional." This is for Tsunade, unfazed, interjected, being cautious. "I see." Aokiji, waving her hand dismissively, Tsunade said, "All right, I will keep your secret safe." While it was possible to discern Aokiji's current level of strength, it was merely an act, and one must play their part convincingly. "That's good." Aokiji brought his right hand to his forehead, gesturing a farewell, then turned gracefully to depart, casually taking 2 bottles of beverage as he strolled away, sipping. Well then, sayonara. Not having walked far, Tsunade's voice called out behind him, tinged with a reluctance for him to leave. Aokiji paused in contemplation, realizing it had indeed been quite a while since they had all sat down together for a peaceful meal. Yet, He understood the necessity of enhancing his strength to avoid a fate akin to Lonren's, left powerless and unaware of the schemes around him. I know everyone is reluctant to see me go, but one can leave while money remains. Aokiji? They practice a split bill system. With a furrowed brow, Aokiji remarked, Tsunade, you possess considerable wealth. Can you not be a little generous and cover my expenses? I ask you, who are you to me? Tsunade smirked, her gaze suggesting incredulity at the audacity of Aokiji's request for financial support. Unabashed, Aokiji declared, I am your superior. Do not presume to act the leader. Tsunade countered, demonstrating her prowess with a small punch that effortlessly shattered a nearby tree. Do you doubt my ability to teach you a lesson? All right. You are the leader, content now? A wise man does not suffer loss at present, Aokiji conceded, yielding gracefully. Shall I be your second in command, then? Tsunade huffed in response. Her temper evident. Your fiery disposition suits your flat chest. Aokiji, having spoken without thought, unwittingly pricked Tsunade's sensitive spot. That is a perfectly normal size, you dimwit. Aokiji, sensing the tension, decided to slip away. In the hospital's medical room, Aokiji placed his hands together, resting them on a patient lying motionless like a salted fish. He focused intently, his hands emanating a faint green glow. Before long, the once inert figure stirred to life, vibrant and energetic. Aokiji exhaled in relief. This meant he had nearly mastered the healing palm technique, officially stepping into the realm of medical ninjas. Well done, praised Biwa Lake. Aokiji acknowledged the compliment with a nod. Observing Aokiji's slower pace in mastering the healing palm compared to her own, Tsunade felt a twinge of pride. Not bad. It seems I possess greater talent in the field of medical ninjutsu. Aokiji refrained from banter, merely nodding in agreement, acknowledging that in this aspect, he indeed fell short of Tsunade's abilities. Were he to activate his Sharingan, his learning speed may well surpass hers. Perhaps he would excel even further. However, such proficiency would only apply to the foundational stage. Moving forward, to achieve breakthroughs in medical ninjutsu, apart from innate talent, genuine interest is paramount. In the future, Tsunade would undoubtedly carve her own path as a distinguished medical ninja, not solely due to her extraordinary gifts but also driven by her keen interest in the field. Propelling her forward, Aokiji openly admitted his lack of enthusiasm in this regard. Would you consider officially becoming my disciple? Biwa Lake suddenly proposed. Taken aback, Aokiji paused. Although the healing palm is an A-ranked technique, it is rather commonplace among medical ninjutsu, serving as an introductory skill for aspiring medical ninjas. Learning medical ninjutsu among familiar ninjas could often be as simple as a single conversation. In the original work, there is a persistent desire to become a ninja akin to Tsunade, aspiring to be a medical ninja. As Kai succinctly stated, the medical class of ninjas does not engage in idle chatter before commencing their teachings. However, aside from mastering the art of healing techniques, acquiring other medical ninjutsu is not as simple as a mere statement. It necessitates formal apprenticeship. For medical ninjas are not so generous in imparting their knowledge without such an arrangement. Currently, Aokiji finds himself ensnared in this very predicament to delve deeper into his studies. Seeking a mentor is unavoidable. In the past, he might have pondered this decision to share common ground with Tsunade, but after experiencing two unfortunate incidents, he now hesitates to forge a closer connection with her. The art of navigating situations, or the skill of adaptability, weighs heavily on his mind. Aokiji's countenance betrays a sense of guilt as he silently gestures for understanding. Biwa Lake lets out a sigh, acknowledging his unspoken sentiments. Aokiji, taking the hint, apologizes. After exchanging a few more words, he bids farewell to Biwa Lake. Watching him depart, she shakes her head in regret. She wishes to take Aokiji as her disciple, not only due to his commendable talent, but also under the suggestion of her husband, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Aokiji's personality starkly contrasts with other Uchiha, and his close ties with Tsunade and others, coupled with the absence of the dangerous Sharingan, naturally make him a target for recruitment, serving as a means to monitor the Uchiha in the future. Thus, welcoming Aokiji as a disciple becomes an effective strategy for this purpose. Chapter 67, from today onwards. Endure the present. However, contrary to expectations, Aokiji possesses a bloodline limit, and Uchiha's concession to Aokiji's engagement with medical ninjutsu has reached its limit. Further in-depth research would squander his combat abilities, and the Uchiha clan would not permit Aokiji to squander his talents. It appears that alternative means must be sought to win Aokiji over. It is truly regrettable. I had initially hoped to take him as my disciple. Biwa Lake sighed to herself. With this prelude, she shifted her tone, Speaking of which, I realize I do not know much about this child. Tsunade, you seem to have known him since childhood. Could you share your insights with me? Gathering intelligence on Aokiji was a task assigned to her by her husband. As Aokiji's teacher, Biwa Lake posed the question under the guise of concern for her student, which Tsunade found understandable and did not suspect further. Aokiji? Biwa Lake affirmed with a nod. Tsunade reflected on Aokiji's character and replied, you may regard him as a being embodying the merits of Orochimaru and the flaws of Jiraiya. Biwa Lake was taken aback. Setting aside Jiraiya's shortcomings for the moment, what could be said of Orochimaru's strengths? One must acknowledge that her husband regarded Orochimaru as a once-in-a-century genius. While there may be an element of favoritism towards his disciple, it nonetheless reflects the caliber of Orochimaru's innate talent. Could Aokiji truly possess such abilities to be compared with Orochimaru? Tsunade, being well acquainted with both Orochimaru and Aokiji, lends significant credibility to her statement. Is Aokiji exceptionally powerful? Biwa Lake inquired, her concern palpable. Tsunade hesitated, realizing she had inadvertently fallen into a predicament. Aokiji had explicitly instructed her not to divulge his strength to outsiders. Yet, she was at a loss as to how to conceal this, leading her to instinctively avert her gaze. However, the more she acted this way, the more intrigued Biwa Lake became. Surely, he must possess considerable strength. Tsunade sighed inwardly, recognizing that the other party had likely gleaned the general idea from her expression. Reluctantly, she said, strictly speaking, this is not exactly a secret. It is merely that Aokiji has specifically requested us not to speak of his strength indiscriminately. Aokiji anticipated the day he would inevitably reveal his power. He had informed Tsunade and the others that if someone were to inquire about this matter, it would be acceptable to be candid. As he had already disclosed his ice release abilities, it was unrealistic to conceal his full strength entirely, as long as the Sharingan remained undisclosed. Orochimaru and Jiraiya are also aware. Why then would one wish to conceal their strength? In his words, it should be termed survival, perhaps. Survival? Tsunade replied softly. In truth, Aokiji's reluctance to delve deeper into medical ninjutsu, apart from familial reasons, may also relate to his personal inclinations. Tsunade organized her thoughts, expressing that Aokiji merely intended to dabble in medical ninjutsu, thus avoiding any deep involvement in the battlefield and evading targeted attacks. Hearing this, Bawako was left speechless, wondering how someone could be so evasive. Is this what you refer to as a flaw? That cannot be right. Jiraiya was not like this. Jiraiya had numerous shortcomings, but this was certainly not one of them. However, there was a similarity between them. Both shared the same penchant for certain indulgences, particularly for the risku. At this point, Tsunade scoffed, men. Biwako was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in agreement, recognizing that her own husband exhibited similar traits. Despite being married, he would occasionally cast furtive glances at younger women, his eyes gleaming with desire. Reflecting on Aokiji's school days, she recalled that he seemed to have shown tendencies in this direction even then. To avoid becoming a ninja on the battlefield, he had deliberately refrained from training, opting instead to sleep through classes in defiance of his fate as a ninja. However, if he continued down this path, he risked squandering his talents. Tsunade reassured Biwako. You need not worry about this, as Aokiji has been training diligently of late. Biwako was taken aback, pondering whether the prodigal son had returned. Tsunade, however, responded with exasperation. On the contrary, he remains the same Aokiji, perhaps even more so. Tsunade recounted Aokiji's fears of Konoha being attacked by enemies and his concerns about being powerless and inadvertently suffering dire consequences. To prevent such unforeseen calamities, Aokiji had thus begun to train. Biwako listened, feeling quite perplexed. Perhaps he was suffering from a victim complex. After a while, she shook her head in disbelief. Aokiji was indeed a source of both amusement and exasperation, particularly coming from the Uchiha clan. She wondered how Sarutobi Hiruzen would react upon receiving Aokiji's intelligence report. Aokiji left the medical unit and headed straight for the clan's territory. Elder Itachi was somewhat surprised to see him, asking, at this hour, aren't you supposed to be studying medical ninjutsu in the medical unit? Why have you returned? I have withdrawn from the medical unit, Aokiji replied. Elder Itachi was puzzled by his decision. Why would you leave the medical unit? I have already mastered sage techniques and am now a qualified medical ninja. While this statement held some truth, one would think that being a medical ninja required more than just mastering sage techniques. No, I believe that mastering sage techniques is just right, Aokiji conveyed his rather unorthodox perspective. Elder Itachi, upon hearing this, displayed a look of incredulity similar to that of Biwako when she first encountered Aokiji's peculiar approach. You truly are exasperating. The Uchiha clan had initially hoped that Aokiji would cultivate a deeper bond with Tsunade in the medical unit, but it seemed this young man possessed a rather unique mindset. However, since Aokiji is willing to dedicate more time to his training, Elder Itachi could not voice any objections. He shook his head and remarked, "Well, since you are inclined to invest more time in your cultivation, this is indeed a positive development. If you choose not to attend the medical class, so be it." Upon hearing this, the heavy burden in Aokiji's heart finally lifted. He distanced himself from Tsunade, feeling a newfound sense of security. Free from the daily anxiety that had plagued him, Elder Itachi cast a glance at the jubilant Aokiji and narrowed his eyes. Since the natural approach had proven ineffective, he resolved to alter his strategy and intervene forcefully in their relationship, albeit with a bit of hassle. He would have to wait for 2 years to enhance Aokiji's strength and create the right circumstances. A few days later, freed from the obligation of attending the medical class, Aokiji found himself with an abundance of time. He either sought out Elder Itachi for specialized training or indulged in solitary practice. One day, Tsunade unexpectedly approached him, holding an exquisite box in her hands. "I have a gift for you," she announced. Aokiji was taken aback. Why would Tsunade present him with a gift? With a hint of jest, he quipped, "It wouldn't happen to be a love letter, would it?" To his surprise, rather than becoming irate, Tsunade appeared slightly embarrassed. "What is it?" Aokiji inquired, curiosity piqued. "You'll find out once you open it," she replied. He shot her a skeptical glance and muttered, "How mysterious." As he opened the box, he discovered a rather unremarkable forehead protector, the kind that could be found on the streets. The design bore a faint resemblance to leaves. Tsunade blinked her lively eyes and asked, "Surprised? Unexpected?" "Unexpected, indeed," he retorted. "Why are you giving me a ninja forehead protector?" Aokiji hastily attempted to return the item. "Please, take this back. I do not want it." Tsunade pushed it back towards him, her smile blooming like a flower. Yet to Aokiji, that smile sent chills down his spine. The content of the gift was, after all, rather unsettling. "Congratulations, from this day forth, you are officially a genin." Chapter 68. 2 years later. 2 years have passed. The year is 25 of the Leaf Village. In June, under the scorching summer sun, a small merchant caravan on its way to a foreign land encountered an unexpected calamity. A group of masked assailants launched a surprise attack on the caravan, prompting the bodyguards, including 4 highly priced ninjas hired from the Leaf Village, to mount a fierce counteroffensive. After a fierce battle, they successfully repelled their adversaries, leaving everyone utterly exhausted and in dire need of recuperation. During their respite, a leaf ninja clad in a Chunin uniform was found sleeping soundly beneath a large tree. With one leg casually crossed over the other and his head resting on a pillow, he appeared to be enjoying an enviable life. However, this very demeanor sparked discontent among his companions. This individual had remained indifferent throughout the earlier skirmish, lying there while they fought valiantly. "Hey, Aokiji, why were you just watching during the battle?" one Chunin questioned, his frustration boiling over. Aokiji lazily lifted his eyelids, revealing a look of amusement. "Huh, are you joking? I'm merely a medical ninja without a fighting bone in my body. You expect me to battle? Have you lost your mind? My role is simply to heal you when you're severely injured. Nothing more. You're nothing but a practitioner of a mere technique. What kind of medical ninja do you consider yourself?" The Chunin's grievances towards Aokiji were not solely rooted in his recent apathy but also stemmed from a long-standing annoyance with Aokiji's nonchalant attitude. Aokiji feigned indifference, brushing off the criticism. "Can you stop lecturing me? You're disturbing my peace. If you have nothing important to say, kindly move away. I wish to sleep." The Chunin's frustration reached its zenith, leading him to abandon reason and teach Aokiji a lesson. "Stand down. Now is not the time for infighting," admonished the leading jonin of their mission. "Captain, please allow me this moment of recklessness. I must teach him a lesson as a comrade. I cannot permit someone like him to be part of our team. What does he even think a ninja is?" The Chunin, undeterred by the warning, raised his leg for a kick, confident that he could catch Aokiji off guard at such close proximity. Just as his leg was about to connect with Aokiji's face, he felt a surge of anticipation for witnessing Aokiji's stunned expression. Yet, the outcome deviated from his expectations. In a puff of white smoke, only a pillow remained on the ground, while Aokiji had effortlessly circumnavigated to his rear. With a finger poised like a pistol against the Chunin's forehead, Aokiji quipped, "You are mistaken on 2 counts. First, I have never considered you my comrade, and second, I have no desire to be a ninja at all." So fast. The jonin marveled at Aokiji's extraordinary speed. How infuriating. The Chunin seethed, pivoting to throw a punch. Aokiji deftly pushed off the ground, creating distance and evading the attack, leaving his opponent grasping at thin air. In the standoff between the two, Aokiji grinned and offered a suggestion. Given your abilities, I would advise you to reconsider your role as a ninja and perhaps return to pig farming instead. You wouldn't want to meet your demise as mere cannon fodder. Unaware of your fate. Though his words were not particularly harmful, their insulting nature incited the wrath of the Jonin, who was furious and ready to confront Aokiji. Aokiji, do not presume that your modest ninja skills grant you the right to act with impunity. Others may indulge you, but I shall not. Apologies. But having talent is indeed commendable, Aokiji retorted with a smirk. I doubt you would truly grasp such a sentiment. His audacious demeanor infuriated the Jonin even further, who bellowed in rage, preparing to engage Aokiji once more. At that moment, a stern voice cut through the air. Enough. Cease your fighting. The assembled ninjas reluctantly withdrew. Aokiji shrugged, conceding to the authority, retrieved his pillow, and sought a quiet spot to recline. Captain, observe this individual. He is utterly arrogant, suggesting I return to pig farming. Who does he think he is insulting? As he watched Aokiji depart, the Jonin was exceedingly displeased and contemplated lodging a complaint. After all, he had ascended to the rank of ninja with the hopes of his entire family. The notion of returning to pig farming was laughable. All right. Refrain from speaking too much. Do not let your emotions interfere with our mission. Any issues can wait until we return to the village. The leading Jonin sighed in resignation. While he was reluctant to admit it, talent did afford certain liberties. Aokiji had earned an infamous reputation within the village. Yet even so, the Hokage continued to indulge his whims. For instance, this marked the umpteenth time Aokiji had switched teams. No ordinary ninja would receive such preferential treatment. Captain, upon our return, could we possibly discuss with the Hokage the removal of Aokiji? Having someone devoid of cooperative spirit, so self-centered, in our ranks would only spoil our efforts. The Jonin had reached a point where he felt that Aokiji's presence was detrimental. He merely possesses a bloodline limit. What is there to be proud of? Even if his strength surpasses the average, it is not without its limits. A true ninja should rely on the strength of bonds rather than indulge in individualism. I shall consider it, the leading Jonin replied with a pained smile. When the third Hokage had entrusted him with this mission, he had confidently assured there would be no issues. Yet, how quickly circumstances had soured, returning Aokiji was simply out of the question. Noticing the captain's hesitance, the Jonin pressed on. Captain, you have voiced this concern several times. To be candid, Aokiji is truly unsuitable for our team. I concede he is a prodigy, yet he consistently contributes little effort. Despite his formidable strength, he prefers to hide behind the guise of a medical ninja, retreating to the backlands and shunning combat. I would rather have an average genin join us. At least they would contribute, minimizing potential losses while escorting our target, would they not? The elite Jonin, after a moment of hesitation under the pleading gazes of his subordinates, ultimately acquiesced with a reluctant nod. Very well, I shall return and report to the third Hokage, suggesting he assign you to another team. The Jonin breathed a sigh of relief. At long last, they could rid themselves of the troublesome Aoi. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office, staring at the application submitted by a certain Jonin, feeling a headache begin to form. This child, Aoi, possessed extraordinary talent. Yet their modest establishment could not accommodate such a prodigy. It would be a disservice to have him remain in their ranks. He hoped the Hokage would recognize the importance of nurturing talent and seek a more fitting placement for Aoi. The message, though diplomatically phrased, was clear. It was time for Aoi to depart. As he watched the Jonin leave, Hiruzen shook his head and opened his drawer, retrieving a stack of applications, each one a record of failed teams led by Aoi. He had lost count of how many times this had occurred. When the information regarding Aoi reached him from Lake Biwa, he had promptly decided to promote Aoi to genin and entrusted the familiar Tsunade with delivering his ninja headband. Initially, he hoped to slowly influence Aoi through camaraderie, but he soon discovered that Aoi was far more obstinate than he had anticipated, adamantly refusing to embrace the life of a ninja. Whether during missions or on the way to them, Aoi seemed perpetually disengaged, often conjuring excuses to evade tasks above the C-rank level. This predicament caused considerable frustration among all the Jonin who had attempted to mentor him, as they expressed their unwillingness to lead such a disinterested subordinate. Yet, simply giving up was not an option. Aoi's exceptional talent was too valuable, comparable even to the esteemed Orochimaru. Moreover, Aoi's background was advantageous for potential alliances. He hailed from the Uchiha clan yet lacked the Sharingan, exhibiting a personality that diverged from the norm within his lineage. If he could be successfully allied with, he might serve as a crucial asset for monitoring the Uchiha. Under the guidance of his mentor Tobirama, and having witnessed firsthand the drastic transformation in his friend Kagami after awakening the Mangeki Sharingan, Hiruzen remained wary of the Uchiha clan. The most effective strategy to mitigate this wariness was to cultivate relationships with members of the Uchiha clan to serve as eyes within their ranks. He had already succeeded in fostering connections with several Uchiha, including the descendant of Kagami, Suigetsu, all of whom possessed a broader perspective beyond their clan and were steadfast inheritors of the will of fire. Nevertheless, the numbers remained insufficient. It was imperative to uncover more individuals capable of surveilling the Uchiha. Chapter 69. The Super S-Class Mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and summoned a blonde-haired ninja. Engaging him in a casual conversation about family matters to foster a sense of camaraderie, the J-Nin felt a surge of emotion. Surprised that the third Hokage was so concerned for his well-being. Perhaps he would soon be entrusted with a significant responsibility? While lost in such thoughts, Hiruzen abruptly mentioned the recent unfortunate loss of one of the J-Nin's subordinates. The mention of this matter brought a shadow of sorrow to the J-Nin's face. Hiruzen offered a few words of comfort, expressing his intention to find a new team member to fill the void left behind. The J-Nin, touched by the Hokage's thoughtfulness amidst his busy schedule, gazed at him with gratitude. Hiruzen smiled and presented a document. The J-Nin accepted it with both hands, quickly perusing its contents. What do you think of Aokiji? He is a prodigy. The J-Nin's assessment of Aokiji was succinct, consisting of just 2 words. Very well. I plan to assign him to your team. What do you think? The J-Nin's expression stiffened as he politely declined. I'm afraid, Hokage-sama. My abilities may not suffice to mentor such a genius. Placing him in my team would only stifle his talents. I believe it would be more appropriate to recommend him to someone else. He was well aware of Aokiji's notorious reputation. The circle of J-Nin was small, and news traveled fast among them. It was said that Aokiji had an exceedingly peculiar personality. Despite his remarkable talent, he was overly fearful of danger, often finding excuses to evade high-level missions. Even when he did participate, he would adopt an exceedingly passive demeanor. There was an incident where a particularly skilled J-Nin attempted to discipline Aokiji with a straightforward approach, only to nearly face defeat at the hands of a lower-ranked ninja. Though the J-Nin was not particularly adept in combat, he still held the title of J-Nin. At merely 12 years of age, Aokiji possessed such capabilities. In a year or two, he would undoubtedly reach standard J-Nin level. Should a conflict arise then, and the J-Nin inadvertently suffer defeat, it would lead to disgrace and ridicule. Hiruzen did not press the matter further and allowed the J-Nin to take his leave. He then sought out several other J-Nin to inquire if they would be willing to take Aokiji under their wing. While their responses varied in phrasing, the essence remained the same. I am not worthy, Hokage-sama. Please seek someone more capable. In truth, while Aokiji's unwillingness to be disciplined was manageable, the real concern lay in his potential to disrupt team dynamics. He often made sarcastic remarks about others' lack of ninja aptitude, suggesting they might as well return to farming pigs. Moreover, the comparison with Aokiji, the genius, could easily lead to a breakdown in morale among his peers, inciting thoughts of abandoning the ninja path altogether. This behavior made it impossible for the J-Nin of Konoha to remain indifferent. Hiruzen was somewhat aware of Aokiji's disruptive tendencies. He had previously consulted his friends, such as Tsunade, regarding Aokiji's situation. According to his understanding, Aokiji, due to his tragic past, has developed an overwhelming fear of death, which extends to a profound anxiety concerning the demise of those around him. This has led him to cultivate a rather melancholic disposition, resulting in limited social interactions and a tendency to maintain distance from most individuals. However, he is not entirely reclusive. He is capable of forming friendships, albeit with those who possess exceptional talents, such as his 3 disciples. The rationale behind this is that individuals of considerable strength are less likely to face untimely fates, allowing Aokiji a measure of solace regarding their safety and emotional well-being. Nevertheless, it is not merely the presence of skill that guarantees his willingness to engage. As he himself articulates, while gifted individuals are less prone to misfortune, an increase in their numbers proportionately elevates the likelihood of unforeseen accidents, thus necessitating a careful regulation of his circle of friends. Many children undergo significant personality transformations due to traumatic childhood experiences, and Aokiji is but one of the more unique cases. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was grappling with how to address Aokiji's situation, a young girl entered the room. In her youthful splendor, She sported an eye-catching golden ponytail, with a stray lock cascading over her forehead. Her large, sparkling almond-shaped eyes were complemented by an exquisitely radiant oval face, her complexion as fair as snow, and her presence graceful as a maiden. Adorning her forehead was the forehead protector of Konohagakure, while her upper body was wrapped in bandages extending down to her thighs, dominated by a soft green palette. Her sleeveless top and white arm warmers accentuated her delicate form, and the light green skirt she wore revealed her slender, elongated legs. This was Tsunade. Over the course of 2 years, she had matured significantly, aside from her chest. "Oh, Tsunade, what brings you back?" Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, surprised, as he recalled that she should have been on a mission at this time. Tsunade entered the Hokage's office with the familiarity of returning home, deftly locating a cup and unceremoniously pouring herself a cup of tea. The mission went smoothly. "So I finished early and thought I'd drop by to see the old man," she stated nonchalantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen protested, "Hey, I'm still quite young, you know." Tsunade cradled her teacup, savoring a sip before retorting, "Who told you to grow a beard? You look older than my grandfather Hashirama did back in the day." With a wry smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen conceded her point. Perhaps it was the burdens of being Hokage and the myriad of responsibilities he faced daily. But he felt as though he had aged considerably, often being teased by those around him for looking like a man in his 40s, with little to occupy her. Tsunade casually inquired, "Anyway, you seemed rather troubled just now." Her inquiry proved unavoidable, and with a resigned sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "It concerns your friend Aokiji." Tsunade paused. "What's wrong with him?" Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a rueful smile, retrieving a stack of paperwork related to Aokiji from his drawer. Tsunade set down her teacup and casually picked up a few of the documents to peruse, shaking her head in disbelief. That guy Aokiji certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Such actions do not surprise Tsunade. This individual is known for his tenacity in preserving his life, capable of concocting all manner of schemes. Aokiji possesses remarkable potential as a ninja. What means might we employ to steer him onto a righteous path? Sarutobi Hiruzen sought Tsunade's insights, given her familiarity with Aokiji. Tsunade quickly waved her hand, stating, "Do not ask me. I have no idea how to guide this peculiar individual toward the right way." Sarutobi sighed. However, what? Sarutobi's eyes brightened with curiosity. In truth, persuading Aokiji to adhere to the ninja way could be rather simple. How so? He is quite the avaricious fellow. If financial compensation is sufficient, I believe he would possess a flexible moral compass. Sarutobi paused, then wryly remarked, "Even so, I cannot simply hand him money. That would be tantamount to bribery. I did not suggest giving him money directly. A slight shift in perspective would suffice." A shift in perspective? It is quite straightforward. For regular missions, simply assign him to complete them alone. Assign him to undertake a mission meant for a team of 4? The compensation would naturally increase for him alone. Moreover, with no one else to share the burden, he would have no choice but to work diligently. I am certain that, driven by monetary incentive, he would approach the task with utmost seriousness, provided the mission is not overly challenging. Sarutobi pondered in silence. "I have presented you with a method. The decision to adopt it rests with you." Finding her time in the Hokage office unfulfilling, Tsunade declared this and promptly returned home, eager to visit her younger brother, a recent addition to the family. After her departure, Sarutobi was left alone in the office. He rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing out at the scenery while murmuring, "Being alone, is it? Perhaps it could work." Following Tsunade's counsel, the outcome unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. Aokiji transformed from his previously lethargic demeanor into a model of diligence and enthusiasm, particularly with the C and D-ranked missions. Typically regarded with disdain by other ninjas, he approached them with unmatched zeal. To him, these tasks were not merely about finding lost cats or dogs, they represented financial gain. When previously part of a 4-person team, he lacked motivation for such mundane tasks, knowing that the earnings would be divided, leaving him with little. However, now that he reaped the entirety of the reward for finding a cat, he relished the work. As for missions ranked C and above, Aokiji declared himself no fool and chose to avoid them. This satisfactory routine persisted for some time until one day, Elder Itachi unexpectedly sought him out, and upon speaking, Aokiji was left dumbfounded, suspecting his hearing had failed him. "Aokiji, I have 2 Ultra S-rank missions for you. Listen closely." "Aokiji? Ultra S-rank missions? And there are 2 of them. What an international jest." Chapter 70. Uchiha Suki, what nonsense. Aokiji spoke vehemently, arguing his point with fervor. It was entirely expected for the other party to display such intense emotions. Elder Itachi raised his eyelids slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Do not be agitated. I am not sending you to undertake these two tasks immediately. These are long-term missions." Aokiji let out a sigh of relief. That is more acceptable. However, he quickly corrected himself. Wait, that is hardly the case. The opposing side was employing a tactic of first instilling despair, only to later offer a glimmer of hope. Recognizing this, Aokiji refused to be deceived, swiftly gesturing dismissively with a resolute attitude. No way, no way. What kind of foolish S-class tasks are these? One is enough to drive me to the brink, let alone two. You are pushing me into a pit of fire. Unperturbed by Aokiji's resistance, Elder Itachi's tone grew more severe. You must first allow me to finish speaking. All right, Aokiji sat upright, willing to listen. While he could disregard others, he felt compelled to heed the words of his mentor, who had imparted invaluable skills to him. Moreover, he owed the elder a considerable debt. Elder Itachi slowly articulated a name, Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this name, laden with significance, Aokiji froze, his eyes widening in profound astonishment. Elder Itachi spoke with a measured cadence. Both tasks are centered around this individual. Aokiji's brow furrowed. The fact that these two missions involved Uchiha Madara explained their extraordinary classification. Yet, the prevailing belief was that Uchiha Madara had perished, leaving Aokiji perplexed about any matter concerning him that warranted an S-class mission. Did Elder Itachi possess knowledge of Madara's survival, prompting him to investigate? This only deepened Aokiji's confusion. Was he, a mere novice, truly capable of engaging with someone of Madara's caliber? Lost in a fog of uncertainty, Aokiji could not fathom the implications and inquired, what exactly are the tasks? Before his confrontation with Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara had left the Hidden Leaf for a time, taking with him many crucial documents pertaining to the Uchiha clan. With Madara's demise, the whereabouts of these documents became unknown. I hope you can locate these items, and if possible, investigate what transpired during Madara's absence that led to his inexplicable assault on the Hidden Leaf. This is the first task. This made perfect sense, and Aokiji nodded in understanding. What is the second task? Elder Itachi paused momentarily, his voice taking on a somber tone. I hope you can find Uchiha Madara's remains. Madara's remains? Aokiji expressed the confusion typical of anyone hearing such a statement. Wait, aren't Uchiha Madara's remains in the Hidden Leaf? Elder Itachi sighed. Uchiha Madara's body has been stolen. Originally, after Uchiha Obito's demise, his body lay buried in a concealed location within Konoha. One day, during a routine inspection, it was unexpectedly discovered that the body had been replaced with a shadow clone. The formidable prowess of such a ninja holds immense research value. Not to mention someone of Uchiha Obito's caliber, it is evident that someone harbored malicious intentions to abscond with his remains. I implore you to remain vigilant for pertinent intelligence in your daily endeavors. Aokiji squinted slightly, pondering the implausibility of the notion that Uchiha Obito deceived everyone with a shadow clone after his death. Setting aside the question of how long such a clone could endure, it would be utterly absurd to conduct experiments with it without revealing its nature. The remains of Senju Hashirama have been subjected to experimentation numerous times. So how could Uchiha Obito, renowned in the same breath, escape such scrutiny, particularly with that singular eternal Manjiki Sharingan? It would be rather peculiar if Senju Tobarama did not extract him for thorough investigation. Observing Elder Itachi's earnest demeanor, Aokiji felt compelled to interject. Uchiha Obito has not perished. He is alive and likely awaits the awakening of his Rinnegan in some obscure location. After expounding upon the significance of these two missions for the clan, it was apparent that his interlocutor intended to compel him into undertaking them. He concluded with a perfunctory inquiry. Do you have any questions? Aokiji was disheartened. This question seemed unnecessary, yet he wished to assert himself. Is there any possibility I could decline? Elder Itachi resolutely replied, no, unless you wish to repay me immediately. Aokiji's spirit sank further. I failed to comprehend why such critical tasks would fall to someone like me, a mere novice. Surely, there are numerous powerful jonin within our clan. Elder Itachi chuckled softly and elucidated. Do not underestimate yourself. First, your abilities are not lacking. You have likely reached the threshold of special jonin. In 2 or 3 years, attaining the rank of jonin should pose no significant challenge. Therefore, investigating these matters is well within your capacity. Second, your disposition is rather prudent, making you particularly suited for investigative tasks where errors must be minimized. Typical Uchiha members tend to be impulsive, often driven by a sense of urgency that can lead to complications. Third, your current circumstances render you particularly apt for such discreet assignments. Aokiji expressed his confusion. Is it truly necessary to conduct such matters in secrecy? This is a family secret, and I would prefer that outsiders, especially the higher-ups in Konoha, remain unaware. They have always harbored biases against us. If they were to discover that we are searching for the remains of Uchiha Madara, they would undoubtedly instinctively suspect that we are scheming something in secret. Elder Itachi spoke solemnly, emotionally and logically. There is nothing wrong with our quest for the remains of our clansmen, but Uchiha Madara is far too extraordinary. Extraordinary indeed. The eternal Meijiki Sharingan. You must have heard of it, at least in whispers. Aokiji nodded in acknowledgement. Even if he were not a traveler from another world, he had certainly gleaned some knowledge of his phenomenon. In this era, information about the Meijiki Sharingan was not as scarce as it would be in the future. Some of the higher-ranking shinobi within the clan often spoke of the aspirations to awaken the Meijiki, and thus he would occasionally catch snippets of conversation. Aokiji remarked nonchalantly, if all goes as expected, Uchiha Madara's eyes must be those legendary Meijiki Sharingan. Elder Itachi continued with gravity, as one's ocular prowess increases. The tomo of the Sharingan correspondingly multiplies, typically to a maximum of 3. This understanding is common among most. However, beyond the 3-tomo Sharingan lies a more advanced ocular form known as the Meijiki Sharingan. Those who acquire these eyes invariably gain immense power, which is precisely why the Uchiha have maintained their position at the pinnacle of the shinobi world for so long. Yet, at this juncture, Elder Itachi paused, prompting Aokiji to interject. Yet, with a hint of resignation, Elder Itachi replied, the acquisition of such power is often accompanied by profound side effects. Perhaps it is due to the overwhelming strength of these eyes that even the divine quakes in fear, leading to a curse being placed upon them. Aokiji was momentarily taken aback. A curse? Indeed, Elder Itachi affirmed. The more one utilizes the power of the Meijiki Sharingan, the more one risks losing their sight. Aokiji feigned surprise. I had no idea the Meijiki Sharingan held such a secret. However, Madara's eyes were unique in that they would not succumb to blindness. They would never lose their sight. His eyes represented the unparalleled eternal Meijiki Sharingan in the history of the Uchiha, a timeless Meijiki Sharingan. Aokiji murmured, the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. It seemed quite serendipitous that such eyes should come into existence. It is likely that another pair of such Meijiki would be nigh impossible to find in the future. Aokiji wholeheartedly agreed. Indra's Chakra, the 2 pairs of Meijiki Sharingan, were not so easily obtained. While the general populace might suffer significant side effects from using our eyes, we, as clansmen, experience far fewer adverse consequences when utilizing the Sharingan. At this point, Elder Itachi cast a meaningful glance at Aokiji. Do you grasp my implication? Aokiji nodded slightly. In other words, if I were to locate Madara's remains, it is conceivable that I could resurrect Uchiha Madara's formidable power and lead the Uchiha back to their zenith, correct? Elder Itachi replied slowly, precisely. His deliberate discourse on the Meijiki Sharingan was not a mere spur-of-the-moment decision. It was imbued with a clear purpose. Clearly, his suggestion for Aokiji to seek out Uchiha's remains was but a ruse. After all, he is alive and well now, and he is right beside Aokiji. He intends to utilize Aokiji to search for the body of Uchiha Obito, deliberately leaving behind some clues during the process. Simultaneously, he will seize the opportunity of Aokiji's missions outside of Konoha to subtly guide him towards the location where Tsunade is assigned, thereby bringing these 2 seemingly unrelated individuals closer together. Uchiha Obito has discerned that their prolonged stay in Konoha would never ignite any sparks between them. Thus he must take action. Although he is ignorant of love and has never experienced romance, being a lifelong bachelor from birth, he is nonetheless aware of the ways of the world. Chapter 71. Uchiha Madara's plan. 2 phrases succinctly encapsulate the swift emergence of love, the hero rescuing the damsel, and shared hardships. It is believed that if these 2 were to endure such experiences, their feelings would undoubtedly flourish rapidly. Initially, he found meaning in his actions due to Tsunade being the granddaughter of Hashirama. However, he gradually recognized her unique status and her exceptional suitability for leading Aokiji toward his downfall, thus making her indispensable. If the plan unfolds successfully, love should blossom between them, followed by a period of 2 to 3 years to solidify and elevate that affection. Once Aokiji experiences the most exquisite aspects of life, he will act, tearing apart those very joys with his own hands. He will kill Tsunade, right before Aokiji's eyes, and due to betrayal among the villages. At that moment, the devastated Aokiji will awaken his Meijiki Sharingan, fueled by the influx of a unique chakra into his eyes, plunging him into complete despair and igniting a profound hatred for the world. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, he has also implanted a psychological suggestion technique within Aokiji over the years. Typically, psychological suggestion techniques suffer from a lack of durability. For instance, he could directly instill a suggestion in Tsunade to fall in love with Aokiji, but such a suggestion might dissipate by the next day, returning her to her original state. The truly sophisticated psychological suggestion technique necessitates a convoluted set of conditions, the foremost being that the subject's emotional state must be unstable. The more agitated they are, the more pronounced the effects. This serves as a layer of insurance for Aokiji. The awakening of the Meijiki Sharingan would present the most opportune moment. As Aokiji succumbs to the allure of the Meijiki's power, he is destined to lose his sight. At this juncture, the clues deliberately left for Aokiji will come into play. Upon discovering that Uchiha Madara's Meijiki Sharingan does not result in blindness, Aokiji will undoubtedly seek to regain his vision, searching for a replacement for his own eyes. Through the previously laid clues, he will guide Aokiji to find his own eyes, replace them, and subsequently reveal the truths regarding the infinite Tsukuyomi. In doing so, Aokiji will become the unwavering heir to Uchiha Madara's will. Of course, plans are merely plans. They often fall prey to unforeseen changes, yet the overarching strategy remains intact. The first step is to find an opportunity to bring these two youngsters together. Thus, when Aokiji vehemently protests against undertaking these two tasks due to his emotional turmoil, the shadowy figure of Uchiha Madara manipulates Itachi, who wears a grim expression, firmly declaring, "No, these two tasks are vital for the prosperity of our clan. You must undertake them. Please, I would rather engage in simpler tasks, like capturing pets, to sustain my life." The blue pheasant, overwhelmed with emotion, lamented, "All I desire is a tranquil life, marrying a few wives and living modestly. Why can't my clan just leave me be? You are no longer a child." Elder Itachi remarked, adopting a tone of admonition. "Instead of dwelling on what the clan can do for you, consider what you can contribute to the clan. Well, setting aside the advantages you've enjoyed as a member of the Uchiha clan, your recent actions have brought great shame upon us. There is considerable discontent within the clan regarding your behavior, and some even blame me for being too lenient with you. I bear immense pressure daily. You ought to show some understanding for this old man." The blue pheasant pouted, but he had indeed received numerous favors from Elder Itachi, so he felt compelled to comply, albeit with a few protests to maintain his persona. Elder Itachi closed his eyes, inhaled gently, and spoke to himself. There is no alternative. The blue pheasant was taken aback. Elder Itachi turned his back, saying, "Come with me." "What for?" "We shall engage in a spar." "Huh?" The blue pheasant was momentarily bewildered. "Elder Itachi, you cannot possibly intend to force me into submission through combat." After speaking, he cast a glance at the elder, scrutinizing his frail figure, lined face. And the cane he leaned upon, unable to resist making a jest. "Elder Itachi, surely you jest. At your age, if you were to injure your back, I would be to blame. Are you underestimating me?" Elder Itachi's eyes glinted sharply, and the blue pheasant felt a weighty pressure, inhaling sharply, then exhaling slowly to calm his nerves, jesting, "I was merely joking. Please don't take it to heart." Despite his advanced age, the elder's presence was undeniably formidable, truly a man who had endured the trials of the Warring States era. "Let us proceed." The blue pheasant nodded in agreement, silently following the elder until they arrived at a secluded stream, which meandered around Hokage Rock before flowing out of the village. This place was quite hidden, rarely known to anyone, and thus seldom visited. Elder Itachi clasped his cane with both hands and struck the ground twice, signaling for the blue pheasant to take the first move. The blue pheasant, unhesitant, unleashed a technique, water release, water tooth bullet, as a preliminary test. Elder Itachi's strength was unfathomable. He could afford to engage fully without fear of injury. The river responded to the blue pheasant's ninjutsu, forming several whirlpools that launched 4 jets of water toward their target. Elder Itachi smiled, adapting to the situation, manipulating the nearby river water to counterattack, noting how the young man adeptly utilized his environment in battle. However, that was where his advantage ended. Elder Itachi activated his Crimson Three-Tomo Sharingan, a customary practice for the Uchiha in combat. As the water jets surged from 4 different directions, he leaped gracefully, narrowly evading the blue pheasant's descending hammer strike. The blue pheasant missed his mark but did not falter. He swiftly altered his hand seals, releasing the previous technique and instead placing both palms upon the surface of the water that had not struck its target. Ice release, cliff of broken swords. In an instant, a towering ice pillar erupted from the water's surface, reaching towards the heavens. The technique of water release, drawing from the nearby water, could diminish chakra while amplifying its potency. Similarly, ice release could harness the surrounding moisture to achieve a comparable effect. Moreover, the timing of this maneuver was impeccable, making it exceedingly difficult for Elder Itachi, suspended in midair, to evade. With a slight narrowing of his eyes and a soft hum of acknowledgement, Elder Itachi remarked, "Not bad." As he spoke, his hands were already poised. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball collided with the ice pillar, instantly transforming it into a swirling mist of white vapor. Observing the flawlessly executed landing of Elder Itachi, Aokiji scoffed. "It seems you are not so easily dispatched." At this moment, Elder Itachi addressed him. "Aokiji, unleash your full strength." Aokiji replied with a hint of frustration. "I have already given it my all right?" "No, I mean activate your Sharingan," came the response. At these words, Aokiji's wide eyes suddenly widened even further. Chapter 72. Brainwashing. Seemingly amused by the astonished expression, Elder Itachi's lips curled into a teasing smile. "Given your intellect, you should have sensed some difference in my attitude towards you compared to other clan members." Aokiji feigned ignorance, saying, "What do you mean? I'm not quite sure I understand." "You truly enjoy playing the fool, don't you? Well, that is indeed a testament to your cleverness." Elder Itachi slowly raised his right hand, forming a single hand seal. "Look into my eyes." As their gazes locked, he infused chakra into Aokiji. Aokiji felt a slight headache, and in mere moments, he recalled the sealed memories, a bittersweet smile crossing his face as the last remnants of hope dissipated with a sigh. As expected, you knew from the very beginning. Elder Itachi let out a triumphant laugh. "Young one, do not underestimate everyone's intelligence." Aokiji shrugged, realizing the moment had come to reveal his hand. His once jet-black irises transformed into a mesmerizing blood-red hue, a black dot appearing near the pupil, swirling into a pattern resembling a fan. Elder Itachi's eyes narrowed, half-lidded, his deep pupils shimmering with a mysterious light. "You are indeed quite lazy. The power of the Uchiha, and yet you have not trained it at all." Still maintaining a single tomo, Aokiji closed his eyes momentarily, only to reopen them to their original state. "No, I prefer to exercise caution." Aokiji, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why are you suddenly being so straightforward with me? Without such candor, how could I expect you to obediently fulfill your duties?" Elder Itachi grinned slyly. "Aokiji, you wouldn't want your unique bloodline limit to be known by everyone, would you?" The words seemed to carry an underlying weight. Aokiji replied softly, "Your approach might lead to my loss. That is irrelevant, as long as you are willing to work for the clan." Aokiji felt a surge of frustration. Despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous, the narrative continually slipped beyond his control. Unlike the protagonists in the novels he read, whose plans rarely faltered, his own story unfolded in unexpected ways. "Enough complaining. I need to clarify something with you now. Besides ensuring your compliance, there is an important matter I wish to discuss." Aokiji tilted his head, confusion evident on his face. Elder Itachi spoke in a low tone. "I hope you refrain from utilizing the powers of your Sharingan from now on." Refrain from using the Sharingan? Aokiji was baffled by his meaning. More specifically, do not employ the powers of the Sharingan until you ascend to the position of Hokage. Hokage? Aokiji's expression was one of utter bewilderment. What is going on? Elder Itachi replied in a calm manner. "There is no hidden agenda. It is simply a literal statement." Aokiji's confusion deepened. "I don't quite understand why I should become Hokage, especially since I have no desire to be a ninja, let alone Hokage. This is all for the sake of the Uchiha clan." Elder Itachi placed the heavy mantle of familial duty upon Aokiji, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. "However, what does this have to do with my reluctance to wield the Sharingan? Moreover, even if you do not mention it, I have no intention of utilizing the power of the Sharingan." Aoi, like a stubborn child, does not comprehend the gravity of the situation. With great power comes great responsibility. Those who possess immense strength should serve their village and its people. Such trivialities have become tiresome to my ears, and the thought of becoming Hokage is utterly unappealing to me. No, you must assume this role. It pertains to the survival of our Uchiha clan. Elder Itachi's tone grew more severe, leaving no room for debate. Aoi was taken aback. Was Elder Itachi truly so perceptive and farsighted? The elder's voice softened as he continued. "Do you recall our previous discussion regarding the tailed beasts? What of it?" Aoi pondered. "Our Uchiha clan possesses an inherent ocular prowess. one of the rare abilities capable of controlling the power of the tailed beasts. The other is would release, which has now vanished. Leaving the Sharingan as the sole means to wield such power. Mito, Hashirama's wife, appears youthful, yet she is quite advanced in age. None can predict the day she may face misfortune. Finding a perfect host to replace Mito is no simple task. Thus, possessing the ability to control the tailed beasts, we will inevitably be regarded with suspicion by the higher-ups in Konoha. Suspicion? Itachi said with earnest concern. Indeed. The Uchiha and Senju clans are the two founding families of Konoha. When the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was elected, we Uchiha had no objections. However, the second Hokage was also a Senju, which began to breed discontent among us. Not to mention, the third Hokage was not from the Uchiha, but rather that impetuous Sarutobi Hiruzen. If this trend continues, I shudder to think of the extreme actions our clan might take. As an Uchiha, you should be aware of how outsiders perceive us. Such actions are not beyond the realm of possibility for us Uchiha. Although we possess the capability, the risks are considerable. Should we fail, our clan would face catastrophic consequences. Surely, you have heard the phrase to eradicate the roots. Do you believe that, as a member of the Uchiha, you could remain unscathed? Aoi gasped, surely not. The third Hokage seems like a decent person. Foolishness, Itachi retorted, I tell you. Any promises made to you by others are meaningless. Only what you can determine for yourself holds value. Do you understand? Aoi feigned compliance, nodding in agreement. Elder Itachi saw through this facade and admonished sternly, no, you do not understand. You are still young and remain oblivious to the world's malice. I once placed my faith in the village and endeavored to earn its trust, only to realize I was mistaken. The higher-ups in Konoha are wary of our power and continually seek to marginalize and suspect us. Take, for instance, the recent incident where a noble's child was rendered a fool by Jinjutsu. The immediate assumption from Konoha's elite was that our Uchiha clan was responsible. It is utterly absurd. This is an outright frame-up. Is it merely because our Uchiha clan possesses the Sharingan, excelling inherently in the realm of Jinjutsu, that this notion has arisen? Such a thought is laughably ridiculous. The mastery of Jinjutsu in Konoha is not exclusive to the Uchiha clan. Why is it that the first suspicion falls upon us? At this juncture, Elder Itachi paused, casting a deliberate glance at Aokiji. The Uchiha bear no fault. Possessing a precious gem is a crime in itself. To fabricate a charge, one need not seek far for a pretext. Aokiji sighed, his voice laced with a hint of resignation. The inherent political nature of the Uchiha would not escape the attention of Konoha's upper echelons. They would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to suppress the Uchiha and distance them from the political center. The outcomes of shinobi battles are often determined by intelligence. In the eyes of outsiders, lacking the Sharingan is a significant advantage, leading others to miscalculate your strength and thus underestimate you. In due time, the power of the Uchiha could become the pivotal factor in reversing the tide of battle. Elder Itachi's tone shifted, taking on a grave demeanor. Speak to me honestly. Aside from myself, who else is aware of your bloodline limit? Aokiji exhaled deeply. Apart from you, there are also Tsunade and her two companions. What? You mean the three disciples of the third Hokage? Upon hearing this, Elder Itachi's expression shifted dramatically, his brows furrowing, eyes widening in shock. What is the matter? Elder Itachi lamented. How could you be so careless? You are usually so prudent. Wait, you would rather disclose this to them than tell me directly? Are you truly an Uchiha? Aokiji offered a wry smile. If I had informed you back then, wouldn't you have compelled me to undergo the same rigorous training as now? My plans to avoid becoming a shinobi would have been dashed. Elder Itachi snorted in annoyance. Why would you share this with them? Were you not afraid of exposing your abilities and thus deciding to become a shinobi? Aokiji was taken aback. I believe that among friends, there should not be excessive concealment. Besides, do you not find it burdensome to keep secrets bottled up? It's only natural to seek a few confidants to share the weight. The future landscape is ever shifting. One can never be certain when they might encounter a formidable adversary, at which point revealing the capabilities of the Sharingan might become unavoidable to secure victory. Thus, it is crucial to inoculate the three legendary ninjas in advance, preventing any discord from arising. Once he has secured the support of the three from the Sarutobi clan, he is confident he can contend with the likes of Minato Namikaze. Oh, by the way, I could also draw Minato into my camp ahead of time, and then see if Sarutobi offers me the position of Hokage. Aokiji reassured Elder Itachi. Rest assured, I have already spoken to him. They will not disclose this to anyone else. Elder Itachi scoffed. That is not a certainty. One must understand that those who betray you are often those closest to you. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the shinobi world. Aokiji pondered for a moment before looking up, only to fortuitously lock eyes with someone nearby. After all, he was the only one present. Elder Itachi frowned. Why are you staring at me? Chapter 73. The Kusanagi sword. Aokiji weakly remarked. It is nothing. Did you not just say that those who betray you are often the ones closest to you? Elder Itachi scolded. Fool. What benefit would I gain from betraying you or the Uchiha clan? Whether Tsunade and the others would betray Aokiji, who was secretly manipulated by Uchiha Madara, remains uncertain. However, he would discreetly divulge Aokiji's secret of possessing the Sharingan to the higher-ups of Konoha at an opportune moment. When that time comes, the leaders of Konoha will undoubtedly harbor suspicions towards Aokiji, which will emotionally affect him. Aokiji sighed. I believe there should be a fundamental trust between people. Optimism can be a deadly poison. Elder Itachi lowered his voice, a hint of darkness lacing his tone. The current Uchiha walks a tightrope over an abyss. One misstep could lead to a catastrophic fall. Do you wish to place your life and fortune in the hands of others, or firmly grasp them in your own? I believe you, with your character, should discern this clearly. Is there no other path than to become Hokage? Aokiji carried a trace of helplessness. The solution to a problem lies in identifying its source. The aged face of Elder Itachi sparkled with a hawk-like intensity. Since the higher-ups of Konoha harbor prejudice against us, let the Uchiha take their place, and then all issues concerning the Uchiha will be easily resolved. Yet even so, it does not necessarily have to be me. Aokiji reluctantly stated, I see that Fugaku seems quite interested in becoming Hokage, and he possesses considerable talent. Fugaku is indeed a commendable candidate for cultivation, but he still lacks a certain quality compared to you. In utter resignation, Aokiji sighed in agreement, tearfully consenting to become Hokage. What a predicament. What should I do next? Should I strive to be a good ninja and earn a favorable impression from everyone? Upon witnessing Aokiji's sensible attitude, Elder Itachi revealed a gratifying smile. There is no need. Simply continue to act as you wish. Aokiji responded. Focus on being a good ninja. How can I assign you to investigate Madara's affairs? A ninja of Hokage caliber is not evaluated by everyday efforts, but rather by their remarkable contributions during significant events. I foresee that war will inevitably occur in the future. During those times, exerting yourself in battle will be far more effective in accumulating prestige than executing trivial tasks. Upon hearing the mention of war, Aokiji let out a sigh, his gaze turning melancholic. Another war. Elder Itachi narrowed his eyes meaningfully, his crimson gaze flickering with an eerie light. Aokiji, do you wish to eradicate war forever? To eliminate war forever? Of course, I desire that. Aokiji's spirited demeanor quickly deflated as he recalled. But this is something that even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could not accomplish. I may consider myself exceptionally gifted. Yet there are always greater mountains and more capable individuals beyond. I still fall far short of these two great figures. Elder Itachi's smile graced his lips. Some dreams, though seemingly out of reach, are not beyond realization, provided one possesses sufficient strength. Aokiji murmured. As long as I am strong enough? Elder Itachi affirmed. Indeed. Power is the most weighty language in this world. If you are strong enough, there is nothing unattainable. Aokiji inquired, what must I do? First, you must become the Hokage. Next, you must simultaneously wield the power of the bloodline limit, and Elder Itachi revealed a thought-provoking smile, the power of the Meijiki Sharingan. By merging these two powers, you could hold the potential to alter everything. The Meijiki Sharingan? Aokiji, dazed, widened his eyes and protested. Wait. Didn't you just mention that this carries the risk of blindness? I have no desire to become blind. Elder Itachi, with his eyes closed, shook his head. I do not intend for you to awaken the Meijiki Sharingan. Aokiji, perplexed, responded. You mean I want to awaken the Meijiki Sharingan? Then how will I acquire its power? Awakening the Meijiki Sharingan demands a great sacrifice, if possible. I would prefer that neither you nor any other clan members awaken this eye. Thus, my intention is. Elder Itachi opened his eyes and spoke a name. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? Could it be? Aokiji realized that Elder Itachi intended for him to locate Madara's corpse and subsequently implant the eyes upon himself. However, the issue was that Madara was very much alive, leaving no corpse for him to procure the eyes from. Elder Itachi nodded slightly, confirming Aokiji's suspicion. Yes, I plan to transplant Uchiha Madara's eyes into you. Finding Uchiha Madara's corpse is no simple task, Aokiji sighed. Moreover, I prefer my own eyes. The original is always more effective. Elder Itachi displayed a knowing smile. There is no rush. First, find it. I estimate I may never find it. Aokiji continued, if I acquire these two powers as you envision, what must I do thereafter to eliminate all conflicts in this world? Elder Itachi replied, you must unify the entire shinobi world. Unify the shinobi world? Aokiji was taken aback. Such ambition. Elder Itachi elaborated. In the past, Hashirama made considerable efforts for world peace, one of which was to willingly share the tailed beasts he painstakingly gathered, hoping to restrain the nations through their power. However, as you have seen, with the death of Senju Hashirama, these nations immediately began to stir, even turning to exploit the power of the tailed beasts to wage war. The so-called god of ninjas, Hashirama, attempted to touch hearts with love, hoping for mutual understanding. To this end, he and Madara established Konoha, this land of bliss. Yet, upon his death, the flames of war swiftly spread to the Hidden Leaf village. The term ninja is composed of two characters, one representing love and the other representing power, with power standing above love. You have observed that with the demise of Hashirama, the formidable military threat dissipated, resulting in immediate chaos across the world. Thus, it can be asserted that only absolute power serves as the essential foundation for maintaining peace. For millennia, this world has been fragmented, with various nations wielding their influence in isolation, each possessing distinct cultures, civilizations, and traditions. This divergence has led to incessant conflicts, with wars raging for thousands of years without respite. If one desires eternal peace, it is imperative to eradicate all barriers. Only by transcending national borders can humanity coexist harmoniously. This represents the true paradise of our world. At this juncture, Elder Itachi raised his arm, his crimson eyes radiating an ominous intensity. Aokiji, exhibiting concern, remarked that such an approach would inevitably lead to numerous unnecessary casualties. Elder Itachi responded gravely, asserting that a decisive strike is far more efficient than the protracted wars that lie ahead. The establishment of Konohagakure was also marked by significant sacrifices, leading to a fleeting peace. Had Hashirama comprehended this truth initially and unified the ninja world alongside Madara Uchiha, countless subsequent wars could have been averted, sparing your father, mother, grandmother, and others from sacrifice, wouldn't he? Seemingly moved by these words, Aokiji clenched his fists, his gaze ablaze with determination. Sensing the effectiveness of his persuasion, Elder Itachi intensified his rhetoric, pointing at Aokiji with conviction, fervently asserting that if he could achieve what even the founders of Konoha could not, then Aokiji Uchiha would become the savior of this world. Aokiji inhaled deeply, inexplicably perceiving a semblance of a grand antagonist in Elder Itachi. He pondered whether this obsession with peace stemmed from the brutal wars of the Warring States period. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it. In a certain sense, his aspirations aligned with those of Elder Itachi. It was not out of lofty ideals, but rather a desire for strength. He could not abide the notion of a mere feudal lord attempting to assert dominance over him. Upon becoming Hokage, his first act would be to demand tribute from the lords, not as a protector, but rather as a safeguard against potential robbery. After all, the lords were far from virtuous, and Aokiji felt no moral qualms about robbing them. With a sigh, Aokiji concluded that his immediate mission was to diligently seek the remains of Madara Uchiha. Elder Itachi nodded in acknowledgement. Locating the corpse of Uchiha was a task of considerable difficulty, especially considering his rare bloodline abilities as a ninja. Should he perish during the mission, it would be quite unfortunate. Therefore, he inquired whether Elder Itachi could sponsor him with a couple of powerful ninja tools for his protection. Aokiji chuckled, winking playfully. This reasoning was quite reasonable, and after hearing it, Elder Itachi did not refuse, slightly lifting his eyelids, inviting him to specify what tools he desired, assuring him that he would support his clan as much as possible. In earlier years, Uchiha Madara amassed a considerable collection of formidable ninja tools. However, upon awakening his Mangeki Sharingan, these artifacts lost their significance. Should Aokiji desire such items, Madara would not hesitate to retrieve one or two from his collection to bestow upon him. Since you mention it, I shall not hold back. Aokiji inquired tentatively. Do you possess the Kusanagi sword? Chapter 74, Coexisting with Insects and Vermin. How to improve Konoha. Elder Itachi's tone carried a hint of astonishment. The Kusanagi sword. You are aware of this artifact? Kazuki responded with intrigue. During my aimless wanderings in the library, I stumbled upon references to it as one of the most formidable weapons in this realm. Elder Itachi pondered the lore surrounding the Kusanagi sword and suddenly chuckled. Kazuki, taken aback, inquired, what is it? Nothing much, Itachi replied. merely reminiscing about some legends associated with the Kusanagi sword. The Uchiha clan, a lineage that venerates strength, has always sought ways to augment their power. Naturally, divine weapons like the Kusanagi sword fall within their scope of collection. In the past, Uchiha Madara was quite fascinated by the rumored Kusanagi sword and even endeavored to procure one, uncovering intriguing secrets in the process. However, as his prowess grew, the clan entrusted him with the Uchiha fan, a treasured heirloom, relegating the Kusanagi sword to a mere collectible that went largely unused. After all, apart from its unique status, the Kusanagi sword was merely known for its hardness and sharpness, compared to the Uchiha fan, which could effortlessly deflect tailed beast-level attacks. The Kusanagi sword was best suited for gathering dust in a storeroom. Legends? Kazuki's curiosity piqued. Pray, tell me more. Elder Itachi began to narrate, enlightening Kazuki on the subject. The Kusanagi sword does not refer to a singular weapon, but rather a category of weaponry. The true origins of the Kusanagi sword have become obscured by time, leaving only an enigmatic legend. It is said that in a distant past, a monstrous beast resided in Chishan, possessing 8 serpent-like heads, eyes resembling crimson lanterns, and a colossal form akin to a mountain adorned with moss, cypress, and cedar. Its belly was perpetually drenched in blood, appearing as if it were rotting, while ominous 8-colored clouds drifted above its head, instilling terror. This beast devoured vast quantities of living creatures daily, with a particular penchant for devouring humans alive. The local populace, fearing its wrath, named it Yamada no Orochi, which signifies a colossal serpent with 8 heads. Despite their valiant efforts, they could not subdue this creature and instead lost their lives in vain. This was due to the fact that the serpent's size was not its only advantage. It possessed an array of formidable abilities: the manipulation of wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water, the power to create illusions, and the capacity for infinite regeneration. These 7 abilities bore a resemblance to the 7 natures of Chakra, each corresponding to one of its heads. Fortunately, the beast was not entirely invincible. Among its 8 heads, one was noticeably larger than the others, presumed to be the primary brain. This head did not recover as swiftly from attacks as the others, suggesting that if it were to be severed, Yamada no Orochi would meet its demise. Yet, even so, approaching that central head and severing it was no simple task. In a distant land, 2 brothers, Yagami Ayan and Kusanagi Kyo, upon hearing tales of immortals in the far eastern regions, embarked on a perilous journey to confront the formidable Yamada no Orochi. After enduring numerous hardships, they finally located the immortal and successfully acquired extraordinary skills. Before their departure, the immortal bestowed upon each brother a sacred artifact, the Kusanagi sword and the Yada mirror, one for offense and the other for defense, empowering them to vanquish demons and malevolent spirits. Upon their return to Chishan, Yagami Ayan and Kusanagi Kyo, armed with their newfound abilities and sacred artifacts, engaged in a fierce battle against Yamada no Orochi for 3 days and nights, ultimately succeeding in slaying the beast that plagued humanity. However, the price of victory was steep. Kusanagi Kyo sacrificed himself, falling victim to the venomous fangs of the serpent while protecting his brother. The immortal revealed to Yagami Ayan that Yamada no Orochi, a manifestation of darkness born from the human heart, could not be eradicated but could only be sealed away. Thus, following the immortal's guidance, Yagami Ayan divided the corporeal form of Yamada no Orochi into 8 legendary weapons, each forged as the mightiest of blades, capable of cleaving through iron as though it were clay. Subsequently, with the immortal's assistance, he infused the spirit of Yamada no Orochi into the Kusanagi sword. Yet, this alone was insufficient to entirely seal the serpent. He also enclosed the Yada mirror and Kusanagi sword within this blade. Yagami Ayan named each of the 8 swords, collectively referred to as the Kusanagi swords, in honor of his fallen brother, Kusanagi Kyo. He retained the sword containing the complete Kusanagi and Yada mirror for himself, dispersing the remaining 7 swords across various lands. Legend has it that whoever retrieves these swords would possess the means to resurrect Yamada no Orochi and command it. Upon hearing Elder Itachi's insights regarding the Kusanagi swords, Aokiji suddenly comprehended why Orochimaru held such an obsession for the Kusanagi, collecting them fervently. Indeed, Elder Itachi's vast knowledge was palpable. Aokiji felt as though he could simply inquire about any uncertainties. Elder Itachi shook his head lightly, lamenting, as time passes, one naturally gains wisdom, often becoming increasingly indifferent toward worldly matters. A hint of self-deprecation graced his lips. Aokiji nodded slightly in agreement. Elder Itachi inquired, "Do you favor swords?" "Indeed, I am a pragmatist. The adage holds true. A length of 1 inch grants strength of 1 inch. Moreover, swords are quite agile. In a world teeming with ninjas wielding shurikens, I find this advantageous. Furthermore, a sword is both elegant and formidable. I have no reason not to appreciate it. A smile danced at Elder Itachi's lips. Well, that is certainly the case. In truth, it is not just weapons. I believe techniques should also adhere to pragmatism. Kazara casually remarked, take, for instance, the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique and its 64 palms. At first glance, it appears formidable, but upon deeper reflection, if one were to invest the time spent delivering such numerous strikes upon an adversary with shurikens instead, they would have long transformed their foe into a porcupine. The notion of targeting acupoints is merely flamboyant nonsense, utterly useless. Elder Itachi scoffed, while you can be timid as a mouse at times. Your audacity is surprisingly pronounced when you disparage the Hyuga clan, a lineage second only to the Uchiha and Senju. Kazara shrugged nonchalantly. I merely stated the truth based on my impressions. The Hyuga clan's position as a family second only to our Uchiha is not without justification. They were once heralded as the possessors of the most formidable taijutsu. Elder Itachi offered his assessment. However, they have since fallen into decline, which was, frankly, rather predictable. In his youth, Uchiha Madara had engaged in combat with a top-tier expert from the Hyuga clan. He vividly recalled the moment when the heavenly strike technique shattered his Susanoo, a memory that remained etched in his mind. Among the taijutsu ninjas he encountered, he was willing to deem that individual the strongest. Predictable? Elder Itachi chuckled coldly. You must have heard of the caged bird curse mark imposed upon the Hyuga clan. Kizaru pondered for a moment, feigning ignorance. I've heard a bit about it. It seems that due to the unique strategic significance of the Byakugan, various nations covet that power. To protect the weaker branch family, the main family intentionally embeds the caged bird curse mark upon them. Should a branch member's eyes be seized, the main family can utilize this curse mark to seal or even destroy those eyes, thereby deterring others from coveting the Byakugan. Humph. Such trickery might deceive an inexperienced youth like you. The caged bird not only directly annihilates the Byakugan, but also inflicts such suffering upon the branch family that it effectively allows for their manipulation. Manipulation of the branch family? Indeed, manipulation. As long as the caged bird exists, the children of the branch family will forever remain in that status, while the main family's children will always belong to the main family, condemning the branch family to serve the main family for generations. You may think I am being alarmist, but upon reflection, you will realize that the rationale behind using the caged bird to prevent the Byakugan from being coveted is fundamentally flawed. Although the caged bird can destroy the Byakugan, it cannot impede the flow of bloodlines. If one truly desired, they could easily capture a branch family member, employ genjutsu to manipulate them, and compel them to copulate with various women incessantly, day and night, quickly resulting in offspring bearing the Byakugan. Otherwise, why do you think a newborn from the Hyuga clan must be marked with the caged bird at the age of 3? Moreover, the main family suppression of the branch family does not stop there. They also restrict the branch family's learning of advanced ninjutsu to prevent them from growing stronger, ensuring their perpetual servitude to the main family. At this point, Elder Itachi let out a derisive snort, coldly remarking, "It is laughable that the Hyuga main family claims to be a prestigious lineage, yet cannot even accommodate the strengths of their own kin, a narrow-minded and petty breed. Given this, it is no wonder that the Hyuga clan has fallen into decline." The blue pheasant sighed. Elder Itachi proclaimed with pride, "True strength never shies away from challenges. In our Uchiha clan, merit has always been paramount, and the leader is not a possession of any individual. For centuries, it has been this belief that has enabled the Uchiha clan to remain resilient, eternally standing atop the ninja world." At this juncture, he suddenly shifted his tone, his eyes narrowing with displeasure. "Yet, look at the current state of Konoha. Out of fear of the Uchiha's power, they ostracize us at every turn, targeting me. How is this different from the Hyuga clan's main house being wary of the branch family? Consequently, the decline of Konoha's future becomes all too foreseeable." The blue pheasant timidly replied, "Even if you say so, I do not wish to." Before he could finish, Elder Itachi shot him a piercing glance. The blue pheasant promptly fell silent, fearing to utter another word. How could one improve Konoha amidst such a swarm of insects? Elder Itachi scoffed coldly. "For this reason, you must ascend to the position of Hokage to halt this downward trend. This is not merely for the Uchiha, but for the village, and indeed for the peace of this world." Chapter 75. The task goodness. With such a heavy burden placed upon me, not becoming Hokage feels akin to committing a grievous sin. Elder Itachi asserted with authority, Do you have anything further to say? You've had your say. Aokiji, with a hint of yearning, timidly inquired about the Tsunade sword. Elder Itachi replied nonchalantly, let us observe your future performance. Aokiji's face brightened. He had merely inquired casually, but to his astonishment, the Uchiha clan indeed possessed such a legendary weapon. Truly, they are a prestigious lineage, having in their possession an artifact like the Tsunade sword. Elder Itachi, shall we continue our training? Elder Itachi narrowed his eyes. Do you wish to continue dancing? Aokiji mused. This old fellow truly lives up to his reputation of having once guided Uchiha Madara. His words echoing with the same gravitas. He followed suit, stating, every day without dancing is a day wasted in life. That sentiment resonates quite profoundly. Elder Itachi cast a glance, smiling, let us begin. Aokiji shouted with fervor and charged forward, unleashing all his might. He had believed that with his years of diligent training, he could hold his own against an old man who seemed to have one foot in the grave. However, he soon realized the folly of his assumptions. Fine. He was facing 8 taels of gold, while he was but half a pound of scrap iron. As twilight descended, the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in crimson hues. Elder Itachi remarked coolly, that will be enough for today. Aokiji, covered in wounds, nodded in agreement. He had longed to return home and rest. Just as he was about to take his leave, Elder Itachi, seemingly unperturbed, produced 2 scrolls from his sleeve, stating, these are 2 A-rank ninjutsu related to ice release. Study them well. Upon hearing they were A-rank techniques, Aokiji's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was finally on the brink of engaging with high-level ninjutsu. He carefully tucked them away, feeling as if he had discovered a treasure. However, before he could fully rejoice, Elder Itachi presented 2 astonishingly high figures, leaving Aokiji feeling quite vexed as he had lost track of how much he owed. But never mind. He had no intention of repaying. After all, Elder Itachi was of considerable age, and who knows when he might depart this world. Elder Itachi was a solitary figure, with no one to inherit his wealth. At worst, he could simply take care of the Uchiha clan in return for the guidance he had received. Elder Itachi, shall we continue training tomorrow? Aokiji inquired. Despite enduring a barrage of strikes, he had gained profound insights throughout the process, accumulating numerous new understandings. At such a young age, possessing the strength of a special jonin was largely due to Elder Itachi's rigorous training. Elder Itachi shook his head gently, saying, from now on, I will reduce the intensity of your training. Why? Aokiji was momentarily taken aback. Elder Itachi replied flatly, a master opens the door, but the journey of cultivation is yours alone. Aokiji fell silent, pondering. He mused that perhaps figuring out how to cultivate was far more efficient than waiting for someone to hand him the answers. It seems that Elder Itachi, perceiving the subtle intentions of Aokiji, began to impart wisdom as if it were springing up after the rain. I understand your desires. During the course of your cultivation, you will encounter numerous challenges. In this journey, seeking answers to hasten your progress is not inherently problematic. However, the pursuit of answers implies reliance on others to make choices for you. Aokiji inquired, what is wrong with that? Elder Itachi shook his head. It signifies the relinquishment of your own choices. Relinquishing your own choices? Indeed, in your quest for accelerated growth, the heights of your mentor will confine your perspective. In your effort to avoid pitfalls during cultivation, while you may repeat the correct choices made by your predecessors, you will forever be unable to forge a path uniquely your own. Aokiji bowed his head in contemplation, and after a moment of silence, he realized, thus, I can never truly carve my own path. Undoubtedly, under Elder Itachi's guidance, Aokiji's strength surged dramatically, far surpassing his peers. Yet this period of intense training also fostered a deficiency in his capacity for independent thought. Cultivation is akin to a marathon. His current sprint forward may inevitably lead to exhaustion and a subsequent slowdown, perhaps even stagnation. Sometimes, slowing down is not a detrimental choice. Seeing Aokiji's understanding, Elder Itachi felt a sense of satisfaction. As he watched Aokiji depart, a fleeting glimmer of cunning flickered in his crimson gaze. The previous statement was a blend of truth and deception. While it was indeed meant to cultivate Aokiji's self-reliance and training, it was equally aimed at restraining his rapid growth and strength. Had he offered unreserved guidance, Aokiji would have been even more formidable than he was now. But such ease could lead to unexpected incidents and loss of control. Elder Itachi had entrusted Aokiji with 2 A-rank ninjutsu, and after grappling with them for over a month, he had finally managed to grasp them, albeit with great difficulty. On this day, Aokiji, as usual, undertook a D-rank mission to capture lost pets. given his current prowess. Apprehending a stray pet was a trivial task. In no time, he successfully captured a weasel and personally delivered it to a wealthy merchant. The merchant, upon witnessing the capture, could hardly contain his delight. With one hand exchanging money and the other delivering the goods, the transaction was complete. Aokiji, reveling in the crisp notes and savoring the scent of currency, mused about the joys of wealth. Why are you still standing there? Noticing the merchant's reluctance to depart, he furrowed his brow. He disliked having someone loom nearby while he counted his money, akin to the discomfort of urinating with an audience. The portly merchant, with a jovial demeanor, remarked, "Aokiji, would you like to earn a bit more? I have a task for you." Due to Aokiji's remarkable efficiency in capturing, he had become a prominent figure in the pet-catching realm, well known to all. Aokiji, distractedly counting his money, replied, "Oh, any task should be directed to the mission department. I will check the designated areas for D or C rank missions and accept them accordingly." It is rather amusing. He had always believed that the assignments from Konoha were dispatched by someone who had traversed great distances. However, he soon realized he had overthought the matter. Some orders bore a striking resemblance to those from his previous life and business. "No, I would prefer to connect directly without intermediary fees," he stated. Upon hearing this, Aokiji paused, perplexed. The wealthy merchant leaned in closer and whispered a few words into Aokiji's ear. In such a manner, Aokiji's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated this clever maneuver. Truly, a businessman possesses a sharp wit. This individual intended for him to undertake a C-rank mission under the guise of a D-rank designation, thereby evading the intermediary fees owed to Konoha. In this arrangement, both parties would profit, leaving only Konoha at a loss. Aokiji hesitated slightly. Isn't this rather inappropriate? After all, it is a C-rank mission and entails a modicum of danger. The merchant stroked his mustache thoughtfully. "We could increase the payment." Without a moment's hesitation, Aokiji replied, "That sounds acceptable." In truth, it was not a particularly perilous task. It merely involved capturing a large pet from a designated location and escorting it to the merchant. The merchant beamed, confident that the funds would be deducted from his intermediary fees to Konoha. "I fail to understand. Aren't you quite affluent, my friend? One must save where possible. I perceive you as a person of talent, which is why I am confiding in you." "Indeed, you possess a discerning eye for talent, my esteemed employer," they both agreed, seamlessly aligning their intentions. After finalizing the necessary arrangements and ensuring proper documentation for their journey, Aokiji donned his backpack and swaggered out of the hidden leaf village, only to remove his ninja headband and stow it away in his bag. To venture forth with a headband emblazoned with the Konoha emblem, as if inviting others to confront me, is sheer folly, he mused. Of course, circumstances must guide decisions. Each scenario warranted its own analysis. Not long after Aokiji's departure from the village, a blonde, attractive young woman set out as well, accompanied by several individuals who were her teammates and the target of their escort.